10:30 on this Saturday morning. We want to welcome you back to our live special coverage this morning of the winter weather heading our way to Metro Atlanta and across North Georgia. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jonathan Martin.
And I'm Aisha Howard. We thank you for being with us here and always streaming on 11 Alive Plus. Atlanta and North Georgia among 230 million Americans under this winter storm. Warning, watch, or advisory happening through the weekend. We want to get you right to the very latest headlines here on this storm. Metro Atlanta and North Georgia could see significant ice out there on the road, so GDOT taking extra precautions starting at 11 this morning. So in about 30 minutes, the I-75 Northwest Corridor, the express lanes, going to be closed. And then at noon, I-85 and the I-75 South Metro Express lanes will close until GDOT decides it's safe to travel. GDOT is already out there on the roads treating them with millions of gallons of brine solution. But treating the roads for ice, now that's very different than we're talking about snow. Once that freezing rain starts tonight, remember it is best to stay off the roads unless absolutely necessary.
That's absolutely right, too. The ice accumulation could be the worst we've seen in more than 10 years since this scene. Do you guys remember this from 2014? And that means you need to prepare for widespread power outages. Georgia Power has a lot of crews already out there ready to deploy, but it doesn't take much at all to weigh down the power line. So what you should do right now, if you haven't already, charge your phones, gather extra batteries, and make sure you have non-perishable food to last you for at least 3 days. Also, this is so important. If you have a generator, go ahead and get it ready to use, but be safe. Always make sure you use it outside.
Georgia Emergency Management says extra crews are on the ground and ready for whatever is headed our way. Since Governor Brian Kemp declared that state of emergency, that makes it much easier and most efficient for GEMA to deploy that help. By this afternoon, you need to have those exterior pipes covered, and don't forget to drip your faucets overnight.
All right, we're going to get you to our meteorologist. We have meteorologist Chesley McNeil starting us off with the latest on this weather impact alert.
Yeah, the weather impact alert is for freezing rain, folks. We're not anticipating snow, much in the way of any snow. We had a few flurries up to the far north, but so far we've only seen that, just a few flurries. We're anticipating that freezing rain getting in here later on this afternoon, tonight, and will linger into Sunday as well. And so slick roads, that's going to be the major concern, of course, along with the power outages that will be around due to the snapping of limbs. Trees may be falling over on those power lines as well. And so that's going to be taking place later on this afternoon. Calm right now. We do have the clouds in place. You notice again what we've had up here to the north now starting to go away, catching a break from that. But there's more back off to the west. An area of low pressure is going to slide up our way, bringing in the moisture. Cold air will be in place. We're starting off above the freezing mark in a lot of spots. And so that's why you see a little bit of rain, especially when you're a little bit further down to the south of the North Georgia mountains. But that all will be making its way toward us. And by the time it starts to arrive tonight, we'll see it in the form of freezing rain. Right now, here's what's left over. You may be seeing a dot or two on your windshield or on the window over toward Juneau, Gainesville, up here toward Ellijay as well. Again, light. Very light, and that will move out as well. We'll all catch a break. We'll be left with the clouds, similar to what we're seeing here in Georgia's Rome, where we had some light showers earlier on. The roadways were a little bit wet, but with that wind, it helps to dry us up just a little bit. So you just have the clouds left over. Again, those temperatures are in the upper 30s here in Georgia's Rome, but will be falling as we head through the day. And then that freezing rain will start to move in later on this afternoon and tonight. Ice storm warning, you see all of North Georgia, just about all of our viewing area, you can see where we have Atlanta down through Athens and over into Augusta. We'll be looking at the significant totals of ice in these areas, anywhere from 1/4 of an inch all the way up to 3/4 of an inch, in some isolated spots that could have an inch of ice. That is very significant and will lead to some very significant damage. We're talking about major impacts from this ice storm that will move through. Down here we have the blue, we have our winter weather advisory. That is where we're going to see some ice accumulation. Now, it may be 1/10 of an inch, but that's still going to be a situation where you can't really get out and drive through that or even try to walk through that. Okay, so you have to be on the lookout. Even though you're not in this purple area here, you're still going to have some impacts down there to the south. And again, those two major concerns are concerns as far as the icy roads and also the power outages that we'll see. There will be a lot of tree damage around as well, especially as you go further up toward the north and east. That is where we're expecting these totals to be very high, very significant. You're talking about closer to 3/4 of an inch of ice. Again, there will be some isolated spots that could reach an inch, maybe even more. And so we got to be on the lookout. Now, as you make your way further down to the south, toward Alpharetta, down through Atlanta, Social Circle, this is what we're talking about: widespread, 1/4 of an inch, maybe up to 1/2 an inch of damage. And that can be significant, even in with a 1/10 of an inch. As I was mentioning, Again, a glaze on the roads there. We'll have some isolated power outages there. That's that blue area that I was showing you. But this, by and large, will be what we'll see in our area. Anywhere from 1/4 of an inch of ice and higher. And even with 1/4 of an inch, you're going to see those tree limbs begin to sag, maybe even breaking. You're probably hearing the snapping of those limbs through the overnight going into Sunday morning. Numerous power outages, and in some spots could be long-term power outages, because if we get up to 1/2 inch of ice, that's what you can expect to see. 1/2 inch or better, you're talking about some major damage here with long-term power outages and major damage on the trees, maybe even over roadways where you can't pass, and of course accumulating on the roadways, so you won't be able to get around at all anyway. You're looking at the temperatures, again, above the freezing mark, in the 40s right now. 45 degrees, for example, in Atlanta, but we'll watch that temperature begin to drop. These are likely going to be our highs for today. That temperature will probably begin to fall off as we head into the afternoon. I'm expecting the temperatures to stay right around the 40-degree mark, right on through about 6 or 7 o'clock, and then we'll watch that begin to fall. All right, let's go over to meteorologist Nicole Harford now. She's going to walk us through the timeline of what we can expect through the day.
Thanks, Chesley. And as we go throughout the next 24 hours, things will intensify pretty quickly. So the bulk of the day today will actually end up being kind of quiet. We'll be tracking isolated showers. Sure, there's the potential for some wintry mix, but things will be kind of hit and miss throughout the vast majority of the day today. Where those showers do develop, especially in our far northern counties where temperatures are a little bit colder, that'll lead to slick, untreated roads, bridges and overpasses. We'll start to see some icier spots. Later this evening is when things will pick up. So showers will become more widespread, which means accumulation is going to intensify. Couple that with temperatures that drop down into the 20s overnight, and that's when we'll see widespread ice across the North Georgia area, with accumulation expected overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. So conditions will deteriorate pretty quickly tonight and into tomorrow. Roads will turn slick and icy. And as those accumulation totals of ice continue, that's when our power outage risk will start to go up into early tomorrow morning and throughout the first half of the day tomorrow especially. Now tomorrow we will be watching closely our temperatures specifically, because it's possible we have a little bit of a warm nose that moves in, helps to erode the wedge, and that will bring a transition back from freezing rain, sleet, to more of a cold rainfall for a lot of spots. So here's how it plays out hour by hour on our forecast track. There's not a lot going on right now on the radar, and that will be the case for a good portion of the day today. Yes, we will see some isolated showers, some spots into far north Georgia, some isolated either snow or freezing rain or sleet showers, but not really much. As we get closer to sunset, more moisture moves in. The atmosphere gets more saturated, and we start to see more of that that's actually reaching the surface. It may start off as rain in many locations. This is just one forecast model, but this particular forecast model keeps our temperatures above freezing through the Atlanta metro, off towards the west and down towards the south throughout the day today. It's not until the sun sets we lose that daytime heating and the wedge really takes over. That colder air becomes more widespread, and that will lead to a quick transition from rain to freezing rain. So by about midnight tonight, I'm anticipating widespread freezing rain. Keep in mind that when the air temperature drops down to below freezing, it takes a little while for roads or the ground temperatures to also drop below freezing. So even once the air temperature is below freezing, it may still be a little bit of a transition period before we start to see ice accumulating on the roads. It will start to accumulate first a little bit higher. So the tops of tree limbs you'll start to see become icy, and then it'll work its way back down to the surface. So we'll have prolonged periods of freezing rain overnight tonight and into early tomorrow morning. We may get a little bit of a break in the action as we get closer to sunrise. Things dry out a little bit as our next wave of moisture moves in. Now, this is where our temperatures will really be crucial into the day on Sunday, because it is very possible that a lot of spots, especially out towards the west and south of the metro, warm up a little bit into Sunday. This would help us out because it would not only allow for a little bit of that ice to melt, but it would also transition our freezing rain back to rain, which would essentially put a stop to any additional additional ice accumulation. Now, because of the wedge and how it kind of holds on throughout the course of tomorrow, we'll really be watching these temperatures closely. It looks like the most likely scenario is that these locations up towards the northeast, where we're expecting the higher ice accumulation totals, may not climb above freezing. So not only would that allow for additional ice to accumulate, but it wouldn't allow for conditions to improve at all. As this main line moves through on Sunday afternoon, it actually comes with the potential for some isolated embedded thunderstorms. So we may have some rumbles of thunder, some heavier rainfall as this comes through down towards our south into portions of central and south Georgia. This even comes with a low end risk for severe weather. As we move into Sunday afternoon and evening, conditions will dry out. So our threat for any type of additional ice accumulation, any rainfall, comes to an end. When it comes to which locations will see the highest ice totals, again, because of the timing of it and how temperatures evolve through the next day or so, impacts will be biggest up towards the northeast of the city, with moderate conditions expected, moderate ice impacts through metro Atlanta, and then minor down towards the south. Now, temperatures are going to get cold as we go into Monday morning. We'll have Arctic air that sinks southward, dropping us down into the teens and the 20s by the beginning of the day on Monday. This is important not only because locations that do end up losing power will have to deal with very cold air, but any moisture that's left on the ground is going to refreeze overnight Sunday night and into early Monday morning. So even if we see that transition from freezing rain back to rain on Sunday afternoon, it will still leave us with a lot of water on the ground that could refreeze as ice. The sun is going to be out on Monday, so you may step outside and think everything looks great, but keep in mind it could still be icy, especially those bridges and overpasses, and slick spots are expected to linger into Monday. For those locations up towards the northeast where ice accumulation totals will be highest, we could be talking icy, impassable roadways even into Monday or Tuesday, because temperatures may not climb above the freezing point until Monday afternoon. That cold air really settles in on Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning will be the coldest out of this 7-day stretch. Our air temperatures will fall down into the teens and the single digits.
All right, Nicole. Thank you so much. We'll be checking back with you and Chesley again very soon. As you can see, we have our crews spread across the area. We have team coverage for you all weekend long from Metro Atlanta to White County. We are making sure you and your family stay safe and on top of everything as these conditions are changing. We're going to start this morning in Cobb County, where DOT crews say they are ready to pre-treat and clear thousands of lane miles when this ice starts to develop this weekend.
Ariana Maniz is holding things down in Marietta on the square for us this morning. Ariana, you've been in Cobb County at least for 24 hours there, navigating the situation safely. What are county officials saying right now?
Cobb County officials say they are as ready as they need to be to make sure everyone stays safe. And as we see, we've been out here all morning at Marietta Square. People are just enjoying the cold weather before whatever ice that this system may bring up to our area, before that settles in. I've been talking to people. They've been walking around. We've been seeing some dogs walking around. There's a few kids playing out here in Marietta Square, but people say they're just, trying to get their energy out in case they're hunkered down for some days now. Now, take a look at this video. Cobb DOT, they showed us their army of crews that they will have on standby for the next few days. They say they're going to be here around all throughout the county tracking this system. They say they have equipment staged, ready to go with the plan in place, with roads treated before any ice forms. And officials say they have 6 brine trucks. Those are scheduled to begin pre-treating the roads with 11 salt and gravel trucks on standby to melt ice and improve traction on the roads. They also tell us they're using some sort of new system. It's a system that is a mobile road temperature sensor to track conditions in real time and adjust their plans as needed. And if we do see some ice start to form on the roads here in Marietta, they say with about 2,500 lanes across the county, crews will be prioritizing major roads first before moving into your neighborhood. Take a listen.
When the ice gets very heavy, there is just not the ability to go into neighborhoods unless there's an emergency, a need for first responders to come in, or for a power crew to come in and restore power. So as roads get icy and as conditions deteriorate, we ask that everyone stay in their homes, that they wait out the storm until those roads are safe to pass.
Yeah, so Cobb County officials just letting you know, if you have ice on the roads in your neighborhood, there is a possibility it could be there for a day. Don't call them saying, hey, my neighborhood is still icy. They say they're going to prioritize those major roads and highways to make sure. Weather before ice really sets in and they really have to sit in their house. Reporting live from Marietta, I'm Ariana Manise for 11 Alive. Back to you.
And we see people doing that behind Ariana's live shot. There were a few people walking their dogs, just enjoying this last little window before things really take a turn. Ariana, thanks so much.
All right, and what we are warning them about is not trying to get out there and navigate walking around on the ice, really risking slipping and falling. So we want to talk about how to stay on your feet during this winter event. All
right, we're going to bring in Dr. Anut Sharma, Chief Medical Officer at United Healthcare of Georgia. Dr. Sharma, great to see you and hear from you this morning. We know that this ice is tricky on the roads, but just also walking around. Talk about the dangers with just a tiny bit of ice and what it can do.
Well, even a small amount of ice can have a great impact on us, where we may actually have a quick fall just because we may not have the right shoes or it's not been treated. So all those minor things can lead to a fall. That even a small fall can break a hip, a wrist. So we just have to be very careful even with the smallest amount of ice.
Dr. Sharma, I saw this hilarious meme on Instagram this morning, and it said, be careful out there, y'all. We're too old to fall. Who's really at risk here as it relates to what tumbling and falling down really looks like afterwards if that happens to you?
So technically we're all at risk, but as we age, our bones are a little bit more fragile. So even a low-level fall can actually cause us to break a hip, a strain, a wrist, an arm. So even if we've fallen and we don't think we're injured, we have to be very careful and really recheck ourselves to make sure there's no pain immediately that may warn us that something has been injured. So as we age, we're definitely at more risk.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dr. Sharma, if you fall, hopefully you don't hit your head, but we know that often happens. So when do you need to go seek help and check for head injuries if you fall?
So as we age, sometimes we don't always spot what's occurred. So if we've hit our head and we have a bruise, it's best to just go ahead and be seen by the expert, because sometimes we have internal injuries that are not visible immediately to us. And they present themselves later in time.
So if you had to give one piece of advice, because I think we have some people out there with their chest puffed up saying, well, I'm going to go out. It's not going to be that bad. What would you tell the people about really staying in to help prevent these falls? How do we do that?
If you're outside and you see that there's still ice, right, it's not been treated, stay inside. Otherwise, if you're going to go outside, prepare yourself. That means get the right shoes. If you have a walker, make sure it's got the right tip on it to make sure it can get through the ice, and make sure it's been treated. If there's salt or sand there, that's helpful. Even walking, you want to make sure you stretch first before you go out there, and do small steps slowly. Make sure your hands are outside the pocket so at least you can balance yourself.
All right, Dr. Anut Sharma, we appreciate you and all of our healthcare providers who are working this weekend as well. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw he was in the office. I was like, yeah, just like us. The work doesn't stop, and that is all to keep you safe. And in Athens, Clark County, that is one of the areas expected to feel the worst impact from the storm.
Yes, students in the University of Georgia were told to go home if they can to safely seek shelter. Let's check in with our Joe Ripley. He's live in Athens this morning where preps are already underway. Good morning, Joe.
Hey, good morning to you guys. We have already seen power crews being deployed, hoping to beat out this winter weather before it arrives here in the classic city of Athens, Georgia, and really make things tough to get around town. Let me step out so you can see what we are seeing behind us here. A fleet of power trucks stand at the ready, staged and prepared to go out. We've seen crews who are staying at our hotel try and get as warm as they can before they are hitting the road, some of them for up to 16 hours. They're prepared for a worst case scenario starting today. You can see those trucks out here with falling temperatures, ice and wind. We are expecting widespread power outages, with Athens being on that line of some of the roughest weather of this winter weather event. We spoke earlier with Athens Clark County Emergency Management Coordinator Meredith Barnum, who says that these preparations have started weeks in advance, partnering with federal, state, local officials to be ready for a day like today. Here's what she had to say about how the Classic City has been getting ready to respond.
We are very prepared for that ice to come out. That is the biggest threat for our area. Athens is beautiful and hilly with its landscape, but of course that presents a bit of a problem when you're talking about ice on the roads, especially with this rain that's moved in. It does slow down our brining operations because any salt or brine that we put on the roads ahead of time are going to get washed away with this storm, this rain that's coming through. So we're having to adjust our response with that in mind.
And we've already seen some precipitation, very mild, very light start to fall. We expect that to pick up as the day rolls on and as well into the evening when temperatures are going to drop. A lot of that will be freezing as well. So we had the Classic City Marathon that was supposed to start earlier this morning around 7:30. We've seen some racers finish up, a lot of them staying at our hotel as well. We spoke with students here at the University of Georgia who were encouraged to vacate their dorms and go home. A lot of them, though, sticking it out here, saying they don't want a chance traveling on a day like today. We will see just how strong Dog Nation can stand here in the midst of this winter weather. For now, we'll send things back to you.
All right, thanks so much. We appreciate it, Joe. You think about a lot of college students, a lot of them may not be from Metro Atlanta, so staying put might be the best thing for some.
And then a lot of them aren't from places that ever see snow or events like this. So yeah, staying put is definitely their best option. Let's take you to Cobb County now, bracing for the ice as well. Some people are just carrying on with their routine, but others are still out rushing to the stores.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people going. In fact, I ran into you at the grocery store yesterday.
We definitely did.
We were looking for those last minute items, but our Doug Turnbull, I know Doug is always prepared. He has his items already stocked up in Gainesville now at the Cobb County Road Maintenance Headquarters. Good morning to you, Doug.
Hey, good morning, Jonathan. Aisha, I would love to run into y'all at the store, by the way, okay? But we ran into some folks at the Quick Trip earlier this morning off of Highway 53 in Oakwood, and honestly, they weren't too alarmed, although they gave us the deets on some people that might have been. But first off, as soon as we pulled in this morning, the sleet picked up. We had about 10 minutes of icy little pellets falling, but they did not stick to the ground. Now, they didn't stick to the surfaces, but after that finished up, I spoke to Nick Thomas, a Cobb County resident who's just finishing up a routine diesel run and routine picking up groceries, and he said things were crazy inside the store here as you look at this sleet, too. Prepping up for the storm, any special gets at the grocery store there?
No, not really. Just trying to avoid all the crazy folks over there. I'm just trying to make a normal grocery run, and people are snagging everything left and right that they probably don't need to have.
Yeah, and that's just how it goes there. He was there with his daughter, Savannah, by the way, who's hoping actually for a school day. It's not snow days like we were used to growing up with. They actually have a packet of homework for them to do some digital learning. Now, we also have moved here to the Cobb County Road Maintenance Headquarters. They've already had crews out pre-treating their roads, but they're going to be back in full force later tonight. They have 13 trucks, some of which you see behind me here, 200 tons of gravel, 6,000 gallons of brine, and they have tree removal equipment, too, to treat some of these critical roads, especially those bridges that cross Lake Lanier. Their Emergency Operations Center opens at 12 noon, along with the Warming Center at the North Hall Community Center, also at 12 noon today as things start to ramp up here ahead of the storm. Now in Gainesville, Doug Turnbull, 11 Live News.
All right, Doug, we appreciate it. It is great to see communities all across Metro Atlanta being prepared, being ready. We know what it looks like when you're not as prepared.
We do, and we don't want to see that happen to either of you, and that's why we are making sure we're hitting it hard. Let you know the severity of this situation, Chesley, because being an ice event, that changes the game.
Yeah, people are looking at us. We're on extended coverage. You probably say, okay, well, where's everything at? Well, we're letting you know, pre-alerting you that things are going to deteriorate later on today, folks. And so hopefully you got everything you need. Hopefully you got everything you need. We've had some rain up here into Blue Ridge already. You can see where the roads, a little bit of ponding right there on the roads there. The roads are nice and wet where we had some rain so far, maybe some sleet mixing in at times, but that's all gone, at least for now. More will come back to us as we head into the afternoon. And you can see people out and about getting around. I guess they're saying, okay, well, if I got some time, I'm going to take it to go get a few more supplies, a few more groceries, that kind of thing. But hopefully they have a plan, and you have a plan where you're going to get inside later on this afternoon, where you're going to be, where you're going to be. Because by the time we get to Sunday morning, it's going to be a totally different ball game, folks. I'm telling you, ice will be out there. In fact, it's going to start tonight and will last into tomorrow morning, possibly by tomorrow afternoon as well, really depending on how long that wedge holds on. We're talking about a wedge. We're talking about cold air damming up against the mountains. Typically, we have an easterly flow, which will set up later on this afternoon and tonight, and we'll see that cold air just kind of staying put. How far south will it go? How long will it hold on before, as Nicole was telling us, that warm nose starts to build in and starts to erode it? Will it be able to erode it? We'll see. We will see, folks. That's something that we're watching for, and that's what we're going to walk you through all the way through the storm, now all the way through the event, okay? And so right now, where we had some precipitation up here to the north is now starting to subside. It's coming down just a little bit there, meaning starting to shrink back just a little bit over toward the central portions of Dawson County, over toward Juneau right now. That would be what would indicate a mixing taking place, but so far I've only seen a few raindrops, just a few, over toward Mossy Creek and up toward Helen. We've been seeing a few flurries flying around. That's probably what you have left over now, but that will subside as well. You'll be left with the clouds, and those temperatures will stay on the cooler side. In fact, we're expecting those temperatures to continue to drop as we head through the day. All right, ice storm warning. You can see it covers a lot of our area. Rome, Atlanta, Athens, over toward Augusta. All these counties shaded here in the purple indicate significant amounts of ice possible. This will kick in at 1 o'clock. And will last until Monday, 10 o'clock. We're talking about two things here: dangerous, if not impassable roads, and also power outages. Could be numerous power outages and long lasting as well. And so hopefully you got your game plan together. But that ice storm warning, again, lasting until Monday mid-morning. Just below that, of course, is where we have the winter storm advisories that are in effect. And again, we could see maybe up to 1/10 of an inch of ice in these areas, maybe going up to 1/4 of an inch. And so that's still significant. So you have to be on the lookout. This is a large system extending all the way back into New Mexico and extends all the way up here to the north, even into Boston and Maine. We're still looking at advisories and warnings. That pink area there is a winter storm warning. This is up here to the north, Wichita, places like St. Louis and over towards Cincinnati and D.C., where we're expecting to see mainly snow in those areas. You make your way a little further down to the south, that mixing takes place in Memphis. They have snow out there this morning, but that will begin to change over into freezing rain, and that will make its way over toward us as well. Watching an area of low pressure that will continue to slide further off to the north, and you can see where we have that snow already in parts of St. Louis, will extend over into southern parts of Ohio, into D.C. a little bit later on this afternoon and tonight. The pink areas from Dallas over toward Memphis is where, as this area of low pressure starts to lift a little bit over toward the northeast, will change over to some freezing rain, and that's what we're anticipating coming here as well later on tonight, and will hold right on through tomorrow morning. Now, as the area of low pressure starts to move to the north, it will bring in some warmer air. That's where you see this rain here in the south. In the deep south, there could be a couple thunderstorms as well. We could get on some of that as well. Now, notice the easterly flow still hanging on, especially for our far northeastern counties here, where that wedge is in place. The question is, how much will it hang on? That's what we're watching for. Eventually, that line of rain will move through our area. We're hoping that it will erode that low. If it happens faster, the quicker that happens, the better for us, as it will change over to all rain and then continue to push further off toward the east. And then behind this system, that northerly flow starts to come in, that colder air that we've been seeing, that Arctic air will start to make its way a little bit further down to the south. Right now, our temperatures are in the 40s, just about everywhere you look. We got some 30s up to the far north, 39 degrees right now in Georgia's Rome, 31. You're below the freezing mark there in Dalton. Clayton, you're just below the freezing mark. Looking at 32 degrees there, but look at Blairsville, you're at 41. And so those temperatures will hover around the 40-degree mark as we head into the afternoon, and will continue to drop. We're looking at 41 by 3 o'clock, 39 degrees by 7 o'clock tonight. Here's our forecast track model. You can follow along with me with the time right there at the top of the screen. Notice by tonight, we are looking at rain. So on the onset of the precipitation, it may be rain first, but I do think that rain will begin to mix with before changing over into freezing rain. Look at this, widespread as we head into 11 o'clock tonight. That's why we're saying it'll start late tonight going into tomorrow morning. So you're looking at a widespread area of freezing rain, and at this point could be some of the heaviest in our area So anywhere from Atlanta up here toward the northeast, over toward the east, Athens, Edenton may be seeing that freezing rain for a good period of time because it's going to last right on through the overnight into Sunday morning. We'll still be dealing with it coming down. And again, with that cold air still in place, as precipitation continues to push our way, we're expecting it to continue to be on the freezing rain side. Now, once we get to the afternoon on Sunday, we're expecting those temperatures to bump up just a little bit, just enough that it will mix with rain or before changing over to all rain. Notice this line right here, that very heavy rain that's going to be pushing in. It's along that line where we'll see some very gusty winds. Also could see a couple of rumbles of thunder, especially down to the southern end of our state as well. Maybe even a brief spin-up tornado possible with that. So there could be some severe weather associated with that. Can you believe that? We'll go from freezing rain to possibly some severe weather in our forecast area. That line will push right on through. And then on the back end of that very heavy rain, we'll have some light showers around. Temperatures should be just above the freezing mark that it holds as all liquid. And then that will start to subside. Now, on the back end of that, as the rain begins to push out, the precipitation is over, the system's not done yet, or at least the impacts won't be done. We'll feel it from the winds. Those northerly winds will be coming down upon us. We'll see those begin to pick up. We could be seeing gusts in the 30-mile-per-hour range. With that ice weighing down those trees and those power lines, that will be easy. That wind will help to topple a lot of that over. And so we'll start to see the trees, or here, as we wake up, we'll start to see, or before we go to bed, those trees on roadways, on power lines sagging in the roads, maybe even some snapped. After the rain, if you try to venture out, which I don't suggest that at all, you may be seeing lines on the ground. You don't want to roll over those either, okay, because they could be active lines. Stay inside, let the power crews and also the road crews do what they do, all right, and get those things cleared out. It's going to be a bit tough even after we wake up on Monday morning because of those temperatures. They will be much, much lower as we go into next week, folks. So that's why our 11 Live Weather Impact Alert will stretch into Monday, possibly even Tuesday, because of those temperatures. Barely above the freezing mark all day on Monday because the temperatures will be down below the freezing mark. And so we'll be watching that only hovering just above the freezing mark even on Monday. So it will be a day, even though we have sunshine, where things will have to be cleared out as well. And so we'll be watching for that as we head into our Monday. And even for much of the work week next week, we'll be looking at some very cold temperatures around the forecast area. So we'll be watching for that as we go along. I'm going to go over to Nicole Hartford now. She's going to talk about the ice potential and the totals that we could see around our forecast area. Nicole?
Thank you, Chesley. Yes, as we go throughout the next 24 to even 48 hours, ice accumulation totals are expected to be highest up towards the northeastern parts of the city. So Chesley mentioned that temperatures Sunday may manage to warm up a little bit through the Atlanta metro out towards the west and the south, and that will, if that occurs, will limit the ice accumulation potential in those areas. So spots off towards the northeast of the city where the wedge holds a little bit stronger, we'll manage to see the higher totals. We're talking ice totals of up to a half inch to even a full inch of accumulation, mainly up towards the northeast of the metro. That does mean still up to about 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch of accumulation for the Atlanta metro, which is still enough to do pretty widespread damage. Once you see 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation, that's when a light glaze starts to form on roads and sidewalks. We see slick bridges, coated windshields, and even isolated power outages. By 1/4 of an inch, icy roadways, tree limbs start to sag and break, and then numerous power outages. By 1/2 inch, which is what we're anticipating up into the northeastern portions of the state, that's when we have dangerous, if not impossible, travel on roadways, widespread tree damage, as well as long-term power outages possible. So how much ice accumulation we end up seeing will impact really the extent of the damage and how long we're dealing with power outages as well as icy roadways into this upcoming week. Again, as Chesley said, it's not just the ice accumulation that takes place tonight and into tomorrow morning. We could also see additional refreezing Sunday night and into Monday morning that could still lead to areas of ice, even in locations that maybe see some improvement tomorrow into Monday morning. As far as conditions go throughout the next couple of days, we'll be watching those temperatures very, very closely, but this has the potential to be a major impact ice event, especially up towards the northeast of the city.
All right, Nicole, thanks so much. Right now, we want to take you live to GEMA headquarters. We're expected to get an update in just a moment with how the state is planning to tackle this storm.
Let's listen in now as the press conference is set to begin.
My name is Josh Lamb. I'm the director of GEMA Homeland Security.
I'm joined today by Georgia DOT Commissioner Russell McMurray, DPS Commissioner Colonel Billy Hitchens, DNR Commissioner Walter Rabin, Forestry Director Johnny Sabo, General Dwayne Wilson, and State Meteorologist Will Langston. All of them will be speaking to their own individual efforts in a moment. We just finished up a briefing with Governor Kemp to discuss the actions being taken by our partners across the state. Governor Kemp has been leading our response over the past week. He's been in constant contact and will continue to do so throughout the entire event. 2 days ago, Governor Kemp issued a state of emergency order for all 159 counties, which will remain in effect through January 29th. The state of emergency makes all state resources available for local governments and allows for more efficient deployment. State offices in the northern half of the state will be closed on Monday, as shown on the map behind me. The map will also be available on our website. That's all areas above and including Carrollton, Griffin, Sandersville, and Burke County. As of this morning at 7 a.m., the State Operations Center is activated at Level 1 full activation and will operate 24/7 until the winter weather event has passed. GEMA Homeland Security is coordinating with partners at all levels. That's including other state agencies and our utility partners, to ensure resources are available where they are needed. Resources such as water, blankets, and MREs have been moved to northern areas of the state. We're working with the Department of Public Health to ensure nursing homes know who to call if they lose power. Our local EMA directors are working with the EPD to identify debris staging areas. GEMA Homeland Security is working in conjunction with the Red Cross and are opening shelters in White, Walker, and Raven counties. The Department of Transportation and Public Safety have response teams on standby on heavily traveled roadways to assist with potential travel issues involving stranded motorists, stalled vehicles, or crashes. Strike teams from the Department of Natural Resources and Forestry Commission are also on standby to respond to requests for road debris clearing, public safety assistance, and other needs. Up to 500 guardsmen are available if needed. Georgia EMC employees and contract crews have been taking proactive measures to prepare for restoration efforts for the past several days. Vehicles have been winterized and emergency equipment has been loaded onto trucks. 10,000 plus personnel, including crews from Florida, are positioning in the areas forecasted to be most heavily impacted. Crews from southern Georgia will also be assisting in power restoration. Coordination efforts will continue as the storm's exact path is determined, and crews from unaffected areas will quickly mobilize to the hardest hit regions. For all the work that GEMA and our state partners are doing to prepare for the winter storm, the best help we can get is for individuals to be prepared and to stay informed. If you haven't already, take the time now to prepare your family and home for the winter weather impacts. Sit down with your family and make a communications plan. Know how you'll contact one another and reconnect if needed. Make sure you have a ready kit with enough non-perishable food, water, and medications for at least 3 days. Ensure you have warm clothing and blankets, flashlights and batteries. Update your first aid kit, and remember, always have a way to charge your phone. If you have pets, make sure they have enough food and water for 3 days and bring them inside with you as much as possible. Take precautions like installing and testing smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors, covering outdoor pipes with styrofoam, sealing your doors and windows, and cleaning out your gutters. Think of ways to safely heat your house, especially if the power goes out. Remember to never use an oven to heat your home and never bring a portable generator inside due to the threat of carbon monoxide poisoning. In case you lose power, Georgia State Parks are opening warming stations for public use beginning today. Park pass fees will be waived for those using warming stations. For locations, dates, and times, please visit georgiastateparks.org/alerts. You can also reach out to your local EMAs for a list of warming stations. Please note that campgrounds at Georgia State Parks are closed in the affected areas. Starting at 6 p.m. this evening, we recommend that you be in place and you plan to stay there for the next 48 hours. We strongly encourage everyone in the warning and advisory areas to stay off the roads tonight, tomorrow, and Monday morning. Not only does staying off the roads ensure your safety, it ensures everybody's safety, and it gives the time and room that our Georgia DOT crews need to maintain the condition of our roadways. If travel is necessary, slow down, allow extra time, and be especially careful on bridges and overpasses as they freeze first. If everyone takes the time now to follow these steps, GEMA and our state partners will be better able to respond to needs as they arise. GEMA Homeland Security will continue to monitor winter weather and collaborate with local and state officials to assess conditions and determine the best steps to keep Georgians safe. We ask that you follow all guidance from your local officials and continue to monitor your National Weather Service and trusted news sources for the most updated information. GEMA Homeland Security will provide additional information and updates regarding winter weather via our website, that's gema.georgia.gov, where we have a page dedicated to this event. You can also follow us on our social media at Georgia EMA HS for updates. And don't forget to follow our local and state partners as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Murray to talk about the efforts of Georgia DOT, which you can imagine are robust. Commissioner McMurray.
Thank you, Director Lamb. It's a pleasure to provide you an update of our current situation at the Georgia Department of Transportation. This is an all-hands effort. We have nearly 1,800 employees that are now working 12-hour shifts continually until this event is over. We are working our plan currently, which is to pre-treat the interstate starting at I-20 over on the west at Temple, Georgia, all the way to South Carolina at Augusta. We're pre-treating I-85 starting at Noonan, Georgia, all the way to South Carolina. I-75 from Macon all the way to Tennessee. In all of metro Atlanta and everything north of that I-20 boundary, that where the forecasted freezing precipitation and ice is forecasted for. This includes about 18,000 miles of roadways that we have to pre-treat. This takes at least 12 to 14 hours to do this pre-treatment. We started this pre-treatment with brine, which is a salt water solution that helps delay the onset of freezing precipitation to the roadways at midnight last night, 12:01 a.m. this morning, and we'll complete our first shift at noon. I'm pleased to say that we're on track to hit all our marks such that we will have that first round of brine applied on all those areas that I spoke about today. And our plan is to continuously brine those locations of interstates and critical state routes the entire time of this event. So we will do that after our shift change from noon and continue that all the way through this evening and through tomorrow. Now, as the onset of freezing rain and rain freezing on our roadways and other surfaces begin, we have 300 plow trucks that will be spreading a salt aggregate mix and trying to push anything off the road that may be slushy or trying to freeze. And we'll start that this evening as the onset of the weather comes in. In addition to that, we do have some chainsaw strike teams that are ready to go on Sunday morning, along with our partners at Georgia Forestry Commission and the Department of Natural Resources, to try to deal with any down trees that may happen. Our expectations of this is an ice event. This is not a snow event, this is an ice event. We're going to do what we can to try to keep the ice from sticking to the roads on the interstates and the state route system. Again, state routes, interstates are the high priority state routes. This is going to be a challenge as this weather comes through with freezing rain continually. Again, we'll continue to work, but as this is a long event of a lot of precipitation and freezing, and it's going to be very cold. One of our concerns is what happens into Sunday night, into Monday morning, as it might melt or have rain and then refreeze with these very cold temperatures that are coming forward. Please understand, it takes us 12 to 14 hours to come back to a roadway that may be near you or interstate. So you can't be everywhere at one time. The other expectations we have, again, with this ice event is gusty winds that are forecast into Sunday, which creates a very dangerous situation for everybody, including our workers and anybody out with power that's trying to get limbs or power lines reinstalled. This ice, again, has a real potential for down trees. What we ask of you, limit your travel today so we can get our work done. So far, we've seen traffic volumes down about 30 to 40%, so thank you for staying off the roads. Get to where you need to be through at least Monday at this point, and stay there. If we can get the brine down while there's less traffic, it has a lot better opportunity to absorb into the roadway, which prevents that initial freezing that may take place. We also want to acknowledge that we move a lot slower than you are right now as we're brining and pre-treating roads. So please pay attention and slow down and move over so our crews can at least have a safe opportunity to pre-treat the roads. Again, tonight, tomorrow, stay home, get to where you need to be for a very long time, and just stay weather aware. I want to thank the men and women for GDOT for their commitment and dedication to try to keep our roadways safe and open, but this no doubt will be a challenge Sunday, especially into Monday. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our partner, Colonel Hitchens, the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, provides you an update from their perspective. Colonel.
Thank you, Commissioner McMurray. DPS has been planning our activities for this whole week. What we have come up with and what we're going to deploy, we're bringing extra personnel up into the metro area. So starting about 6 o'clock tonight, you'll see some troopers that are stationed along the interstates within metro area. We'll have about 30 people to work overnight, and they'll be placed in strategic areas, sectors, so that they'll be ready to respond to any kind of motorist assist or crashes that occur. We've also brought in 2 south teams that will supplement them for the morning shift. So we'll have about 50 to 60 personnel that will be in those sectors during the daytime. Our northern troops have been put on what we call Phase A, and that is for them to be ready with their cars packed, ready to deploy anywhere throughout the state, but most likely it's going to be in their own troops, and we're waiting for the ice and snow to come in so we know exactly where to place those personnel. The rest of our troops and regions will be on what we call IRT teams, and we have those pre-identified. So once the snow or ice comes in, we can take those teams, deploy them into the areas that need more personnel, and they'll be able to supplement the people where the most damage or most need is. The other thing we've done is identify some drone teams in our aviation is once the storm passes, if we need some recovery photos or some damage assessments, they'll be able to go out and do that. We are also having our Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division. They're working with DOT to help them as they brine the roads, put out the aggregate once the ice and snow start. So we hope that we'll give them a safe environment for them to be able to get their job done. We've also been messaging out with the Georgia Motor Trucking Association to let them know what we're expecting on the roadways coming through metro area, and hopefully trying to reduce that traffic that comes in, commercial motor vehicle traffic, as well as just your regular civilian traffic. And as Commissioner McMurray said, the best thing that y'all can do is have a plan, stay at home, stay off the roadways, let us do our job. I can assure you our folks will be fine if they are bored all weekend just sitting on the interstate because there's nothing to do. That will be a great weekend for us. So please stay home. Make sure that if you do come out, that you have clothing that's appropriate to be out in this weather. They've already mentioned that the weather is going to be extremely cold. If you do run in a ditch, you need to get out of your car. You need to make sure that you're prepared to be out in this cold weather. I want to thank our personnel for stepping up like they always do. They're ready to go, and hopefully, as I said, maybe they'll be bored this weekend, but if not, they're ready to do their job. At this time, I'll introduce the Commissioner from the Department of Natural Resources, Commissioner Walter Rabin.
Thank you, Colonel. Good morning. At the direction of Governor Kemp and Director Lamb, DNR is currently operating under a unified command with the Georgia Forestry Commission and the Department of Agriculture. We currently have 17 task force and strike teams ready to deploy when needed. We have 16 warming stations at our Georgia state parks. As Director Lamb mentioned, if you'll go to gastateparks.org/alerts, you can find the locations to those warming stations. Currently, the Environmental Protection Division has 19 debris staging areas that have been pre-approved for debris to be stationed at, and also has 29 generators and 4 bypass pumps to assist in getting drinking water and wastewater systems back up and running. At this time, I'll turn it over to Georgia Forestry Commission Director Johnny Sabo.
Good morning. Thank you, Walter. As Director Rabin mentioned, we're in unified command with Department of Revenue, in unified command with DNR and Department of Ag. Georgia Forestry Commission has 113 personnel solely dedicated to this incident at this time. 10 SAW teams with skid steers, mostly located in Catoosa and Franklin County. Also, we do have some in reserve in Baldwin and Coweta. We also have drivers scattered all over the state for logistical needs and runs as supplies are needed that we can get them in quickly. After the storm passes, we have foresters identified to do rapid timber assessments. Depending on how far south the ice travels, a lot of our species does not do well when frozen. In addition to the ice storm, we fully anticipate wildfires in our southwest corner as this front moves through with the thunderstorms and as dry as we are down there. So we have a contingent of resources in the southwest ready to deploy and fight wildfires as needed. Thank you. General Wilson.
Hey, good morning. Hey, well, our team's certainly been preparing for this event for the last few days. As of the end of today, we'll have about 500 National Guardsmen, soldiers, airmen, and volunteers from our state defense force that'll be ready to provide any requirements that may be needed. We're certainly scalable. We're a large organization, so if there's additional capability or capacity that's required once we determine the requirements, and we can certainly do that as well. Some of the first things that we're going to focus on is just assisting our local and our state teammates with power restoration. So we've got a number of chainsaw teams and engineers with heavy equipment that could be moved into the affected area to try to get the roads cleared so that we can get the power teams in and get the power turned back on. We can certainly move any critical supplies around the affected area, either by ground or by air. We've got lots of helicopters, so as soon as the weather permits, if we've got to move stuff by air, we can do that as well. We've got a number of just general purpose soldiers, airmen, and volunteers, again, from our state defense force that are going to be standing by to just provide any support that's required. We certainly stay synced up with our Title X partners and as well as our neighboring states, the military leadership within the neighboring states, just to make sure that if there's any gaps or anything that we come up with that we may need here in the state, that we're going to be postured to ask for it and get it here in a timely manner. Happy to take any questions after we finish up, but that's all I've got for now. I think I'm going to introduce or be followed by Mr. Will Langston.
Thanks, sir. So again, as we've mentioned, we're expecting a very significant ice storm across Georgia, perhaps the biggest ice storm that we've expected in over a decade. On the map behind me, you can see the National Weather Service products. They have issued an ice storm warning for basically all of North Georgia and parts of East Central Georgia as well, down into the Augusta area. So generally, north of the I-20 corridor on the east side of Metro Atlanta, and much of northwest and west central Georgia as well in an ice storm warning. If you're in an ice storm warning, you can expect to see 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of ice or more as you get further north and east in the state, up the 575 corridor, up 85, even portions toward Athens, and even further east toward South Carolina. You can expect even more ice. We're talking 1/2 inch to 1 inch of ice. Not only is that going to make travel nearly impossible, if not impossible, we're looking at the potential for widespread power outages, and some of those power outages could be prolonged. If crews can't get to those areas, it's just going to take that much longer for power to be restored. So our advice is the onset of this precipitation is going to be this evening, so I would anticipate road conditions to start deteriorating tonight. So please be where you plan to be for the next couple of days, at least by the time the sun goes down, or 6 p.m. tonight, and plan on staying there tonight, tomorrow, and potentially into Monday morning as well. Like I mentioned, widespread power outages. So use today to make final preparations. Think through what you would need or what you would do if the power went out for a day or two. Hopefully, if you do experience power outages, it'll be on the order of a couple of hours. But again, as you move further, the northeast metro area and then further to the north and east, that's where we're looking at the most significant ice accumulations, and that's where we could see those prolonged power outages of even more than a few hours. As mentioned earlier, temperatures are going to be below freezing again on Monday, so even when the freezing precipitation ends on Sunday evening, there's not going to be a lot of time behind the precipitation for temperatures to drop below freezing. So we're looking at a potential refreeze situation on Monday morning, even in areas that don't receive ice accumulations from the freezing rain. So if you're in the ice storm warning area, again, let me reiterate, try to be off the roads by 6 p.m. tonight on Saturday and plan to stay where you are this evening, tomorrow, and into Monday morning, where we can reassess what fell, what's refrozen, and try and get power back on and the roads clear. Sir?
All right, thank you all. Now, as you've heard from all the agency heads, we'll open it up for a few questions. Yes, sir.
Can we talk a little bit about what the likelihood of Tuesday is going to be? I know it's early on, but for people, whether it's school, daycare, situations like that into the week ahead, can we walk through the forecast of what that's going to look like? Schools should be closed, businesses should be closed.
Yeah, some of the coldest air that we've seen in a very long time, years, is projected to move in Tuesday morning. So even though it's going to be below freezing Monday morning, an additional surge of cold air is going to move into basically all of north and central Georgia overnight Monday into Tuesday. We're expecting low temperatures in the low to mid-teens. That's air temperature. Wind chill is going to be even lower, and single-digit low temperatures possible in North Georgia. So this is obviously extremely cold, can be dangerous if you're outdoors and unprepared for a prolonged period of time. We will warm up into the 30s to the lower 40s Tuesday afternoon, but then again, we're going to continue dropping below freezing every night with well below average temperatures for the remainder of the week.
Colonel Hitchens, if people ignore the advice to stay off the road, how does that make it harder for first responders if they have to respond to an emergency?
Well, first off, if they're not on the roadway, they're going to crowd the roadway, maybe get in the way of DOT, but it's also going to have our personnel have to drive into a dangerous area as well. We don't have any special talents or things we're trained in driving, but ice is going to be very slippery wherever you go, so it's going to put first responders in danger as well, trying to respond to whatever issues they have.
So you don't mention that traffic is down. What about at your warming stations? Have people already started coming into those?
Commissioner, yes, sir. Currently, the warming station's open at noon today, so we will be tracking those numbers as people start taking us up on our offer for those warming stations.
Director Lamb, if you would just talk about the value of the State Operations Center and how having everyone here in one place, affects the response.
Absolutely. So the great thing about the State Operations Center is it brings all the necessary decision makers and problem solvers together collectively. And I've certainly found over the course of my career that collective reasoning and problem solving is always the way to go. I know individually things are difficult, but together, when we come together, there's almost no problem we can't solve. And that is the benefit and the importance of the SOC.
My question is for Will. For folks who think that they've seen this before, maybe they grew up north, what would you say to them about how the storm is shaping up and how they should take this seriously?
Yeah, ice is a whole different ballgame from snow. We had snow in central Georgia this past weekend, and we didn't have any issues. Ice, you can't do anything with. You can't drive on it. It's much more likely to take out trees and power lines than just regular snow is, just because it's so much heavier. You do not want to drive on ice, any amount. Even if it's a light glaze, sometimes it's difficult to even see on the road. So if you decide to travel tonight and tomorrow, especially when it's dark, it can be very difficult to even see. So just traveling with even a small amount of ice is putting yourself in danger and in turn causing problems for other people as well. So the best solution is to just not try to drive when there's ice in the area. And anywhere in that ice storm warning, we could see accumulation significant enough to greatly disrupt travel and put people in harm.
And Will, just as a follow-up, I know for some areas like Augusta, when Hurricane Helene hit, some people didn't have power for 2 weeks. We are anticipating the power outages. Do we have any other indication of getting more resources in addition to the 10,000 personnel in case there are more outages in other parts, since that may not be enough for the state? How is that being monitored?
I think we have a 10,000 person crew is a lot. I will mention that this is not just a Georgia issue, this storm. We have basically every state in the southeast other than Florida that's dealing with this. So power companies are going to be throwing everything they have at those issues. I mentioned that northeastern quadrant of the state is where we're looking at the highest odds of those significant, prolonged, damaging, to infrastructure issues. But it could go all the way, like you mentioned, Augusta, we're expecting, a quarter to a half inch down there. So the further north and east you go, the more likely that we would see those prolonged power outages, but they're going to be possible anywhere within that ice storm warning.
Are you still encouraging people in the affected area to stay off the roads tomorrow, even if they're looking at their weather app and seeing above freezing temperatures?
Yes, great question. Even the precipitation may change back over to rain tomorrow night, so you may see that happen. However, if there's ice accumulated on roadways, it's not going to melt quickly. Temperatures may be above freezing, but not warm enough. Plus, with the sun down, it may not dry up off roads before temperatures fall below freezing tomorrow night. So it's best to just play it safe. Don't test the roads. Even if what you're seeing online, on social media, or on your weather app may indicate that it's safe to drive, it's just not worth taking a risk with this system. This is one of the biggest ice storms that we've seen in quite a while, and it's just not a good idea to test it.
Commissioner McMurray, what roads do you expect could become impassable first? When realistically should people plan to avoid them, and for how long?
So again, with this wedge of cold air that's coming in, and the map behind us really indicates where we would anticipate seeing those sort of worst conditions first, and it's going to be a lot colder in those areas. And so again, we're asking people to stay off the roads today, but for sure, as you've heard from Director Lamb and Will Langston, the meteorologist, is by dark, get to where you need to be. And it's going to just be bitterly cold based on this forecast Sunday into Monday, which again is, and if we talk about ice, and as Will Langston just talked about the spread of the ice based on the warning area, all it takes is one spot of ice, not a covering of an entire road. All you have to do is find the wrong small spot to cause a peril for you and cause risk for you as traveling. So again, we're just asking everybody to get where they need to be today, limit your travel today, and expect to be there at least through Monday, and see where this holds potentially into Tuesday based on these very cold temperatures. Of course, the mountain counties and that cold wedge of air is right around the Appalachian Mountain coming into that area, and that's where obviously we don't expect any thawing to happen until well into Monday or later. So that's, again, that's the problematic areas when the temperature just gets that cold. We continue to brine. We'll continue to use salt and aggregate mix to try to break that up. And when the temperatures get around 20 degrees and below, we'll start using calcium chloride to accelerate, which lowers that freezing temperature even lower. So those are all the tools we have in our toolbox. But when you just have a continual amount of rain, freezing rain, and then cold temperatures on the backside, it's going to be a large effort for us to continue to try to keep up.
Director Lamb, you mentioned, I think, the MREs and the water. What's the quantity that you have of those, and how you could distribute them when power starts going out?
Well, that's one of the important reasons we preach being prepared now. You do have to understand that we can get things out as weather conditions permit. So that's one of the reasons we harp so heavily on being prepared. You need to plan now to have 3 days, 3-day supply ready, because once you get into the storm, you may not be able to get it. So that goes back to why we say it is so important for people to do their part and be prepared, which helps us do what we need to do.
Can you also iterate that across businesses that are planning on staying open, the dangers? I know we talked about drivers being off the road, but certain businesses that are still open or may open Sunday or Monday, what's your advice to them as the director of GMA in terms of safety?
Well, I'd say follow our messaging and the information we're putting out now. We're telling everybody it's going to be dangerous to be out on the roads. And we've said many times, and we'll say again, one of the most important things people can do is to heed that advice and stay off the roads, because by doing that, it allows us, one, for them to stay safe. It doesn't impede our DOT personnel that's out there keeping the roadways in conditions. They're not. And what I'd encourage everybody to is, as I said earlier, this is not just about you. Think about everybody else's safety as well. And I know everybody out there doesn't want to harm themselves, but certainly don't want to harm someone else. And I would say for them to consider that when it comes to your point.
Last question, can you get these gentlemen back to work? No?
Commissioner Stevens, I know you had mentioned in the press briefing the risk of potential wildfires in South Georgia with the lightning that will come in after this storm. What would you say to some of those folks that live in the southern part of our state about, I know we're focusing right now on ice, but the potential for potential wildfires?
No, thank you for that question. Just be careful. Humidities are going to drop. Winds are going to be real high and gusty. It is not the time to be having a warming fire in the backyard, burning yard trash. You know, any spark can cause an unnecessary wildfire. The lightning is going to do that on its own until we receive significant rain. So we just ask to not contribute to that. Humans, unfortunately, are the #1 cause of wildfire, so let's not be a statistic. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, there we go. We just heard from multiple emergency officials there with GMA, really showing you how widespread this is, really digging into this is an all hands on deck situation. We keep reiterating the staying off the roads and everything that they're doing to make sure that everyone stays safe in this huge weather event.
It certainly is a robust plan. We know that the state of emergency that was issued earlier this week will remain until effect until Thursday, because we are talking about days of ice that we could see, at least with the refreeze. And we also heard from some DOT officials talking about the preparations underway on our roads already. They started at midnight pre-treating a lot of the roads, miles of road with a brine. They'll do this in shifts until 12 o'clock noon today, which is in just about 30 minutes. Take a break and then do it all over again.
Yeah, Dan Kennedy was listening in to that press conference as well, along with a lot of our reporters. Dan, what did you find to be some of the biggest takeaways? Because we really are trying to stress the gravity of what's to come.
Right. Well, you heard those officials up there, Josh Lamb from GMA and 6 other state officials closely aligned with Georgia's emergency response plans. They got up there and said they are getting ready for what could be the biggest ice storm in a decade. You know who was missing from that news conference was Governor Brian Kemp. Those officials briefed him right before this meeting began virtually because the governor, it appears, is still overseas. When he issued that state of emergency earlier this week, Governor Brian Kemp was in Belgium at the time. He's over there and now visiting the UK as part of an economic forum that he's taking part in. So the governor not present there, but he is still appearing virtually for some of these briefings. In addition to what you all mentioned about this continuous brining that is going to take place with phase 1 ending in just about 20 minutes from now. That's statewide. That's 18,000 miles of roadway that's being brined right now. I think it's also important to note that there are some warming shelters that are going to be opened up for people statewide. You had the Department of Natural Resources get up there, and they said that they are opening 16 warming centers at state parks across the state. Now, I have their website pulled up here, and I want to show you. You can check this out for yourself. This is gastateparks.org/alerts, and it has some more details for you here, including which parks are currently closed. So it's not just any old state park, but what did we say? 16 warming centers are open at select state parks across the state. So it could be a good option for you if you lose power this weekend. And then I want to show you their Facebook page here, the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. Somebody asked a great question, and I have the answer highlighted off to the right. Pets are welcome at these warming stations over the weekend if they are leashed and accompanied by the owner at all times. Pets may not be left unattended. Crates, travel kennels, strongly encouraged as well. So just thinking it's important to pass along that note for folks. Additionally, Aisha and Jonathan, the National Guard stands by. They are ready to help after this state of emergency was declared by the governor. The National Guard effectively deployed, ready to go. Some 500 soldiers on standby. They're going to be able to help with supplies if needed. If they need to get some supplies to counties across the state, they can do it by ground or by air. And one more note on that on the supplies before I toss it back to you. The state is sending blankets and MREs to North Georgia, and they are really focusing on the nursing homes up there and who those nursing homes need to call should they lose power. They are also opening up some Red Cross shelters in the following counties: White, Walker, and Rabun. Jonathan, Aisha, it was a 35-minute news conference, a lot to cover there, but I think that's some of the key takeaways.
Yeah, a lot of information coming out of that news conference. It really does seem that the state as a whole is prepared for what we heard again, Dan, could be several days of this weather impact.
One of the key points that I found interesting there, Dan, maybe you heard this one too, just really overstressing the people staying off the roads. It's going to take 12 to 14 hours for them to make that loop around the state and come back around. So the brining process, you think about it, you're really only going to get one shot to get your road treated, and don't even think that they're coming back around anytime soon.
No, it's a great point. We can all do our part to help out those folks as they work to brine the roads. 18,000 miles of roads that need to be brined. As you mentioned, it takes about 12 hours to do so. They are working in 12-hour shifts to get this done. And even after the brining, did you hear that they're going to have some snow plows out trying to get rid of any kind of slush or anything that can freeze overnight? And in addition to all those road crews out there, I'm sure you also heard that the state troopers are going to be out starting at 6 o'clock tonight, strategically positioned around the state. And then tomorrow, you can double that number, closer to 60 state troopers ready to respond to crashes if needed. But Aisha and Jonathan, let's just hope there are no crashes. If you heed the warnings of those officials, it's to stay inside.
All right, Dan Kennedy joining us live from the streaming center where he will be hunkered down himself all weekend long, tracking all of that for us. Dan, we'll see you in just a little bit.
All right, so this storm doesn't arrive until later tonight, but the city of Atlanta says the most important work is already happening right now. And some of that important work is also happening at the airport. A lot of people already had to change course. Thankfully, they waived the change fees a lot of airlines did so that you can stay home safely instead of trying to head out into the storm.
That's right. Our Stephanie Chaynock is joining us live from the airport. And Steph, we know that the world's busiest airport feels that it is ready for what may be coming.
Yeah, so airport officials say they are confident that Hartsfield-Jackson will remain open. They are, like everyone else, closely monitoring this storm as it makes its way here through Georgia. And like you mentioned, I did speak to a few passengers who told me they did reschedule their flight so they could leave out earlier this morning in order to avoid any type of headache. We know crews are working 12-hour shifts here, and that the airport is also going to be using, for the first time ever, new ice clearing machinery. They are hoping that will help with the landing and taking off here at the airport today. We know still delays, cancellations, very much so possible, and we're already starting to see some of those. According to Flight Aware, we're seeing 90 delays right now here at the world's busiest airport, 267 cancellations, and those numbers have been climbing since we've been keeping track over the last couple of hours, and it's still so very early this Saturday morning. So a traveler I spoke to, so he said that he's heading to New Orleans this morning. He's happy to beat out any type of ice issues. He's excited for the cuisine. He also told me he's from up north, so winter weather, he's no stranger of. You're from New York. Thoughts on, Georgia's reaction to, some ice and potentially some snow?
I think it was a little bit of an overreaction, but hopefully safe is better to, to overreact and to have a lot of accidents and stuff later.
So he's another person I spoke to this morning who feels Georgia may be overreacting. Obviously, we're going to have to wait and see. Another traveler told me that he's heading out this morning, heading back home to New Hampshire, where they are expecting, he says, 2 feet of snow. As always, the airport officials are telling everyone to just arrive early. Also, like you guys mentioned, most of the airline companies, they are offering you guys, travelers, able to adjust their flights, book or cancel without charging them. So that's a heads up to any passengers that may be traveling through this weekend. Live here at Hartsville-Jackson, I'm Stephanie Chadonka, 11 Alive News.
All right, Seth, thank you. You know, I've been seeing on social media, and, you know, a lot of people are not from Atlanta, right? And a lot of people are from up north. And so you may think about not taking this as serious. I'm from Michigan, grew up driving in these conditions, but I'm not going to be so arrogant to think that me and my truck can do it.
Yeah, you can't, because ice, all it takes is just a little bit here. That's why we've been warning everybody. In fact, we've been telling you, people across Northeast Georgia, all of us are bracing for the winter storm. This is something we haven't seen potentially in a decade.
Yeah, and we know because of all that ice, it's just so heavy, it has the potential to bring down trees, especially those old ones, power lines especially, and that could leave people in the dark at least for a couple days.
It could be. Let's check in with our Chase Howell, who is in downtown Cleveland, which is over in White County.
All right, Chase, you got some new guidance from the county EMA there on how the state is stepping in to help the area. What are they telling you right now?
Aisha, Jonathan, it just goes back to what you guys were just talking about with Dan, how the state is helping out counties up here in the north. So I want to get this out, and I want people to have time to grab a pen and paper, grab your phone, shoot off a text, because this is important information for those that may need help. So what's happening right now is the gym at the White County Parks and Recreation Center is now an emergency shelter. So again, that's the White County Parks and Recreation Center. It is now an emergency shelter. So anyone who needs to go there, go ahead and go. That's going to be at, here's that address, so make sure you write this down, type it in your phone, or shoot off that text. It's 327 Asbestos Road. Again, that is 327 Asbestos Road, where you can find an emergency shelter, which is at that White County Parks and Recreation Center. Now, they are asking people to pre-register on the county website, but if you don't have internet access, you can call 706-865-9800. Again, that phone number, again, if you don't have internet access to go into the county website, that phone number is 706-865-9800. Now, what you'll find at those emergency centers are actually 20 cases of MREs for those that are staying in those emergency shelters, all provided by the state, including a pallet of water. Now, also, you guys mentioned nursing homes earlier with Dan. So 2 nursing homes south of the county have received emergency power and heat from the state. They're also, soon the public safety building will also be receiving a Starlink, which, if you don't know what a Starlink is, it essentially talks to satellites, and that's going to be a last case scenario if all their internet access goes away, the generators fail, they lose power. So they'll have that Starlink that's going to beam up to the satellites so they can get those 911 calls through to make sure anyone that's having an emergency can be responded to. But I want to go back to this emergency shelter at the White County Parks and Recreation Center. If you haven't taken out your pen and paper, if you haven't taken off your phone, do so now. That address is going to be 327 Asbestos Road. 327 Asbestos is spelled ASBESTOS Road. And they're asking people, again, to pre-register if you on the county's website, but if you don't have internet access, you can call 706-865-9800. Again, that's 706-865-9800. And there you will be fed with a bunch of MREs from the state, and there is a pallet of water there as well. So you guys, I wanted to get that information out as soon as I can, because that's important for those watching us here on 11 Alive Plus to know, because we all know this storm system that's moving through, and at the accumulation of ice, we could see power lines down, widespread outages across the county here. So it's going to get cold, and it's going to get cold fast. So if you are not prepared, if you don't have the means to be prepared, they have that emergency shelter, again, at the White County Parks and Recreation Center.
All right, our Chase Howell joining us live there with some updated information. Always good to know the resources available before you end up needing them. So Chase, thanks for that information.
And that is what we are here for. We also want to make sure you know the timing and the track of this system. Meteorologist Chesney McNeil holding it down in the Weather Impact Center, bringing us that track.
Yeah, and it's likely we won't see the impact, or we won't see any freezing rain around here until we get toward the latter afternoon and into the evening hours. That's where we'll start to see some of those impacts here, at least in the metro area. It'll start in the northern counties first and then make its way down toward the metro area. Our temperatures starting off in the 40s, but will be falling as we head through the day. So that's what we'll be watching for. So we're saying Saturday evening into Sunday, in fact, into Monday is when we'll have these impacts around our area. And toward the end of it all is really you really start to see some of those impacts, especially on Sunday, because of the freezing rain around through the overnight tonight. That's going to start to weigh down those power lines and power tree in those trees. They'll start to snap as well. So those are our two concerns right there. Of course, the power outages and also slick roads. They'll get worse as we head through the morning on Sunday into Sunday afternoon, especially with that cold air wrapping around this particular system and coming back in. Whatever is wet on the roadways will begin to freeze. Even some of our areas just to the south of the city, when we've been focused really on the freezing rain from Atlanta up here toward the northeast. And so that's our focus is for the onset. And then once things are done, you're talking about area wide, really, we'll be looking at that. We had some precipitation earlier on in the form of snow up to the far north, especially in the higher elevations of the North Georgia mountains. Right now, this is what's taking place. You got the clouds in place. Right? You got a little bit of precipitation up here to the north. A lot of this just not reaching the ground. Coming back now over into our extreme northwestern counties. So Dade, Walker County, maybe a little mixing taking place right now. We had some snow earlier on. A few raindrops over toward Higdon and western portions of Fanning and Gilmer County. And then you can see over here toward southern White County, over toward Mossy Creek, and then down into northern parts of Hall County, over toward Gainesville. You may be experiencing a drop or two. That's about it. If you were planning to get out and go out, maybe get out for something real quick and come back in, then that's what you may experience over here toward Banks County, over toward Homer, down toward Commerce, even into northern parts of Gwinnett County, Sugar Hill, just a few raindrops around. And I do suspect that any precipitation here in the metro area may start off as a little bit of wet weather and then starts to change over. You can see up into Blue Ridge where we had some rain. Roads still a little bit dark, but it's starting to dry up a little bit now that the rain has begun to subside. So it is drying up a little bit. We have a little bit of a breeze out there. Those winds will start to pick up later on tonight and into tomorrow. Expecting through the day on Sunday for those winds to be ripping around. Gusts could be as high as 30 miles per hour at times. That's going to add to the problems, especially when we talk about power outages. Ice storm warning. You can see it covers much of our area. Georgia's Rome down through Atlanta over toward Athens and down toward Augusta is where we're expecting to see significant amounts of ice accumulation. What is significant amounts? Well, any amount is treacherous. But when you start to talk about 1/4 of an inch and higher, that's when you start to get into the danger zone, especially when you talk about 1/2 inch and higher, and we're expecting to see that up here to the far northwest, okay? We could be seeing really significant amounts if we get up to an inch, and there could be some isolated pockets that get up to an inch of ice, again, especially up here in the northeastern corridor of our state. You notice the blue counties down here is where we have our winter weather advisories, expecting a little bit of an icing there. Even 1/10 of an inch can do some damage or cause some problems for us. You look at our potential, and right there, where we're talking about Murrayville up toward Tiger, this is over even into South Carolina, over to Andrews, South Carolina, where you can see 3/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. Just south of that, anywhere from about 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch possible in these areas, and that's still, again, significant damage for the area as far as the roadways and trees being toppled over on the roads, not to mention, again, those power lines. And then once you get south of Atlanta, south of Social Circle, you're talking about traces around. If you live in these particular areas, say, for example, down toward Peachtree City, I wouldn't say, oh, I'm out of it and I'll be fine, or it's all rain. There will be some slick spots for you as well, especially as that colder air begins to move in later on after the system is over. So if you look at this, it kind of shows us what we can expect with the amount of ice that could be around. So if we're talking about just 1/10 of an inch, you're talking about a light glaze on the roadways and sidewalks, makes it difficult to travel, okay? You're looking at also isolated power outages. Once we get to 1/4 of an inch, which is what we expected to be widespread, now we're talking about numerous power outages. We're talking about limbs sagging and snapping or breaking, trees maybe toppling over because of the winds with that ice that's going to be on it. And then when you get up to about 1/2 an inch or better, you're really talking about long-term power outages, widespread, severe damage that's going to be on our trees, and also dangerous travel, if not impossible to travel. Okay, and then we're talking about that system over us. This is a widespread system, as you can see, extending from West Texas all the way up into Boston is where we're going to see these impacts. So making travel very difficult. Hopefully you're not flying out to any of these areas. Hopefully you're where you're going to be at least through about Tuesday, where the system can get in and get out. Road work can be done, power work can be done. We're looking at this system making its way further off to the north. Now, interestingly enough, and Nicole has been talking about this really all morning long, this warm air that's going to be moving in to our forecast area. Here we are by 10 o'clock tonight, and you can see where much of North Georgia, under that pink area there, where we're looking at that ice in our forecast area. And then with this warm nose coming in, it's going to be the question of how quickly that's going to take place. This wedge that's over us, that easterly flow coming in with high pressure up here to the north, will keep us on the frozen side, right? And as that area of low pressure starts to head to the north, we still will be in that easterly flow. So how long will this wedge hold on before that warmer air gets in here? That could mean a prolonged period where we see that ice adding to the totals, all right? Now, if that warm air gets in here and it starts to change over to rain, that would be a better scenario for us, and we'd like to see that. But along that line will be some very heavy rain, possibly even some thunderstorms, especially south of the city, where there could be a brief spin up, certainly, before that rain begins to get out. Now, once it starts to move over toward the east, we're talking about the wraparound flow and that northerly flow coming in with those stronger winds and also the colder air. And so whatever falls on the ground now that's wet, of course, will begin to refreeze. With our temperatures on Monday, as Nicole will tell us, only getting up to around freezing. If they get that high, we'll be seeing a lot of this freezing over, and then maybe a brief thaw, and then it freezes over again because our temperatures through the first half of the week will stay on the cold side. Here to walk us through what we can expect here locally is Nicole.
Thanks, Chesley. As far as the timing goes throughout the next 24 hours, a lot of the ice accumulation won't actually start to take place until tonight and into tomorrow morning. So during the day today, we're still watching for that potential for some wintry mix to develop. There have been some locations in far north Georgia where there's already a light glaze of ice on car windshields, but so far ground temperatures are still too warm to really sustain anything. As we go throughout this afternoon, temperatures will start to drop, and that could allow for any untreated roads to turn slick, especially those bridges and overpasses in far north Georgia as those temperatures start to decline. By later this afternoon and tonight, that's when we'll start to see really not only more widespread showers, but a more widespread changeover from anything falling as rainfall to a freezing rain and sleet mix, maybe even a few snowflakes mixed in there as well. Temperatures will drop down into the 20s late tonight and into tomorrow morning, and that's when we'll start to see more widespread impacts of the ice. So roads will start to turn slick and icy. We could also see areas where the tree limbs start breaking, where power lines start breaking, and we'll be watching for that threat for power outages that really goes up later tonight and into tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, temperatures, we'll be watching those very closely. As Chesley was mentioning, we'll be watching for that potential for a little bit of warming into Sunday. Not a big dramatic warm up, but just enough to get us up just barely above freezing and retransition us back from the freezing rain and the sleet back to just rainfall. Here's how it plays out hour by hour on our forecast track. So through the next few hours, the bulk of North Georgia is either at or above freezing. Also keep in mind that just because the surface temperature, the air temperature is close to freezing, it's going to take a little bit while longer for roads and the ground to reach the freezing point. So there may be a little bit of a period of a transition where actual air temperatures are down below freezing, but the ground is not quite frozen just yet. A few isolated showers possible throughout the day today, but a lot of what we see is going to be very light, and it should be pretty hit and miss. Later this afternoon, we'll get that influx of moisture coming in from the southwest while we get the cold air wedge building in from the northeast. So the most widespread ice accumulation will take place tonight and into tomorrow morning. As that warmer air tries to wedge its way in by tomorrow, some spots will warm up to above freezing, Atlanta metro included, which could allow for showers and even thunderstorms into tomorrow afternoon. But some spots up towards the northeast of the city will continue to accumulate ice even into Sunday afternoon. And anything that remains on the ground will refreeze on Sunday night and Monday morning as temperatures drop down down into the teens and the 20s. Jonathan and Aisha?
All right, Nicole, thank you. Well, we want to keep it moving and letting you know just all the different aspects where we are tackling this storm.
Absolutely. You know, one group working to keep those in need safe and warm during this winter storm is Must Ministries. They do so many good things. We're going to be talking with them in just a moment. We're going to be joined by their president and CEO in just a moment, because we know there are a lot of our vulnerable populations who really do need the services and help as this storm is kicking in.
Yeah, and we can't forget about them. We know we have the warming centers, and including one in Gwinnett County. That is where we find 11 Alive's Grace King there, where leaders are saying, hey, we are here for you. We are open and operating to make sure no one goes cold in the system, Grace.
Yeah. Grace, good morning to you.
Good morning, or good afternoon now. I guess we're getting close there. But Gwinnett County, you know, they're opening extra warming shelters. They are calling in extra first responders. And they're also setting up a one-stop hotline that you can call or text to get some help this weekend. Now, of course, if it's a true emergency, call 911. They have extra dispatchers working around the clock so that they're able to answer all of those extra calls they're anticipating as that winter weather picks up. Now, the Gwinnett County is also establishing a hotline where you can call or text with non-emergency weather-related concerns. So you can call 770-513-5700 or text 470-636-9202 all weekend long if you have a problem. For you to get help from the right people.
Using these numbers will reserve the 911 system for emergencies only. Our teams will also be monitoring social media for reports of non-emergency incidents. So I urge you all to please be sure to follow our social media pages. You can tag Gwinnett County government, comment on our post, reply to our threads on X, and let us know the location of your incident, and we'll get that information to our crews as quickly as possible.
And they have crews on standby to help with salting roads, clearing trees, whatever else comes up. But they're asking that, again, you please go home, stay home, so that you're out of their way and they can get that work done and respond to all of those problems that could arise. Live in Gwinnett County, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right. Grace, thank you. So we want to get back to one group to help make those in need safe during this winter storm. Must Ministries always responding to the community's needs.
Yeah, we want to bring in now President and CEO Dr. Dwight Riegard. We appreciate you for being with us this morning. Hopefully you are nice and warm, but we know so many people do need to stay safe during this weather. So when winter weather hits Metro Atlanta, who do you worry about the most?
The people who live outside. You know, they're the most vulnerable people in our community. And so when we have an event like this, we are the warming shelter for Cobb County. Anytime the temperature drops below 35 degrees, and when we have a stretch of cold weather like the next 12 days that's predicted, then we're going to have over 100 extra people in our shelter who already will have a capacity of 176 people. So it's quite an effort for us to be able to get ready for these types of extreme weather situations.
All right. And so tell us how you guys are approaching this weekend, any differently from past cold weather events.
Kind of like when you have a lot of company coming for the holidays and all of a sudden you've got a full house full of people where you've got to plan in advance or the amount of food that you're going to have. And Must Ministries is extremely blessed. They have over 8,000 volunteers every year who come in and volunteer their time. And at times like these, where it's extreme situations, then they step up and they really help us to be able to be there. So we're helping to make sleeping arrangements, the feeding situation for all of those people. And we're very blessed to have some great partners like Catholic Transfiguration Church, which will take about 20 plus women. First Baptist Church of Woodstock will take a group of men. And then Bethany Methodist Church in Smyrna also steps up. And so it is a team effort for the community, no doubt about it.
That's so good to hear. And, you know, Dr. Riegard, we've been talking about past storms that we've seen here in Metro Atlanta. A lot of people think back to 2014. A lot of lessons were learned since that time 10 years ago. What lessons have you all learned at Must Ministries on how to get better prepared for what we might see this weekend?
Well, on a personal basis, I got caught in that storm the last time. I was at Muss that day, making sure that everything was taken care of. And about 5 hours later, I finally made the 6-mile trip to my house. So you learn on a personal basis, but it's a matter of making sure that you've got enough salt to be able to put out on the sidewalks, because we have people coming in from the outside. We have people that have been living in their cars, and in the extreme cold, they're looking for that place to come. Not only are they going to be able to come in and they're going to be able to get warm meals, but we also have our workforce development people that are there to help people get jobs while they're there. So it's a productive time as well for people when they come in. They can get showers. We provide new clothing for them. So it's an opportunity for us to really step up to the most vulnerable people in our community. We call it wraparound services. Just wrap our arms around them, look after them. And we also have medical and behavioral health care available that no one is turned away because of an inability to pay. We're there in the community to serve our neighbors in need.
And what would be your message to anyone watching this, maybe for themselves or know a family member who may need to utilize these services, how to ask or how to go about getting help from you all?
The fastest way is to go to musministries.org, and you can have someone who will get in touch with you. Our shelter is located on Bells Ferry Road at Cobb Parkway. And so perhaps if you're one of those that you're driving and you see someone that's out in the elements, tell them about MUS. We're an emergency walk-up shelter, which means that's a designation by HUD that we're going to take anyone and everyone that walks up as long as we have a bed. We're going to make sure our goal is to have not one bed that's not occupied. And then, as I say, during times like these, we're putting out cots. We're taking care of about 100 extra people a night. Last year, there were 47 nights where it was 35 or below. This year already, we've been at 29 nights that have been at 35 or below. So we know it's going to be a tough winter. We haven't even made it through January yet. So we know that we've got our work cut out for us, but we got a community that really cares, and that makes all the difference.
All right, Dr. Dwight Rieger, you all are prepared, which is certainly good. You all have a legacy of helping people in our community, and glad that you all will be with our people here through this storm as well.
All right, you know who else is here? The tag team is back again. Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb has joined us here in the studio, along with meteorologist Chesney McNeil. You know, you guys have a lot of weight on you, but you are ultra prepared.
Yeah, shoulders are broad. We've been through this a time or two.
We have. And Chesley, here it is. You know, we have been talking about this for days. On Monday night, we issued the weather impact alert. And a lot of people are like, it's not going to happen. It is going to happen. But here we are now within hours of this event that's going to take place. And you have been working really hard. The 11 Alive Weather Impact team has been working really hard to really be consistent with our message. I know there's a lot of stuff out there floating around on social media.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, we've been trying really hard to be consistent with our message here. And the way things are turning out that we're seeing so far, this is going to be an event. It's going to be a bigger event for some people, not as much of an event for other people on the south side. And so that's where we're really working really hard on that messaging of letting people know where it's going to be worse. And here in Metro Atlanta, we are going to be experiencing some ice.
Absolutely. We work with the information that we have. And earlier in the week, we were looking at the ice being spread out all of North Georgia. But as we got closer, it started honing in. And so we began bringing you and talking about really the northeastern corridor of our state. And so that's where it looks like the higher totals will be, but that doesn't negate the fact that lower totals will cause problems from the metro area and a little bit further to the south.
And I think while we've been following this storm, we've been very transparent with telling people, you know, watch every day.
Oh, yeah.
Because that message is going to change. And it's really been interesting watching these models over the past few days, how you said, you know, one model was saying one thing, another model was saying another. And as meteorologists, you and I know that those models aren't the gospel. And it's our job to watch those models and watch the trends and then tell you what we think is going to happen from that. And saying that we hope these models will start coming together.
Right.
And in the past 24 hours, really 36 to 24 hours, those models have been coming together, highlighting that area north and east, getting the worst of the activity here, but still some of it here in Metro Atlanta, too.
Absolutely. And there's still some questions, right? We've been talking about the wedge, explaining what that is, whether or not it'll roll quickly, whether or not it'll hold on. All that will play a role in how much we receive as far as freezing rain today and how much that ice will accumulate.
And Chesley and I have been doing this a long time. Here in the southeast, the wedge, forecasting that, that is one of our biggest forecasting challenges.
The most difficult.
So whenever people ask me what is the hardest thing to forecast, number one, the wedge, well, just numerous things, but the wedge and winter weather.
Oh, man.
And this is the wedge mixing with winter weather, which makes it even more difficult.
Double hard,
but
absolutely.
the models are getting a better handle on how to handle the wedge. The big question for us is going to be on Sunday. The models don't often recognize when the wedge is going to leave. And the models often say it's going to get scoured out in 24 hours, but then in reality, it holds on a little bit longer. So this is where it's going to be really tricky on Sunday, that if this warmer air Sunday afternoon is going to be able to move up into our area on Sunday to get us above freezing for a period, maybe multiple hours there. And even though we don't think that would wipe away all of the ice, it would at least help to stop the thickening of the ice with the additional rain that's going to be coming down. So that's the big question. But timing has been pretty much on par. We haven't really changed our timing that much. It's been pretty much, we've been thinking it's going to be starting here in Metro Atlanta later on this evening, but northeast and northeast Georgia and North Georgia starting most likely by mid-afternoon.
We already saw some flurries and some sleet up in the far northwestern areas.
On that onset.
Right. And it has stopped, and the more of that will start to come back. So mainly up to the north is where you're going to see that first. But walk us through this, Chris. You're talking about temperatures already in the 40s, and they'll probably stay that way through about 3 o'clock or so.
I think so. And we've been telling people too that the high temperature today was this morning. And we're going to see these temperatures gradually falling here through the day. So we have those 40s over us right now. And Chesley, this is the wedge here. By tonight, the wedge is that shallow layer of cold air at the surface coming in from the north and east. And that's what you see here. So at the same time, we're watching the cold air coming in from the northeast like this, dropping down this way. Then we have moisture to the south and west coming this way, and that rides up and over this shallow layer of cold air, and that's where we get that freezing rain. And so overnight, look at Chesley, how that's going to be entrenched over us.
And pretty far down to here to the south. And so as that moisture comes in, you're talking about this area right in here receiving that freezing rain, and that's for a prolonged period of time. You're talking about overnight tonight going into Sunday morning, we'll be dealing with this ice, and that's going to lead to the accumulations. Now, it's going to last longer, mainly up here to the north and east, which is why we're saying the totals up there are going to be a little higher.
And this is at 4:30 in the morning. So when I've been telling people all along, and I think you have been too, here in Metro Atlanta, I want you to be hunkered down before sunset. I mean, it may not start right at sunset, but to be safe, I want everybody to be in their place where they're going to be over the weekend by sunset, because things are going to be deteriorating overnight. And this cold air intrusion will be with us midnight. This is at 4:30 in the morning. It's going to be with us still in the early morning hours tomorrow. And then this is the big question mark. This is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. Whether or not this warm air is going to be able to overtake this cold air, which is that wedge.
And this would be leading to rain. We may see a little bit of mixing here in the metro area first, and then it may change over to all rain if the warm air makes its way further off to the north. Certainly down here to the south, we'll see that warming taking place, where we could even see some thunderstorm activity down to the south. Can you believe that?
Yeah, down in central and south Georgia, they have a level 1 risk. In South Georgia for thunderstorms as that system moves through. But we've got the wedge in dealing with winter weather that we're going to be dealing with here. So watch here going through the day on Sunday how that warmer air is going to be pretty much near us and maybe above freezing for multiple hours. That I don't think will get rid of everything, but it might at least help it a little bit. And even in northeast Georgia, they may not get above freezing very long at all.
So this area right in here could stay that way. So as long as the moisture is around, it's coming down as freezing rain. Now the good news is that it should be ending in our area by Sunday night. So at least the precipitation will be gone, but it's what's coming in after that that will make the impacts linger on.
Another surge of colder air coming in Sunday night and into Monday. So even though, as Chesley said, the precip is going to end on Sunday late afternoon and into the evening, it's going to be dry air and no extra precip coming down, so no additional freezing rain or anything happening. But whatever is still on the ground from Sunday night and may have changed into watery or not totally frozen here in the metro area, but whatever is on the ground here Sunday night and into Monday, when this comes in, it is going to turn slick again.
And I think this could be the worst part. I think people have a misconception of freezing rain. We talk about the ice, right? But it comes down as rain, so it just feels like it's raining on the outside. But when it hits a surface, especially an elevated surface, that's when it starts to glaze over, freeze, and then it starts to pile up on us. If we're still continually getting that as we head through the overnight. So you really will start to feel the effects from this on Monday, even into Tuesday, and could linger into the rest of the week because of those trees toppling over, which is going to happen after the precipitation is gone, right? Because it weighs down the trees and the winds, right? The wind's picking up.
We're talking about wind gusts 20 to 30 miles an hour, maybe some gusts up to 35. So if you have a tree that is coated in ice at 1/4 of an inch, 1/2 inch, greater than a 1/2 inch, that weighs down that tree so much, and then add wind, that would bring down branches, that would bring down trees, and of course that lands on power lines, and that's when you have an interesting situation there. I'm glad you mentioned that again about the freezing rain, how it's liquid in the air. Now I can hear people now looking out the window, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, you know, and looking out saying, oh, this is just rain. Right. Well, it is rain in the air, but when it splats on the ground, that's when it spreads out and freezes and causes that glaze of ice. Now, sleet, which we don't expect here. I know there was a little bit of sleet this morning in North Georgia in the onset. That would be pellets, and ice pellets would bounce on your windshield or hood or on the ground. But you'll see raindrops just splatting on the ground, but it's when they hit that surface, elevated surfaces, the ground, the roads, your back deck, the trees, it turns into ice, and that's what freezing rain is.
All right, so you got to be on the lookout, folks. All right, we're going to toss it back to the anchors now with more.
All right, we appreciate you both staying with us this morning, keeping us safe. Well, state officials are certainly getting ready to keep all of us safe during this storm. We just heard from leaders from the state, and it is a coordinated, robust effort from GEMA and GDOT all the way up to the governor's office.
11 Alive's Caitlin Ross is live outside of the GEMA headquarters after hearing from those officials in the last hour. She took some of the most intense notes I've ever seen, making sure that you all get the information relayed to you properly. Hey, Caitlin.
I was not messing around with those notes, okay? I was making sure we had everything we needed to stay safe because I know that's what so many people are concerned about. It's safety. People want to make sure they are where they need to be by 6 p.m. tonight. They can be there until at least Monday because these roads are going to be impassable in some places. They talked about the program that they have together to make sure that people are in place to address any sort of car crashes, any sort of road issues. One point I thought was really interesting. They said if you do have to be out on this road, make sure you're wearing something that if you get into a crash, you can be outside with. So dress appropriately for the weather. Charge all of your devices right now. Get the food you need right now. It's all of those last minute tips that they want to make sure people know before this storm hits.
All right, we're going to, Caitlin Ross, we were just looking at our phones to get the latest updates as well. Caitlin joining us there from the GEMA headquarters. Caitlin, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
We're also getting ready to, as you see, Chris Holcomb is here just to let you know how intense we are with keeping you guys on this coverage. Our next shift is now arriving in the newsroom, getting ready to head out. We're swapping on, 12 hours on, 12 hours off. And you guys may say, well, you guys are telling us to stay inside. And, you know, you guys are going out in the elements. We've actually acquired hotel rooms to be close to exactly where we need to be to make sure we're not actually navigating the roads to bring you all the information. We're going to be outside showing you what it looks like so that you don't have to go.
Absolutely. Stay home if you can. And that really is the overall message. Stay home and stay off the roads. So crews have plenty of time to be out there to pre-treat. We actually heard from the governor's office. They have started pre-treating roads with brine as of midnight. They're going to go all the way up until about this time at noon and then start it all over again.
Rebecca Lindstrom joining us now from the newsroom with a look at how MARTA is reacting to the storm.
Yeah, I think everyone just has to kind of take into consideration that nothing is normal today. If we're telling folks, the governor's telling folks to stay inside, that means a lot of businesses are doing the same thing. So many of these stores are going to be shutting early or not even opening at all. So if you do decide that you need to head out, do a couple quick things, make sure you call ahead to see if they are open. And if you are counting on MARTA to get you there, you're going to want to make sure that your route is running. MARTA says today it will operate on an inclement weather plan. That means only the 10 Lifeline bus routes will be operating. These are routes that provide direct service to major medical facilities and emergency rooms. All of the other bus routes are suspended. Now, trains, they will run on a 20-minute schedule, and you may see an out-of-service train whipping by. Well, that's because MARTA says it's going to continue running those trains through the weekend to ensure that ice does not cover the tracks. And mobility service, that is only going to be available on a pre-booked medically necessary basis. Now, MARTA says it will run this reduced service as long as it can, so it's going to be keeping an eye on that weather as well. Earlier this morning, we did start to get some pictures from some of our viewers, mainly in North Georgia, getting a little taste of what is to come. Kim Fortenberry in Murray County woke up to what looks like sleet on her deck. And then about 2 hours later, another member of our 11 Alive Weather Impact team, Sweet on Sky Valley, sent us this view. Sky Valley, if you don't know, it's right on the border with North Carolina. And I suspect all of that has melted now. In Ball Ground, a viewer woke up to a bit of rain. The temperature at 9:30 this morning there was about 40 degrees. If you are still heading out to get some supplies, well, you may be a little bit too late, because David Brooks sent us this photo of an Aldi in Woodstock. And while it may be too late for bread, crews are out in force, as we've been showing you all morning long, to remove branches near power lines and start getting those roads ready. This picture came to us from Katie in Dunwoody. Well, we want to know exactly what is going on in your area. How are you preparing for the storm? Are you seeing something that is falling in your area? A beautiful scene, just maybe a creative way you and the family are staying active indoors. Let us know. Text your photos and videos now. You can send them to 404-855-7600. And I wish, you know, when you guys are talking about us doing those 12-hour shifts and staying where you need to be so that we can stay safe, I wish we had some pictures of all of the sleeping bags and blankets and pillows and suitcases that have been showing up here as we've been doing that shift change, because it's been very interesting to watch people walk in and out with all of the things that they've bundled so that we can be here to help our viewers at home know what they need to know to stay safe.
Yeah, it's like a big slumber party here at the newsroom.
It
You know, we'll
is.
be asleep and then we'll get it together and be right on air. All right, Rebecca Lindstrom live in our newsroom. Thanks so much.
All right, and heading to Cobb County right now, where the DOT crews say they are ready to pre-treat and clear thousands of lane miles if the ice develops throughout the weekend.
That's right. Ariana Manise is live this morning in Marietta at the Square for us. So, Ariana, how is Cobb County getting ready right now?
Well, here in Marietta Square, people have been out and about all morning. Families say they're using those last few hours of dry weather, of weather without ice, to just get outside and just get out all the energy, especially for the kids before they may have to hunker down. Now, we were able to go out to Cobb DOT and see how they're getting ready, because once the system moves in, they really want everybody to stay off the road. So it's going to be a different situation here tomorrow. They say they have people on standby. They have an army of trucks ready in equipment stage with the plan in place to treat roads before ice forms. Officials say they have 6 brine trucks ready. They will start pre-treating the roads. 11 salt and gravel trucks are on standby to melt any ice and improve traction on the roads. Crews said they're also using a mobile road temperature system to track conditions in real time and adjust their plans as needed. And while crews are getting ready, as I mentioned, families here in Cobb County, they're doing the same. We spoke to one family out here this morning who says they're preparing for the possibility of losing power and turning it into a stay-at-home day.
It is pretty cool, but we wanted to come out just to entertain the kids a little bit, just in case we do have to stay in the rest of the day. So we went out and had some breakfast, and we took them to the train over here in the Marietta Square, and then we're going to take them to the library to stock up on books. In case we don't have power, reading is always a good entertainment option.
Yeah, it certainly is. Those kids were out here playing. She says she wants to make sure that they have all the fun they can have outside before things move inside. A lot of people just walking around the square enjoying this weather before the situation just really evolves over time. Now, Cobb DOT crew says that they're going to first prioritize the major highways. If your neighborhood happens to see ice on the roads, they say they are not hitting your neighborhood first. They're going to make sure emergency crews, Georgia Power, they can move through those major highways, get there safely, and then they'll move over into those neighborhoods. So that's why you'll be hunkering down for a day or two if we do see some ice on the roads here in Cobb County. We're going to be out here, bring you the very latest from Cobb County. Reporting live for 11 Alive, I'm Ariana Manise.
I love the shots behind Ariana. Every time we've gone to her, people are just vibing in the background.
Yeah.
They're just walking the dogs. They're just, they don't even have on real coats. They're just vibing it out.
Yeah, well, I guess if you're going to be hunkered down for a few days, go ahead and enjoy this little window. Ariana, we'll be checking back with you throughout the morning. Now let's get over to meteorologist Chesley McNeil. Still looking at the timing, it looks like tonight is when we really need to be hunkered down.
That's absolutely right. It'll start in the north, far north first, and then make its way down toward the metro area as we head into the late afternoon and into the evening. We're expecting to see freezing rain. That's been our focus here for the last couple of days, as the models have confirmed that we're looking at ice accumulating in our area. Significant ice at that could be around the forecast area. So you have to plan for it, folks. We talk about travel, two things in particular, travel and also power outages. That's key when we talk about freezing rain because it weighs down the power lines. It topples over trees, tree limbs fall. Chris just reminded me that parking under our tower here at the station could be hazardous because of icicles that fall down on your car, and I don't need that on my ride. I don't need that. And so you got to park in the right place as well. If you're parking under trees, know that you can see those icicles falling down over time as this takes place. We got time on this, folks. This is not going to be something that just comes in like a severe thunderstorm, like a tornado or anything like that, comes in, causes damage, and gets right out. This is going to be stretched out over time, folks, like a snowstorm or like a winter storm does as it continues to move through. So we have our 11 Live weather impact alert from now until Monday. We're going to still experience the effects from this even after the precipitation is gone. We'll still be experiencing the effects from this. Look at this drying up. I was showing you this road earlier. This is up in the Blue Ridge where it was wet, where we had a little light rain, light precipitation coming down, but has been rain. Now things starting to dry up just a little bit, getting a little bit better. So a lot of folks obviously venturing out. As Jonathan mentioned, we got a nice little window here before conditions continue to deteriorate. Now, we've been stressing this by late afternoon, or at least by at the latest tonight. And I would say by 10, 11 o'clock, you need to be where you're going to be. And not only do you need to be there for tonight, you need to be there or have a plan to be there for the next couple of days. I would say even through Tuesday. Just make sure you can stay right there. All your supplies, everything you need to last for a couple of days, because this system will cause some problems for us, not only with the power outages, but you may not even be able to navigate around your neighborhood, maybe not even on your street. As that ice begins to pile up. You can see it now back off to the west of us. Up to the north, you got the snow, and then you got this area where you have some sleet and freezing rain. That's going to continue to head toward us and will likely arrive here, as we said, by this evening. Right now, the precipitation has been on the light side. Up here to the north, we've seen, especially in the higher elevations, some flakes flying around, but nothing too significant as of yet. So you still have people out and about walking around. We did have a few light raindrops coming down. That's it. Clouds for the most part here in the metro area and southward. We suspect it will stay that way for much of the day today. There's a better look at what's taking place up to the north. Our radar indicating some mixing taking place. There may be some sleet mixing in, but again, it has been on the light side, and so far, so good, right? But we know that this will continue to go downhill from here as those temperatures continue to drop. Ice storm warning in effect. You can see from Atlanta, just south of Atlanta, in fact, Henry County northward, covering just about all of North Georgia. We're looking at this from 1 o'clock in about a half hour. Will kick in and will last all the way through Monday about 10 a.m. We're looking at this ice storm warning. It's in these areas right in here where we can see significant amounts of precipitation coming down as far as freezing rain goes, and that is just going to pile up on us, folks. South of that, where you see the blue in here, that is where we have the winter weather advisory that is in effect. That winter weather advisory will last about the same time, but we're looking at lighter amounts, at least, of that precipitation around. Again, the two major concerns with this will be the slick roads and also the power outages. This is a huge system. We're not talking about just our area, right? This extends all the way back over into Albuquerque and extends all the way up to the north as far as Maine, Boston included in it, where you see this pink area here. These are winter storm warnings that we're looking at, folks. And so this is a huge system. We're tracking an area of low pressure that's going to continue to slide up up here toward the northeast. Notice down here to the south, that's all rain, and some of that could be on the severe side, which is why we're thinking in the southern portions of our state, there could be some severe weather around. Can you believe that? While here in the northeast, we'll be dealing with the ice. And look at that. By tonight, we're expecting that rain, whatever rain we have, to change over into freezing rain, and we'll have a period of that through the overnight going into Sunday morning. Will the wedge hold on? That's what we'll be looking at as we head through the overnight tonight. But we're expecting up in the northeast that maybe it could. And if it does, you're talking about higher totals, and that could lead to some major problems in our area. Here to talk more about that is Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb.
You were talking about that ice storm warning that we have, and it's going to be interesting in that not everybody in the warning area is going to experience the same conditions. Like folks down in Henry County who are in that warning won't experience the same conditions as folks up in northeast Georgia, like up in White County, Rabun County, even Hall County, because that is going to be the area there to the north and east where we're going to see major impacts from this system. And even though Atlanta is just outside of that major category, it's still moderate impacts here. I want everyone in Atlanta to be prepared because we're going to have some icing overnight and also in the morning. It's just going to be more severe up in parts of northeast Georgia. And then on the south side, we have the minor impacts. So let's break this down even more. For that area in major, which is northeast Georgia that you see right here, ice totals over 1/2 inch, and that is a significant amount of ice. I know that doesn't sound like much. You're saying only, that much ice. It is a lot when you see that much ice weighing down on trees and power lines. We know it's going to be dangerous to impossible to travel beginning later today in northeast Georgia, but mainly this evening, overnight, and through much of the day tomorrow. There's dangerous and impossible travel there in northeast Georgia. Not only are we going to have widespread power outages in this area of northeast Georgia, but they're going to be lasting a long time because there's going to be so many power outages. That's going to take a while for all of the workers that are going to be out working so hard to repair the power. It's just going to be overwhelming almost. So that's why it's going to be longer for those power outages to take place. So that's northeast Georgia. How about northwest Georgia into metro Atlanta and out the I-20 corridor? That's where we're going to see ice totals 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch. That's still a heavy amount of ice that will bring us some problems here in the metro Atlanta area. And that's going to be difficult travel. We've been telling people all along here in the metro area, we want you to be where you're going to be hunkering down by sunset. Even though it may not be happening right at sunset, there might be a little delay in that. Just to be safe, I want you to be where you're going to hunker down by sunset tonight, which is around 6 o'clock. We will be seeing difficult travel. We're going to have scattered outages, not as many as they're going to have in northeast Georgia, but still some power outages here in the metro area too. And then for far south and southwest of us, that's a more minor area, that's where we're going to see ice less than 1/4 inch. We're talking about a glazing, maybe up to 1/4 inch in some spots. There will still be some slick travel there and some isolated power outages. And what makes that a little more concerning is that it may not be widespread icing everywhere in this area, but there will be spots. And that might make it even more dangerous because you might get a false sense of security thinking that everything's fine, and then you could hit a bridge or overpass that has slicked up, and then you would be spinning out and possibly having a wreck there too. So you've just got to be careful everywhere. I wouldn't plan on any driving late tonight, overnight, early tomorrow morning. Now in the afternoon tomorrow, we're going to have to watch to see how or if we see any improvements as temperatures get back up above freezing for a brief time here. So take a look at Sunday. We're going to start off at 29 degrees here in the morning. That's going to be below freezing for the first part of the day tomorrow. And I don't think we'll get back above freezing till maybe around lunchtime and after. For the afternoon hours, still with some of that freezing rain around. And we may have some breaks in that rain off and on. I don't think it's going to be a constant freezing rain. And then in the afternoon, this model's saying 42. I really think it might be more like 38, 39 degrees for the afternoon hours. But if we could get a few hours in with temperatures that will be above freezing for a while, still with more rain coming down though, that might help curtail the growth of any additional ice developing. And it might actually help to work away at some of that ice that is on the ground and also there on the trees too. So here's the forecast track that we're talking about right now. We've overlaid the temperatures on here so you can see what we're watching. Again, temperatures today, we're not anywhere near freezing. So we're fine here through the afternoon hours. But let me show you what we're watching. It's going to be this wedge pushing in from the north and east, all right? And that's where we're going to see the freezing rain starting as these temperatures drop out there tonight. 31 degrees at 9 o'clock tonight. Now, it looks like Atlanta could still be around 37. That's a good thing for us because that would delay any development of any of that icing there. And then let's go through the late night hours here. You'll see by midnight, we're below freezing in Atlanta, right at near freezing in Peachtree City. But how about 25 in Gainesville with rain falling through that shallow layer of cold air at the surface, and that would make those icy conditions. So this is at midnight. Then we get to 3 in the morning, still some rain around, still with temperatures that are going to be below freezing. Then at 7 in the morning, spotty showers, maybe not a constant freezing rain, but temperatures are still below freezing. So it's this time frame late tonight, overnight, and into tomorrow where we're going to see the ice that's going to be on the trees and on the roads. And then we're hoping for some improvements here by 9 o'clock, maybe getting closer to freezing by lunchtime, maybe a little bit above freezing. But then look at this. This is another band of heavier rain that's going to be coming in. And this is what the models are thinking. And we often, as meteorologists, whenever you've got the wedge, the models often try to scour it out before it really does scour out in reality. So this model is saying that this system coming in is going to be able to overtake that wedge and hopefully warm us up a little bit to 34 here in Atlanta by lunchtime, but still freezing up in northeast Georgia. And then by 2:30 in the afternoon, maybe even up to around 39 here in Atlanta, but still 33 in Gainesville, 31 in Clayton. So still some frozen stuff up in northeast Georgia. And then through the rest of the afternoon, I don't think we would actually hit 45 degrees here in the afternoon hours on Sunday. If we do, that would be a good thing. But still, look, where that wedge is holding on, just barely above freezing in the Duluth and also the Gainesville area. So we're hoping for some of that warming to come in on Sunday to help work away at some of that ice that is left behind, because whatever is still left behind is going to be slick again on Monday morning, because that warming, brief warming that we have on Sunday is going to be just that. It's going to be brief because we're going to see more of this really cold air rushing in Monday, talking about low temperatures down into the mid-20s on Monday. So things could be slick once again going into the first part of the week.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot. We have hit the reset button. Jonathan and Aisha are gone. I'm Ron Jones, and we're going to take you the rest of the way, at least for the next few hours.
And I am Jennifer Bellamy. We have our teams spread out. We're changing over because this is a long haul situation. And so we're getting reset here, as Ron just mentioned. And we do want to continue our coverage right now in Cobb County because we know that they are bracing for the ice there. Folks are just not dealing with the routine here.
Right.
Folks we know have been out there trying to get around, get those last minute items at the stores.
Yeah, that's right. So that's where we find Doug Turnbull. He's in Gainesville right now at the Cobb County Road Maintenance Headquarters. So Doug, what can you tell us, sir?
Yeah, for sure. And we started off this morning, Ron and Jennifer, at the Quick Trip on Highway 53 in Oakwood, just off of I-985. And a couple of people I talked to weren't super vexed by this forecast. But as soon as we pulled up there, just after 8 a.m. this morning, started getting heavy sleet for about 10 minutes or so. We've got some video of that here. Fortunately, that sleet didn't stick to any of the surfaces. Now, as I started talking to people, one of those was Nick Thomas. Nick Thomas, yes. And he and his daughter Savannah had just done a routine grocery run and said they weren't stacking up on any extra stuff, but Nick did see something else. Prepping up for the storm, any special gets at the grocery store there?
No, not really. Just trying to avoid all the crazy folks over there. Just trying to make a normal grocery run, and people are snagging everything left and right that they probably don't need to have.
That's fair, okay? Try to get only what you need, folks. But again, people need to stock up in case and prepare for the worst. Now, his daughter Savannah said that she hopes she actually doesn't get a snow day on Monday. It's not like a snow day when I was a kid, guys. She actually has a homework packet she has to do. Now, we're now stationed at Cobb County Road Maintenance Headquarters here, where some of their 13 trucks are up behind me here. They have 6,000 gallons of brine, 200 tons of a salt gravel aggregate or a mix they're going to put on the roads both beforehand and after any icing to help treat those, and they have tree removal equipment. The crux of their crews, although they're pre-treating the roads now, are actually coming in this evening as things get worse, and they want people to stay off of the roads. And lastly, the Hall County Emergency Operations Center just went into operation 30 or so minutes ago at 12 noon, as did the North Hall Community Center, open as a warming shelter here in Hall County. And I'm stationed in Gainesville now. Doug Turnbull, 11 Alive News, guys.
All right, Doug. All right, Doug, thanks a lot for the update there. We know a lot of folks are still running out there because I was one of them. Ran down there to Kroger not too far from here.
Kroger was crazy.
It was crazy. So many people.
I saw a man with a cart full of gallon milk containers.
Okay.
He was getting ready.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just very interesting to see how different people prepare. As Doug said, there, some people are whatever about it, and some people are like,
let's
okay,
go.
let's go.
Get it done.
I always said, it's kind of a crazy situation. It's always a crazy situation. Something's going on when I get to see Chesley McNeil in the flesh. Sir, how are we doing right now? A lot of folks are wondering, how much time do I have left? Do I have that extra time to go run out real quick? Let's again.
You do have a little bit of a window. It's good to see y'all.
Yeah, it's good to see you, too.
Beautiful to see you, Chesley.
It's very rare. It's like a family reunion around here, folks. Don't get a chance to see them much. Yeah, you do have a window here. And we talked about this the last couple of days, where we didn't think that the frozen precipitation would get in here until we get toward the either latter afternoon or toward the evening. It looks like it's going to be more toward the evening before things really begin to freeze over. But why would you need to be out? All the supplies are gone. Ron just told you that, right? Can't find anything out there. You might as well just stay on inside, right? And wherever you're going to be, I think you need to plan to be there at least for the next couple of days. I would say at least through Tuesday. Anybody flying into our area, or you're here and you're thinking about, oh man, I have a flight out tonight or maybe tomorrow. Yeah, you may be staying over. You may be staying over because the system is so large. It's not just our area, but our neighbors to the west, to the north, all going through. The further north you go, you're talking about snow, and just to our immediate north, you're talking about freezing rain and sleet, right? And we'll be getting on that freezing rain a little bit later on as we head toward the evening. Right now, not a whole lot going on. You're probably looking out your window thinking, where is all this freezing rain that you guys have been talking about? Where is it? Well, it's coming. It's on the way, right? We've been seeing precipitation, a little bit of a mix up here to the far north. It's been on the light side, so we haven't seen a whole lot with it. So a flurry or two in the higher elevations of the North Georgia mountains. Got some reports of sleet. Doug just told you about that, where he was. Just a little bit. It only lasted for a little while, then it was gone, right? We even seen some raindrops in some spots over toward Georgia's Rome. We had some rain already. Up into White County, we've had some sleet already. And so seeing that in and out of the area, and I think that's the way it's going to be for the rest of the afternoon. Here in Atlanta southward, just the clouds in place. The onset of the precipitation may come down as rain first, but we're expecting that to begin to mix with freezing rain before changing over to all rain as we head into the evening. So it's going to take some time. And again, keep in mind that freezing rain comes down as rain, right? And then when it hits the surface, it starts to glaze over or begins to freeze up. And that will begin to pile up because we're expecting that to be around not only for tonight, but right on into Sunday morning, maybe even into Sunday afternoon in some spots, especially up here to the far northeast. So we're watching for that. You can see where we have that light precipitation up here in Higdon, down toward Cartacay, mainly coming down in the form of liquid so far. There may be a little bit of sleet mixing in and at times, but that will be out of the way pretty soon. And then you'll see a little bit more popping up. So it's up to the north where we're experiencing that precipitation first. Ice storm warning in effect, you can see for much of North Georgia. Georgia's Rome included in that. Atlanta, over toward Athens, even over toward Augusta, you're all in this warning area. It's in the warning area where we're expecting to see significant amounts of ice. Now, I say significant amounts because I'm talking about a half inch or higher in some of these spots. Even a tenth of an inch is significant because you just can't get around it. I don't care what kind of car you have, what kind of truck you have. I don't care how heavy it is. That tank that you drive, it's not going to do you any good when ice is on the ground. So be very careful. That's our number one concern is the travel. Second concern, if not as high, would be the power outages that we're going to experience with this. You get that weight of the ice on top of trees. Those trees begin to bend, maybe even crack some limbs before some of those will even start to topple over because we'll start to see those winds begin to pick up as well. And a lot of those impacts will be felt not only once we start to see the ice begin to accumulate, but even after it's gone because those winds will start to pick up and our temperatures will be on the cold side. So this is going to last for a while. It's not just today it comes in and gets out of the way like what we would experience with severe weather, but we're looking at a winter storm. So it's going to take some time for this to manifest and take place in our area. And again, it's up here to the far north and east that we're looking at as far as the heaviest amounts or the heaviest amounts of accumulation, but also the greater impacts. Again, as I mentioned, this is a large system, so it covers a lot of ground, as you can see. So trying to fly out somewhere may be not going to happen today, at least. Maybe not for the next couple of days. You're looking at Wichita, St. Louis, Cincinnati, Washington, D.C., all the way up to Boston. We'll be experiencing this system. As that area of low pressure starts to slide by us, it's going to move up toward the northeast, and so it's going to carry on even up into the northeast corridor. So they'll be dealing with it as well. There's the area of low pressure I was telling you about. You look at the snow that is developing over to parts of St. Louis back toward Wichita, all the way into Memphis. Memphis so far this morning has seen snow, but because the temperatures will warm up on you a little bit, they'll get into this freezing rain as well. That will make its way over toward the east and be over us by tonight. Chris was saying by 6 o'clock. I'm going to double stamp that as well, even though there may not be any precipitation coming down at that particular hour. 6 o'clock is a good time frame for you to be where you're going to be, so that when it starts coming down, you're already in, folks. You're already in. We're going to start noticing powers going out by tomorrow morning. We'll be seeing or hearing some of those limbs starting to crack on us a little bit. So you definitely want to be inside. Now notice this, all right? That's rain down here to the south. It will be on the strong side here in the south and possibly for the southern portions of our state, even some severe weather certainly possible. But we're going to be watching that warmer air to see how far north it gets. We have this wedge. We were talking about the wedge that's going to be over us. How quickly will it erode? Will it erode, right? Will it hold on and that air over into the northeast stay on the cold side as that warmer air rides above that? We'll be seeing that or watching for that. So that's still in question for us. And so that's what we'll be analyzing as we go through the evening and into tomorrow morning and by tomorrow afternoon. Even after the rain stops, that's when we're expecting that wraparound flow to come in, so the air will be much colder by then. We'll be watching those temperatures only around the freezing mark. We're starting off with temperatures in the 40s. I think that's where we're going to stay at least through about 3 o'clock before we watch those temperatures really start to fall back down into the 30s later on tonight. You're looking at 41 degrees by 3 o'clock, 39 degrees by 7 o'clock tonight. Here's our forecast track model. You can follow along with me with the time right there at the top of the screen. Notice this, by 9 o'clock tonight, here comes that wet weather, right? You got rain here in Atlanta southward, but up here to the north, already starting to see that changeover, if not mixing in with some rain, certainly freezing rain around. And that line just goes further down to the south, overtaking much of our area through the overnight into the morning. Once we get into Sunday, still with us as we get into the 8, 9 o'clock hour, and then certainly by the afternoon, starting to wind down just a little bit as there's some heavy rain will push through the forecast area. Notice on Monday, we still have our 11 live weather impact alert because even with the sunshine, we're still looking at those temperatures just above freezing if we get that high. And so whatever's on the roads, of course, is going to freeze over. And so that's going to be with us. More impacts, of course, we'll be dealing with it maybe even into Tuesday morning. So keep it locked right here for the very latest. And our team of meteorologists here to keep you covered all day and all night.
All right, Chesley, thanks a lot. And it is good to see you once again, sir. Always good. And hopefully we can see you for the next 12 hours, maybe. I don't think we will. Hey,
well, maybe not. He needs a break.
He needs a break. But a quick programming note. Some of you may be wondering, where is my sports on this Saturday afternoon? You can find it over on the WATL.
All right, there you go. Good information, because we want to make sure that we are getting this critical weather information to everyone that needs it across our area. So at this hour, we want to get you over to Dan, who is in our streaming center right now. And Dan, you have been prepping, helping to prep for these conditions all week long, and you actually had a chance to speak with Atlanta's Mayor Andre Dickens. What was he saying, and what was his message for folks ahead of the storm?
Hey, good afternoon to you both. Yeah, we had the opportunity to have Mayor Andre Dickens onto our streaming show here within the streaming center yesterday. It was a 10-minute live interview. Chesley actually joined for it, and we got to ask the mayor all about the storm today. Look, he advised the same thing our meteorologists have been advising for days now. Just stay inside if you don't have to get out. That will also allow the road crews more room to do their job, and the bulk of that work just started about half an hour ago.
Let's not have people on the roads unnecessarily. Saturday afternoon, you will start to see Atlanta Department of Transportation out with the salt trucks and brine trucks, as well as GDOT. You also will see Georgia Power as we prepare them for in the event that tree branches and trees snap power lines, so people may be without power. So we're just telling people, be prepared, have batteries, have flashlights, have food and water that can last you a couple of days as we wait out this ice event.
Ron and Jennifer, you might be wondering where the mayor is going to be watching the storm response tonight. He told me he's going to be in the city's Emergency Operations Center. It's been activated officially at police headquarters downtown. You're going to have fire there, the sheriff, GDOT, GMA, also Georgia Power, and that's where they can start to deploy resources and watch as everything unfolds this evening.
Dan, thanks a lot. You know, before we let you go, sir, I know a lot of people are thinking, well, there's going to be brine all over Atlanta, every single street. Is this something that the mayor discussed at all?
Well, how about this? 18,000 miles of road they have to treat across the state when it comes to this brine. So GDOT's been doing that from midnight until about noon. They just finished that first 12-hour shift, and then the mayor now talking about how Atlanta crews kind of taking over this afternoon, so you'll see them more on the city streets. And by the way, Ron, they are going to be treating even as the rain starts coming down tomorrow, so expect those road crews to be out there.
That's really good to know, Dan.
And
Thank
an
you.
important distinction here as well is there are jurisdictional boundaries here. The state takes care of what is the state's purview, and the city of Atlanta, the city of Chamblee, Dunwoody, whatever the city or municipality, the county, those entities are taking care of what they need to, respective of where they are. So that's a lesson we learned from Snowmageddon when people got mad at certain people, and it's like these things belong to certain jurisdictions. So Dan, thank you so much for keeping us updated there. Speaking of the roads and travel, you know, Chesley mentioned not too long ago about people maybe hoping to get in or out of the city. I don't know about that, but we do want to get you to our Stefanich Haynock. She is at Atlanta's airport, where folks maybe are hoping they can get one of those last few flights out.
So long lines there right now?
No, actually, Ron and Jennifer, things are quiet here at Hartsfield-Jackson this morning so far. No line behind me here at the main checkpoint, and things are looking good. Now, we have spoken to a few travelers this morning who told us that they did reschedule their flights to leave a little earlier, trying to avoid some of the ice that is accumulating or will be accumulating. Crews we know here at the airport working 12-hour shifts, and also the airport for the first time using this new ice clearing machinery. They say that other areas use that see much more winter temperatures than us, like Chicago, for example. So we'll see how that goes. We know that right now there are some delays and cancellations. There are flights coming in and out of Atlanta's airport right now. So right now we're seeing about 101 delays, 272 cancellations. We have seen those numbers continue to grow since we've been here since about 7 this morning. Now, one woman we spoke to, she's actually traveling to Florida with her daughters this morning. She says to go to her mother's wedding. She also tells me that she traveled via car from Nashville to Atlanta overnight.
I was worried about the state of emergency, like canceling our plans, and we really had to get down there, so I just drove last night. We got in at like 1 a.m. We're going to Florida.
Florida? What's in Florida?
Well, I'm going to be the flower girl.
She's going to be the flower girl at her grandmother's wedding in Florida. Majority of the airlines, they have issued travel waivers, allowing passengers, if they choose, to cancel their flights or maybe even reschedule them to avoid any type of headache that they may see if not leaving Atlanta, maybe during your connections. Live here at Hartsfield-Jackson, I'm Stephanie Chaynock, 11 Alive News.
Okay, Steph, thanks a lot. We know we have a lot of folks, team members here from 11 Alive who took off early this morning, so I'm sure they're going to get to their destination. If it's later this afternoon, I think they're going to be out of luck.
The only question then becomes, when can you make it back? So hopefully that those newly acquired machinery items that the airport now has will help in getting folks back home again as well. We have been all over Metro Atlanta. As we said, our crews are spread out, trying to keep you as informed as possible. And we know that another group that is spread out all across the state are power crews. They are staging across the state in advance of the storm so they can be ready to respond when the worst passes us by.
Absolutely. So we're talking about freezing temperatures, ice and heavy wind could pose massive threats to the classic city. We're talking about Athens right now. Let's get up there to 11 Live Joe Ripley. He joins us live in Athens. This is right near the University of Georgia. So Joe, how are things, what are the linemen up there preparing? What are they doing for the storm?
Yeah, Ron, Jennifer, we were just steps away from the iconic arch here on Broad Street in downtown Athens. And as you can see behind me, things are pretty normal for right now. We've seen people in cars about, but it's right down the road that we've seen linemen already starting to deploy, just staging and getting positioned for what's to come later tonight, the worst of this winter weather event. We were told earlier that more than 100 linemen from all over the southeast have come right here to Athens. They're expecting widespread power outages from this winter storm. The trucks are weatherized and outfitted with technology to make sure crews can endure the rough conditions to come. I spoke with Ralston Suits with Power Pros. That's a union contractor that works to restore power nationwide. And Suits expects a major weather event tonight and overnight. He says crews are ready to respond whenever and wherever they're needed most. Crews are going to work 16-hour days, he says, try and get a nap in when they can, and then go right back to work. Suit says he's preparing for the worst case scenario and plans for crews to work around the clock to make sure those lights are turned back on.
Yeah, we're here expecting anything, but we hope for the least amount. We hope that even our families at home don't have to deal with power outages and everything else. So we're just here to help and do whatever we can. We are trained to do as quick as possible, but as safe as possible.
We were speaking with several students from the University of Georgia here on campus, and a lot of them plan to hunker down here. They don't want to chance any travel on the roads, especially with some living out of state. Some students living a couple of hours away. They said they're going to have everything they need as far as power, medication, food, water, what have you, to make sure that they can stay safe and warm. Suits says any advice for folks planning to weather this storm, he says make sure you do have that extra food, water, and a reserve battery source, power source, because power will likely go out. We're live here in Athens. Joe Ripley, 11 Alive News.
All right, Joe, you kind of beat me to the punch. I know that's your old stomping grounds, mine too. And I was going to ask you if you would happen to see any students out there. We were getting new information from the University of Georgia earlier this week where they were telling those students that they are urging them to get out and go home if they could. We know not everybody is able, but we do know that that was the word because of these conditions that they're anticipating up there.
All right, Joe.
Yeah, that's right, Jennifer. I was here, sorry, Ron, to cut you off there. I was here in 2014 when there was a major snow and ice storm back then, and a lot of us, myself included, tried to weather the storm here on campus. And I think the university learned that, any word we can give out to help people prepare for this and get out before the worst comes, that's the way we want to plan things. So we're continually monitoring any messaging the University of Georgia is putting out there. There are also local shelters here around the Athens area for folks who may not be close to campus, who are just looking for a warm place to stay tonight. Even though, it may feel cold now, it's only going to get colder. Expecting the heavy winds to pick up, freezing temperatures to come, and then that ice, the most dangerous part of this storm that I've heard from so many people. It's hard to potentially prepare for, but once it gets here and you have no other options, you want to be in a safe space. So that's why, we continually emphasize the dangers and risk with this storm.
Yeah. Joe, thank you so much for staying on top of it. They are from the classic city of Athens, and that messaging really is so important. That's why our team of meteorologists have been letting folks know about these anticipated conditions all week long with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Alert.
That's right, and our chief meteorologist, he's standing by right now with more on that, because Chris, you've been talking a lot about the importance of the ice that's going to build up over the evening.
And ice is the worst type of winter precip that we can have. Snow is fun. Sleet, has impacts, but ice is the worst type of winter precip because it is going to be slick. It's going to be impossible to travel. In some areas, it's going to be harder than others, and it's going to be dangerous. And I want to make sure, I don't want to be the bad guy here for your kids, but if they're tempted to go out and slide around on the ice, please be very cautious with that and try not to let them do that for a couple of reasons. Number one, ice is hard. If you're sledding on snow and you fall over, it's a little bit softer, right? But if your kids want to go out and slip and slide on the ice, if they fall, it will hurt. And if you crack your head open or break a bone, you may not make it to the hospital for treatment. So try not to let the kids go out and play. There's another reason too, because when those trees get a lot of ice on them and it's weighing down, if they're in the backyard, you know, walking around, and icicles come down on their head or even tree limbs, ice is just a different thing, and it's nothing that you want to go out and play in. So definitely be careful. We've been warning people just to be careful when you step outside and you think the back step is going to be fine, and then you find out that you may slip down those steps. Even though it doesn't look slippery, there might be a glaze there that it does make it slippery. So my thing is, be aware of your surroundings. Don't take any chances, because we take it for granted that if we hurt ourselves, we can go to the hospital and get treatment. But with the roads the way that they're going to be in some spots, you may not be able to make it to the hospital. So just please be extra careful out there, because ice is not the thing that icy conditions is not really what we want. So as we were telling you yesterday, that as this all started at the onset of precip, we might have a little sleet in parts of northeast and northwest Georgia. We did see a little bit of that earlier. Now we're getting some light rain, and it may be trying to mix in with the little frozen stuff there now. But this still isn't the beginning of the main event that's going to be coming into our area a little bit later on. Northeast Georgia a little bit later on today, and then into the evening hours for us here in Metro Atlanta. And this is all part of that huge system that's impacting millions and multiple states here around the country. And you can see how it's getting a little bit closer to us here. We have freezing rain over in parts of Mississippi, northern Louisiana, back into Arkansas. Texas has been being hit overnight. They're still getting some winter precip there. We are next in line, as this is going to be pushing into our direction. Again, it's not going to be snow. It is going to be freezing rain by the time it gets into our area. As you know, we have been watching these models very closely over the past week, and then during the week we had really wide ranges of scenarios of what we could see for this weekend, but we told you, keep watching us every day, because we're going to get new model data in, and as we get closer to the event, the models are going to start coming more into agreement, and that's really what we're seeing now with, number one, the location of the best coverage of ice. There's a little bit of differences here between the American model and the European model on how thick that ice will be. The European model is showing northeast Georgia getting thicker ice than what the American model is showing. But what I want you to see here, it's this area of northeast Georgia that is going to get hit hard. Now, we do think around I-20 in the metro area and along the I-75 corridor, we're going to be dealing with icy conditions there. Not as much on the south side, but this is all dependent on how far down to the south that wedge of cool air is able to go. And that's that area of colder air, shallow layer of cold air at the surface that slides in from the north and east. Sometimes it stops in Atlanta. Sometimes it goes beyond Atlanta. And the wedge is really a hard thing to forecast here. So we're giving you a lot of scenarios for folks on the south side, even though you're not seeing that on the models, to be prepared if that wedge is able to kind of push on down into your area. Now, this is an interesting thing that we haven't really had to change that much, and this is the timeline. We haven't had to change this graphic at all over the past couple of days, because things are still lining up as coming in to parts of north and northeast Georgia for the afternoon hours. And we'll just see that mixing developing and starting to transition during the day. And some untreated roads in north and northeast Georgia could start turning slick mid-afternoon to late afternoon. But for us here in the metro Atlanta area, the main event is going to be generally after sunset. So I want you to be hunkered down and in the place where you're going to be all weekend by around sunset tonight. That's when, after that, through the evening, we're going to see more of the freezing rain coming in. The accumulation is going to start intensifying. Temperatures drop into the 20s overnight with rain moving into that. And that's going to make those roads turn slick and very icy. Then on Sunday, the winter weather continues in the morning. The wind's going to start kicking up. We're going to have even a higher power outage threat during the day on Sunday, but still watching those temperatures very closely into the afternoon as to whether or not some warmer air will be able to come in for multiple hours going above freezing tomorrow, and that would help us to kind of curtail that buildup of the ice out there. Now, we know ice is not something that, the thickness of the ice is very dangerous. And Melissa Nord joins us right now. Melissa, and You know, people say, you know, it's just between a quarter of an inch and a half inch. That's really not a big deal. But when you're talking about ice and the weight of that ice, it is a big deal.
It is. And if we were just talking about a quarter of an inch to a half an inch of plain rain and not freezing rain, it would be no big deal. But the threshold between a quarter of an inch and a half an inch of ice really changes the impacts you're going to see. At a quarter of an inch and higher, we see not just the icy roads, but we start to see a lot of those smaller tree limbs getting weighed down and some of the smaller tree limbs starting to snap. Power outages also start to increase because that's adding some weight on those power lines, especially if we introduce a little bit of gusty winds into the equation. Half inch or more, though, that's a really bad ice storm. At that point, the roads are impassable in many locations. We're talking about tree damage that is not just limbs, but even large trees dropping large branches as well. And then power outages that can be widespread and long term because of how many outages we end up seeing. And it's because when you increase from a quarter to a half an inch of ice, you're adding a lot more weight on the trees and on the power lines. A half inch of ice adds about 500 pounds of weight hanging down on one segment of lines. And the way that that ice accretes or forms on those power lines is over here. It's not a perfect circle. It actually is a teardrop shape. This is the power line in the black right here. The teardrop shape, it's slowly cooling and freezing as we see it melting down to the bottom. So that gives us a different bit of dynamics, wind dynamics, aerodynamics as the winds start to blow. And you might see the power lines into tomorrow afternoon and Sunday in northeast Georgia doing kind of this galloping effect. Let me show you the winds. This is not something we want to see, and unfortunately it's part of the equation tomorrow into Monday. Our wind gusts 20 to 30 miles an hour. You can see here tomorrow morning that strong wedge gusting at times 20 to 30 miles an hour. As we head into Sunday afternoon, still some breezy winds, but then the winds pick up again into Monday. So I'm actually more concerned about the cold air on the backside of the system. Ice secreted on the power lines on the trees, and then the entire day Monday, these wind gusts of 25 to 30 miles an hour. Chris, that could really incrementally increase the power outages heading into a couple of very cold mornings in a row. And a day Monday when northeast Georgia, where we're expecting the highest ice, is not going to climb above freezing Monday. So gusty winds still below freezing. It's not a good equation for those power outages.
You know, we're thinking about how the freezing rain is not a great scenario for us, but add wind to that and it's going to be even worse because that weight of those trees and that wind is just going to knock down more of them. So as we've been telling you, we have this 11 Alive weather impact alert through the weekend, today and tomorrow. It's extended. Yesterday, we extended it into Monday. And we wanted to wait to extend it into Monday because we didn't want people to be confused about, oh no, is there going to be more precip on Monday? We're not going to have any more precip on Monday. That's going to end on Sunday night. But it's whatever is left on the ground from Sunday into Monday. It is going to be slick again on Monday morning, and that's from the freezing rain over the weekend, late Saturday, and also into your Sunday. And as we've been telling you all week long, plan for travel and those power impacts that we're going to be dealing with. I love this graphic. Melissa made this yesterday, and it's a really great explainer about what we have going on here, whereas today, we're in the 40s. That's the highest that we're going to be early this morning and into this afternoon. But then we're going to see those temperatures dropping through the afternoon and then getting colder to around freezing later on tonight. This is that cold air intrusion. This is that wedge coming in from the north and the east. So watch how that settles in on us through the overnight hours. This is at 4:30 in the morning. So as that cold air is pushing down in this direction from the north and east, we're going to have the moisture and the rain coming in from the south and also the west of us. And that's going to ride up and over that shallow layer of cool air at the surface. It'll be raindrops in the air. So we've been saying all along, you're going to go outside and you're going to look and you'll be like, oh, it's just raining. Those weather people were wrong again. It's not anything frozen. Well, it's not going to freeze until it hits a surface that is at freezing, and it would make a glaze there on tree limbs, on elevated surfaces, on bridges and overpasses first, and then eventually the ground when the ground also gets to or below freezing. So this will be rain in the air becoming ice when it hits a surface. Then this is the big question going into tomorrow afternoon. The models often don't handle the wedge very well. And the models often say, that warmer air is going to overtake it sooner than what it really does. So we do think that tomorrow we'll begin to see the colder air to the north and east of us retreating a little bit, allowing some of this slightly warmer air to move back in on Sunday. The big question is, how much warmer will it be and for how long? We're thinking that we'll get up above freezing for multiple hours. Whether or not that's going to be enough to get rid of all of the ice, or it's just going to kind of curtail the growth of the ice coming in. So that's going to be the big question for tomorrow as that warmer air comes in. So we should get a little break in the precip later on Sunday. It's going to be ending, hopefully temperatures above freezing for a bit, but whatever is still there Sunday night, look what happens going into Monday. Another surge of cold air, and I mean really cold air, comes in for Monday morning with temperatures that are going to move down into the mid-20s here for your Monday morning. So whatever is left from Sunday is going to be slick again on Monday morning. Now, as I'm showing you that warmer air and the colder air, northeast Georgia still may not even get up above freezing very long at all. So that's why we think it's going to be worse up in parts of northeast Georgia over the weekend, beginning, again, late this afternoon there, and then through the night, overnight, and then the colder air holding on longer. So that's going to just allow for more of that buildup of ice. So stay with us. We're going to keep talking more about the forecast track and whether or not that warm air intrusion is going to get here and how that will impact us on Sunday leading into Monday. And then just know next week is going to be bitterly cold. So we want to get rid of whatever ice we can with these temperatures briefly getting up above freezing on Sunday.
Okay, Chris and Melissa, we really appreciate that. We'll talk to you in a couple of minutes, but there's one group which is extremely vulnerable when the winter weather hits us, and that's our senior citizens living with dementia.
And there can certainly be hidden dangers when you think about this vulnerable population. We want to bring in now Nancy Treaster. She's a co-founder of the nonprofit, The Caregiver's Journey. Nancy, thank you so much for taking some time to speak with us. Talk to us about why this population is at risk of so much dangers, especially when we talk about these winter storm conditions.
Well, a couple of different scenarios. First, a lot of people with early stage dementia or simply mild cognitive impairment are still living by themselves successfully at home. And as long as they're in their normal everyday routine, that's fine. But when a stressful situation comes in or they have to deal with something like the power's out and have to go through with some problem solving, it falls apart. And so if you've got someone who's living with dementia and is successfully living at home by themselves, now would be the time to really put them with a friend or family member so that they're not having to problem solve if the power goes out, and figure out how to handle that, because those stressful situations are not very easy to deal with.
Yeah, Nancy, you know, this really hits home. I'm sorry, but this really hits home for
No, go
me.
ahead.
Both of my mom and dad, they were suffering from dementia. We became caregivers. We were part of the sandwich generation, having kids, taking care of mom and dad at the same time. What advice would you give to caregivers for those who have parents or loved ones living with dementia? Because sometimes, you know, you may not be paying attention. They will slip out the door and they will go out there into the elements. What would you suggest to them?
They will. And curiosity is normal, but particularly for someone living with dementia, they're not thinking about putting on a warm coat and what needs to happen for them to even go outside. And so you do need to keep an extra special eye on your loved one. If they've wandered before, then definitely. I mean, take the keys away, lock the doors, keep an eye on them. Keep the coat next to the door. If they do wander out, maybe they at least have a chance of putting the coat on. But this is definitely the time you don't want them outdoors wandering without any protective clothing on. Also, register them with the police and make sure they have a picture of your loved one so that if they do wander out, everyone can quickly find them.
All right, so if the unfortunate happens and that does take place, what should people do right away? Is it a immediate call to 911? What steps should people take if something like that should happen?
It's a very good question. Most people want to go look for their loved one right away. We suggest you call 911 right away and get that part of the process started. Then go look for your loved one and keep your cell phone close to you when you are.
Yeah, you know, okay, so another personal situation, my dad ended up slipping out of the door. It was during the summer in Northern California. It wasn't too bad. Immediately, we had to call 911 to try to find him. And then my son and me and my wife, we had to go out to look for him as well. And he says he was confused when he walked out the door. I think that is so important that you make sure that you contact You call 911, you contact law enforcement, get the professionals involved to make sure they can help find your loved one. I mean, what do you think about that?
Absolutely. And that is not our natural reaction. We want to go out and just do it ourselves and think we can find them quickly. And you miss precious time if you don't get them moving while you're out looking for your loved one. Doesn't mean you won't look for your loved one, but you're going to do that after you kick 911 off and get things started. So you're exactly right.
Yeah, and this is certainly an issue that deserves talking about, and that some people don't realize or don't think about themselves unless they are in it or unless they've experienced. So, Nancy, thank you so much for spending some time with us ahead of the storm to maybe share some advice that people can actually use and start to consider for their families.
Absolutely. Thanks, Nancy. We appreciate it.
All right.
Well, thank you very much as well.
Nancy, thank you. And we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here on 11 Alive.
Issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental.
And welcome back to 11 Alive News and also 11 Alive Plus. I'm Ron Jones.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. Our continuing coverage as we anticipate the ice conditions from this winter storm continues here. Our meteorologists are standing by. They've been trying to get you this information all week long about the conditions we are looking ahead to. Our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, is standing by. Melissa Nord also here with us this evening. So, Chris, what are folks needing to know right now? It's about 1:12, and we're not too long out from this starting to hit some portions of our area.
Yeah, you have a little bit of time left to get out and get whatever you need to prepare to hunker down here for this ice storm that's going to be developing here later on tonight. We're still well above freezing. We don't have any precip in the metro Atlanta area, but we are watching here in parts of northeast Georgia. This is the area where we think we're going to start seeing that freezing rain first. Now, we already have seen in parts of North Georgia at onset of some of this precip. What was happening is, as some of this precip was coming down at the beginning, the air was still dry, and it was causing a little bit of sleet in some areas as it was evaporating and cooling down the air around it. But now the air is starting to saturate a little bit more. And what we're going to be watching is, I'm going to kind of get a little bit closer here so you can see, this is going to be the area through the afternoon in northeast Georgia where we're going to see things starting to switch over first. So even still in northeast Georgia, I think you're going to be fine here for a little bit. But in these highest elevations, like in the northern parts of White County here, up closer to Helen, and in those highest elevations getting over closer to the Suches area, we may already be seeing some of that changing over into a little bit of freezing rain. But that's mainly in those highest elevations there. I really think once we get to mid-afternoon, we're going to start seeing more of the pink that's going to be developing here in northeast Georgia. So that's going to be the first phase of what we're watching with this changeover from rain over to freezing rain. And the reason it's going to be starting there, I know you've been hearing us talk about the wedge so much, but that is the main ingredient with this system. It is that shallow layer of cold air at the surface that's going to be draining in from the north and the east. It actually does have a meteorological term. We called it cold air damming. And the reason it is called that is because you get this cold air from the north and the east, and it gets kind of dammed up here by the mountains, and it just drains down into our area, pushing that cold air toward us. And it does usually make it over the mountains here, and including the mountains, but that's why a lot of times the wedge doesn't totally impact northwest Georgia, like Dalton, Calhoun, Rome. Sometimes their temperatures are warmer there in a wedge situation because that colder air doesn't always make it to them. But what it does is that cold air just kind of hits the mountains and it's dammed up. Cold air damming, all right? And that pushes down to and toward Atlanta. Then the big question is, how far south is it going to go as we have that cold, shallow layer of air at the surface, while at the same time, we're going to watch this moisture moving in, up and over that. And look how that moisture is building out to the west. Now, the main part of that, even though there's a little bit trying to develop in northeast Georgia, the main area of rain that would become freezing rain is still going to be a while before it gets here. It's going to be mainly during the evening hours tonight when that moves our way. And that is also going to be the same time when those temperatures begin to drop tonight, getting to freezing around 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight with the moisture moving in over that. So it's going to be tonight, overnight, into tomorrow morning when we're going to be experiencing the active freezing rain. That is raindrops in the air. It falls to the ground or hits a tree, and if that surface is at freezing or below, that's when it becomes ice. So it's not ice in the sky, it's not ice in the air, it is liquid, but it freezes once it makes contact with a surface. Now, you can see how it is getting more active there in Louisiana. Look at Mississippi, northwest Alabama getting more active there. Tennessee is seeing mainly snow there. We're not going to get the snow part of this. We're going to get the freezing rain part of this. And we have multiple states in winter storm warnings right now. It goes up to New England here, up to Maine, stretching all the way back through Texas and even into New Mexico. And then the purple that you see there, that's where we have the ice storm warnings. And that's what we have over our area, an ice storm warning for North Georgia and Metro Atlanta, roughly north along I-20 northward, but it does include Henry and Clayton County. Now, this is different from yesterday, too. Remember, these counties on the south side were included in a winter storm watch. The National Weather Service upgraded that to a winter weather advisory, and they even added a few more counties into that, like folks down in Pike and Lamar County, just north of Upson County. You're included in that, as well as down north of Macon toward Jones County and Monroe County. They have been added into that, too. So the ice storm warning means we are looking in any of these areas here for ice accumulations, dangerous travel, also power outages that are going to be widespread, and it's going to be worse in some areas than it is in others. We think it's going to be worse in northeast Georgia, where it's going to be major, talking about ice totals over a ½ inch, dangerous to impossible travel, widespread power outages there, roughly Gwinnett County, north and eastward, and progressively worse the more you go up toward the north. Then in Metro Atlanta, ice totals 1/4 inch to a ½ inch, including that area out I-20 on the east side in northwest Georgia. Difficult travel, also scattered power outages here. And then on far south and southwest of us here, in this minor category here, you're still going to have some ice glazing to maybe up to 1/4 inch, slick travel there, and some of those isolated power outages too. And of course, Melissa, these temperatures are going to be very, very critical as to how this rain is going to move in, how long it's going to be ice, and how long that ice would possibly stick around.
And you know, it's amazing, Chris, how mild that some of these numbers have gotten this afternoon before that wedge builds in. We're up to 47 in Atlanta, but tonight, as the temperatures drop, The first areas we're going to be watching to become slick in terms of driving, that's going to be bridges and overpasses, like what we can see from our tower camera on top of the station. You can see this is a live look. This is Buford Highway and I-85, just northeast of downtown Atlanta and the downtown connector. And it's that part of the I-85 stretch where if it's not brined well enough, it could be one of the first places to get slick. And the reason why is the ground holds moisture, or warmth rather, and it's going to take longer for the ground to cool down than bridges and overpasses. Let me explain over here. Here's a look at kind of how in this setup tonight our temperatures are going to fall and what the temperatures of the road versus a bridge or an overpass are going to be. With bridges and overpasses, you have colder air that's going to go on top of them and under them. So it loses that heat a lot quicker. Watch the number dropping, 36, 35. As we get down to 34, this is taking longer to drop. So we're going to end up seeing that those bridges and overpasses are going to be the first ones to turn slick and icy. Even as we go through the overnight tonight, those are going to be the ones that we see the problems first. Even if your temperature is only 32 degrees and you're maybe on the southwest side of the metro, watch for those bridges and overpasses. Those will be the first to become slick and icy. And then, Chris, as we see area-wide temperatures dropping into the 20s by tomorrow morning, it's going to be any of those roadways that turn very slick and icy, especially northeast of Atlanta, where the ice, the freezing rain amounts are going to be a lot higher.
And I really am concerned about the cold, really cold air coming in for next week, too. I'm hoping on Sunday we'll be up above freezing for a long enough time to at least kind of curtail the growth of the ice out there and maybe get rid of some of it. But we're going to be cold again, as you mentioned, Monday morning, and then barely above freezing Monday afternoon. And then Tuesday morning, we're down to 15 degrees. And then throughout the rest of the week, we start warming up a little bit more, maybe upper 30s on Tuesday. Wednesday might be the warmest day of the week, getting up to 41 degrees. So a lot of these slick spots are going to be hanging around for a while. The sun coming out will help on Monday and Tuesday, will actually help to kind of eat away at some of that ice, even if those temperatures are still cold. So a lot of things we're going to be watching through this week. So we still have that 11 Alive weather impact alert in effect through the weekend and into Monday. Because of the freezing rain we're expecting tonight and into tomorrow, but for Monday morning, it's because of the cold air, and whatever's left is still going to be slick. So continue preparing for, planning for travel issues. Don't be traveling out there tonight or tomorrow, and also those power impacts as well. Plan ahead for maybe some prolonged power outages, especially up in Northeast Georgia, but some power outages here in the metro Atlanta area too.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot. Chris and Melissa, we really appreciate our weather impact team for all that you guys do, our meteorologists. Well, as you pointed out, a lot of folks are getting ready for this storm that's headed our way. State officials are now issuing urgent advice ahead of this winter storm.
Yeah, our Savannah Levins is joining us now live from GEMA's headquarters. Savannah, what are we learning from state officials at this hour as we get closer and closer to this weather event?
Well, Jennifer, Ron, we just wrapped up a press conference at 11 a.m. It was about 40 minutes of just an absolute information dump from agencies all across Georgia. If you missed that on 11 Alive Plus, just stick with me for the next 3 or so minutes here, and I'm going to break down the most important parts for you. But I think the overall takeaway is that crews are really anticipating that this will be the biggest ice storm Georgia has seen in at least a decade, and they're taking that very seriously. It's going to take coordination from crews all over, not only Georgia, but other states as well. We now know 500 National Guard members are standing by ready to deploy. More than 10,000 emergency response crews, including from Florida, ready as well. They're bringing up power crews from South Georgia up north to the metro and more north than that to respond to power outages as well. Some of the most critical supplies, we're talking food, water, blankets, those are going up to North Georgia. Here's what emergency response crews said that you need to know right now and need to do right now before this weather moves in.
The best help we can get is for individuals to be prepared and to stay informed. If you haven't already, take the time now to prepare your family and home for the winter weather impacts. Sit down with your family and make a communications plan. Know how you'll contact one another and reconnect if needed. Make sure you have a ready kit with enough non-perishable food, water, and medications for at least 3 days. Ensure you have warm clothing and blankets, flashlights and batteries. Update your first aid kit And remember, always have a way to charge your phone. If you have pets, make sure they have enough food and water for 3 days and bring them inside with you as much as possible. Take precautions like installing and testing smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors, covering outdoor pipes with styrofoam, sealing your doors and windows, and cleaning out your gutters.
All right, so the roads were a big part of the discussion as well. GDOT has 1,800 personnel at the ready, crews pre-treating roads as we speak with that brine from I-20 up to South Carolina and Augusta, I-85 from Noonan up to South Carolina, I-75 from Macon up to Tennessee, and Metro Atlanta and upwards. You see a lot of that impact up north. We're talking 18,000 miles of roadways, and to do all of that, it takes 12 to 14 hours just for that one loop. They started the first round around midnight and finished around noon. Those crews took a short break and they picked back up just about an hour ago around 12:30. Now starting tonight, they are adding 300 plow trucks with the heavy duty salt mix. That's the big stuff. They did say people staying off the roads is really going to help them do that efficiently and quickly. They did note that traffic has already been down 30 to 40% today, which they say has helped.
Our expectations of this is an ice event. This is not a snow event. This is an ice event. We're going to do what we can to try to keep the ice from sticking to the roads on the interstates and the state route system. Again, state routes, interstates are the high priority state routes. This is going to be a challenge as this weather comes through with freezing rain continually.
All right, let's talk public safety. Starting at 6 p.m. tonight through the overnight hours, there are 30 state troopers strategically placed along highways to respond to emergency calls. Tomorrow, that number will increase to 50 to 60 throughout the day. DPS also has drones ready to go up at any time to assess damage or issues anywhere that they're not able to drive to. They also have helicopter crews ready to move critical supplies if they can't transport them on the roads. They also have teams standing by to respond to any locations that need any extra help. Now, finally, we heard from some environmental folks, EPD, Georgia Forestry Commission. They say that Georgia's beautiful trees, frankly, are just not the type of species that can handle an ice storm like this. So they do say people need to be prepared for trees to come down. They need to be prepared for outages. They actually have chainsaw crews ready to deploy to some of those down trees as well to get to them as quickly as possible. Now, there are two major concerns that all of these agencies seem to have when it comes to their response. The first is wind gusts. They say if the winds get too gusty, as it's looking they might be, some of these crews might have to stop, take a break. They won't be safe for power crews to be up, for example. Some of the crews treating roads might have to take a break as well, so that could delay power restorations and things like that. The other big concern that they repeatedly talked about was a potential melt from Sunday into Monday. So it's one thing, right, to pre-treat the roads now and get it all ready. But once things start melting and washing all that away, that could pose a potentially really dangerous situation. Now, if your power does go out, just before I go, I want to let you know that there are warming centers at 16 state parks across Georgia. You can find that information on our website, 11alive.com, or you can look up Georgia State Parks. It's all right there for you. And pets are allowed, by the way, if they're leashed.
You know, Savannah, you said you're going to give us 3 minutes of information dump, but that was so important. That was some really good stuff. We really appreciate that. All right.
All right. Thank you so much, Savannah. We want to take you now up to Gwinnett County, where we find 11 Alive's Gila Malamed.
Hey guys, this is one of the areas where crews can come in, get some more brine, get some more salt as they work to pre-treat the roads. We actually just saw a truck leave a few minutes ago. They were over by those 2 huge brine tanks refilling up, and they headed out of this lot probably to go pre-treat more of these roads. And this is something that crews have been working on since 7 a.m. yesterday. Inside this building where I am, there are huge piles of salt as well, and trucks with plows and spreaders staying dry right now so they can be ready for that storm. Crews are pre-treating major roads and overpasses and bridges. They're also prepared for trees and branches to fall onto the road from ice, so the transportation director says they do have chainsaws ready to go to respond to that. The county DOT has 36 dump trucks and 23 snowplows strategically placed across the county to respond once the storm hits. The transportation director, Edgar Commander Aponte is stressing the importance of people staying off the roads so those crews can clear them.
For this type of event, for this event, please stay off the road. That's the most important thing that we all can do so that as we address the incidents that we see on the roads, our staff can get to the places that we need to get to address those incidents, as well as our emergency vehicles.
So it's not just important for people to stay off the road so these transportation crews can work, but county leaders are really stressing the importance of people staying home so first responders can get to where they need to go. And coming up, I'll share a little bit more about how first responders are preparing for the storm. Live in Gwinnett County, Gilad Mohammed, 11 Alive News.
All right, Gilad, thanks a lot. And Georgia Power, of course, is working around the clock just to make sure that they're ready to respond to this storm.
And that is exactly who you want ready for the storm. We are joined now by Matthew Kent with Georgia Power. Matthew, thanks so much for giving us a bit of your time. We know it is extremely busy for all of you guys. Tell us right now what preparations are looking like today.
So right now we have about over 10,000 crews in our area from Florida, from contractors throughout the state, making sure that we're ready. They are positioned in areas that they can respond quickly to any power outages when it's safe to do so. Much like with Georgia TOT, we want to make sure that the roads are safe for our crews.
And we also know that it is about safety. Yeah, the crews can't get to work until certain things happen. But also, talk to us a little bit about the priority level, because we know that everybody at their house wants their power back. But if there is a loss that is impacting some major facilities like a hospital or something, we got to get those taken care of.
Yes, hospitals and those kind of big infrastructure needs will be the first that we take care of. And then the largest amount of customers that we can repair with a single repair, that will be the next. And then we move down the line, making sure, again, that we have everybody repaired by the end of the event. But we want to make sure that we have hospitals and schools and those important infrastructure places online.
You know, Matthew, our chief meteorologist talked about how it's going to be really wicked up there up north, and then it gets a lot less as you move into Metro Atlanta, then later on in the southern part of our state. Are you guys strategically placing Georgia Power crews in different parts of the state to make sure you can address that, or how are they being deployed?
Absolutely. We're thinking that the bulk of any damage might come in the Gainesville area. So we do have more crews stationed there than in some other areas, but we have crews throughout Georgia anyway, all the time to respond to any outages. So we will reposition those crews as needed when we see what the damage is.
And we know Georgia Power has a lot of resources. So if someone's power goes out, what should they do? And then talk to us a little bit about the outage map that y'all offer for those who are customers.
So first things first, please make sure that you have your phone charged and that you have a battery backup to be able to charge it if there is no power. That being said, the best thing you can do with your phone if you need to look at outage information is go to our Georgia Power outage map at georgiapower.com/storm. You can find not only where the outages are, our estimated restoration time. That is our best guess on when we can restore power to your area. And you can make reports for down power lines as well. And in the event of a down power line, please assume that it's always live. If there is one down, call 911 and call Georgia Power.
Yeah, that's really good advice there, Matthew.
Don't want to try it on your own.
Not at all. No, that could be deadly. Thanks a lot. We really appreciate that, Mr. Kent. We're going to head up to White County right now. We're talking about North Georgia, right?
Yeah.
And that's where we find Angelina Salcido with more on that.
Yeah, and Angelina, we know you got out there last evening. Has anything shifted in what you're seeing?
I will tell you that it has gotten a lot colder, you guys. That's one thing that we noticed. When we got out this morning, we actually saw some people in short sleeve shirts. That quickly change as the day continues to go on. The temperature has definitely dropped, and you can feel it in the air that chill is definitely there. I want to talk a little bit about power because you guys just spoke to Georgia Power. Yeah, we actually ran into some linemen that are from Georgia Power, but came here from Alabama. So when they say that they have all of these linemen in different areas across the state here, that is what they are talking about. Here in in Cleveland, which is where we're located right now in White County. People are going about their day trying to make sure that they're prepared, but once it hits a certain hour here, they're definitely going to make sure that they go home and that they hunker down. They also will have the businesses in this area closed, but here in downtown Cleveland, businesses are still open. They're open for people to grab those last minute things. And we spoke to one of the people that works in the Tipsy Tomato, which is a wine bar and restaurant that plans to stay open for as long as they can.
We plan to stay open as long as we can, and then we'll close if it gets crazy. We'll send everyone home, keep everyone safe. Where I live, I'll be fine, but I'm not gonna go anywhere. I think if you get on the road, you're in trouble.
So you hear him talking about where he lives. He actually lives in Gainesville. It's 30 minutes away from where we're located here in Cleveland. They actually do not have a generator here at the restaurant, and a bunch of the other restaurants and other locations of businesses here in downtown Cleveland also don't have generators. So power is definitely going to be one of those concerns that people are hoping that they don't end up losing power, but we'll just have to see what that looks like, of course, once the impacts officially start here in White County. Guys?
All right, Angelina, thank you so much. All of this makes me feel like I need a generator.
I know.
I'm here at the station, but I feel like I should maybe make an investment.
Yeah, I mean, it could be pricey for some folks, but it may be a really good investment, especially here in the Southeast. All right, thanks a lot. We're going to head out west a little bit here. Right now, we got a live look at the Shreveport, Louisiana airport. Or actually, this is a highway where the winter weather is already shutting down the interstates. Look at that, a blanket of snow there, probably ice as well. This is a live traffic camera showing an icy, untouched Interstate 20 at Interstate 49 in the northwest corner of the state. This is just a mile away from the Texas border. The Louisiana Department of Transportation is urging drivers to stay off the roadways. If you travel, make sure it's absolutely necessary.
Also coming up next, there is a lot more to come. We are tracking this weather impact alert and ice storm likely in parts of North Georgia heading into the overnight. We have the latest timing, impacts to expect, and who could see the greatest risk of widespread power outages. That's coming up next.
All right, so at this point, we want to bring in Rachel Cox-Rosen because we have been talking about the conditions outside. A lot of folks have been telling folks to make sure you stay off the roads, and a lot of people are still getting those last-minute items. But as we heard from Savannah earlier, state officials are saying that some people are heating, and they're seeing a drop in what we would see out on the roads. For Saturday,
Exactly, and we saw what was happening out there in Louisiana. What's happening here in Metro Atlanta? I think we can get to Rachel.
Okay. Unfortunately, we're going to try to get to Rachel in just a few minutes, but we're going to stick with transportation. Let's go from the roads to the skies. Let's head out to see Doug Richards at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. And Doug, we know that we have been talking about the preparations that the airport is already taking, including some new equipment. So how's it looking out there right now?
The answer is it's looking really slow here at the airport. We are on the north side of the airport, and there are it is definitely a lull in the traffic that you would expect to see at the airport right now. In fact, if we were to look all the way down that way through that corridor, you would see daylight at the other end of the airport, which is something you rarely see here because there are usually too many people blocking that view from one side, from the north side of the airport where we are, to the south side, which is where you see the daylight over there. And of course, in between, you do see some passengers who are departing and arriving. If you look at the boards, which indicates where what the on-time percentages are of the flights, you do see that most of the flights that are scheduled to depart and scheduled to arrive are doing so on an on-time basis, at least according to the boards. There are about 36 cancellations on there. And my read of my analysis, the geographical analysis of the boards that are and the flights that are canceled indicates that the vast majority of those cancellations are for flights that were destined to fly to destinations like Dallas, where the ice storm has already, my understanding, has already overtaken the area there, as well as other southeastern destinations in the Carolinas, Tennessee, Arkansas, those sorts of places. So yes, clearly there is an effect here. Clearly folks are impacted if they're going to places that are impacted by the ice storm. And then, of course, it remains to be seen, as they say, how it will all shake out here as the weather actually comes down on top of us here at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. Back to you.
Yeah, Doug, and there's a lot to consider when you think about the airport, especially as Doug mentioned, where people are heading. Doug, I know yesterday the airport was talking about those de-icing de-icing equipment, and that's something that's really going to come into play after this event has passed us by. For those who may be hoping that they can get out of town next week, what are we talking about there?
Well, it seems to be sort of a wait-and-see situation just in terms of how much ice actually falls here at the airport, and then, of course, the extent to which those flights are able to take off and land, and how quickly the de-icing equipment that you're talking about, the new machines that the airport acquired in November of last year to clear off the runways and clear off the taxiways, they're projecting that those machines are going to be pretty efficient and that the flights here will be mostly unaffected. They may be slowed down a little bit, but mostly unaffected. But as we said, the destinations that are on the board now for cancellations are other destinations which have had icing issues over the last 24 hours or 48 hours or so. And I don't know personally what kind of icing equipment they have at DFW in Dallas-Fort Worth, but it appears certainly that's one of the destinations that is impacted at this moment, folks trying to get from here to there and unable to do so.
All right. Okay, Doug, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that. That's insight. So we're going to go from planes to the tracks right now, and we're talking about MARTA.
Yeah, our Liza Lucas is joining us now from our newsroom, and we understand MARTA, just like everyone else, is making some adjustments ahead of this winter storm. Liza.
Yeah, exactly, Jennifer and Ron. And I am going to get to MARTA, but I do want to point out a few things that we're also working on behind the scenes. Georgia Power, I know you were talking to Matthew Kent just a few minutes ago. A nurse actually told us, and she took some great pictures. I'm working on getting them for you guys, but a nurse said that she's at Children's and she's hunkered down at a hotel so she can go to and from pretty easily. She's got a whole bunch of trucks ready to go right outside her window. She said, what an encouraging sight that is as we watch this all unfold, just seeing those resources at the ready. So again, I'm going to work on getting a picture for you. And then Governor Kemp, we're also monitoring him. I know Savannah's down at GMA headquarters, but he was tweeting out that he's been in touch with agency heads, saying we leave no stone unturned in terms of preparations. And now I'm going to get you to MARTA, as promised. We want to talk to you about that because we know so many people depend on MARTA every single day. Now, MARTA says today it's going to operate on an inclement weather plan. So what does that mean? That means only the 10 Lifeline bus routes will be operating. Then these are routes that provide direct service to major medical facilities, emergency rooms. All other bus routes, though, are going to be suspended. Now, trains, they're going to be running on a 20-minute schedule. You may see out-of-service trains coming by you. MARTA says it's going to continue running these trains throughout the weekend to ensure the tracks do not ice over. So don't be surprised if you're waiting there and you see that happen. Mobility service, it's only going to be running on a pre-booked medically necessary trips. MARTA is really great. They tweet out all the changes. They post them on social media. So make sure that you're kind of tuned into their channel as well if you depend on that, because that's where they're going to also post those changes. And of course, we'll stay on top of it here. Now, as we monitor all of that, we also want to know what's happening in your neighborhood, and we've got a way that you can let us know super easy, 404-885-7600. You can send your pictures and video if it's safe to do so. We want to see how your family is prepping. What are you noticing in the grocery store? Of course, any weather changes that we need to be aware of as we start to monitor these icing conditions and the sleet coming down, and maybe even what you're doing to keep yourself or your kids entertained as you hunker down. Here's a look at some of the images that we've gotten so far throughout the course of the morning. There's Kim up in Murray County. She woke up to what looks like sleet on her deck. Over there is Sky Valley, Georgia, a member of our weather impact team on Facebook, sharing this view. And then in Ball Ground right here, you can see right there, a viewer woke up to a bit of rain. The temperature at 9:30 this morning, they said it was about 40 degrees. Obviously, we're watching all of that, and we've talked about the temperatures dropping since. And then if you're going out to get some supplies, you may be a little late. One of our former photojournalists, David Brooks, sent that picture of the empty shelves. So we'll watch that. Let us know how things are going. But again, that sight of the crews spreading out their resources. We're going to continue to bring you a lot of these pictures as they come in, so you can see how things are differing in different necks of the woods here in the metro area and northeast Georgia. And again, there you go. 11 Alive wants to know what's going on in your area. It's super easy. You'll get me on the other end, 404-885-7600. You can send your photos, your videos, and your questions. If there's anything you need to know from our meteorologists, I can easily relay that along as we get all of this information and process it. Our many sources here in the newsroom. We want to push that information out to you guys. Ron and Jennifer.
Liza, thank you so much. And we've been having some pretty good responses, some pretty good questions from some of our viewers, and our meteorologists have been doing a fantastic job answering them as much as they've been able to, among the other many tasks that they are juggling as they track this incoming storm.
You know, we have had some gremlins kind of working today, you know, because we were trying to get to Rachel. But this time, I think we have Rachel over there to talk a little bit about the traffic. We showed them some video out of Louisiana where it was just like a standstill on Interstate 20. Hopefully, it doesn't turn out that way here.
Not even a standstill. Nobody's moving. It's like sheets of snow there.
Rachel?
Yeah, I know, guys. It was definitely interesting to look at.
I think we're still having some audio problems right now. We can't hear you.
We got Rachel, but not her audio. But yeah, we'll try to come back again, Rachel. Thank you so much for sticking with us and standing by there.
All right. Well, you know, it's a long haul, and it's an important
We've got a lot to cover here, and so I think at this point we are going to try to get to weather. Our chief meteorologist, Chris, is never too far away. He is on the job for us.
All the time.
Always ready to step in when we need him. And we really do right now.
That's right. So, Chris?
Well, we of course are watching what's going on with this weather that's moving in right now. It is still calm right now. And as we've been telling you over the past couple of days, we aren't really expecting anything to be going on yet. For us here in Metro Atlanta, I want you to be in your safe place where you're going to be hunkering down and settled in for a while, beginning around sunset. Now, the onset of the freezing rain may be a little bit after that, but just to be safe, try to be home and hunkered down by sunset tonight here in the metro area. Now, in northeast Georgia, I want you to be hunkered down a little bit earlier. Let's say mid-afternoon, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon in northeast Georgia. We're already beginning to see a little bit of mixing trying to take place right now in parts of Rabun County, also into those areas of White County, Lumpkin County as well. And not all of this is making it to the ground, and it's just the beginning of the transition there in those highest elevations of North Georgia where we're watching this take place. It's still going to take a while for our temperatures here to fall below freezing, and it's still going to take a while before the moisture gets here. We're dealing with mainly just clouds over metro Atlanta right now, but there's that moisture coming into Alabama. A better coverage of that, we're talking about freezing rain here in parts of northern Mississippi, also in Louisiana. We've had the snow in Texas and Oklahoma, and look at that snow up into parts of Tennessee as well. The snow part is not going to make it here. That would be better than freezing rain, but freezing rain, of course, is ice, and that's the worst type of winter precip that we could have because it's going to be slick and it's going to be very dangerous. You can see all of these winter weather alerts that we have for really going up from Maine and New England all the way down through Texas and even into New Mexico. This is a very large system and a very impactful system for millions of people as well as multiple states here around the United States. Now, we have the ice storm warning in effect for North Georgia, Metro Atlanta. It comes down roughly as far south as I-20, a little bit farther south there in parts of Henry County and also Clayton County. And then where yesterday we were showing you these counties on the south side in a winter weather watch, that's been upgraded, or a winter storm watch has been upgraded to a winter weather advisory now. And they've added on another tier of counties onto that for Pike, Lamar County, over toward Monroe County, Jones County, just north of Macon. This also is for Putnam County and also into parts of Jasper County too with this winter weather advisory, meaning conditions there it's possible that you could have some weather impacts there from winter weather coming in. Now, We are going to see the potential in this ice storm warning for some ice accumulations. It'll be more significant, though, up to the north and east of us, and we're also going to see dangerous travel, and we'll be dealing with some of those power outages, too. The major impacts we're thinking are going to be up to the northeast Georgia here along the I-85 and 985 corridor, possibly coming as far south as Gwinnett County, but really more into northeast Georgia is where it's going to be the major category. Moderate impacts in metro Atlanta, out I-20 to the east and northwest Georgia. Minor impacts on the south side. Still some slick stuff possible there where we could see the ice around glazing, around 1/10 of an inch to maybe up to 1/4 of an inch there. For metro Atlanta, 1/4 of an inch of ice to 1/2 inch. Still significant icing, but even more significant icing up in parts of northeast Georgia. Melissa Nord is breaking down these areas even more and dissecting some of those areas where that ice is going to be building up.
And Chris, the map behind me, this is something called the Winter Storm Severity Index. So it's taking into account what's falling from the sky, how much of it, what are the winds going to be, what's this going to do to travel, what are the big picture impacts for people who live in these locations. And where you see it go up to red, that's major impacts. And we even have a few areas in this purple where those impacts are going to be more extreme. So I want to zoom in on this map and go zone by zone. First, let's start off near Lake Lanier, near Gainesville. You heard earlier Matthew Kent from Georgia Power talking about how they thought a lot of the biggest power outages for them would be in Gainesville. We are absolutely thinking that those ice amounts in Gainesville will be over 1/2 inch in Hall County. Travel becoming very dangerous overnight through tomorrow morning, through the afternoon, into Monday morning, and outages that could become widespread as things stay below freezing and wind gusts increase throughout Sunday and Monday. Now let's go from there. Let's head towards Dahlonega and Helen. This is White County right here in Lumpkin County. So we're heading a little north of Gainesville, also in that major impact category, over 1/2 inch. Some of those ridge tops could end up with 3/4 of an inch to 1 inch of ice. Travel difficult to impossible because up there we have a lot more mountainous roads, secondary roads that may not be treated the same way, and small limbs overhanging those roadways can easily break under the weight of the ice that we're expecting, and outages could certainly be widespread and long-lived there. Let's head further south in towards the metro area. We're looking at Roswell, kind of Alpharetta out towards Lawrenceville and Gwinnett County. Ice amounts there 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 inch. So the northeast side of Gwinnett County especially, we'll see those higher end of the ice amounts, and travel is the most widespread impact. But the outages here in Gwinnett County especially could be pretty numerous as we head through the day on Sunday into Monday as we see colder air and gusty winds building in. As we get into Atlanta, a little lower on the ice amounts, probably at 1/4 of an inch. If we go high end on this storm up to 1/2 inch, we still expect those impacts to travel will be very dangerous and still some scattered outages likely. So Chris, the most widespread and long-lived prolonged impact is going to be in northeast Georgia, but even here in the metro, I know you think it's cloudy outside, it's 47 right now, it's not that bad. There is a lot of rapid change that's going to happen after sunset tonight, and tomorrow morning things are going to look a lot different out the door.
And here's a live look. Speaking of looking out the door, we're looking out our live camera here up at Dahlonega at the University of North Georgia. Earlier when I was showing you radar, we were showing up in parts of Lumpkin County, a little bit of pink showing up there. Not all of that is making it to the ground. We've zoomed in a little bit tighter here to one of the buildings here at the University of North Georgia. But you can see that this road right there is still dry. But we're going to be watching in northeast Georgia first. This freezing rain will be starting there first and then kind of spreading as that cold air comes down into the metro area. And then as the rain comes in from the south and west, that's where we're going to see our conditions that will be changing here as we go through the rest of the nighttime hours tonight. Here is the forecast track. Melissa just talked about those temperatures in the 40s right now. The precip isn't here yet, but then look in the evening hours tonight. You see that colder air that's going to be coming in from the north and east as that moisture moves in, colliding with that. That's where we see the freezing rain. So that spreads our way here. At 9 o'clock, still maybe 36 and just regular rain, but then that starts changing over into freezing rain late tonight around midnight. You see 30 degrees, freezing rain here, as well as overnight. This is at 3 o'clock in the morning. Then still in the morning, 31 degrees below freezing, but the moisture may be tapering off a little bit, but we think that we would have icy conditions on the ground though at that time. And then at 9 o'clock around 32, and then rising above freezing later in the day with this next band of rain moving in. So we're hoping that, now this model is taking us up to about 39 degrees at 2:30, which would be above freezing for a nice little bit, but staying near freezing in parts of northeast Georgia. So we'll watch that system as it moves through, that hopefully that rain above freezing would help to kind of inhibit any additional ice that would be developing on the ground and those exposed surfaces.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot.
Well, right now we know leaders in Cobb County are keeping a very close eye on the weather conditions that we are anticipating tonight.
That's right, but people are still out there enjoying some of that before it gets bad, before it gets really bad here. Danielle Nottingham is live at the Marietta Square right now, where she spoke with some folks who are trying to get outside and have a good time before the storm actually hits.
Yeah, Ron and Jennifer, I almost kind of feel a little bit like a wimp. I grew up in New Jersey, but I think I'm the only one here in a scarf and a heavy coat. Everyone's just enjoying their afternoon right now in light jackets and vests. They're out shopping, they're out going to restaurants, enjoying what they can of the day. Now, what we have learned from Marietta City Schools, as of noon today, they canceled all of their practices, activities. The same goes for Sunday. Now, let's talk about Cobb County and the Department of Transportation. They are also prepared. They've upgraded their system where they can now make 10,000 gallons of brine an hour, and they have 11 trucks ready to work on these roads. And they say they are going to treat about 560 lane miles in Cobb County, which is pretty significant. They have 2,500 lane miles in the county. But again, here in Marietta, the people here are doing what they can before the weather event begins.
I was in charge of charging everything. So power banks, battery packs, getting the stove just in case, electric stove in case the power goes out so that we have something to cook with.
And that is also a good reminder for everyone. Make sure that your electronics are charged, that you take the time now, go to the store, get what you need while everything is calm. And that's what's happening here right now in Marietta. Reporting live, Danielle Nottingham, 11 Alive News.
Okay, Danielle, thanks a lot, folks. We got some breaking news just coming into the newsroom. The University of Georgia announcing the campus will be shut down on Monday because of the storm. All in-person classes, campus events, and activities will be canceled throughout the day.
Yeah, and this is new information because earlier in this week, they had urged all students who lived in on-campus housing to head back if at all possible. And they said that they would be giving an update on Sunday afternoon about the plans for Monday. Right. They said they did anticipate that they would not be operating, but we are now getting that official word. So now those students who we talked to, we streamed with a student yesterday on 11 Live Plus. I heard from another student personally who they were nervous that
where do we go?
Yeah, they were nervous about going home because they thought class may be in session on Monday. And so we now have that official word from the University of Georgia. Campus will be shut down on Monday.
All right.
We will be right back. We'll continue our coverage in just a moment.
All right, welcome back to 11 Alive News and also 11 Alive Plus. We got a lot going on today.
We sure do, and we have a lot that is to come. So we want to get you right over to our meteorologists, Melissa Nord and Danielle Moss. We're kicking things off with Melissa as we are getting closer and closer to this winter weather event.
I was telling you the last couple of days how a lot of your Saturday would start off dry, and then by the time sunset hit and beyond, things would really go downhill quickly. That's exactly what we're expecting. So big picture, we still are on track for a freezing rain, prolonged event, and an ice storm across parts of North Georgia. You can see big picture. Most of us are dry right now. There's a little moisture the radar's trying to pick up on. A lot of that is not quite reaching the ground. Where the larger area of moisture is, that is back to the west. So as we zoom out this radar, you can see alerts on the map, winter storm warnings in pink, winter weather advisories in that darker purple color, and the really deep purple color. This is our ice storm warning. So all of Metro Atlanta in our ice storm warning, where at least a quarter of an inch of ice is likely. The amounts of ice are going to significantly increase in northeast Georgia, and that's where the impacts are going to be a lot more severe. On the south side of the metro, along this I-20 corridor, we are in a winter weather advisory where some light ice amounts are possible tomorrow morning, but the bigger picture impacts that could be much more prolonged, those are going to be across northeast Georgia. So how much ice are we talking about? Well, in this area right here in purple, it's at least a ½ inch of ice. When you get to ½ inch of ice, we don't just see the travel impacts, the power outage impacts significantly increase. Now, in the metro area, I know it's warm right now in the 40s. Things are going to change drastically after sunset tonight. We'll see freezing rain develop. It will last through tomorrow morning, and that's where we could see at least a quarter of an inch, up to ½ an inch of ice. Then on the southwest side of the metro, a little glazing, a 1/10 of an inch, maybe up to a quarter of an inch in a few of those places tomorrow morning. So impacts will widely vary depending on where you are. For more on that, let's turn to meteorologist Danielle Moss, breaking down those different zones, Danielle, and what the impacts will be through the rest of this duration.
Exactly. We are all expecting a little bit of ice, at least, Melissa, but some of us will see really major impacts. And it looks like northeast Georgia is really under the target area right now. The models have not really shifted or changed from that at all. Here in Metro Atlanta, we are expecting moderate impacts, and south of the metro area expecting minor impacts. So that is definitely something that we are continuing to watch. And we also talk about what type of impacts. Hazardous roads, absolutely. Power outages, you need to prepare. Get your flashlights out now. And we are already seeing closures and delays in effects that start as early as tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about our winter storm severity index. This is something that we show. I like to compare it to when we talk about severe weather. You know, you look and we have that level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This winter severity index is about the same thing, but it is for winter weather instead. Here's the good news for you. The latest update shows us a little bit better. This is still major impacts, but we had a little bit more of this purple sinking down. When you look at this winter severity index, purple means that is the highest impact. But you can see that red area, that is where we are expecting the major impacts to be there. This is exactly what we're talking about in northeast Georgia. We could be expecting over ½ of an inch of ice. That's definitely going to make very hazardous driving conditions as well as power outages. Then when we talk about from Helen to Dahlonega, we still have some purple spots in there right into White County. However, it is still definitely going to be very dangerous. So even as you see that red shift to orange, that doesn't mean that you should let your guard down if you're south of like Roswell here in Metro Atlanta. We still could be seeing ½ of an inch of accumulation. And I know that sounds like very small numbers, right? When we're talking about ½ of an inch and a quarter of an inch. However, any ice accumulation can cause some really severe damage. But here's another good update for us. As you take a look from Fayetteville to Peachtree City. Peachtree City now not really in that winter storm severity index, but it is not out of the woods just yet. We still have to continue to monitor this storm, and every time we get an update, we've been seeing this storm, Melissa, go all the way across the southeast. We've been seeing snow all the way from really Texas all the way to Tennessee as well. So this storm definitely has a history of producing this winter weather like we have been talking about. So it's definitely coming. You just have to be patient and make sure that you're preparing now.
Yeah, and really we've been saying by about 8 o'clock tonight, we want you to be home where you're going to be to hunker down for the duration of this event. And it's not just a quick overnight window. We're going to be looking at impacts through tomorrow afternoon, through the overnight, through Monday as well for areas that are dealing with those highest ice accumulation amounts. Amazing how warmer our temperatures are outside right now. 46 here in Atlanta, 42 in Gainesville, 32 right now in Clayton. But these numbers will be dropping drastically overnight, and we are still on track for a significant ice accumulation event to take place as we head through the overnight into tomorrow morning. So timeline, we've been saying those amounts of ice would really not start accumulating until the overnight. Let's get to that ice amount. You can see through northeast Georgia, the highest amounts are expected. Accumulation is going to intensify overnight tonight. Temperatures are in the 40s now. They're going to drop through the 30s this evening, then to the 20s by first thing tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, treacherous travel is likely as we see wind gusts increasing. Power outage threats will also increase as well. So buckle up. We're at the very beginning of it. The first freezing rain hasn't even begun to fall here in the metro. It's going to be a long night ahead.
Yeah, here we go.
And we will be here for the long haul.
Absolutely.
Our teams are spread out across Metro Atlanta. We will be here. We'll be switching out with some of our other crews to make sure you get the latest information as the conditions actually arrive here in Georgia.
That's right. And, you know, we have a programming update here. If you're thinking, hey, where's NASCAR right now? Just switch over to the WATL. You can find it there. Or you can stay right here to get your weather updates as well. So let's talk about Gwinnett County. Crews up there are now working to prep the roads and make them as safe as possible.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that go on all over the state. Leaders in Gwinnett County say it is first responders, and they are the ones who are prepared to respond during this evening's winter storm conditions. 11 Live's Gilad Malamed is joining us live now from Gwinnett County with the preparations that are already underway.
In order for first responders to actually be able to do their jobs in storms, they have to be able to get to the emergency. And that is why crews are working so hard to pre-treat roads and then eventually clear roads once this storm happens. There are some trucks that just pulled in a few moments ago, 2 trucks with huge brine tanks in the back of them, and they came to get a refill of that brine. We've been seeing that happen throughout the afternoon. They actually started pre-treating the roads at 7 a.m. yesterday. They're pre-treating major roads and overpasses and bridges in particular. The county's normal 911 center is operating, but there's also an alternate one running out of a police precinct. The Gwinnett County Police Chief says that's to ensure continuity of their operations. The fire department is adding snow chains to its tires so they can respond to emergencies. They're also increasing their field units. Law enforcement agencies are upping their staffing as well.
Our patrol units will be fully staffed. Those officers who would typically be working in an administrative function will transition to patrol, so we'll have more than enough units out on patrol to keep our community safe. As important, the Gwinnett County Police Department maintains a capacity to surge, so we will have a number of officers in a reserve status prepared to respond should the need occur.
The county has 36 dump trucks and 23 snowplows placed across the county to help clear those roads, make it safe for first responders. And they're also asking people at home to help out in a big way by staying home, staying off the roads so first responders can do their job. Live in Gwinnett County, Gilad Malamed, 11 Live News.
All right, Gilad, thanks a lot, folks. We're staying on top of that breaking news. Just before 2 o'clock, the University of Georgia announced campus will be closed on Monday because of this storm headed our way. All in-person classes, campus events, and activities will be canceled throughout the day. Now we want to check in with the Weather Channel's Molly McCullum.
She is in Fayetteville, Arkansas, where snow is on the ground already there at the University of Arkansas.
It is a snow day here on the University of Arkansas campus in Fayetteville, Arkansas, where the snow is steadily coming down, and this is just wave 1. Now, this is not the kind of snow that you're going to go and make a snowman or a snowball. This is champagne powder in northwestern Arkansas, and it's adding up. With this being wave 1, we'll pick up a couple of inches of snow, a lull later today as we get into Saturday night and of course into Sunday morning. That could be the more potent second wave, with all in all leading to totals 8 to 14 inches of snow here in the northwestern portion of the state. But we know there's lots of troubles all over the state. Not everybody is seeing all snow like this. Little Rock sleet. You go south of Little Rock, it is all about an ice storm. But no matter which way you slice it, we are at the very beginning of this winter storm, and we have a long way to go. In Fayetteville, Arkansas, I'm Molly McCullum, the Weather Channel.
All right, Molly, thanks a lot. We appreciate that. Well, also, you know, what's affecting us are the travel. I mean, especially when it comes to flight cancellations and delays.
Yeah, I had some friends and I was checking in. I was like, are you going to be back by Saturday?
Oh,
because you need to be if you're hoping to get home at all. We want to send you now to the world's busiest airport, Hartsfield-Jackson. That's where we find 11 Alive's Doug Richards. So, Doug, how's it looking? I know that some folks are still hoping maybe to get out.
Sure, yes, there's really nothing to impede them from getting out at this point. The weather is, you know, really pretty good the last time I checked, just a few minutes ago. So what we are seeing, though, is that some flights into areas that have already been affected by the ice storm west of us have been canceled to destinations like Memphis, Dallas-Fort Worth, destinations in Arkansas, basically places that have already been affected by it. But as far as Atlanta takeoffs and landings go, we're not seeing a lot except for, you know, there are a few arrivals that have been delayed, but they tend to also follow the pattern of cities that are to the west of us.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. And we want to get you now to the roadways. We have been working to get you important lady for quite some time now, Rachel Cox-Rosen, keeping an eye on the streets. And Rachel, we understand that people have been at least a little bit heeding some of the warning. Not as many people out there as you might expect for Saturday on the weekend.
Yeah, and I definitely love that because you're not just helping yourself stay safe, you're helping your neighbors, first responders, and emergency workers stay safe as well. We do have a crash, though, on 7585. I wanted to show you this car here. It's made progress. It had crashed into a guardrail on the exit to Pine Street northbound, Peachtree Pine Street there. It's been moved off to the right shoulder by a couple of Hero vehicles. Hardworking folks who are going to be out helping folks all weekend through this winter weather. So a little bit of slowdown there. But again, like you said, not a lot of folks out on the road, so the backup's not too bad there. Widening out, really, it is the calm before the storm, literally here in Metro Atlanta, seeing all green on our roadways. Folks heeding that warning to stay off the roads, as Jennifer said. But let's talk about winter weather driving and the things you should do and should not do. Starting also with that alert that those express lanes are shut at this time. That is because of that expected winter weather coming. Some of them are more elevated. That means the risk for them freezing over is higher. Also, closing the express lanes means there are fewer roads for GDOT to have to pre-treat as well. And then keep in mind, as Liza Lucas has been reporting for us, MARTA has changed their schedule for buses and for trains. Going to be a longer wait than usual. And let's talk about when you are actually going to get in your car and drive, because I know some of you have no choice. You work this weekend. So very important to remove all ice and snow from your windshield. Keep your windows, mirrors, and lights clear of snow and ice. So get that scraper ready. And then avoiding accelerating and braking too suddenly when you're out on the roadways. That can really cause devastating results in crashes. So if you start to skid a little bit, slowly lift off of that accelerator. Turn in the direction of the skid to regain that control. But again, if you don't have to be out there driving, stay home, hunker down, maybe order a pizza now. It's kind of your last chance. And then just enjoy a nice movie or show. Back to you guys.
Okay. All right, Rachel, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that. We're going to continue with our weather impact alert.
Okay, so we want to get you now back to our team of meteorologists, hard-working ladies. Melissa Nord with us right now as we get closer and closer to this winter weather storm.
I know. People are saying it's cloudy. It's right outside right now. They're wondering, when are we going to see everything begin? Well, it is still dry outside in terms of the air. We have to saturate the air before that freezing rain reaches the ground, and we have to be below 32. So we're going to see the moisture increasing pretty rapidly after sunset this evening. Between 5 and 10 p.m., a lot of that freezing rain developing, and then it goes all night long through midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 a.m. And tomorrow morning, that ice accumulation on trees and bridges and overpasses and untreated roadways, That's still happening. So tomorrow morning is going to look a lot different as the sun rises than as the sun sets tonight. I expect roads to be very slick tomorrow morning in northeast Georgia as the winds increase and ice accumulations go above 1/4 of an inch by sunrise. We could also start to see a few of those outages developing. Into the afternoon on Sunday, there will be a little bit of warming that happens. That's going to send some of us from the freezing rain over into just a cold rain. But north and east of Atlanta, that icing is going to continue. And this is the graphic that shows that temperature contrast. In the yellow, temperatures above 40 degrees. You're going to see blue air moving in this evening. These are temperatures below freezing by 10 o'clock, moving in through tomorrow morning below freezing. So if you're trying to debate, do I go out tomorrow morning or not? The answer should be no, because all across our area, that's the window when everybody is below freezing. Now, as we climb into Sunday afternoon, some warm air is going to work its way into West Georgia. That's going to briefly send areas in and west of Atlanta above freezing. I still expect this wedge of cold air to be more stubborn than this model is showing. I expect those freezing temperatures tomorrow afternoon to make it all the way down to Athens and Gwinnett County likely. It's going to take longer to erode that wedge away. So we'll watch a transition over to rain for some of us. Watch Monday morning, though. Anything that's melted, any moisture left on the roads, that's a flash freeze. That means more icy roads expected for first thing on Monday as folks are trying to head back to school. Dry on radar right now. That winter storm is to our west. We'll talk more about the timeline hour by hour. Also, meteorologist Danielle Moss standing by to talk about the impacts of that ice. That's coming up.
All right, Melissa, thanks a lot. You know, state officials are issuing urgent advice ahead of this winter storm.
Savannah Levins is joining us now live from GEMA's headquarters in Savannah. When we spoke to you last, you had a lot to tell us and a lot of really good information from state agencies and state leaders. So what do we need to know as we get closer to the weather event?
Yeah, you know, I have the assignment this afternoon of watching a near hour-long press conference of multiple state agencies and making it all palatable for you. So let me break down everything you need to know. Now, first and foremost, the overall sentiment is that, you know, crews are expecting this to be an ice storm that we haven't seen in at least a decade, and they're really taking that seriously, doing everything they can on the front end. And it's going to take a lot of coordination from crews, not only in Georgia, but other states as well. We now know there are 500 National Guard members standing by, ready to be deployed. More than 10,000 other crews ready to respond to power outages, including crews from Florida and South Georgia who are being mobilized up north. There are several others as well preparing to help and assist with critical supplies. We're talking food, water, blankets. Those are all going north up there as well right now. And here's what emergency officials said people need to be doing right now before we start seeing the big effects from this winter weather.
The best help we can get is for individuals to be prepared and to stay informed. If you haven't already, take the time now to prepare your family and home for the winter weather impacts. Sit down with your family and make a communications plan. Know how you'll contact one another and reconnect if needed. Make sure you have a ready kit with enough non-perishable food, water, and medications for at least 3 days. Ensure you have warm clothing and blankets, flashlights and batteries. Update your first aid kit, and remember, always have a way to charge your phone. If you have pets, make sure they have enough food and water for 3 days and bring them inside with you as much as possible. Take precautions like installing and testing smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors, covering outdoor pipes with styrofoam, sealing your doors and windows, and cleaning out your gutters.
All right, so let's talk about roads. Hopefully you don't have any plans to drive, but if you do, here's what you need to know. GDOT has 1,800 personnel at the ready. Crews are treating roads with that brine as we speak, doing that pre-treatment from I-20 up to South Carolina and Augusta, I-85 from Noonan up to South Carolina, I-75 from Macon to Tennessee, and Metro Atlanta upwards. We're talking 18,000 miles of roadways, guys. To do all of that, it takes 12 to 14 hours just for that one loop. They started the first round midnight and finished around noon today. They took a little break and got back up to it around 12:30. Now, starting tonight, they are going to add 300 plow trucks. They're bringing in the big guns with the heavy-duty salt mix. They did say people staying off the roads is really going to help them do that efficiently. They did note that there has already been a decline in average traffic patterns of 30 to 40%. They say that's been a huge help.
Our expectations of this this is an ice event. This is not a snow event. This is an ice event. We're going to do what we can to try to keep the ice from sticking to the roads on the interstates and the state route system. Again, state routes, interstates are the high priority state routes. This is going to be a challenge as this weather comes through with freezing rain continually.
All right, let's talk about public safety for emergencies. Starting at 6 p.m. through the overnight hours, there are going to be 30 state troopers strategically placed along the highways to respond to emergencies. Tomorrow, that number will increase to 50 to 60. DPS also has some drones ready to go up to assess damage as needed or get anywhere they're not able to drive to. They also have helicopter crews ready to move critical supplies if they can't transport them on the roads. And they have teams standing by to respond to any locations that need help. So let's talk about the environment. We heard from some environmental folks, EPD and Georgia Forestry Commission. They say, frankly, Georgia's beautiful trees, these species are just not prepared to handle this kind of ice. So they say we need to expect trees down. We need to expect power outages. They do have chainsaw crews at the ready to respond. But two big concerns that repeatedly came up from all of these agencies. The first one is the potential melting and refreeze. They're really concerned. Obviously, you know, ahead of time now, they can do all this treatment because the roads are clear. But if that ice melts and washes away some of this salt mixture, this brine, and then refreezes, that could be a really big issue for the roads going into Monday. Now, the second big concern all of these crews have is the expected wind gusts. They say it could delay things like power restoration because their first and foremost priority is to keep their crews safe. And if they can't safely work on power lines and things like that because of the wind, they're going to have to take a break. Now, if you do lose power, we obviously want you to stay warm. But if you're not warm in your home, there are 16 different warming centers opening up at state parks across the state of Georgia. They do allow pets on a leash. You can find that information on 11alive.com. We just want everyone to stay safe and really, again, just stay off the roads if you can.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. And we do want to have a quick programming note here. If you're looking for the Motorsport IMSA Rolex 24 at Daytona, or if you're here early for Track and Field, USA Track and Field, New Balance Indoor Games, we are covering that for you. It is available on the WATL just a few clicks away, but we do want to make sure that those who need it get this really critical weather information as we prepare for a winter storm that we haven't seen these conditions in quite some time. So those sporting events, there's a horse race coming up later this evening too. It is all still available for you. It is on the ATL.
That is so important. So we're going to head out to Hall County right now, and that's where we're going to find Cody Alcorn. And I know, Cody, if you're there right now, a lot of folks, a lot of crews are getting ready for what's to come. What are you learning tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, I was just in the elevator with the crew here behind me with Pike. They are actually from Lake Placid, Florida. They got up here last night. They are hunkering down here at the same hotel we are. Now, we were over at the Emergency Operations Center here in Hall County just a few minutes ago. Making our way back here into the city, we passed a group of MBI. Those folks are from Ohio. They are tree cutting services. So we're told there are people from Florida, as you just heard Savannah mention, for Pike and for other electric companies, but there are also tree service companies coming from across the Southeast and the Midwest, preparing for what we are expecting here in Hall County. The emergency management director said they have not seen a storm like this. If it does produce what they are predicting, this could be a prolonged power outage situation. They say they know a lot of people might be fatigued by this point with all of the preparation, all of the coverage, but here in Hall County, they said people need to take this serious because, again, it's not just about what happens here in the next 12 to 24 hours, but it's after this storm hits. We're talking ice here in Hall County, then the wind. The wind's really actually picked up since we woke up this morning. It's getting definitely colder out here. Feels a lot colder than the actual temperature with this wind gust we're seeing. That is the concern after the storm moves through and drops the ice, is the wind factor, bringing down trees, bringing down those power lines. And this is what Pike told me. They said even though that the storm is going to move out of here, they can't even get out to these areas until Public Works clears those roads, they clear those trees, they can even start to actually put up new power poles and run new lines. Some of those guys said they were expecting to be here a week or two right now. And of course, they don't want to be that away from their families that long, but that's what they are anticipating here in Hall County. Now, as I mentioned, Hall County Emergency Management says they are right now operating their EOC center. It went online at 12 o'clock. We saw brine on the roads. They have their crews out right now, making sure these roads are pre-treated the best they can, really hitting those target areas around Gainesville and Hall County. And this is what the EMA director said just a couple of minutes ago.
We are anticipating prolonged power outages where they occur. Power restoration is going to take some time. So again, to your point, it's going to be prolonged, which is why we recommend that people are prepared for 3 to 4 days without power at a minimum. And again, with the cold weather that's coming in right behind it, it's going to make it especially difficult. I'm hoping that they're prepared for what is coming, and also just to stay off the roads, let our folks do what they do best, and it's going to take some time. We're going to have to work in concert with power companies and other utilities to get the roads clear once this happens, and just stay off the roads as long as possible.
The other thing to consider, too, you have the Hall County Sheriff's Office, you have local first responders here. We talked to the Hall County Sheriff's Office at that same news conference, and they tell us their deputies are ready. They're working 12-hour shifts. Even the guys and women that are off of duty, they are on call. They said, look, if it's not a true emergency, just be prepared. It's going to take some time. If you're an offender bender, if you chance to get out on the roads tonight, you could be stuck out there for hours, because right now, their priority calls once this storm system starts to drop ice here will be those true emergencies. And even then, it's going to take some time to get out there, because look, this is not a snow event for Hall County or Northeast Georgia. Those chains, things like that, they're not going to help on ice. So no matter what happens, it's going to take some time for first responders to get out there. And of course, the number one priority for everyone is staying safe, even for those deputies and first responders who are going to be going to these calls. But again, right now, it's just a hurry up and wait here in Hall County. As I mentioned, electric companies are rolling in. We're seeing these tree services get into town right now. There's some just pulling in before we went live here. And again, these folks are from Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. So a lot of people on standby here in Northeast Georgia preparing for what could be one of the worst storms we have seen here in over a decade.
All right, Cody, thanks a lot. And it's good to hear that mutual aid is coming in, not just from Georgia, but across our area as well. Thanks a lot. We'll check in with you later on in the broadcast.
And we are certainly grateful for every last one of them.
Yeah.
As we continue to cover this incoming winter storm, we do have some new information coming in from the governor's office. We are told that state employees are to work from a home in North Georgia on Monday. That is if they are not involved in the weather response. Yeah. So employees of the state are to work from home. This is in North Georgia if they are not involved in weather response. We are told that state offices are expected to reopen on Tuesday. That's barring any further development. So we'll, of course, continue to track this and let you know of any other updates that we're getting from state and local governments as people are waiting to see exactly what the conditions are for Monday, a lot of them, before they make any final determination here.
This is absolutely a waiting game, but we know our team is on top of it. Let's get back to meteorologist Melissa Nord, Daniel Moss talking about what we can expect, the timeline. Where are we right now?
Well, I want to go back and talk about the power response, because Cody was mentioning the biggest ice storm for our state in more than a decade. This is probably the biggest power response that we've seen since Helene. And in that storm, both the EMCs in the state and Georgia Power, they have these reciprocal agreements with other states and other EMCs and other power companies to give aid when aid is needed. So in Helene, we saw even folks from the West Coast coming to the state of Georgia to help restore the power. So it's no surprise to hear that the power folks in Cody's background of his live shot were from Ohio, but Ohio is also getting snow. Now, when are we going to see things moving in here? Well, we've got to get the atmosphere to saturate, okay? We need our temperatures to drop below freezing to see that freezing rain develop. And the cold air is up here to our north and east. With our wind flow, this wedge of cool air, we're actually looking to see what are the temperatures doing to our northeast. It's 19 in D.C. right now, 21 in Blacksburg. Raleigh is 25, Charlotte 34. That cold air is on its way down, so it's not here quite yet. The sunset coming in will aid in those temperatures falling from the 40s where we are right now down into the 30s. So I know it's dry outside right now, but we're telling you, you got to prepare, because once we go into the overnight and tomorrow, you're not going to have the opportunity to go drive to the store and get what you need to, especially in Northeast Georgia. So prepare for travel impacts, power outages, that threat greatest in Northeast Georgia, and closures. Some of those closures are not just going to be your Sunday church service, but closures will go into Monday. And I believe in Northeast Georgia, those closures could go into at least Tuesday morning because the outages are going to be prolonged. It is a big storm. You can see on the map all of our winter alerts. They stretch from New Mexico and even eastern Arizona across the southern plains, the Ohio Valley, even up to New England. They've got some winter storm alerts in effect with significant icing likely. We're watching this moisture coming through the Mississippi River Valley. That's going to be what moistens our atmosphere and produces that freezing rain. Snow breaking out on the north side of Nashville up through the Ohio Valley. We're still dry for the moment. We are awaiting the arrival of that wintry weather. So ice storm warning in effect. We have not seen an ice storm warning since February of 2014 here in North Georgia. In an ice storm warning, we have high confidence that at least a quarter of an inch of ice will fall. And those impacts and the amount of ice are really going to increase in Northeast Georgia. For more on that, meteorologist Danielle Moss to break down how much we're going to expect and Danielle, what that's going to mean for the roads and power.
Exactly. That is all playing a big part in the impacts that we've been talking about. And Melissa, another thing is, when is it going to arrive, right? Everyone wants to know. We are waiting on the arrival. This is a look at the worst of it, right? This is when you can see almost widespread freezing rain falling, and it stretches from North Georgia all the way down to Peachtree City. And this is going to be overnight. So when you wake up in the morning, that's when those conditions will be very treacherous. And then we start to get a little bit of a break before some more heavy rainfall builds in behind this front that comes in. But here are your storm impacts that we're looking at. Hazardous road conditions, power outages, and closures and delays. We've been on top of the closures and delays, but let's talk about the freezing rain impacts and how much freezing rain it takes for you to see really large impacts. When we talk about a tenth or less than a tenth of an inch, that's just like a light glaze. And some of us will only see a light glaze, especially south of Metro Atlanta. That means you could see it on the trees, the power lines, and definitely have some slick sidewalks as well. You can see all those videos on social media of people slipping and sliding on the ice. That can definitely happen. That's just with a less than a tenth of an inch. Now, when we talk about a quarter of an inch, that is very problematic. That's when your windshield is going to be coated. You need to get an ice scraper for that windshield. If you have to drive in the next few days, dangerous bridges, and it's going to be very tough to stop on those roadways. That's why we're saying just stay home. It's not going to be a nice snow winter wonderland. This is all going to be iced over, so you need to make sure that you are prepared for that. Also, if you are getting more than half of an inch, that's crippling, and that could be, you could be in your home for days. But this is a look at how much we are expecting in our area. Northeast Georgia, maybe half of an inch or a little bit more. Here in Metro Atlanta, we can see a quarter of an inch to half of an inch. That is definitely very, very high impacts for us here in Metro Atlanta, and south of the metro area, maybe a tenth of an inch. You're talking about major impacts in Northeast Georgia and moderate impacts here in Metro Atlanta. So it's all something that you have to continue to watch. We're monitoring this storm. This is why we're on air right now, Melissa, because we have to continue to watch the models. They continue to update even this close to the storm system arriving.
And they often don't resolve the wedge, the strength of the wedge, the development of the wedge. That's the wild card that often doesn't matter what your phone says. You need a real meteorologist to interpret that. Let me put everything in motion for you. I want to talk about the icing that's expected, the timeline of it, and what's going to happen behind this weather system. Here's the big picture forecast track. Then we'll go closer in, just focused on Metro Atlanta. You can see the snow to the north stretching throughout through Kentucky and even the north side of Nashville, freezing rain to the south there through Memphis, and then to the south side of the system, there's actually a severe weather aspect over the next 48 hours. But as we go through the afternoon, our temperatures are going to start dropping. Then over this evening, we develop from rain to freezing rain. So moisture moves in, the cold air settling in, freezing rains developing. You can see by 9 o'clock, it's all the way down to Atlanta. Then it becomes widespread first thing tomorrow morning. As we head into tomorrow afternoon, there's a little window that warm air is going to try to push its way back in. First thing in the morning, freezing rain is area wide. Watch the forecast track into the afternoon. We're warming things up by 1 o'clock above freezing, and there could actually be some heavy rain developing for the afternoon. And to the south of the inner Atlanta metro, a chance of severe weather. In fact, there's some areas in a winter weather advisory and a level 1 risk of severe weather for just a few gusty winds within those heavy showers. Greater severe weather threats will be in southwestern Georgia. Here's the big picture. Rain moving through tomorrow afternoon. I think it's heavy or freezing rain still in northeast Georgia. We get the moisture out of here tomorrow evening, but then cold really settles in behind that. Monday morning, any moisture left over is going to rapidly turn into black ice. We expect a flash freeze overnight. Monday morning's low 23 in Atlanta. Teens in the mountains, you add gusty winds on top of that. It's not a good recipe for lowering the number of power outages. If anything, we'll see more outages Monday morning than what we see first thing tomorrow morning. Guys.
All right, thanks a lot, ladies. We really appreciate that. You know, this winter storm is expected to bring freezing rain to northern Georgia. We've been talking about that.
Yeah, and we know the ice has the potential to cause widespread power outages, as you were just hearing there from Melissa. And that's not something that you'll see right away. It's something that will last and linger on. We want to get you now to 11 Live's Gilad Malaman joining us live from Gwinnett County with how they are preparing for potential outages in that large county there.
Jennifer, keeping roads safe and drivable is really one of the first steps to make sure crews can get to those power outages. So that's something that they've been working on all day here and yesterday at this maintenance area in Gwinnett County, having brine trucks filling up, hitting the roads so roads can be passable and then clearing those roads once the storm hits. It's not just ice that can bring down power lines, but also down trees. And transportation crews in the county do have chainsaws as they are anticipating down trees from ice. From Georgia Power's end, I saw a few trucks from companies they contract with stationed at a Lawrenceville hotel. And here's a stat I found really interesting from earlier this week when I was talking to Georgia Power. They said it only takes half an inch of ice to add about 500 pounds of weight to a power line. Gwinnett County Chairwoman Nicole Hendrickson wants to make sure people stay safe if they do lose power.
In the event of power loss, know that utility providers will be working as quickly and safely as possible to restore electricity and warmth to our homes. If you do lose power, be mindful not to use generators, grills, or camp stoves indoors. This is about your safety.
That is why the county is opening 6 warming centers. Those locations are Best Friend Park Gymnasium in Norcross, Buford Senior Center in Buford. There are also locations in Lawrenceville and Snellville. We have a list of those up on our website, 11alive.com. These warming centers will open at 4:30 p.m. The county says they're going to be open until Monday, but if conditions do get worse, they are prepared to have these warming centers open until Tuesday as well. Live in Gwinnett County, Gilad Malamed, 11 Alive News.
All right, Gilad, thank you so much. And that really is critical information for some families who may not have a place to go or just certain situations that people and families deal with. It's really good information to have those resources available. From Gwinnett County, we go now to Cobb, where we know leaders there are also tracking the conditions ahead of us tonight.
That's right. And some folks out there are actually enjoying some time out before it gets really, really bad. 11 Alive's Danielle Nottingham is live at the Marietta Square right now. And Danielle, you actually spoke with some people who are outside trying to have a good time before this storm shows up.
Yeah, Ron, we're actually meeting a lot of really nice people out here in shorts and just long sleeves, but they're out walking their dogs. They're out grabbing a bite to eat. They're out enjoying the weather before it hits the area. Now, we do know that Marietta City Schools, they have canceled all of their events it was starting at noon today, and it will go through Sunday. And also, Cobb County DOT, they are also preparing to work the roads. They said they recently upgraded their systems where they can make 10,000 gallons of brine an hour, and they have 11 trucks on standby waiting to do that. They also said that they are going to treat 560 lane miles. Now, the county in whole has about 2,500, but there are 560 main thoroughfares that they're going to take a precaution with. And going back to what's happening here in Marietta Square, folks are just out trying to do what they want to do, and we caught up with a couple of college students who wanted to grab a bite to eat before the storm hits.
Just getting some burgers at that place, Willie Ray's. Yeah.
It's pretty good?
It's very good. They have the best burger ever, so definitely go there.
So did you think you were going to hop out here before it all starts?
Yeah, I don't think anything's really going to go down.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like we've had something like this happen before, and it's just been kind of chill, so. But we came out here early just in case it did start later in the day.
Mm-hmm. Have you guys done anything to prepare for it, or?
I have some peanut butter and bread. We have about 6 jars of peanut butter at home that we've been storing over the last year, and we make PB&Js, you know. Lots of blankets too. Yes.
Oh. Okay, keep in mind, they are college students, so listen to half of what they're saying. I think it's good advice to have some food in your home, have some blankets on the ready, but we know the storm is coming, so it's important to prepare. And a lot of businesses here, they have signs on their doors saying they're going to close tonight at about 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. So, you know, make sure in these last hours you get what you need. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, Danielle, you got to make sure, whether it's peanut butter and jelly, whatever it takes, get it done before the sun goes down.
Maybe some tuna, from Variety. I mean, there are lots of options there.
Yeah.
They may not be what you like, but there are options to be had.
Yeah, lots of it out there. Okay, Danielle, thanks a lot. Well, we've heard it all day long. For the past couple of days, stay off the roads if you can.
And that's because of the freezing rain that our meteorologists keep telling you about. They will cause those icy conditions out there. Iris Tien, a professor with Georgia Tech, is joining us now to break down the science of it all here. Thanks so much for being with us. Iris, what should people be prepared for? We are telling people to stay off the roads, but for those who have no other choice, if there's maybe an emergency situation or they have to get to work, what should folks know about these conditions for driving?
Yeah, certainly. So ice is definitely one of the most dangerous conditions for driving because you can't see where the ice is. It's slippery. And so certainly I think different DOTs have possibly different applications and things that you can check where the safe routes are. And so that might be something to look for, and seeing, kind of trying to make sure that you're on a road that has been brined, that has been de-iced as much as possible. And I would say if you are able to not go, I think the risk is quite high when there is that ice. So to try to stay home if possible.
You know, there's a lot of folks out there that may say, I got a big truck, I've got this, that, and the other, I got 4-wheel drive, I can handle the snow, I can handle the ice. What would you recommend to them who say that I can get out there and I can make this happen?
I would say let's weigh the pros and cons here and what are the possible downsides, and I would say it's better to be safe than sorry than to go out for a risk and not have a good outcome. And so definitely, certainly, I would err on the side of being safer rather than sorry, and being in a situation where you're on the road, you skid, and you have a situation that's not desirable. So there's certainly different things and you can for your car, but I think especially in the Southeast, we're not as our equipment and things is not as well designed as maybe folks in the Northeast who have snow and ice every winter. And so I think it's safer for everyone to just kind of stay off the roads if you can.
Yeah, good advice.
All right, Iris, thank you so much. And there is the ongoing debate so much among people online who are like, I'm from up north, I know what to do.
I can handle it.
Everybody else down here may not. So even if you have like a slight clue of what to do, that doesn't translate to everybody out there on the road. So thank you so much for that.
And everyone else is like, if everyone else is sliding around, then that's not good. And maybe you know what you're doing, but everyone else, there might be other folks that.
Good point, Ms. Tien. Thank you, appreciate that. We're going to head up to Oconee County right now. I believe we have our 11 Alive Zach Merchant up there. Did you speak with the EMA director, Zach?
Hey, Ron, yeah, we did. We are just outside of the Oconee County Administrative Building. This is the government building here. Just a few minutes ago, leaders from all of the first responder organizations and other governmental agencies here in the county of Oconee all met. They all walked in through those doors just maybe half hour ago, 10 minutes ago or so. They walked back out. This was kind of a final all-together briefing as they get ready to respond to whatever this storm brings. And I can tell you, just in the last hour or so that we've been here, it's gotten a little darker. The clouds have gotten a little thicker. We've got these light panels up. They're doing a lot more work than they were just a little while ago. And the wind is starting to pick up as well. We spoke with the EMA director here in Oconee County just a little bit ago. That's CJ Warden. He told us that he estimates about 100 first responders across various agencies, the fire service here, EMA department, the police department, the sheriff's office, and others will all be ready to respond to whatever comes in the next 12, 24, 36 hours. And as you've heard so many times over the last few days, one of the biggest things that he emphasized, like so many other first responders, was keeping the roads clear. They have chainsaw crews ready to go. That'll be one of their first priorities once this storm hits, is getting them out on the roads when it's safe to make sure that the roads are clear so other first responders can do their jobs. And like so many others have emphasized too, he asked folks, if you don't have to be on the roads, stay off the roads. Leave them clear for the first responders to do their jobs. Now, we should point out here too, there is a local state of emergency declared here in the county of Oconee. That, of course, dovetails off of the state of emergency that the governor declared earlier. And when you talk about a winter weather event, an ice storm in Georgia, it is not that common. It's something that can take people by surprise if they're not used to it. CJ Warden talked about that when we spoke to him just a little bit ago.
Well, in my experience, I haven't even heard of an ice storm warning for 10 or 11 years now, so this is extraordinarily rare event. The last significant weather event we had here was Hurricane Irma in 2017, so this sort of thing where we prepare to this magnitude doesn't happen often.
And you think back to Hurricane Irma, I remember covering that when I was working in central Georgia. That had a big impact on our state. You certainly hope we don't see similar impacts from this winter storm, but I'll end with this. CJ Warden said when we wrapped up our conversation, he said, look, I would rather be wrong and have told people to be more prepared than they needed to be than the alternative. Everybody here preparing for the worst, hoping for the best.
Yeah, certainly better to be safe rather than sorry. Zach, before you go, we want to ask you about Athens. You're in that neck of the woods. What can you tell us about what's unfolding and what we're learning in that community?
The big development, of course, is at University of Georgia. They've been warning for the past few days that classes on Monday were a bit of a question mark. Now we know the answer to that. Classes on Monday canceled at the University of Georgia. The school continues to maintain its request for students to leave the campus if they can. They have said through press releases that there will be places for students to stay on campus if they decide to, but the school has warned that if you decide to stay in your dorm, there may come a point if power is lost where students need to be sort of consolidated into a few residential halls that have emergency power, emergency heat to keep everybody safe. So if you're a student or if you're a parent with kids at UGA, you might want to encourage them, play it safe, get home if you can.
Yeah, really Zach, thank you. And there may be a little bit of time left for that. We know that some of those students were a little leery of going home. We interviewed some on 11 Live Plus, and they were a little nervous about going home because they were scared that classes might take place on Monday and they wouldn't be in position. They might not be able to make it back, but we do know that is not a factor at this point. So if they can safely get home, then that is
that would be a nice option. Hey, let's get over to meteorologist Melissa Nord right now. And you're tracking the freezing rain that's heading our way and also looking at the icing conditions as well.
And if the students still want to go home, there are a few windows of opportunity the next couple of hours, Ron and Jennifer, because I think by 8 o'clock tonight, like you got to be where you're going to be to ride out this storm. I would prefer you to be where you're going to be by 5 o'clock, but if some folks wait until 8 o'clock here in the metro, I think that's okay if you're driving from Athens westward. The cold air will first arrive northeast, near Athens and Gainesville and Helen, and work its way south into Atlanta. So freezing rain will develop across the area and become widespread as we head through the evening hours. That transition will happen between 5 and 10 o'clock. It's going to be ongoing all overnight tonight and first thing tomorrow morning. And as we go through the overnight, as the temperatures drop, that freezing rain is going to be falling as liquid. It's going to stick and freeze on any surfaces that are below freezing. So initially, some of the ground, the first hour of the freezing rain may be okay, but those ground temperatures, the road temperatures are also going to be dropping, so everything will turn icy by first thing tomorrow morning. In northeast Georgia, where we could have more ice accumulated by then, we could also start to see the first of the power outages on the board as the winds increase on Sunday morning. Now, Sunday afternoon, little warm air is going to try to make its way in. That's going to be in Atlanta and points south and west, but northeast Georgia never climbs above freezing. So it is a long duration ice storm for you. Zach was talking about the temperature dropping a little bit, feeling cooler. We've actually seen that on our map as the temperatures update hour by hour for us. We were at 47 the last hour in Atlanta. Now we're down to 46. They're already below freezing in Charlotte now at this point, and that cold air is surging further to the south and west. You can see that cold air, 19 in D.C., 21 in Blacksburg, and it's headed our way. It's coming east of the mountains, driving its way down into northeast Georgia, then nestling into Atlanta by first thing tomorrow morning. So in this deep purple color, that's our ice storm warning, the first one issued by the National Weather Service in Peachtree City since 2014. They will likely be issuing special weather balloons as we go into tomorrow to see the evolution of this wedge, to see how strong is it going to be first thing tomorrow morning. Is it eroding in the afternoon? That's all important data to take into consideration with the total ice amounts we're going to see and severe weather that continues to the south. All right, big picture. We've watched early this morning a little moisture in far north Georgia. Nothing's been reaching the ground in Atlanta, but at this point, the roads are all pretty much dry. Where the moisture is, though, is just west of Huntsville. So that's the deeper moisture. Big winter storm underway. Snow where it is all cold from top to the bottom, from where the jet planes fly to we are on the ground. And then where we're seeing that warm air going above the cold air, that's where we get that wintry mix right now through Mississippi, southern Tennessee, and that's what's moving in our direction. So on the map, I mean, have you seen a map this colorful recently in terms of a winter season? I haven't. This is a massive storm with huge implications across the country. And for us, unfortunately, it is the icing. That is going to be the big problem. Northeast Georgia, where Cody was in Gainesville, where they're expecting in Athens as well, about a ½ inch of ice, and out towards Dahlonega and Helen. There could be a bullseye in here, in this region right here, that ends up with over 3/4 inch of ice. That's major impacts, okay? Now, in the metro area, the freezing rain develops this evening, and it lasts through tomorrow morning, but we will generally warm up above freezing for a small window during tomorrow afternoon. Your ice totals 1/4 to a ½ inch. The higher end of that margin is going to be on the northeast side of the metro. On the southwest side of the metro, you're likely closer to that 1/4 inch. So you see the road impacts. You don't see as many power outages as we do on the northeast side. For more to talk about those power outage risks and who's going to see the biggest concerns on the roadways, meteorologist Danielle Moss.
That's right, Melissa. That's something that we've been watching along with this storm system, because we all know, we've been saying it all day, that any sort of ice accumulation will cause a lot of impacts. But like you were saying, in northeast Georgia, those major impacts are going to be great. So you can expect some really long-term impacts onto your roadways as well as to your power lines. Maybe expect some power outages pretty much all across the area, even if you are in the minor region. Here in Metro Atlanta, we're looking at moderate impacts. So that's something that we will continue to watch and monitor as the storm rides on in. It is still off to our west, but we are going to continue to see all of this make some changes. Here's a look at our winter storm severity index. This is something that we continue to watch as well. The National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center, they really will update this based off of what their forecast is, and it's pretty much exactly what we are saying as well. Northeast Georgia, unfortunately, looking to be right under that target area to see the highest impacts from this storm system. So as you can see, over ½ inch, and like Melissa said, maybe even 3/4 inch of ice. And that is major, major implications. You're going to see some widespread power outages, some very dangerous travel. Also in Helen and Dahlonega, North Georgia, White County, you are unfortunately in that purple region. We talk about that winter storm severity index. Purple is really as high as it can go. So that lets you know that you are definitely under the radar as far as what we are looking. Here's a live look outside at Hartsville International. And right now we are seeing gusty winds for sure. Tonight, that freezing rain will be arriving. And then what's next? Some brutally cold wind chills. That's what we'll be monitoring. If we take a look at our wind gusts currently right now, recently there was a 20-mile-an-hour wind gust in Marietta, 22-mile-an-hour wind gust in Blairsville, and 21-mile-an-hour wind gusts over in Athens. And we talk about ice accumulations. That's really huge for us. So even when we say maybe just seeing a 1/10 inch of accumulation, it sounds like a small number, but that is going to have some really big slick bridges, coated windshields and definitely some isolated power outages. That 1/4 of an inch, that is talking more about those tree limbs starting to sag and break. And that's when those power outages become a little bit more widespread, and 1/2 of an inch or greater, that's definitely talking about near catastrophic ice accumulations, Melissa.
So let's kind of recap the timing. Again, we said between 5 and 10 o'clock, we'd see that wintry mix, well, rain and freezing rain developing, and then it becomes all freezing rain thereafter. Here's the forecast track showing that moisture moving in from the west after 5 o'clock this evening. By 8 o'clock, we are below freezing north and east of the inner metro, and that cold air keeps seeping its way down. So 11 o'clock tonight, you do not want to be on the roadways. The freezing rain is going to be adhering to anything that is below freezing. So that means bridges, overpasses, untreated road surfaces, all going to be slick and icy by 11 o'clock tonight. We're dealing with that freezing rain through the whole overnight. Some of it's a little bit more intense through the first half of the night. Tomorrow morning, still some light freezing rain, freezing drizzle. Now, there might be a window tomorrow afternoon that we're actually seeing the temperatures warm in the western side of the metro. Here's 10 a.m. Light freezing rain to the northeast, but watch that wind pulling the temperatures up into the 40s. That might briefly warm us here in Atlanta above freezing, with more heavy rain and heavy freezing rain building in tomorrow afternoon. This is all clearing out tomorrow evening, and then the temperatures crash. First thing Monday morning, a flash freeze is likely. Any wet roadways become icy again Monday. 23 in Atlanta, teens in North Georgia. Wind chills will be a lot colder than that. So we have not seen the beginning of this ice storm really develop, but once we get into it, it's going to be a long road ahead.
Melissa, thank you so much. And ahead of this winter storm, Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency across Georgia. Now, this does not mean panic. It means pre-positioning help before the conditions get worse. So here's what's involved here. The order activates the State Operations Center, putting GDOT, Emergency Management, State Patrol, and utilities all under one coordinated command. It allows aggressive pre-treatment of interstates, bridges, and overpasses, and it shifts resources to the most dangerous locations first. This authorizes the governor to deploy the Georgia National Guard for transportation, rescue, supply delivery, or welfare checks if needed. 500 Georgia National Guard soldiers have already been called in to serve. Now, the order also temporarily waives some trucking restrictions so that fuel, food, medical supplies, and power restoration equipment can move faster, and it triggers consumer protections, things like making it illegal to jack up prices on gas, food, water, lodging, or emergency supplies. And that, as the order takes effect, Governor Kemp is urging people to stay off the roads as conditions will deteriorate, saying that it helps first responders to do their job and keep everyone safer.
Folks need to start getting off the roads on Saturday night. If it's bad where you are on Sunday, just do us a favor, do the State Patrol, DOT, all the other folks, utility crews, if they're out working, if you can just stay off the roads, that would be a big favor to us and help keep everybody safe.
And Governor Kemp says that early cooperation, staying home if you can, helps the road crews, the state troopers, and utility workers, as you just heard, to respond more quickly when the conditions are at their worst. So that is why we are under this state of emergency. It doesn't mean panic now. It means a lot of setting things up so that our state officials and teams and troops can get that help and help get us back to normal as quickly as possible.
That's right. Don't panic, just be prepared. Let's get to Liza Lucas. Liza, you're in the newsroom right now. You had an opportunity to speak with Georgia Power. What are they saying?
Well, they've been super active on social media, and so I want to get to the video right now because we're really focused on the potential for outages. We've, of course, been tracking all updates for Georgia Power. We'll be watching EMCs throughout the course of the night, too. But some key information when we talk about Georgia Power, they want to really make sure their customers are aware that restoration updates, they're going to come as soon as it's safe for their crews to get out there. Now, after outages, crews first have to assess the damage before giving you any type of estimated restoration time. And reminder, they say, this is going to be an estimate. When you see your neighborhood pop up on the map, that's an estimate. It's not an exact time. So just add in a little bit of grace period here. Now, ahead of this weekend's winter weather storm, the company is also suspending service disconnections. That pause is already in place. It runs through Wednesday, the 28th. So something you need to be aware of. if you need help paying your bill, Georgia Power also emphasizes that it has assistance programs. They're available online, georgiapower.com/assistance. And as we continue to monitor all these changes, help us know what's happening in your neck of the woods. You can text us 404-885-7600. Share your pictures, share your videos, how you're prepping or hunkering down. And just like I promised the last time I talked to you, take a look at some of these pictures coming in this afternoon. These are from Andrea, who is a nurse at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. She's actually staying in a local hotel, and she, as well as others like Katie and Dunwoody, say, hey, thank those linemen. Oh, guys, got to point out this one right here. Fairburn police were active out there. They're clocking people at 114 miles per hour. Please do not be speeding, especially in those conditions. Again, reminder, let us know what's going on where you are. You can text us in the photos and videos, 404-885-7600, guys.
114 miles an hour. That is
Yikes.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Man, okay. All right, Liza, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that.
All right. And during this winter storm, there are thousands across Metro Atlanta who unfortunately struggling to afford those basic necessities. Affordability has been a topic for quite some time here. Right now, 11 Alive and Georgia Natural Gas are teaming up to raise money to help families stay warm. You can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen to make a donation through next Saturday, January 31st. Again, this will go to help families in our own communities to stay warm and get what they need. We're going to take a break and be right back.
Now, when weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong. At 11 Alive News, we get it, and we're here to help.
These are the Atlanta zip codes with the highest car insurance rates.
Reporting on real issues.
We uncovered millions of dollars in unused rental assistance.
Sharing real solutions.
After our investigation aired. Welcome back to 11 Alive News with your weather impact alert. And we're going to reset a little bit. Not only are we on 11 Alive, but we're also on 11 Alive Plus. I'm Ron Jones.
And I'm Rachel Cox-Rose. And obviously a big weather weekend. We've been preparing you all week over on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. And today's the day, Ron.
Today is the day. And of course, we got the best team in the business standing by with us right now. Our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb's going to kick things off. So what's the timeline here, Chris? What can you tell us, sir?
It's still looking like that switchover is going to be taking place during the evening hours tonight, late night, overnight into Monday. That is the window of opportunity when we're going to be seeing most of that freezing rain that is going to be moving through. Right now in Atlanta, we have just clouds around. We're well above freezing. We have temperatures right now in the mid-40s. So we're just waiting for those temperatures to fall later on beginning this afternoon through the evening hours, and then the moisture is going to move in, colliding with that cold air. So we're dry here in Atlanta, even though we have the clouds around and the mild air. We do have a little bit of moisture here up to the north of us, and that is trying to come down in the form of maybe a little bit of a mix right now. I just checked the temperature up in Clayton, Georgia. It is 32 degrees now up in Clayton, but we have more of this moisture. Here you can see here, just showing up a little bit of pink, not all of that making it to the ground. Earlier, when we saw this coming through Dahlonega, I was showing you the live camera that we have up at the University of North Georgia, and it wasn't really making it to the ground there at that point. So this that you see over here in Habersham County, maybe a little bit of mixing coming in here, there now, but really that's moving out. So we're just going to see more moisture that's going to be coming in later. At the same time, this cold air is going to be draining in from the northeast, and that's the wedge that's just going to clash with all that moisture that's pushing into our area later on today. Look at all the winter alerts we have from Maine to New Mexico here. Winter storm warnings as well as ice storm warnings, and the ice storm warning is over North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, and down into Henry and Clayton County there, roughly along I-20 northward, except for Clayton and Henry there is on the south side. And then we have a winter weather advisory for these counties on the south side. A few more of those have been added to that, like Pike, Lamar County, also Monroe County, Jones County near Macon. Putnam County is in a winter weather advisory, as well as Jasper County as well. But we have the ice storm warning from Atlanta northward, and the conditions are going to be worse up in parts of northeast Georgia, where that wedge is going to be holding on longer, and it is going to be stronger. And that's where we're going to see the major impacts in northeast Georgia from this ice storm, with thick ice about a ½ inch or greater building up on trees and power lines. Moderate impacts here from I-20 through Metro Atlanta up to northwest Georgia. We're going to have some icing impacts here as well, and some power outages, but just not as much as they're having up in northeast Georgia. And then minor impacts here on the south side. So this is what I'm talking about in the major category: a ½ inch plus thickness of ice building up on trees, power lines, and on the surfaces. About a ½ inch to a ½ inch in Metro Atlanta on the east side of northwest Georgia, and then a glazing to maybe up to a ½ inch down to the south of us. Here is that live view that we have right now at the University of North Georgia. You see there that road right there that's leading into the campus area of University of North Georgia. It is still dry. We don't see anything actively falling right now. Temperatures, very important today. We're warm, 46 degrees right now. We're waiting, though, for the cold air coming from this direction. It is 32 in Clayton, and that's the wedge. That's the colder air that's going to be sliding down into our area, while at the same time, the moisture is going to be pushing in. I'll show you this forecast track coming up in just a little bit, but I want to get to Danielle right now. You're able to kind of pinpoint even more some of those impacts for that area that's going to be most hard hit there in northeast Georgia.
Exactly. We are looking at our winter storm severity index, Chris. This is the perfect map for this kind of a system. The Storm Prediction Center, they have this. This is kind of comparative to when we talk about a level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 during severe weather. This is for winter weather. So purple is the highest. So you can see there's a few sprinkles of purple throughout North Georgia. Red is that second, that major impacts category. And then you have your orange, and then it starts to get to yellow and a light blue. Now, as we zoom in just a little bit, the one thing that is very evident is in northeast Georgia, unfortunately, definitely going to be seeing some major impacts here. We're talking about maybe collecting, like Chris said, over a ½ inch of ice, maybe around 3/4 of an inch. And then if we get even closer into like White County, you start to see those little splotches of purple. That lets you know that is where we are seeing that highest risk for winter storm. And it's really just talking about ice accumulations only. So this is definitely a very impactful storm. And as we sink from Roswell all the way down to Lawrenceville, you start to see it change from that red to orange. But this is very important here. Don't just think northeast Georgia, you're thinking Gainesville. It comes all the way down into Roswell, Johns Creek Parkway, maybe even getting some really major impacts. This is going to have huge and lasting impacts on our roadways. And it's going to be very important to note as well. Even here in Metro Atlanta, far up as Smyrna and Cobb County, maybe even a ½ inch to ½ inch. And then this is new information. Yesterday's winter storm severity index really had Peachtree City in that yellow color, which is a little bit less than that orange. But we are definitely seeing some really major impacts from this storm system. And it has not arrived just yet, Chris, but we are talking anywhere from a 1/10 of an inch to maybe even 3/4 of an inch. Definitely going to be seeing some major impacts, at least on the roadways and those power lines.
And that's going to be slippery, and it's going going to cause a lot of power outages out there too. So here's the timeline of what we're watching here with our forecast track. This takes us to tonight at 9 o'clock. Rain coming in from the west as the cooler air starts moving in from the northeast. 33 in Duluth at 9, 36 still in Atlanta, but this freezing temperature is going to be pushing our way here, getting into the evening hours tonight. 30 degrees we're thinking at midnight tonight, and then 32 down into parts of Peachtree City. So this pink that you see there is all freezing rain here around late tonight, midnight, also around 3 o'clock in the morning, still freezing rain. The moisture kind of trying to taper off a little bit early tomorrow morning, but temperatures are still below freezing, so it's going to be slick here tomorrow morning. And then the big question is, once we get to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, will these temperatures go up above freezing and it's able to scour out that wedge before this next band of rain and even heavy rain comes in? We're thinking if it comes in with the warmer air, it'll be just that, rain with temperatures above freezing, and that'll help to kind of curtail any additional buildup of ice and maybe even work away at some of that ice that's on the ground. But even if we get some improvements tomorrow afternoon, whatever is left on the ground Sunday is going to be frozen again by Monday morning. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit.
Okay, Chris, we'll see you in a couple of minutes, sir. We appreciate that. We've been talking about this all morning long, but we know that state officials, they're issuing urgent advice ahead of this winter storm.
Yeah, so let's get out live to Savannah Levins, live from GEMA, Georgia Emergency Management. Savannah, what are you learning there?
Well, I know that there are a lot of crews standing by right now, 500 National Guardsmen, more than 10,000 other emergency personnel, not only from Georgia, but from Florida as well. We've got power crews coming from South Georgia up north to the metro and further north than that. But the biggest thing that's happening right now is a pre-treatment and brining of roads, tens of thousands of miles of them in Georgia up until Tennessee and South Carolina as well. I actually have this little infrared thermometer here. I've been taking some of the road temperatures here. You can see right now this blacktop here in Atlanta about 47, 48 degrees, not too far off from where we're feeling outside temps to be. But here's what emergency management officials are saying families really need to be doing right now.
The best help we can get is for individuals to be prepared and to stay informed. If you haven't already, take the time now to prepare your family and home for the winter weather impacts. Sit down with your family and make a communications plan. Know how you'll contact one another and reconnect if needed. Make sure you have a ready kit with enough non-perishable food, water, and medications for at least 3 days. Ensure you have warm clothing and blankets, flashlights and batteries. Update your first aid kit, and remember, always have a way to charge your phone. If you have pets, make sure they have enough food and water for 3 days and bring them inside with you as much as possible. Take precautions like installing and testing smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detectors, covering outdoor pipes with styrofoam, sealing your doors and windows, and cleaning out your gutters.
Still a bit of time to do that. All right, GDOT has 1,800 personnel at the ready right now. Crews are pre-treating those roads right now, like I mentioned, from I-20 up to South Carolina and Augusta, I-85 up to South Carolina, I-75 from Macon to Tennessee, and Metro Atlanta and northwards. We're talking about 18,000 miles of roadways. To do all that takes about 12 to 14 hours each cycle. They started the first round around midnight, finished around noon, took a little bit of a break, picked back up at 12:30. Now, starting tonight, they are adding 300 plow trucks. That's with the heavy-duty salt mix. They did say people staying off the roads is going to help them do that efficiently, noting traffic has already been down today 30 to 40% from typical volumes, which has really helped. So public safety-wise, starting at 6 p.m. through overnight, there are about 30 state troopers strategically placed along highways to respond to calls. Tomorrow, that number will increase to 50 to 60 throughout the day. DPS also has drones ready to go up at any time to assess the damage, any place they can't get by car. They also have helicopter crews ready to move critical supplies if they can't transport them on the roads. They also have teams standing by to help respond to any locations that need extra help. Now, we also heard from environmental experts, EPD, Georgia Forestry Commission. They say that they have some chainsaw crews standing by, ready to respond to those power outages, help get trees out of the roads as well. They say, frankly, our species of beautiful trees we have all across the state are just not prepared for this kind of ice event. So people do need to be prepared for power outages. And if the wind gusts are too bad, folks might have to take a break from responding to those outages so that the crews stay safe. Now, if you do lose power in your home and you're cold, Georgia Parks is opening 16 different warming centers at some of their parks across the state. Pets on a leash are allowed. If you want to bring your furry friends, you can check those locations right now at 11alive.com. For now, reporting live in Atlanta, I'm Savannah Levins. Guys.
All right, thank you, Savannah, for all that really important information.
Really important. I would call her Savannah #FactsLevins because she brings it every time that we go to her, so we really appreciate that. Hey, in Gwinnett County, crews are now working to prep the roadways to make them as safe as possible.
Yeah, now officials, they've been clear, Ron, they don't want people driving tonight, but first responders and emergency crews, they do need to have access to roads. So let's get out live to 11 Alive's Gilad Malamed in Gwinnett County. Good afternoon, Gilad. So with the preparations to keep the roads as safe and clear as possible, crews are working really hard.
Yeah, they are working really hard, and it's work that's so important because so much of this storm response depends on if the roads are safe and passable. If the roads are not safe, power outage crews can't respond to those outages, first responders can't get to emergencies, and it's just a trickle-down effect. So that's why transportation crews here have been pre-treating the roads all day, and yesterday you could see some of the brine marks left behind from when they've been pulling out of this lot to go head out onto the Gwinnett County roadways. Inside this building are huge piles of salt as well, and trucks with plows and spreaders staying dry right now so they can be ready for the storm. Crews are pre-treating major roads and overpasses and bridges. They're also prepared for trees and branches to fall onto the road from ice, so the transportation director says they do have chainsaws ready to go. The county DOT has 36 dump trucks and 23 snowplows strategically placed across the county to respond once the storm hits. The transportation director, Edgar Aponte, is stressing the importance of people staying off the roads so those crews can clear them.
For this type of event, please stay off the road. That's the most important thing that we all can do so that as we address the incidents that we see on the roads, our staff can get to the places that we need to get to address those incidents, as well as our emergency vehicles.
Another important message from the county is that they want people to stay safe and warm, especially if they lose power. So they're opening 6 warming centers across the county. Those locations are Best Friend Park Gymnasium in Norcross, Buford Senior Center in Buford, Lawrenceville Senior Center in Lawrenceville, Shorty Howell Park Activity Building in Duluth, the Gwinnett Justice and Administration Center, and the Community Resource Center at Bethany Church Road in Snellville. Those warming centers will be opening fairly soon at 4:30 p.m. The county plans to have them open until Monday morning, but they say they are prepared to have them open until Tuesday if necessary. Live in Gwinnett County, Gilad Malamed, 11 Alive News.
All right, Gilad, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the update.
Yeah, and moving from the northwest now, or excuse me, from the northeast over to the northwest, leaders in Cobb County are keeping a close eye on the weather conditions tonight.
And they're really focused on maybe keeping a lot of people safe out there, but there's some people out there enjoying some time out. Before it gets really bad, let's get to 11 Alive Danielle Nottingham. She's live at the Marietta Square right now. And, you know, you talk to some people who are outside just trying to have a good time before the storm shows up.
They're very happy here, Ron and Rachel. I think I'm the most bundled up of most of the people we've been seeing around here, but they're getting out, they're getting their coffee, their lunches, their dinner before this weather hits here in Marietta. But let's just talk about what's happening around Cobb County. Marietta City Schools, they have canceled all of their activities for today and for tomorrow. If we move over to Cobb County, the Department of Transportation, they are ready. They said they just recently upgraded their systems where they can make 10,000 gallons of brine an hour, and they have 11 trucks waiting and ready to use to treat the roads here. They have about 560 lane miles, main roads that people use around this area that they will be using. But again, folks here, they're out there enjoying themselves, and some people still aren't completely convinced this weather event is going to happen, but they're prepared anyway. Are you ready for the storm?
I think we are. Everybody, like I tell, my wife is a little nervous, so, you know, that kicks in Murphy's Law, so we better get ready because we have been here through the previous storms and we don't want to get caught, you know, without the proper supply. So, yes, I think we're ready.
Are you doing kind of your last walks before all the craziness is happening?
Make sure that the dogs get a good walk, even though I think they're excited to see a little ice and snow like we normally don't.
It's a little funny to you. I'm looking around. It looks like nothing's about to happen here at all. Everyone's
completely, and I keep looking at the phone hour by hour. I'm just not seeing it, but you never know. Maybe we'll have a beautiful winter wonderland tomorrow morning.
And we certainly do know it's coming, but that is a very good perspective to enjoy the weather, too. Just to add, Cobb County offices, they're closing today at 6 p.m., and all Cobb County libraries, they're closed through Monday. Reporting live in Marietta, Danielle Nottingham, 11 Alive News.
All right, Danielle, it's good to be positive, but you got to be prepared as well. So we appreciate that update. You know, North Georgia is expected to get the brunt of this storm tonight, folks.
Yeah, right. So we want to welcome in Gordon County's EMA Director, Courtney Taylor. You've been working around the clock to help keep people safe, Courtney. You're on the phone with us now. So thank you for being here, first of all. I know how busy you are. What's it like right now in Gordon County?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. Now it's just business. The roads are clear. We are noticing that our citizens are going ahead and taking the warnings that we've been putting out all week. There's some late preparations still going on at our local hardware stores, but our road less traffic already.
Okay, I got a quick question for you, sir. What resources are you offering the residents now? And I know a lot of folks are preparing. They have their own, their own items, whether it's food, whether it's water, whether it's charging up their devices. But are you offering any other resources for the residents there?
We are. As you said, we've been prepping them all week, and we think most of our residents have taken it pretty seriously, but we do have some that we're looking for shelter. So we have several shelters open tonight. One is at Crane Eater Community Church on Redbud Road. Will be open at 6 p.m. for families and meals. And we also have a Providence Rescue Mission for men in downtown Calhoun. And our community center on the east side of the camp will be opening if needed. And then we also have several more churches on standby and recreation. If those begin to fill up, we feel like we have the capacity to anyone in that asks.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit, but we do have one more question for you tonight. What is your message to the residents there tonight?
My main message for the residents would be, once the sun goes down, be where you're going to be. Try to that will help us if we lose power to get those power crews out and help our public safety to be able to respond more efficiently. So they could just stay home. We're here if they need us. Call us, and we'll get to you as soon as possible.
All right, Courtney, thank you so much, and good luck over the next couple of days. Stay warm. So, Ron, that's a message we've been hearing from all officials. Stay home, help first responders, help your neighbors. Let's get over now to meteorologist Chris Holcomb, our chief meteorologist. Tell us what folks can expect as the forecast continues to change today.
It's going to be a progression here, really, through the rest of the evening hours tonight. That's when the window of opportunity is going to be higher for that freezing rain to begin later on tonight, and then overnight and into tomorrow morning. That's when things are going to be the slickest here. Now, what we're watching, cold air coming in from the north and east is going to clash with the rain that's going to be pushing in from the south and also to the west. But temperatures right now are still in the 40s here in town. We don't have any rain yet. We are mainly just cloudy out there right now. But what we're going to be watching first is the changeover to start taking place in northeast Georgia, where that colder air is going to be in place. It is already freezing right now up in Clayton, and that's the beginning of that wedge, that colder air that's going to start pushing in from the north and east. So that's going to start sliding our way, while at the same time, we're watching this moisture to the west that's going to be pushing in and colliding with that wedge, that shallow layer of cold air at the surface. And what it's going to be rain coming down, but you'll look at it and think, oh, it's just raining. But when the temperatures are at 32 or lower and the surfaces are at freezing, it's going to start glazing up on trees first in the higher parts of the trees. And then you'll notice the glazing coming down lower and lower as those temperatures continue to fall. And then exposed surfaces outside will start glazing over. And then eventually the ground will start piling up with ice and some of the roads out there too. It's just the timing now of the cold air pushing in and then this moisture arriving. And so as we were talking about, we really want you to be where you're going to be and where you're going to be hunkering down by sunrise or by sunset tonight. Now, it may not be happening exactly at sunset, but that's just a safest bet for you to get into where you're going to be there, as we have this ice storm warning that is in effect that covers all of North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, and just a little bit south of I-20 as well. And Danielle, you know, even though this ice storm warning covers all these numerous counties, it's not going to be the same thing in every county. It's going to be much worse in Northeast Georgia, and then moderate impacts here in Metro Atlanta, and a little more minor impacts to the south of us.
Chris, that is something else that we're watching, are the other impacts that could be on our radar. It is definitely going to be some ice, and we know that. But right now, even, we are seeing those winds being very, very gusty. And even over the next few days, we're going to see those wind chills really play a big part in what it feels like outside. So that's another component of this storm. So if we take a look at our current wind gusts, in Canton, there is a 24-mile-an-hour wind gust. That's pretty gusty out there. We've been seeing this off and on. As we take a look at our forecasted wind gusts over the next few hours, this is overnight tonight and Sunday morning. You can see a 29-mile-an-hour wind gust in the North Georgia mountains, around 36-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This is just overnight, and it continues, these high winds, as that entire system pushes off to our east. So you need to be prepared for that as well. That is another threat that we are looking at with this storm system. So it is also going to be very cold, and those winds are going to make it feel very cold. Also, that's going to play a big part in our road temperatures. Right now, currently, they are all above freezing. However, as the temperature drops, the roads cool off, those winds start to blow, that's when we're really going to see those accumulations really get worse, because that ice is really going to fall. And then, Chris, low temperatures on Monday, when people wake up, it's going to be into the 20s. And because of that, the wind chills involved, there is a cold weather advisory for us as well. So this is just kind of the storm that keeps on going. That cold weather is going to be that second component that we're going to be watching for as we wrap up the freezing rain and prepare for the blast of cold air to be coming in behind it.
And it just wants to keep pounding us. Not only is ice worse, but then you add wind to that, and then you add more cold air to that, and it's just going to want to stick around here for a while. Now, this is the warm air that's in place over us right now, with temperatures that are at about 40 degrees or higher. And then through the nighttime hours, we're going to see this with us for a little bit. And then tonight, look at that cold air. That's the wedge coming back down into our area. It's going to be covering us up with those below freezing temperatures late tonight, overnight, and into early tomorrow morning as the moisture moves in, up and over that. Then the big question is going to be tomorrow, how much can that wedge erode and allow some warmer air to come in to get us above freezing for multiple hours tomorrow? Hopefully that we don't think it would get rid of all of the ice, but it would help to curtail the growth or the thickening of the ice out there if we can get back up to the upper 30s and lower 40s for multiple hours. But then that's not going to last long either, because overnight and going in Sunday and into Monday, there's that second blast of cold air. So whatever is still on the ground Sunday night is going to be freezing again going into Monday morning.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot. And come on, warmer air as much as we possibly can.
Yeah.
We have a programming note we just want to slide your way. So normally you will be watching track and field right here on 11 Alive. However, it's now playing on the WATL, if you want to check it out. Or you can stay right here and make sure that you are weather aware.
Yeah, one area that definitely needs to be weather aware is Hall County, one of the areas that our meteorologists have told us going to be seeing some more severe impacts of this ice storm. So let's head out to our very own Cody Alcorn in Hall County. Good afternoon, Cody. So tell us what folks there are expecting and how everyone there is preparing.
Well, as of right now, it's just a typical Saturday afternoon here in Gainesville. People are coming, they're going, they're enjoying some afternoon out at a restaurant. There's people getting last-minute supplies at the grocery stores, filling up those vehicles, and of course those Ace Hardware and other hardware stores around the county busy this afternoon, making sure people get those last-minute supplies. And something interesting to note, we're talking about ice, not snow. So People are going to be like, just a half an inch, 3/4 of an inch, that's not a lot. But you heard Galat talking about the last hour that, what is it, a half an inch can add 500 pounds to a power line. And this bottle cap, if you measured from the top to the bottom, that's just over an inch. So we're talking about half of this. So when people say, well, it's not a big deal, or if just an inch was not going to be that bad, if we get a half an inch of this, that is catastrophic here in Hall County, and that's what the EMA director is trying to stress to people, not just here in Hall County, but across Northeast Georgia. If this storm follows what these models say it's going to do, and we could see up to a half an inch or more here in Northeast Georgia, especially in Gainesville, it is going to cause power outages, no doubt. And the EMA director says you should be prepared. We've been talking about it all week for these prolonged power outages. Take a listen.
We are anticipating prolonged power outages where they occur. Power restoration is going to take some time. So again, to your point, it's going to be prolonged, which is why we recommend that people are prepared for 3 to 4 days without power at a minimum. And again, with the cold weather that's coming in right behind it, it's going to make it especially difficult. I'm hoping that they're prepared for what is coming, and also just to stay off the roads, let our folks do what they do best, and it's going to take some time. We're going to have to work in concert with power companies and other utilities to get the roads clear once this happens, and just stay off the roads as long as possible.
And we have crews from across the southeast. These pike trucks here are from Lake Placid, Florida. We have some tree companies to my right from Ohio. They are stationed here and around Metro. I'm told there's more up on I-85 in the Commerce area. So they're really strategically putting these trucks and these crews out. But as you've been hearing from all of my colleagues, these folks will not be able to get out in the communities until this ice melts. These trees are taken off the power lines, and it's cleared for these linemen to get in there. And I'll tell you, social media is pretty entertaining right now of people trying to be experts in the meteorology field. They did not go to school for it. But as we've seen around Metro, even if it's just a glaze of ice, a lot of people end up on the side of the streets, and then they're upset because law enforcement can't get to them in time. So while, yes, it's not doing much, we are out here just with some wind and cold. It is coming, and that is what all of these emergency management directors are telling folks, is to heed the warnings, because it is going to happen. How much? We're all just going to have to wait and see when it starts coming down later tonight.
All right, Cody, thank you so much. Definitely better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. And, you mentioned folks on social media. I've definitely seen some of that. That's why you got to stay here on 11 Alive with our experts, folks like Cody getting the real facts for you.
That's right. Don't trust social media, but we got some professionals here to make sure you get the right information. Cody, thanks a lot, sir. Appreciate it. Folks, we're going to be right back right after this.
Solutions that help make our daily commutes easier and communities safer, because we believe in Atlanta and its bright future. See solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately
All right, welcome back to 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus. Now, Rachel, I know that you normally cover the traffic because you're a traffic expert, but there's a lot of things happening at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport because we are tracking any cancellations or delays out there.
Yeah, I had a friend who yesterday, she texted me, she's like, I'm flying to Atlanta today. I'm like, you're good Friday.
Yeah.
Make sure you get on that plane, though, because beyond that, we don't know. But let's get out live to Doug Richards, our very own 11 Alive reporter at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. So you've been talking to people flying in and out of the airport today, Doug. And what is currently the conditions there in terms of cancellations? Have you seen that flight board start to light up a little more?
Well, you know, the pace of the board lighting up seems to be about the same as it's been for the last couple of hours. Mostly what we're seeing are flights connected to cities to the west of us in the southwest Texas. You know, flights to Dallas-Fort Worth, for example, are few and far between because the ice storm has already affected that area. Other destinations to the west, like Memphis, Little Rock, places in Alabama, are also likewise among the list of cities to be more likely to be canceled than not. But what we're mostly seeing here is folks still seeing that there's a window of opportunity here at the airport in Atlanta to actually get on a plane and get out of here before the ice storm comes. Similarly, there are folks who are coming into town who are also making it just barely ahead of the ice storm successfully. We talked with a young woman named Tamarin Robinson who said that she was taking a pleasure trip this weekend, knew that the ice storm was coming to Atlanta, and she and her friend decided, let's go anyway.
New York is actually going to get hit hard as well. So we were hoping that we were going to get here before it starts to get bad, because we didn't want to be stuck in New York. We'd rather be stuck in Atlanta if we're going to be stuck in a storm, because it's just more fun.
Atlanta's more fun than New York in a storm?
Yeah, of course. New York, they tend to shut everything down, and it's not that great. Like, I feel like Atlanta, it doesn't get as cold as New York.
So that may give our viewers some perspective then as they watch perhaps their lights blink out during the course of the evening. If they learn that the temperature in the morning is going to be particularly low, if they go outside and find perhaps the ice storm to be a bit unpleasant, they should know from this woman from New York that an ice storm in Atlanta is actually better than inclement weather in New York, at least from her perspective. So it's kind of all a question, I guess, of where you sit, right? And whether or not our ice storm is really going to be as bad as we think it's going to be. Back to you.
Always philosophical. Doug Richards, we really appreciate that, Doug. Thank you.
So let's get over to the experts.
Yeah.
Chris Holcomb, our chief meteorologist. Ice storm in New York versus Atlanta. Is there a difference?
You know, I don't think that the words ice storm and fun go together because it's not going to be fun here when we have the icing conditions coming in. So here's what we're watching on radar. You know, we're in the 40s right now. We're good. We've been telling you that we were expecting the daytime hours today to be fine. It's going to be tonight, really, when things start worsening. So we've got the clouds around now. No rain here. Northeast Georgia, we've been watching some reflectivity coming in here, trying to get a little bit of moisture coming down to the ground, but nothing really major going on there right now. Most of this moisture, though, Alabama, Tennessee, back into Mississippi and Louisiana. This is the part we're watching moving in tonight that's going to clash with that colder air coming in from the north and east. We have the winter, actually the ice storm warning in effect for North Georgia, roughly along I-20 northward. There are some counties south of I-20 like Henry County and Clayton County included in that. But it's in these areas where we're going to see some ice developing tonight. In some spots, it's going to be more significant accumulation than others, and we're going to be dealing with some power outages there. So we think it's going to be major impacts in Northeast Georgia with ice totals over a half an inch with dangerous to impossible travel and widespread power outages. Look at the moderate here along I-20, Metro Atlanta and northwest into Northwest Georgia. Ice totals a quarter of an inch to a half inch, difficult travel there and scattered outages. Not as much on the south side, but a glazing up to maybe a quarter of an inch. Still some slick travel and some isolated outages there too. Danielle Moss joins us now, and you know, Danielle, it's really interesting. Just a minute ago, Cody Alcorn showed that bottle cap of what it would be like for about an inch in diameter of ice. And it doesn't seem like that much, but it makes a huge difference just going from a quarter of an inch to a half inch or even more than a half inch of ice.
Exactly. When you look at our little yardstick here, you're thinking, okay, we're talking about an inch. Nope. But when we even talk about small amounts, just a tenth of an inch, that is when we start to see some really slick surfaces, a light glaze. And that is definitely a very small amount, right? But honestly, when you talk about ice, that's still huge because that could still cause some slick spots on the sidewalks, on some roads. And then even when you're just walking, maybe you have to go take the trash out, you need to be extra careful. Now we start talking about a quarter of an inch. That becomes really problematic. You can see it kind of raised just a little bit there. That's when it gets dangerous on the bridges and on the roadways. And we start to see a little bit of that encasing on the power lines as well. It looks gorgeous outside, but it is very, very dangerous. We even start to see some of those icicles forming when we start talking about greater than half of an inch of ice. Crippling. That word stands out the most when we talk about ice accumulations. And when we really break it down, unfortunately, Northeast Georgia is in that area where they could be seeing half an inch or greater in totals. Crippling, Chris. That word really sticks out when we talk about these ice accumulations. And even here in Metro Atlanta, seeing a quarter to half of an inch could be devastating for some people.
And I want to share a little bit of wisdom. If many of you remember Flip Spiceland, he was one of our meteorologists years ago. He posted online, many of you may think that you can drive on ice, but the problem is you probably can't stop on ice. And that's why we're telling everyone to don't try to venture out on the roads when we have those ice around. Here's the timeline. We're going to be watching the transformation here going on with the rain freezing the rain mixing and starting to freeze up, and the untreated roads are going to be turning slick. And then overnight tonight, we're going to see accumulation intensifying, temperatures dropping into the 20s, and the roads really turning slick and icy overnight. Then tomorrow, morning freezing rain, heavier precip in the afternoon with those temperatures trying to warm up a little bit, but we're still going to be dealing with a power outage threat as those winds are going to start kicking in Sunday and into Monday, and then even colder air on Monday. So this storm has numerous verses to it. We're just at the preamble right now, and then we've got all the verses through tomorrow, and then even more next week when we're talking about that cold air.
All right, Chris, Danielle, thanks a lot for the update there. And our northeast counties are now expected to get some of the worst of this weather.
Yeah, that includes White County. They already announced they are going to be canceling school on Monday. Their public safety agency said that folks should prepare to shelter in place for 2 to 3 days at a minimum. So let's get out to Angelina Salcida, who's out in White County. You just heard from the county's public safety leaders.
Yeah, so they actually just had the safety briefing here in White County. That would include all of the city managers, city officials, public safety officials, both county and city related, and then obviously the EOC director and deputy director as well. I will tell you guys and be quite frank, after they got this briefing from the National Weather Service, it was basically the very first time in 30 for one and 35 years for the other that they had seen something like this forecasted for this county. And that's exactly why they're a little bit fearful about what the impacts could look like here when we wake up tomorrow. Now, they ended up talking to the officials that are in here, basically telling them that they needed to be patient, but also that they have prepared for this as much as they could prepare for this. We're talking about 3/4 of an inch or an inch or more of ice that expected if it pans out that way. The director is saying that the effects from this will cripple the county for days. That's exactly why they have been telling people to prepare themselves for staying in their homes for a few days, given that we won't exactly know what this is going to look like. So here's what EOC officials are saying. Travel will likely become impassable tonight, carrying over into Monday. They want people to get into their place where they plan on staying at 3 p.m. starting today. Obviously, we are past that now. The reason why they say 3 p.m. is not necessarily because of the traffic, but because they want roads to be clear for public safety officials. I want you to hear from the deputy director himself.
We deal with tropical storms, so we understand trees falling, power grid loss. We get all of that. But if we get over a ½ inch of ice, we could be looking at damage that rivals a Category 2 or 3 hurricane. And it could be long-lasting for days. And then you throw the bitter cold temperatures in on top of it, we're looking at life-threatening conditions, I'm afraid.
You know, speaking to the deputy director himself, it actually brought tears to his eyes having to tell me that again after he spoke to all the officials that were here. We even have an official from GMA here as well to make sure that they have all the resources that they need here in White County. The reason being is because in public safety, you want to be able to help everybody that you can. But in this scenario, depending on what things look like, there are going to be times where they're just not going to be able to get to people and they're not going to be able to respond right away. So they want people to brace themselves for any delays that they can anticipate here in White County. If this ice does stack up, they're not going to be able to get to people despite the fact that they have those chains on the wheels of their cars and that type of thing. It's just, you just can't drive on ice. And so they're telling people to expect the delays. Obviously, they're hoping that people have prepared. People that live here up in the mountains are very accustomed to the winter weather here. They're accustomed to getting the snow, but ice is something that is completely different. And that's a little bit part of the reason why you heard that from the deputy director there, guys.
Yeah, Angelina, some tough words there, tough few days for folks in Helen and Cleveland coming up. Thank you so much for that information for folks in that area that could be life-saving.
Yeah, it could be life-saving, absolutely. We're going to head out to Oconee County right now, and Zach Merchant is out there. And Zach, you actually spoke with the EMA director. What did he have to say?
In some ways, very similar to the warning that Angelina's official that she spoke with delivered. Beware, stay off the roads, be careful. And it's worth noting, too, Angelina pointed out, folks up in our more northern reaches and the more mountainous areas of our state, they're used to some kinds of winter weather, but ice is a challenge there. We're a little further south. The EMA director here in Oconee County, C.J. Warden, he made a similar point and said, look, folks here are used to rain events. They've seen hurricane force, tropical storm force situations come through. We referenced Hurricane Irma from about 5-6 years ago as the last big storm that impacted this area. He said ice is a very different beast. It raises serious challenges here. We talk about this window of time to keep getting prepared. It's now about 3:45 in the afternoon. That window is very much narrowing here. You want to have all your supplies. You want to have your home situation wherever you can hunker down. Now is starting to be the time where you want to start thinking about doing that. Here in Oconee County, C.J. Warden, the EMA director, says about 100 first responders, public safety officials are ready to go into action as this storm rolls in. A big focus is these chainsaw crews they have ready to go to keep the roads clear. If we do see a lot of ice, if trees do come down, that'll be one of their first priorities, to chop them up, clear the roads, and let other first responders do the work that they need to do. A lot of people, of course, probably wondering what happens if you have an emergency in the midst of this winter storm. We asked C.J. Warden that. He says, yeah, absolutely, you can still call 911, but if the weather is bad, there will be some challenges.
You can call 911. We will do our absolute best to get to you, but just understand we have to contend with the same conditions that everyone else does. So we might have a delayed response. So the other thing that we would ask people to do, stay off the roads while they might be blocked or there might be ice on them, because then we can potentially avoid creating hazardous circumstances, not only for the public, but for our responders.
And that was something that we've heard from, obviously, the EMA director here, C.J. Warden, and many other public safety officials across the state. It's a team sport when you talk about a situation like this. Your decisions, our decisions, whether we go out in the weather or not, it impacts others who need to be out there. If we don't have to be out there, be careful, stay home, play it safe.
Good advice there, Zach. So let's talk about UGA. I know some of the students were really concerned about their safety. Earlier this week, there was talk about them having to go home or to leave the campus. What's the update with that one, sir?
Well, let's be clear here. Students, if they decide to stay on campus, the university said they can, but the school has encouraged students to clear out, to leave campus. Classes have been canceled on Monday. The school has said, though, if students do stay, and that's against their recommendation, but if they do stay, they can stay in their dorms. But if the weather gets bad, if power outages come, then there may come a time when students need to leave their sort of typical assigned dorms and consolidate into some backup residence halls that have emergency power and emergency heat. That warning, will end with this, came yesterday. The note that there will be these backup residence halls, that came from the school yesterday. But again, this window to make that decision to stay or go is closing, as we've heard from our meteorologists. As it gets dark out here, as the precipitation starts to come in, you're going to want to be hunkered down. So if you're on the fence about leaving UGA or not, you're going to want to make that decision in the next couple hours at the very least, guys.
Yeah, really good advice there, Zach. Thanks a lot for the update. And as you know, folks, we have been tracking this storm for days now, and so have emergency management crews all across our state.
Yeah, so we want to welcome now Robert Poole with Fannin County EMS. So thank you so much for being with us, Robert. Of course, Fannin County is one of the counties expected to have possibly some prolonged power outages, some of the most severe impacts. So what does today's preps look like to get ready for this event?
We just checking all of our stations, making sure that all of our chains are ready for our trucks, checking the fuel levels and the generators and chainsaws, making sure all of our personnel are aware and ready and on standby. And externally, just a big education push really to the public, trying to encourage them to be prepared and stay put.
Yeah, you know, we talk a lot about what's been taking place here in Metro Atlanta as we prepare, also up there in North Georgia, but the weather is expected to be really different up there in the mountains. So what are you guys bracing for?
We're definitely expecting some ice at this point, and I mean, that's one of the most disruptive weather events that we see, and it can pose a real challenge just reaching people. So we're just really encouraging people to stay put if possible, because it can really overtax resources rapidly. You know, we try to come to their aid, and then we ourselves, you know, become an emergency on the side of the road as well. So it can, I've been through 2 of these in my career, and it gets overtaxing really rapidly.
Yeah, and Robert, you wear a lot of hats. You're wearing one of them right now. You're a firefighter there in Fannin County. You're also a public information officer. So what has preparation looked like for you over the past few days?
I've been really working on just a big education push this week, externally, just trying to get people prepared, you know, having their prescriptions filled. If they're oxygen dependent, making sure they've got their oxygen bottles. A lot of people just have oxygen concentrators, which obviously require power. So in the event we have extended power outage, they need to have plans in place to supplement that. You know, warm clothes, warm blankets, education on using generators properly and being aware of carbon monoxide, just big education push trying to get people prepared.
Yeah, that's so important. We always talk about the 4 Ps, you know, people, plants, pets, and I don't know if I'm missing anything there, but, and pipes. Chris says pipes, pipes as well. What is your message for residents out there? I know we always touch on the big things. What is your message for folks up there?
If at all possible, try to stay put. If you leave unnecessarily, you just become part of the problem, especially with ice. Just something as simple as stepping outside can result in a slip off the porch. And, you know, it's highly likely we can't even reach some of these places without going in on foot if we do get the level of ice we're expecting.
Okay, sir, we really appreciate you stopping by 11 Alive, and hopefully folks up there will take what you said to heart. Thank you. We appreciate it, and stay safe.
So we want to transition now to talking to our very own Liza Lucas, who's been getting information from Georgia DOT, getting updates from them. So let's go out to the newsroom where Liza is this afternoon. So you just spoke with DOT, or you just got new information from DOT. They're, of course, working hard to prepare our roadways for this major ice event.
That's right. They've got their own command center. And so I want to get right to it. We want to toss to some new sound from Natalie Dale with Georgia DOT as the agency monitors road conditions statewide from the Traffic Management Center. Take a listen.
So right now, roads look good. We know that we are down about 40% in traffic this morning. That's excellent. That's where we want to be. We want to continue to see that number decreasing. We need you where you need to be till about Monday, possibly even Tuesday by 6 p.m. today. So be prepared to hunker down, have everything you need should the power go out, have all your snacks, have everything ready.
So it sounds like everyone is really heeding the advice that we've been echoing from state officials and getting off the roads. Of course, they're hoping to get those numbers down even further. DOT urging everyone to be in place by 6 p.m. tonight, adding that conditions can change very rapidly, especially with ice and black ice. Now, as we monitor these changes, we want to know what's happening in your backyard, in your neighborhood. You can text us 404-885-7600. I'm going to put that on screen shortly, but we've been getting some pictures already throughout the course of the day. This one from Andrea, who actually is a nurse at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. She's staying close by the hospital at a hotel to make sure that she can check in and work. And she says these line trucks outside were such a welcome sight for her overnight. She says make sure to check with the linemen and say thank you, thank you, thank you. And then these from Katie and Dunwayne. A lot of resources being spread out statewide. I know Cody was talking about some of those resources coming in from out of state too. And then right here, Fairburn police clocking someone at 114 miles per hour, guys. They say, please, 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 especially as conditions worsen. You should never be driving that fast, but especially as things worsen. Do not want to be doing that on the road at this hour. So slow down, stay safe. Also, shout out to the team at Atlanta Gaslight. I've been chatting with one of their team members who says they are ready to respond to gas leaks as needed. So many trying to make sure everyone stays safe. They're on the ground, they're ready to go, they're in position. Again, how are you prepping for the storm? Let us know. Has any precipitation started to fall? Text your photos and your videos now to 404-885-7600, 404-885-7600, and we can chat behind the scenes. We'll be there ready to get a gauge of what you're experiencing, and as we have our crews throughout the metro, that just helps us even further to know what's happening on the ground. Guys.
All right, Liza, thank you so much. Very important information. You know, GDOT working overtime, for sure.
Working overtime. And you know who else is working overtime? That is our meteorologist right here at 11 Alive. Let's get back over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, looking at the timeline here, Chris.
And of course, we're watching every little movement on radar right now as we have those conditions that are still dry. We have cloudy skies, temperatures are warm. We are in the 40s right now. We were never really thinking anything will be happening out there right now, but what we're waiting for, beginning to see some moisture trying to build in from the west, just a little bit of light rain trying to move into Cleburne and Randolph County into Alabama and then eventually into northwest Georgia, but that's not the main thing. The main rain is still out to the west. We have cloudy skies here. We've been watching a little bit of moisture trying to get down to the ground. This up in parts of Rabun County near Clayton, and this is where we do have temperatures right now at 32 degrees in Clayton, so that could be the beginning of some freezing rain. A little bit more of that activity in northwest Georgia, but there's the main part of the rain in Alabama stretching back into Mississippi, and then north of that, we've got the freezing rain and then sleet and then snow up into parts of Tennessee. The snow part is not coming our way. It is the rain that is coming our way, and that's what it's going to be in the air. It's going to be drops of rain, raindrops in the air, but it's going to freeze when it hits a surface that is at freezing or below. So here's an interesting thing I want to show you here. We have temperatures now in the 40s, but what we're going to be watching is that wedge. We've been talking about that. That's the cold air that moves down into our area from the north and the east. It's really called, meteorologically, it's cold air damming. It's the cold air that gets kind of bottled up or kind of dammed up here along the mountains, and then it drains down into our area. That cold air is going to be moving in late tonight, overnight, and in the morning. That's where we're going to be experiencing those temperatures that are going to be below freezing. But at the same time, the rain coming in from the south and west, riding up and over that shallow layer of cold air, and that's what's going to give us that freezing rain. Then in the afternoon tomorrow, we're seeing that wedge erode a little bit and be overtaken by slightly warmer air. That will be a good thing if we're above freezing for multiple hours tomorrow. That would stop the thickening of the ice out there and hopefully curtail whatever is on the ground. We may even get up into the lower 40s here in the afternoon hours, which would be an afternoon and early evening. But then the moisture is going to be gone. Actually, the precip is going to be out of here. But whatever is left on the ground Sunday night is going to freeze again Monday morning as it gets cold. And we're talking about not just barely below freezing. We're talking about mid-20s here for your Monday morning. So, and that's just the beginning of the cold air. It's going to be even colder going into next week with Tuesday morning temperatures that are going to be down in the teens. Stay with us. Melissa, Danielle, and I and our entire weather team will keep tracking this for you. We'll have a lot more coming up in our next half hour.
Yeah, I think that's what's really difficult for something like this is that we're going to have that ice event, but then that just extreme cold going to be sticking around, prolonging that ice most definitely, especially up north, and then also just making it unpleasant to be outside as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, but the thing about it, what officials have been saying, don't panic, just be prepared. Just make sure that you're ready, and we're going to make sure you stay ready. And during this winter storm, there are thousands across Metro Atlanta struggling to afford basic necessities. And right now, 11 Alive and Georgia Natural Gas are teaming up to raise money to help families stay warm, as you pointed out here, Rachel. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen and make a donation through next Saturday, January 31st. We'll be right back. Your doodad.
Oh, thank you.
Do you want to use that microphone?
I don't know.
Is that Ron's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what mic, where you were before with traffic, where did that mic go?
It's at my desk. They want me on that one. This is Rachel.
Okay, tell them I have mic 3 right here if they want you on that.
Sorry, so what did you just say? Do you know what IFB you have? I can look at it.
Sorry.
Anchor left.
Anchor left.
Well, I was waiting to see what they wanted me to put on before I zipped up.
I'll just give you a little
Well, thank you.
Do you have her now?
Hey. I don't have anything on right now. I'm trying to wait and see what y'all want me to do.
Mic 1 is right here. Okay, it's out of battery, so I need to replace that. Mic 3's right here. She's got mic 2 on. What am I putting J-Bell on?
J-Bell needs to be on. Who has 2?
Rachel has 2.
We'll put J-Bell on this one. We'll make it easy.
J-Bell on 1? Okay. Take this 3 battery. Or you have a
Yeah,
battery?
okay with it.
Okay.
So you want me to put
We're gonna have
this
you put
one?
mic 1 on.
I'll take this back.
Keep it simple
Thanks.
with 1
And you just put the battery in this one?
I did, yes.
Let me check your levels.
The impact and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the impending ice storm that is moving our way. I'm Chief Meteorologist. We're joining you here on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus. We have been streaming continuously and on air with you since early this morning. We're going to be with you throughout the evening as well as through the day tomorrow too, as we're watching this ice storm that's going to start to develop. And where we are right now is actually we're okay, and we were expecting to be okay through the afternoon hours here today with mainly clouds. Temperatures are in the 40s. The rain has not arrived yet, and the coldest air has not arrived yet. But it's going to be this process that's going to be happening during the evening hours and overnight, where the cold air comes in from the north and east, and then the moisture will come in from the south and west. And that moisture is going to ride up and over a shallow layer of cold air at the surface, and that is the recipe for freezing rain. And that's what we're expecting out there. Only clouds over us right now. We've been watching a little bit of this moisture mix trying to start here up in North Georgia. Clayton is at 32 right now, so they are at the freezing mark up in Rabun County. We just are not for sure if all of this is reaching the ground yet, but this is just the beginning of that transition that is going to be starting in northeast Georgia and then spreading our way with the colder air during the evening hours. Over to the west, a little moisture trying to build in parts of northwest Georgia and Dade and Walker County, but then this is the leading edge of that rain now in Alabama that's going to start moving in, and then you have have more of it back into Louisiana and also into Mississippi. And you can see here how this is going to continue moving our way tonight, and that's going to clash with that cold air that's going to be at the surface here later on tonight. So we have that ice storm warning in effect for North Georgia and including Metro Atlanta, roughly along the line of I-20 northward, even though we have Clayton County and Henry County also in that warning, even though they're south of I-20. It's in these areas where we're going to be seeing some impacts here from this ice that's going to be moving in. In some spots, especially northeast Georgia, it is going to be significant icing there. We're going to have some moderate icing here in the Metro Atlanta area. That's going to lead to dangerous travel and also some power outages. There's that major area that we're going to see there in northeast Georgia, the moderate down in Metro Atlanta and over to the east and northwest of us, and then the minor impacts there on the south side. Now, Melissa Nord joins us, and when we're talking about major impacts there, that's where the ice thickness could be a ½ inch or greater. And it's amazing to think of the differences in those impacts just based on just a little bit of differences in those ice thicknesses.
1/4 of an inch difference is the difference between seeing the road impacts and scattered outages and seeing widespread outages. So I first want to focus on what we could see transpire over the side, the kind of the northeast side of the metro. That's where we're expecting ice accumulations of 1/4 of an inch to a ½ an inch. That's where roads will become icy. Some of the smaller tree limbs, as they get over 1/4 of an inch of ice, they're going to start to weigh down. And some of them that are weaker are going to start breaking off. We could also see at that point some power outages developing, scattered to numerous, but probably not widespread across the board because the ice is not quite high enough. But when you see over a ½ an inch or more, the roads are not just impassable, but the tree damage increases and the outage potential increases. And this is why. Let's talk about the weight that freezing rain or ice adds on those power lines. One segment between power pole to power pole, when we add a ½ an inch of ice on that, that's adding like a weight, like a dumbbell of 500 pounds weighing down on that power line. And the way that ice accretes is not a perfect circle. It's a teardrop shape as it slowly freezes. So that adds a little different aerodynamics into the equation. And when you introduce winds and gusty winds like we expect to happen tomorrow and Monday, that creates kind of a galloping effect of how those power lines are swaying in those gusty winds. Here's the winds tomorrow. During the day, we could see wind gusts increasing from sunrise all the way through late afternoon. Some of those gusts could be in excess of 20, 25 miles an hour. We'll head through the overnight into Monday. Look at these wind gusts. We have a refreeze happening. Areas in northeast Georgia still in freezing rain. The freezing rain's done falling from the sky, but it's coating everything. That ice is all over the trees and the power lines. You have wind gusts on Monday throughout the day, some of them topping 30 miles an hour. Chris, that's going to add another layer to more power outages increasing during the day on Monday. And likely a lot more of those trees that still have ice on them might be dropping some limbs.
And Melissa, to think that that amount of ice can add hundreds of pounds to a tree, and then you add those winds that you're talking about, and those limbs are going to be coming down, and some of those trees will be coming down too. So here is the timeline of what we're watching for this system during the evening hours. We're going to see the rain beginning to mix and change over into freezing rain later on tonight. Untreated roads are going to start turning slick. And then overnight, that's when the main bit of accumulation is going to be intensifying, where those temperatures will be below freezing and where we're going to have the rain moving into that. We're going to be dropping into the upper 20s here by tomorrow morning. The roads are going to be turning slick and icy while you are trying to sleep tonight. And then tomorrow morning, we have the freezing rain earlier, heavier rain coming in the afternoon. And at that point, we think we'll be above freezing for a bit. So hopefully that will curtail the buildup of the ice and maybe even work away at some of the ice that's already on the ground. But still, with those winds kicking up, we have that power outage threat. And then we're just watching temperatures in the south and west warming up and some of that warmer air moving into our area briefly before we get cold again on Monday morning. So just know that we've got a lot with this system. It's not just the precip involved with it. We're still going to deal with cold air and refreezing Monday, and then even colder air coming in as we go into Tuesday and the rest of next week.
Chris, thank you so much. And we are continuing to get new information in as we get closer and closer to this weather event. We do know right now that Clayton County Public Schools and Pickens County Public Schools have announced that they will be closed on Monday. So again, that's Clayton County and Pickens County schools closed. That includes offices. This is students and staff here out of an abundance of caution as we anticipate these icy conditions out there.
Yeah, and we know at this point, Gwinnett County, they've canceled events for the weekend, still planning to have school on Monday, and their crews are working to prep the roads to make them as safe as possible.
Yeah, leaders and its first responders are preparing to respond during this evening storm. We want to get you out live to 11 Alive's Gwinnett County live in Gwinnett County with the preparations. A lot of effort and a lot of planning goes into getting ready for a weather event like this, Gwinnett.
Yeah, this has been around the clock effort really since 7 a.m. yesterday. And this work doesn't stop. You know, there's no end goal. The work stops once the freezing rain comes. So they're just doing as much work as possible right now to try to brine and pre-treat the roads. You could see that brine mark leading out of the parking lot here where we've seen trucks coming here all day to fill up. They're treating major roads and overpasses and bridges in particular. It's really important for them to pre-treat these roads because first responders need access to emergencies once this storm hits. The county's normal 911 center is operating, but there is also an alternate one running out of a police precinct. The Gwinnett County Police Chief says that's to ensure the continuity of operations here. The fire department is adding snow chains to its tires so they can respond to emergencies. They're also increasing their field units. Law enforcement agencies are upping their staffing as well.
Our patrol units will be fully staffed. Those officers who would typically be working in an administrative function will transition to patrol, so we'll have more than enough units out on patrol to keep our community safe. As important, the Gwinnett County Police Department maintains a capacity to surge, so we will have a number of officers in a reserve status prepared to respond should the need occur.
The county has 36 dump trucks and 23 snow plows ready to respond to whatever may occur, but they're really asking people to stay home and not go out on the roads because they can't clear them if people are out. First responders can't get to emergencies, and of course it is dangerous for people to be out on the roads just with those icy conditions. Live in Gwinnett County, Gwinnett Mohammed, 11 Alive News.
All right, Gwinnett, thank you so much for that reporting. And this is the work that we're seeing happening all over Metro Atlanta and North Georgia as these leaders are working to be in position, make sure that they have what they need, and make sure that they're going to be able to respond appropriately. That's also what we're seeing in Cobb County as this weather is maybe a few hours away.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting close to that time that I heard our meteorologists say you want to be in place.
Yes.
5 o'clock, 8 p.m. at the latest. But people up in Cobb County still enjoying some time out before it gets bad. Let's get out live now to Danielle Nottingham at the Marietta Square. So, Danielle, you talk to people who are outside trying to have a good time before this storm hits in just a few hours here.
Yeah, the way it's been going out here, I think people are going to stay out up until 6 o'clock, up until 8 o'clock, up until the time that they close the square down. People are just enjoying their day before they've got to hunker down for the rest of the weekend. We have some updates coming out of Marietta City Schools. They've canceled all of their events for today and for tomorrow. Taking a look at Cobb County's Department of Transportation, they are ready to go. They told us that they've upgraded their system so they can make 10,000 gallons of brine an hour, and they have 11 trucks waiting to hit the road. They said they will be treating their main roads around here. They have 560 miles of lanes that they will be treating. And again, folks out here, they're taking it in stride. They're not quite sure what's going to happen, but they said they are still preparing.
Just getting some burgers at that place, Willie Ray's. Yeah.
It's pretty good?
It's very good. They have the best burger ever, so definitely go there.
So did you think you were going to hop out here before it all starts?
Yeah, I don't think anything's really going to go down.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like we've had something like this happen before, and it's just been kind of chill, so. But we came out here early just in case it did start later in the day.
Mm-hmm. Have you guys done anything to prepare for it, or?
I have some peanut butter and bread. We have about 6 jars of peanut butter at home that we've been storing over the last year, and we make PB&Js, you know. Lots of blankets too. Yes.
Oh. And keep in mind, those are college students, but I mean, food is food, and what you have, there's some good advice to have some blankets, have some non-perishable items there for you. And the businesses around here, some of them have already closed, some are staying open until they feel like they have to let their employees go home, get on the road safely. We do have to say a thank you to Max Chop House here too. They said I looked very cold, and they brought me some coffee, so thank you very much. But Cobb County offices, they're closing at 6 tonight, and all Cobb County libraries, they're closed through Monday. So we're all just sitting here waiting to see what's going to happen. Live in Marietta, Danielle Nottingham, 11 Alive News.
All right, Danielle, thank you so much. Nothing like a nice cup of coffee or tea when you're standing out in the cold for hours. We appreciate your reporting, Danielle. And hopefully those young people are a little more prepared than they indicate.
Yeah, feeling a little bit of complacency from them. Hopefully that's not the attitude everybody's taking. You know, we're making sure to tell you, don't be complacent. Prepare for the worst. Have a few days of food on hand and just get ready to shelter in place. You want to be over-prepared just in case.
Exactly. There's a little bit of time for you to get out and get any last-minute thing you need. And when we talk about being prepared, we want to get out now to 11 Live's Cody Alcorn in Hall County. And Cody, when we were talking to you last night, you were in Ace Hardware with people making those final dashes to get items. What are you taking a look at and tracking for us this evening in Hall County?
Well, I think people here are doing much more than stacking up with their peanut butter from the years. So I feel bad for those kids, a few hours. But anyways, here in Gainesville, they are taking this serious, brining the roads already. You can see Pike Electric behind me. They are here from Florida to help out the Jackson EMC crews. Jackson EMC here at the hotel with us now. We have tree service crews for as far away as Ohio on standby for when the storm gets through. I can tell you since just in the last couple hours, the temperature is dropping here. The wind kind of comes and goes. You get these gusts here. That's also a concern. Once this storm gets through here, drops the ice, we're going to have the wind and the lingering cold, which will continue to bring down trees and power lines. That is really the big concern here. As we've talked about, this is not a snow event. Many people think they can make it through a snow event, and that's fine. But when it comes to ice, it's a different beast. It takes very little ice, much less ice than we're even predicting, to cause a lot of issues. And if we do get that quarter of an inch, half an inch of ice here in Gainesville, as we're kind of in that bullseye you saw Melissa and them talking about that earlier, things could be catastrophic here, and we could have outages for days. The other thing you got to think about is first responders. We passed the hospital a minute ago. They have preparations underway. They have generators, of course, for those patients there. I actually saw the chopper flying in, so they're still flying at this hour, but of course, those facilities will ground those type of resources later. As far as EMS, fire, the sheriff's office, of course, they will be out there for immediate emergencies, but do not call the sheriff's office or 911 if your power goes out. Thousands of others are losing their power. That is not a real emergency, but if you have oxygen issues or something like that and you do need help, you should call 911. And as the sheriff's office told us a little earlier, they are going to be responding, but it might take a little time.
The days of chains and studded snow tires are kind of over. Most of our vehicles are Ford Explorers, which are either front-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, so that's a benefit in snow. But in ice, you know, all bets are off as to how easily deputies are going to be able to get to calls. So as far as vehicle preps go, just their normal emergency equipment in the vehicle, and then taking it easy and slow and getting to calls as safely as possible. Of course, we always prioritize calls based on severity, but as the road conditions get worse and call volume goes up, then definitely we'll be prioritizing calls to the more serious calls to get to those.
And I will tell you right now, things are starting to wrap up around Gainesville as far as restaurants. We are actually going to leave our hotel we're at right now. We're going to head over to Longstreet Cafe. They've been watching us. They actually opened their doors at 4. They're going to close around 8, so we're going to go check in with them. It's a pretty popular local spot where a lot of people are going to be heading to try to get maybe a last warm meal before the likelihood of power outages here across northeast Georgia. So hopefully we'll go catch up with some locals over there and, of course, the folks over at Longstreet Cafe and see what they've been doing to prep for this and make sure everybody stays safe. So we'll see from there coming up in the next hour.
All right, Cody, thank you so much. I look forward to hearing from folks who are just trying to get that last little joy out before hunkering down ahead of this storm. Cody, thank you so much. He's joining us reporting from Gainesville and Hall County. We want to take you now to Shreveport, Louisiana. This is a live look where you can see the winter weather has already arrived, shutting down the interstate. That's really just an incredible sight.
I know.
We looked at this a little earlier this afternoon, and no cars have driven through. You can see it's still just pristine blanket of snow there.
Yep.
This is a live traffic camera there. Interstate 20 at Interstate 49 in the northwestern corner of Louisiana. For anyone who's familiar with that, that is just about a couple of miles rather, from the Texas border there. The Louisiana Department of Transportation has been telling people to stay off of the roads and not to travel unless it is absolutely necessary. It does look like people are heeding that warning there. And we hope that folks will continue to do that here across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia as well.
Yeah, of course, you know, we're expected to get ice rather than snow like what we're seeing here, but certainly an incredible sight to see. Jennifer, I don't know if I've ever seen an interstate blanketed in snow like that.
There's always someone moving.
Yep, exactly. So really a serious situation there. Around the country, in fact, 22 states have declared states of emergency because of the winter weather. So we want to get new video that we just got into the newsroom from Little Rock, Arkansas, one of the areas experiencing some of that winter weather. You can see the video showing someone skiing, 2 others sledding down a hill. A winter storm warning is in effect in Arkansas. Statewide, an ice storm warning for the southeastern part of the state as well.
And that looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And again, we want to remind people, I've seen people posting online on social media, we are not expecting a snow event like this. This is not what we are anticipating here. So hopefully you will take that into heart so that when the conditions do arrive, you are not caught off guard, because we have been telling you, we're talking about ice here. Again, this is Little Rock, Arkansas. This is another image for you from Little Rock, Arkansas as well, showing that wintry mix falling from the sky there. And I mean, that's something that we've been talking about when this snow's still here, but when you look at those trees, that has been the issue that we are considerate of here in Georgia, North Georgia, and Metro Atlanta, because we're talking about the ice hitting these high elevations and what will happen as a result of that. These trees not built for those types of conditions. And so that's where the concern comes in about the trees coming down and the power lines coming down and the outages that will result from those things.
Yeah, the buildup of ice, definitely a concern, definitely something our meteorologists have been warning about. Something else people have been worried about, their flights in and out of Atlanta. Around the country, there have been 10,000 flights canceled because of all the winter weather, and we're tracking flight cancellations here in Metro Atlanta specifically, of course.
Yeah, more than 10,000, as you mentioned, and we are hearing and hoping that those who are still got their fingers crossed that they can get out of the city of Atlanta are able to do so. We want to go live now to Hartsfield Jackson. Doug Richards is there, keeping an eye on the boards for us. Doug, how's it looking at this point? You know, we've been coming and checking in with you throughout the afternoon here. So have you noticed any changes?
It's a little busier now than it was a couple of hours ago, but I'm not sure that that's not a scientific observation. That's more of an observation. We have seen more cancellations on the boards where they're announcing departures. Saw about 50 of them on the board a few minutes ago, and many of them were places like Shreveport, destinations south and west of here, Dallas, pretty much completely, all the flights canceled into and out of Dallas. I saw one that had not been canceled. That's a few hours still down the road. Maybe some optimism that they might be able to break through that logjam, as it were, in Dallas. But here at the airport, traffic is still pretty light, and for the most part, folks seem to be getting into and out of the aircraft that they want to get into and heading to the destinations that they want to, with, of course, the exception of those from the west of us. We also have some people who are coming into Atlanta knowing full well the weather forecast. We talked to a young woman named Tamarin Robinson, who came here out of New York. because she said the weather was going to be better here than it is in her hometown.
It's fun. It'll be fun getting stuck here. Why not?
Do you have anything planned for being stuck in Atlanta?
No, I think that's the fun part. We literally just randomly planned a girls' trip, and it ended up turning into like a trip. It was supposed to be only 24 hours, but now it's more.
So I've never been on a girls' trip, and I'm not sure that I've been on a trip, but I do know that those young ladies have ahead of them this evening something that probably was not what they completely expected when they actually planned a few days ago this girls' trip. Live at the airport, Doug Richards, 11 Live News.
Well, that is some new information that we have learned about you today, Doug.
Breaking.
You've never been on a girls' trip. Thank you so much, Doug. Rachel and I have been. Yeah, we have been on girls' trips, and it is not the same as a trip.
No, no. Doug, we'll include you in the 11 Alive girls' trip.
We
make an
need
exception.
to broaden the horizons there. Okay, back to getting serious here. We are learning new information from Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp. He posted online saying that after consulting with Major General Wilson and the state's readiness team, he is activating 120 members for deployment to Northeast Georgia today. Those Guards members will be organized into strike teams, and the effort will be to further strengthen the state's response in what are expected to be the hardest hit areas as they work to do everything they can to keep Georgians safe. He says that he is asking everyone across the state to join him and the First Lady Marty Kemp and his daughters and keeping those Guards members and everyone responding here across the state in their prayers.
And we're going to go now over to our very own Chris Holcomb, our chief meteorologist. So those National Guard members going to help preparing for this storm. Chris, tell us what we're seeing right now with the forecast.
And I want to show you, though, some of the airport delays that we have. We've been talking about, and of course, Doug Richards was telling us about how everything is okay right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. We have a green plane showing up right now over Atlanta. But this is our guide here where you can see the yellow, moderate, and then the purple being major issues there at the airports. We do have some minor delays in Chicago, St. Louis right now. Nashville is going to start seeing some delays, as well as Dallas dealing with some delays. Nothing going on yet right now in Washington, New York, Boston, or Detroit, but this is the part of the storm that is developing to our north and also to our west. It is impacting the hubs in those airports now, and we'll wait and see how the storm is going to interact with the ability of the folks at Hartsfield-Jackson to be able to deal with any type of ice that we get here on the south side of the city. The ice there may be a lesser amount, so I'm hoping it doesn't have a big impact there at Hartsfield-Jackson. No rain, nothing going on here right now, just clouds around. The rain will be coming in later. We're watching this in North Georgia, up in Rabun County. A little bit of moisture trying to come down there. Temperatures in Clayton are at 32 right now. Also, Dade-Walker County moving into Whitfield County. More of this moisture is trying to build in. We don't have confirmation yet that this is actually making it to the ground, but this is just the beginning of that rain coming in through Alabama, knocking on the door, about to go into Rome, and then even more of that moisture feeding back into Alabama, Mississippi too. You've got some freezing rain in North Alabama, freezing rain there as well in the northern parts of Mississippi, and we're watching for the freezing rain to make it into our area tonight with this ice storm warning in effect for these areas of North Georgia down into the metro area, and then a winter storm, actually winter weather advisory here on the south side. We think the impacts there are going to be a little more minor here, but just know we're going to have icy conditions in different parts of this ice storm warning. It's going to be more of those impacts, major impacts to the north and east of us, moderate through metro Atlanta and northwest Georgia and out to the east of us, and then minor impacts here on the south side. And this is what that means. In that major category, that's when we can have ice amounts at a ½ inch or greater. That would be destructive there with numerous power outages. That would be long term. 1/4 inch to a ½ inch in metro Atlanta here. And then on the south side, about 1/10 inch to 1/4 inch that could fall in those areas as well. So not only are we going to be watching the ice and our surface temperatures, like the air temperature, but the road temperatures are also going to be very important to see what types of impacts we're going to have out there. Melissa Nord joins us now, and we're able to tap into this network of road temperatures around North Georgia and Metro Atlanta to kind of track those impacts later tonight.
And Chris, this road network really became a thing after 2014. These are sensors that are looking at the pavement temperature, the subsurface temperature, so underneath the ground, and how those road surfaces are behaving. Are we dealing with wet roads? Are they icy? Are they snow covered during a winter storm? Crucial information from GDOT. And what I want to show you is right now, all of our road temperatures are warm. So as this freezing rain initially moves in this afternoon, it will melt on contact for a short window before the temperatures really start to fall. And that's going to be the problem primarily on bridges and overpasses first. And here's why. The ground temperatures, those road temperatures, they're going to take a couple hours to really get down below freezing and start icing over. But it will be instantly, as we drop below freezing, that any untreated bridges and overpasses will lose their heat quicker, and those will be the first ones to turn icy and slick. So this evening, if you are out past 8 o'clock tonight, even in the metro area, some of those bridges could start to turn icy, and then we'll see everything slick first thing tomorrow morning. Now, the impacts from this ice, Chris has been talking about it, Danielle's been talking about it, we've all been talking about it, will be greatest in Northeast Georgia. And I just want to talk about that power outage potential a little bit more. First in Gainesville, the bullseyes between Gainesville and really Helen and out towards Lumpkin County as well. Ice amounts are going to be over ½ an inch, some cases over 3/4 of an inch. It's this area from Gainesville up into Dahlonega and Helen where we could see widespread outages and travel, Chris, that could be very, very difficult, if not impossible, with how many winding and hilly roads we have up there.
It's going to be really tricky up there, and that's why we have this 11 Alive weather impact alert in effect. And this is going to go through Monday, as it's still going to be slick Monday morning, even though the precip will be over. Anything that's left Sunday night will be slick again. So keep planning for those travel and power impacts to last for a while in some spots.
Oh, here. Yes, yes.
Welcome back to 11 Alive and streaming with us on 11 Alive Plus. We appreciate you being here. Our coverage continues as we get closer and closer to the impacts of this winter storm.
Yes, in just a few hours, we do expect those icy conditions to start setting in. So our meteorologists have said, get ready to stay home for the next at least 24 hours by about 5 p.m. and our northwest or northeast counties are expected to get some of the worst of some of that weather.
And that includes White County, where we find our Angelina Salcido live for us today. Angelina, you traveled up there yesterday. You've been hearing from county leaders there about the safety and the plans that they have in place. What are you learning?
So we actually spoke to the EOC managers not too long ago, and we actually played some sound for them as well for you guys in the last hit that we did. If you take note of what they are saying here, first and foremost, they are fearful about what we could see here when we wake up tomorrow in White County. Second of all, what they're saying is that they were comparing this and the possible impacts to a Category 2 to a Category 3 hurricane. That is something that this county here in White County has never seen before, and that's exactly why these managers are a little bit fearful about people heeding the warning here, because it's something that they have never seen, so they probably just think that it may not happen. Now, the managers are hoping that this does not happen in the forecast, but one thing that we can expect, likely for sure, is going to be power outages. We're currently in Cleveland. We're at the Walmart here. People are doing their last-minute shopping, but the one thing that we stumbled upon is actually the linemen. These are going to be the guys that are going to work as hard as they can to try and get the power back up and running in White County as soon as possible. I am told that when conditions start to get a little bit treacherous here in White County, it is easy with gusty winds for the trees to come down and for power lines to also be affected as well. These crews have come from all different states, I am told. I spoke to a few of them earlier today. They were filling up with gas, making sure that their trucks were ready to go. They actually made their way here from Alabama. There are a few from Tennessee that also came here. These are companies that have been contracted to try and get the power up and running for Georgia Power, because the grand majority of people in this area are on the Georgia Power grid. Now, with that being said, we also spoke to some people that have been preparing for the storm throughout the day. That safety briefing that happened at the EOC happened at around 2 o'clock to make sure that all of the county managers and the city managers here are all well aware of the impacts that they could see come tomorrow and a little bit later on tonight as these conditions continue to deteriorate. I want you to hear from someone who lives here in Cleveland about what the weather impacts typically look like and what they could look like tomorrow as well.
If we get close to an inch of ice, that's a bad day. I mean, that's a lot of ice. Yeah, it'd take a while to get out of that one. As hilly as we are, the icy roads are terrible. I mean, you don't want to be out on it. No way.
That's exactly why they're telling people to stay home. That is the owner of one of the restaurants in downtown Cleveland. He tells me that he has prepped his home with a generator and food that will last he and his family for about 7 days because they live in a more rural area of White County here. He wants to make sure that his family is safe, but he also wants to make sure that they're just ready for anything, given the fact that they really don't know what they're going to wake up to tomorrow. So again, the message from the White County emergency management officials here is to get to your place that you should be. Technically, they want you to be in that place right now. They wanted people to be off the road starting at 3 o'clock. But if you have those last minute things for you to grab before the conditions start to really ramp up here, do that. Get to your safe place before at least 6 p.m. and make sure that you're prepared to be possibly iced into your home for the next several days. We'll just have to see what that looks like in the morning, you guys.
All right, Angelina, thank you so much. Yeah, White County already canceled school there. They said be ready to shelter in place for 2 to 3 days at a minimum. So that restaurant owner that you spoke to, Angelina, he sounds like he is well prepared. A great example of what to do for your family to be prepared the next few days.
And we are hoping others are as well. When we talk about this storm, we get the ground level view of what we're talking about. So we want to show you what we are talking about from space. Wow. This is what this weather system looks like there. This photo comes from NOAA. That's the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. And I mean, this really just shows you the gravity. We've been talking about the size of this. We showed you images from Arkansas and from Louisiana. We know that this is impacting so many people across the country, and this really just shows you why.
Yeah, 190 million people under winter weather alerts as of today. And yep, as you said, Jennifer, You can see why that is a large system covering a lot of the South, Midwest, Mid-Atlantic, Northeast. Let's get over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, helping us to track this winter weather event. What's the latest, Chris?
So we're beginning to see some action happening now in parts of North Georgia, in our northern tier of counties. We're not only seeing this showing up on radar, but we're confirming now that some of this is making it down to the ground. So let's first start here in Atlanta. We have the clouds. We have temperatures here that are still in the 40s, well above freezing. So again, not expecting anything here to start changing over until later on tonight. But let me take you up to Northeast Georgia. We're seeing a little moisture building in. It is below freezing in Rabun County. Some of this could be starting off as some freezing rain. Beginning to see a little bit of moisture coming in through parts of Union County, Fannin County, and also Gilmer County. Look at the pink here in Northwest Georgia. I just texted with my sister-in-law and brother-in-law up in Northwest Georgia. They're telling me that yes, they're getting some raindrops coming down there right now in Dade County, Walker County, moving over into Catoosa County and Whitfield County. Temperatures there are close to the freezing mark. Melissa just checked here along Interstate 59, and the surface temperature there was around 31 degrees, even though the road temperatures were at 38. So that does kind of time out here with what we're showing, that some of those raindrops will be in the form of some freezing rain. More of that moisture back into Alabama, moving in here to parts of Floyd County. More of this in Alabama. That's just what's going to keep moving our way. Now, I know this camera is not really clear. This is a camera at Lookout Mountain there in Northwest Georgia. The reason it's not clear is because these are most likely ice crystals on the lens of that camera, since it's so high up, and those raindrops that I just confirmed were coming down in Dade and Walker County are freezing up on the lens. So we are beginning to see the first bits of these changes as they're moving in. So for the rest of the evening hours tonight, we're going to see a gradual occurrence of some rain and freezing rain developing, and that changeover taking place. Some untreated roads are going to start to get slick. Then overnight tonight, that's where we're going to see the main area of freezing rain moving in, with accumulation growing. Temperatures drop into the 20s by tomorrow morning. The roads are going to be turning icy overnight. And then tomorrow morning, still some morning freezing rain. In the afternoon, heavier rain moving in, but by then temperatures should be above freezing briefly, so that should curtail the growth or the thickening of any of that ice out there. But the power outage threat is going to remain, and we're just watching just how long on Sunday we could get temperatures that'll be above freezing to hopefully kind of do away with some of the ice anyway, or at least kind of curtail any more growth of that. Melissa Nord joins us now. Melissa, and it's really interesting to see those northern tier counties now dropping close to that freezing mark, where we're starting to see some of that action.
They're dropping, and Chris, we have two reasons why temperatures are dropping. Number one, it's that moisture moving in. So Northwest Georgia, you can see Dalton is down at 34, and I checked the road sensor on I-59 there in Dade County, and the air temperature was down to 31. We've also got cold air moving into Clayton and Northeast Georgia. That is from the wedge, and that wedge is going to be what helps to drop the metro area down to the freezing point as we head throughout the evening. So that cold air coming down east of the mountains, it's 18 in D.C., 25 in Raleigh, 18 in Blacksburg. Charlotte now has dropped 2 degrees over the last hour and a half to 32, and it's that cold air that's really going to surge in after sunset and give us our freezing rain event that's going to last through the overnight. And you can see here on the temperature profile, that yellow color where temperatures are above 40 degrees, that's moving away. The cold air settles in by tomorrow morning. So even if you see rain falling out your window tomorrow, Chris, it's actually freezing rain. It is not just plain rain, it's freezing rain. We know the temperatures will be below freezing. They're going to be super cooled water droplets that are falling as liquid and then freezing on contact. So anything that looks shiny and wet outside, that's actually going to be an icy, slick surface. That means in the metro area, you got to watch out for that ice. Don't be traveling on the roads tomorrow morning. In Northeast Georgia, significant icing will be underway. And that's where, Chris, we will also see the power outage risk increasing as the gusty winds pick up as well.
So even though we're in the 40s out there right now, we're going to watch these temperatures that will be falling pretty quickly. By 7 o'clock, it's going to be 34. We're thinking we're going to get to freezing here in Atlanta around 9 o'clock, below freezing at 11. And there you see those 20s coming in tomorrow morning. And that is the same time frame when we have that rain coming in. And as Melissa said, that would be rain falling through the air. It'll be a raindrop. And you might look out or hold your hand out and say, hey, it's just raining. But actually, that's what freezing rain is. It's rain as it's falling through the air, but it doesn't freeze until it hits a surface that is at freezing or below freezing. And you're first going to notice that. Looking up in the treetops, you'll see the glazing starting there first. And then that glazing starts kind of moving down to the middle of the tree line and then to the bottom of the tree line. And then that's when you're going to start seeing things freezing up. Your deck outside, any exposed surfaces, railings or anything will start freezing first. And then the ground will be the next thing that starts freezing up. So that's what we're going to be watching for during the evening hours tonight, overnight, and into tomorrow morning.
Chris, thank you so much. And as we continue to move through this winter storm, we want to hear from all of you. We have been hearing from our 11 Alive Weather Impact team on Facebook, and some of you guys have been tweeting us this week, getting questions answered from our team of meteorologists. So we want to get you down to our Liza Lucas. Liza has been doing a little bit of everything for us, talking to Georgia Power and speaking with some of our viewers and people that are out and telling her about what they're seeing so far.
So guys, the last time I was here updating you with sound from Georgia DOT, it was encouraging news because they said people were really heeding the advice. They were staying off of the road. And so we want to toss it over to some new sound, as you mentioned, from viewers who are settled in at home and watching the updates. Take a listen to Isaac.
All right, guys, this is what I'm experiencing. Thank you, 11 Alive, for all the hard work, and you guys stay safe.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And I've got some others that are coming in too. We're going to work on turning those around now as we monitor all these changes. Definitely keep texting us, talking to us, 404-885-7600. Another picture right here from Jay Carter, who's out and coming, shared that the line trucks are ready. And in Jay's words, this makes me feel so much better. And that's what I've been hearing from a lot of viewers over the course of the afternoon. They've been sending pictures just like Jay's right here of those line trucks. A little bit of encouragement, seeing those resources ready. The next thing I got to show you, I have to give a little context too. So I'm tracking the outages. Georgia EMC, this is 3 o'clock. We were looking at about 193 outages, and then it ticked up to 861 outages. That's 861 customers at 4:15. But guys, by the time I walked over, edited that for this broadcast, walked over to the desk, refreshed again, those outages are now down again, under 100. So that just shows this whole situation's a moving target, and I think again is more reassurance that those crews are out in the field, they are ready, and they are pre-positioned to respond as needed. So even though we were seeing those big numbers there in the 4:15, when I took that map, we're now seeing those outages back down again, and of course we're going to keep tracking that. Georgia Power, it's been pretty quiet on their outage map so far. I'll continue tracking that as well. We also want to toss it over to our users once more, 404-885-7600. You've been so great talking to me behind the scenes. We are with you through this, and we love knowing how you're prepping your home, how you're prepping your family, how you're staying safe. And then if you're able to, as this all unfolds, let us know what you're seeing in terms of the weather and the roads. You can send those photos and videos right to us via text, 404-885-7600. Make sure to include your name and your location too. That'll save us a step of going back and forth, but I want to talk to you. We want to hear how things are going as we just make sure that everybody's staying safe the next day ahead.
Liza, thank you so much for fishing through those photos and videos, getting us such important information from Georgia Power, getting those photos of the linemen, which you said makes people feel better. Certainly made me feel better seeing them out there ready to deploy and get power back on for folks in our area.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
All right, we want to head up the road now to one of my favorite places, the classic city of Athens, Georgia. That's where we find our Zach Merchant. Zach, you have moved a little bit. Last time I was here, you were up in Oconee County, and now you're over in Athens at the campus. Ooh, I see behind you, Sanford Stadium. I love it even more, Zach. How's it going on campus?
You know, Jennifer, I knew that was where it was going to go. I knew you'd be excited to see this backdrop. And of course, you're right. We were just in Oconee County. We love Oconee County, too. This is quite a backdrop, though, for a live shot here at Sanford Stadium in Athens. And in Athens today, the University of Georgia has announced that on Monday, the school is closed. Over the last couple days, they've asked students to leave Athens. Those who are still here, they say, You can stay in your dorm if you've got to be here, but they have warned that if this storm does roll in as it is expected to, if it does cause power outages, there's a chance that some students may have to consolidate into some residence halls that have backup generator power, generator heat. So this is kind of the situation we're tracking here right now. I do want to point out here too, Chris and our other meteorologists, the whole team has been talking about where you're going to see the impacts of ice first. Chris, just a minute ago, he was talking about railings, things like seats that are elevated. Not that there's going to be anybody here, there's no game scheduled, but this is going to be a place where you're going to see that ice start to accumulate first if and when the rain starts to come down. Now, we pointed out the schools asked students to leave this weekend. Not all of them have by any means. We see plenty of them still walking around here. It's sleepier than a usual Saturday afternoon, evening in Athens, but it's by no means silent. One student we spoke with earlier today explained why they're staying here and how they feel about it.
We wanted to support our friends and kind of just like hunker down here and just no point in leaving. We're just gonna stay safe here. Probably losing power and just not having the right necessities, but we me and my roommates kind of got all that down. We got bottles of water, and if we do lose power, we're gonna handle it, I think, pretty well, hopefully.
They got food, they got water, they got roommates. It sounds like they're getting ready and preparing as best they can here. We should also point out as well, there are overnight warming centers here in Clark County. According to Meredith Barnum, who is the Athens Clark County Emergency Management Coordinator, 2 warming centers are now open. One is at the Lay Park Gymnasium. The other is at Winterville Cultural Center. If you're here in the area, you know where they are. Know, too, that they are open now as emergency warming centers if you need them.
Zach, thank you so much. That's some good information about the warming centers. And I do want to say we have spoken with some students. And Zach, I think one of the issues for some of them, at least who we spoke with, was that they didn't want to be in a position where they would miss class on Monday. And we now know that that is no longer an issue. As we know, the campus has announced that it will be closed. So we were talking about this a little earlier. Hopefully those students have a little bit of time to get home if they want to make that decision, if their home is in a safer distance. We don't want them necessarily moving to the north and going toward the storm there. But Zach, I mean, you said that these students, sometimes it may be for them a little better to hunker down and ride this out with their friends.
Yeah, and I think it's a situation where, and I'll defer to our meteorologists on this, but just as we're on the ground, we're out here, you know, it is getting darker, and we've been talking all day about this window of opportunity to go out and gather your supplies if you're somebody who is at home, or if you're somebody who's a student here and you're getting ready to think about going home. That window's really getting short now. By the time the sun goes down, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, you're probably going to want to be wherever you're going to spend the rest of this storm.
Yeah. Yeah, we've heard from our meteorologists. I think Melissa Nord said 5 o'clock. That's when she would prefer to see people where they're going to be for the rest of the evening through this storm.
And earlier now for some parts of our state. So Zach, thank you so much for bringing us that update. Hopefully those students have everything they need. We've been talking a lot about college students who may or may not be as prepared as maybe their parents might want them to be. We're going to head out now to Cobb County, where we find our Danielle Nottingham.
Yeah, Danielle, you've had some really entertaining sound bites for us for a couple of kids, maybe not as prepared as we'd prefer them to be.
I was about to say, Jennifer, are you talking about my friends here? You know, we'll chalk it up to experience. Perhaps they haven't been through that other storm. Maybe they were babies when that happened. But yes, the key here is to be prepared. And we just got an update from Marietta schools. They will be closed on Monday. They had already canceled all of their activities for today and on Sunday. As far as the county goes, Cobb County's Department of Transportation is ready for anything that will happen in the area. They say they can make 10,000 gallons of brine an hour. They have almost a dozen trucks ready to treat the road. roads, 560 lane miles of road in Cobb County. So everyone is standing by here. The county offices are closing at 6 p.m. today, and the county libraries are also closed. But going back to the people in this area, everyone is still out here. A lot of the businesses in Marietta Square are closing early. Some are staying open later. They're going to determine how the weather goes, whether or not they'll let their employees get home safely. They want to make sure their employees get home safely, I should say. But right now, people are just preparing, getting their families ready to be inside for the next few days.
I was in charge of charging everything. So power banks, battery packs, getting the stove just in case, electric stove in case the power goes out so that we have something to cook with.
Okay, someone has to be in charge of getting the things. And so, again, here in Marietta Square, some of the businesses still open, but we've seen a lot of people out and about today. They're kind of just trying to get their last meal in, grab a burger, go to the restaurant, have a Saturday evening before they should be inside tonight. Live in Marietta, Danielle Nottingham, 11 Alive News.
All right, Danielle, thank you. I like that. This is your assignment. This is mine. We all have our strengths. So, you know, you got to divvy up, divide and conquer. We see he had a little one with him there. So I like the thinking in that household.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Danielle, for your reporting. Appreciate it. Stay warm out there.
All right, we want to shift gears and send you back over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, right now. And Chris, we have been talking about that window of opportunity to for folks to be out and about, getting that last meal at a restaurant, getting those last minute items that is closing and maybe has passed for some folks in parts of our state.
And that was the past couple of days that we've been telling you that even though it's not going to start for the metro area until the evening hours, we were saying that for folks in far north Georgia and far northeast Georgia, that they wanted them to be in their spot to hunker down between 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And hopefully folks are taking that advice. In the northern tier of counties here, we're beginning to see it changing over now to some freezing rain. We have confirmation in Dade and Walker County of raindrops coming down, but temperatures are right at freezing or even around 31. Melissa found one of our temperature maps on Interstate 59 that was showing a temperature of 31 degrees there for the air temperature. So that's what's showing up here in northwest Georgia as this is changing over now into some freezing rain there. Also, we have a little bit of northeast Georgia starting to change over too. We have clouds here, temperatures still well above freezing. We'll stay above freezing for a few more hours, and then the rain's going to come in at the same time those temperatures are dropping. Rabun County, really these highest elevations, Union and Towns County here, are starting to change over to a pinkish color, and that's where we're seeing some of those raindrops coming down in the form of freezing rain. And then there is in North Georgia, again, Dade County, Walker County, Catoosa County, Whitfield County, Northern Murray County, beginning to see the freezing rain now. And then just south of that, in these areas of Chattooga County and Floyd County, if that's making it to the ground, that is in the form of rain there. And then this is all the moisture that's going to be headed our way tonight. And with that, it's going to change over to freezing rain and ice. And that is why we have this ice storm warning in effect for all of North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, and on the south side, it is a winter weather advisory where the impacts there will be a little less severe, but the worst impacts are going to be to the north of us. Melissa Nord joins us right now. She's been looking close at these temperature profiles, also looking at the road conditions that we're dealing with out there as well. Melissa?
And Chris, first thing tomorrow morning, it's going to be the roadways. That is an area-wide impact. But in terms of the power outage threat, that's going to be greater in northeast Georgia where the icing amounts are at their highest. This is our camera on top of our tower. Look at it shaking in those breezy winds. The winds are going to push those temperatures down to the freezing mark this evening. And we're already seeing that happening. That's our camera at Lookout Mountain in northwest Georgia. So prepare for travel impacts. Do not plan on being on the roads tomorrow. Outage impacts, we are seeing that will be increasing, especially in northeast Georgia, and then closures. Several school systems just announced closures for Monday morning. So half-inch plus of ice in northeast Georgia. That's where the outages will be at their greatest here in the metro, a 1/4 of an inch to a 1/2 inch there in metro Atlanta. So the impacts for the inner metro, the northeast side of the metro, icy roadways, tree limbs, those are going to start to snap a bit. And then we'll see a few power outages picking up tomorrow through Monday. But it's this northeast Georgia corridor where, Chris, we could see widespread really hazardous travel and outages that will increase as winds pick up throughout the day on Sunday.
Okay, and here's the forecast track to time this out for you going through the nighttime hours. We're still in the 40s now. This track corresponds with what we're showing you here on radar, where we see that colder air up in North Georgia. See how the colder air moves closer to us. 9 o'clock, it's still coming through Gainesville and Duluth, and then that colder air, the freezing temperatures arriving here late tonight, closer to midnight as that rain moves in. And so that rain's going to fall through that shallow layer of cold air at the surface, and it's going to be in the form of freezing rain. This is going to be happening overnight and in the morning here. When you wake up still below freezing, then we're watching temperatures getting above freezing in the afternoon as the next wave of rain moves in. We'll talk more in our next half hour about what that means for your Sunday afternoon and if we'll see any improvements. We've got more to come after the break.
Okay. Rachel, can I ask you to do me a favor before you leave?
Thank you, man. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
Started again. Huh? Oh, hi.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got my mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm Rachel, by the way.
Welcome back to 11 Alive News at 5, and we're also streaming, of course, on 11 Alive Plus. I'm Ron Jones.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. We are kicking this hour off with new information just into our newsroom as more and more school districts are making announcements for Monday about their decisions. So we're going to run through a list here of the different school districts and what they're telling us at this hour. Right now, we know that Atlanta public schools will be closed on Monday, as well as Fulton County schools. They will have remote learning, but students will not report in person. DeKalb County schools will also be out. That's in addition to all of the schools in Cobb County, as well as Marietta City schools as well.
Yeah, that's right. So Clayton County Public Schools, they're going to be out as well. Gwinnett County Public Schools, Digital Learning Day on Monday for parents and kids out there. Douglas County School System as well going to be out. Forsyth County Schools, online by Learning Day, and Pickens County Public Schools as well.
Yeah, and always important to make sure that you're following your school district's website and social media, maybe your child's school's social media accounts as well, to get the latest information, because again, some of those schools are closed and other of the students will be having digital learning days as well.
And it could change.
Yeah, and we want to get you now to our meteorologists, Melissa Nord and Danielle Moss. Starting off with Melissa here, because we are getting closer and closer, and some of the areas in our viewing area are already starting to see some of this weather from this winter storm system.
We are finally seeing it move in, and I think that that is a smart decision to go ahead and make those calls about the schools, because as we've been talking about ad nauseum the last couple of days, even though the moisture is all done Sunday, we have a flash freeze, cold air moving in Monday. So anything that melts during the day on Sunday, anything that is, still left on the roadways is going to freeze back over for Monday morning. So long live winter storm coming in, ice storm for us. This is the first ice storm warning issued by the National Weather Service in Peachtree City since February of 2014. In these counties, in that deep purple color, that eggplant color, 1/4 inch or more of ice is expected, with the core of the highest impacts in northeast Georgia. That's where the totals could be a lot more significant. Huge winter storms stretching from the Four Corners all the way up into the northeast and New England. There are winter storm warnings out near Boston right now, so it is a cross-country system moving through, and that moisture is finally on our doorstep. You can see just to our north and west, we've got freezing rain, even sleet to the north of that, but it's this corner of northwest Georgia. The atmosphere is saturating. The temperatures are dropping below freezing. So in Chattanooga, they have freezing rain. And to the north side of Chattanooga, that wintry mix with sleet coming in. So we're finally seeing the rain reaching the ground. Lookout Mountain, we have a live camera there. That's been iced over already because of those falling temperatures. The road surface in Dade County, about 37 degrees, but the air temperature now down to 31. So some of that moisture is moving in at the moment. It is just about to Calhoun as well, and we'll see the temperatures falling, changing over to freezing rain, and those amounts will be highest in northeast Georgia. And Danielle, that's where we expect not just the travel impacts, but the power outage impacts to be greatest.
Exactly. Let's talk a little bit about those impacts, Melissa, because that's what everyone is always wondering. This is a lot of ice that we're talking about. Sounds little, but it is a lot of ice. We are not only going to be seeing hazardous road conditions, but also a number of power outages. And we've already been seeing, you heard them at the top of the show, closures and delays. Here's a look at our winter storm severity index. This is really kind of good news, because yesterday we had more of our coverage area under this winter storm severity index. Some places are starting to see a little bit better outcomes, but however, you can see this orange and this red and this purple. That is really the top 3 tiers of that index. And it does look like northeast Georgia, unfortunately, really under the target area to see the most accumulations. And we talk about that. We're talking about over 1/2 inch. That's going to be making dangerous road conditions. And as we take a closer look into the North Georgia mountains, really near Cleveland and Helen, Georgia, in White County, you can see those little spots of purple. That lets you know that that is the worst of it. So just make sure that you are aware. Take time on those roadways. And even as we take a little bit closer look here at home, even seeing some of that red, one of the most severe categories, seeking into Roswell and even close to Metro Atlanta, we are expecting a lot of ice accumulations. And Melissa, it sounds like a small amount when we talk about 1/2 inch or even 1/10 inch, but it could have some really dangerous impacts on our roadways and our power lines as well.
And even that 1/10 of an inch can cause slicks and icy spots on the roadways. Those power outages really increase when you get above 1/4 to 1/3 of an inch. And so when does it actually move in? Well, we're seeing it move into northwest Georgia now. It's going to develop across all of the area between now and 10 o'clock this evening. So you might initially see rain, but those temperatures are going to be dropping. And by 10 o'clock, everybody is dealing with freezing rain. Overnight tonight through Sunday morning, it is freezing rain is what we're going to see falling out of the sky. That falls as liquid, freezes on contact, roads become slick. In northeast Georgia, where enough freezing rain falls, some outages could start to come in first thing tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, little warming south and west of Atlanta may briefly change us back over to rain, but that icing is going to continue northeast of inner metro Atlanta. So again, the next couple of hours for us, we'll see that freezing rain and rain moving in. And you can see here by 11, freezing rain making its way south and west into Atlanta from northeast Georgia. We'll have more on what time this clears out, looking ahead to that cold for Monday coming up.
All right, Melissa, Danielle, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so we have team coverage this evening for you. We have our team spread out all across metro Atlanta and North Georgia. This is just some of the places where we have our crews: Helen, Gainesville, Athens, Lawrenceville, Marietta, down at the airport, and here in Atlanta. You have been seeing them all throughout the day. We also have different crews on different shifts to make sure that we are able to bring you the very latest information no matter what time of day it is. So that's part of how we are helping to serve you and communicate this very important weather information to you from the ground.
And they're connecting with a lot of officials in those different counties, those different areas, trying to get the very latest information for you so that you get it directly from them.
And we want to head out now to Atlanta, where we find our Savannah Levins. And Savannah, you've been out with Jima earlier today, but now you're talking to some people out there who are really trying to lend a hand.
Yeah, I had an information dump for you guys earlier this afternoon, but I did want to catch up with some folks in the community. Just about 30 minutes ago, I finished up a conversation with an organization called Food to Life. They take food from grocery stores that is either excess food or imperfect food, and they offer it to vulnerable communities for free or for a donation. They do this year round, but they really found an extra need ahead of this storm, particularly from disabled and elderly folks who have found themselves low on groceries and worried ahead of possible power outages and impassable roads.
It's because I'm retired military, and it kind of teaches you to be prepared. So the most important thing with this kind of storm is make sure that you have everything in order, make sure everything prepared, you know, the food. So what we're making boxes for people. I call them soul food survival boxes, because we're going to have collard greens, some smoked turkey wings and stuff like that, potatoes and stuff, kind of hearty food. So the key thing is that if the storm do come, and then they'd be ready for it.
And what I do is I usually come and get a box for some elderly people that I know that fixed income, things are expensive, and it kind of helps them out and gives them the opportunity to get things that they usually can't afford to get. They don't know this is coming, so I'm excited.
So for the state's part, they are pre-treating the highways. You're taking a live look right now at the connector. You see that kind of white overcast. That's that brine pre-treatment. They are working on the highways from here in the metro Atlanta area all the way up north to South Carolina on one side and Tennessee on the other. So they're definitely working hard. And while they do, you guys, it's just really nice to see the community come together and look out for each other. But, you know, that's Georgia.
Yeah, that's what we do here in Georgia. Make sure that our friends and our families are taken care of in difficult times like this.
Yeah, certainly very important. And great to highlight the people that are not hunkering down at home, that are doing the things that they can do to help others, because we're really going to need that, especially as this storm moves through. And after, we're really going to need those folks that are working to help those who have been impacted by the conditions.
Yeah, let's head out to Gwinnett County right now. Galat Malamed is there talking about how folks are trying to keep warm, and I believe you're at a warming center right now?
Yes, and it is nice and warm in here, a big difference from the outside. This is the Gwinnett Justice and Administration Center. People come in, they check in at this table, and then they could even grab a sleeping bag if they want. That's what this pile of white boxes is over here. This building is in Lawrenceville. It's one of 6 locations across the county where there's a warming center, and it's quite large. People walk into this room where there are hundreds of seats. That's how many people the county is prepared to serve just at this one warming center alone, especially if people lose power, they can't have heat, they don't have access to outlets. I want to bring in Lindsay now, the county's community services director. So when people arrive here, we said, they check in, there's sleeping bags as well out there, but what else can they expect?
So they can bring in any type of personal item as long as it's okay to come through a secure checkpoint. And then they're here, they're met by our staff, we're ready to assist them and bring them here into the warming space so they can become comfortable. We have meals, water available, anything to make their stay here as comfortable as possible.
And something I think that's really interesting is I know this location typically isn't one of the warming centers. Why did you guys decide to open it up this time?
Sure. So this is unique. Typically we have 5 centers, but this being our 6th, this is a great partnership between Gwinnett County and the Sheriff's Office here to make sure that this central location is available. You can see the size of this location, so we can accommodate a lot of individuals at this site.
And how long are you prepared to keep this center open for, as well as the others in the county?
Sure. So all 6 centers open at 4:30 p.m. this afternoon. We're prepared to stay here through Monday morning at 9:30 a.m. However, our teams are ready to expand those hours into Tuesday should we need to.
All right, thank you so much, Lindsay. And I want to make sure everybody's looking at their screen right now because, like we said, there are 6 warming centers in the county. This is just one of them. They're at senior centers as well. There's some in Lawrenceville, Buford, Norcross. They're also in Snellville. So we also have these centers that are up on your screen, up on our website. So you could grab your phone, take a picture of these, so that way you have it on your phone as well if you're out or if you lose power. So again, these warming centers, they are already open here in Gwinnett County. They will be open until Monday morning, but the county is prepared to keep them open longer if need be. Live in Gwinnett County, Yulat Malamed, 11 Alive News.
Okay, Galat, we got one quick question before we let you go. If that young lady is still there, do they have a generator there just in case things go south? If you can ask her that.
That's a great question, Ron. My colleagues want to know, if you lose power, if things go south, do you have a generator in this building?
We do have a generator. We work very hard to make sure that our heat, our lights, and our charging capability will stand should this facility lose power.
All right. Thank you so much, Lindsay. So there you have it. They are set here for anything that may happen during this storm.
Okay, Galat, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much. And we are tracking new developments moment by moment. Breaking here just now, we have learned that President Trump has approved emergency declarations for several states, including Georgia. Governor Brian Kemp says that he submitted the request for an emergency disaster declaration for counties expecting the heaviest impacts from this winter storm. He thanked the president for quickly approving the request and his partnership in keeping the state of Georgia safe. And as we get these new updates from what we're learning from the governor's office and other state and local leaders, we're passing them on to you as soon as we get them.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to head out now to the UGA campus. I'm sure you're very familiar with the UGA campus.
I am. And I was very excited to see that Zach is there.
He's there right now. So a lot of students are hunkering down there. Zach, what can you tell us about that?
And Zach, hunkering down means something different for dog fans normally, but right now we're talking about safety from the elements.
Yeah, we are, Jennifer. You know, I knew you'd be excited to see us out here, and we're excited to be here too. Obviously, quieter now than it is on a typical game day here, and not just in the stadium. It's more quiet than you'd expect, even just on a typical UGA Saturday evening. There's a kind of calm, it's cliche, but there is a calm before the storm that you can feel throughout campus here. The school has canceled class on Monday. It has also, over the last few days, it has asked students to go home if they can. That being said, it says that students that do stay in their dorms, they can do so, but they got to be ready. If the power is lost, they may have to consolidate to some backup residence halls that've got generators and keep the heat and the power on. It's not a ghost town here, though, either. You know, we obviously, like so many people who are watching, like you, Jennifer, we love this view here. we've seen groups of students walking the campus and coming and looking out at the stadium too. We asked one student, I said, how many students do you think have stayed on campus? He said, probably 50-50. That's not a scientific announcement, of course, but it's an indication that some people have stayed on campus. We spoke earlier to another student who decided to stay on campus. This is why they said they chose to stay here.
We wanted to support our friends and kind of just like hunker down here and just no point in leaving. We're just gonna stay safe here. Probably losing power and just not having the right necessities, but me and my roommates kind of got all that down. We got bottles of water, and if we do lose power, we're gonna handle it, I think, pretty well, hopefully.
So again, that's the situation here at the University of Georgia, but of course, there's also K-12 school here in Clark County. The Clark County School District saying in an announcement yesterday, they're not making any determination on Monday school just yet. They said they will make that determination no later than Sunday evening. We should point out this too, if you are staying in the Athens area, in the Clark County area, according to Meredith Barnum, who's the Emergency Management Coordinator in Athens, Clark County. There are 2 warming centers. We've told you about this before. We're going to keep telling you about it because if you need these, you're going to want to know where they are. There's one at Lay Park Gymnasium, another at Winterville Cultural Center. Guys.
All right, Zach, thanks a lot, and thanks to your photojournalists for being out there and helping us out as well. Thank you.
We want to move now to Hall County, where we find our Cody Alcorn along Long Street, at the Long Street Cafe, rather, in Gainesville. And Cody, you've been bopping around. Last night you were at Ace Hardware. This morning you were tracking some of the linemen that were in town ready to help us out after the storm passes. So what's it like inside that cafe right now? Are folks trying to get that last bite to eat before they head home and lock it down?
Well, Jennifer, I'm told it's not like it typically is around here. It's usually packed, but obviously we have a storm heading our way just in the next couple of hours. But I'm told this is the place to be. The buffet is behind me. You cannot actually see it right now. Kind of the selfish reason we decided to come over here. Actually, also invited us over to come check it out and talk to a few folks. Phil, he is from this area. He's been here all of his life. Thanks for talking to me real fast. And what are your thoughts on this system? Because we're not talking just about snow.
We know we're going to get something. I hope that the weather forecasters have missed it a little bit to where it's not so bad, but we're overdue.
You guys been preparing it all for this?
We have. We've bought groceries and gas and the other things. Of course, we've got a generator, so if the power goes off, we're still going to have power.
Now, listen to this back there. I asked him about what's great about Long Street. You tell me you guys eat here almost every day of the week.
My wife and I eat here Monday through Saturday. It's easier on her not to go to the grocery store. We can eat what we want, and we have fellowship with the other folks sitting here at the tables.
That's awesome. So people that have tried Long Street, what do you say one's the best things on that buffet back there?
I don't know of anything that's not good on the buffet. Of course, they've got the salads first and then the desserts. So I would say do the desserts first and then worry about the other stuff going down the ride.
You worried you might not be able to get back here a few days?
We're hoping Monday it will be up and above freezing and the roads will thaw out before we get back. If we can't, I guess we're going to eat soup.
All right, Phil. Well, hey, good luck, and you guys stay safe out there. I'll get you back to your food. Yeah, Phil's nice to me to talk during this area here, but I'll tell you, people are starting to trickle in. They're supposed to be open until 8, but they actually said they might be closing a little bit earlier. Obviously, they're playing it by ear to see what's happening. Right now, dry outside, but I can tell you it's been picking up as far as the wind. It's getting colder out there. And a lot of people here are prepared, though. As you've been talking about back there in the studio, we are in that bullseye area for quite a bit of ice here, up to possibly an inch. I can tell you, EMA, they are ready. First responders are ready. They've done all they can at this point to prepare. And pretty soon, most places around Hall County and Gainesville will start closing, just like Long Street Cafe. And everybody will just buckle down, hope for the best, as we are expecting, though, the worst in over a decade here in Northeast Georgia.
You know, Cody Phil said that he's hoping that our meteorologists are off just a little bit, but they're pretty good. They're pretty good in predicting what's going to happen.
If we do say so ourselves.
Yeah. All right, thanks, man.
And speaking of our team of meteorologists, excellent and always on point, we want to get you now to them. Danielle Moss and Melissa Nord with us. So Melissa, where are we? Where do we stand right now?
Well, I will tell you, there's not one single model that I'm looking at that doesn't have a significant ice storm for Hall County. So unfortunately, it is going to happen tonight in northeast Georgia. While we may not see as much ice accumulating in the metro as they're going to see in northeast Georgia, the road impacts are going to be widespread tomorrow morning. It's not just one part of the state dealing with the impacts. The whole North Georgia region will see those icy roads. Those outages will be greatest in northeast Georgia, but closures. We've been telling you about the school closures for Monday, church closures for tomorrow. I think a lot of things as they close down now will not open up again until Monday afternoon, or in northeast Georgia could be until Tuesday. So ice storm warning continues through the overnight, through tomorrow as well. And ice storm warnings, you have to be really confident that at least 1/4 of an inch of ice will fall to issue that warning, and that's what the Weather Service is going. This is a really big winter storm. I mean, look at this map. We've got alerts on the map from the Four Corners all the way up to Maine, the border with Canada up there. That's over 2,000 miles of alert across. We haven't seen a winter storm with this long of a stretch of alerts in terms of winter weather advisories in 18 years. Big system. And we're already seeing the moisture starting to move into northwest Georgia, and meteorologist Danielle Moss paying close attention to those road temperatures, Danielle, because as those fall after sunset, those roads will turn icy.
Exactly. And I hate to be mythbusters because everyone has a little bit of doubt, and that's okay. Some of us like to live in denial, and that's all right. But let me show you a little bit about what we've been forecasting. We've been saying this storm's coming in from the west, and it's going to be coming through northwest Georgia first. As you can see, it is tracking. It's already coming in. Memphis has already seen its wintry weather. As we take a closer look here at home and even closer into northwest Georgia, we're starting to see that rain change over into that freezing rain. That temperature is going to play a large part in that. What you're looking at right now is a frozen camera on Lookout Mountain. Already frozen already, and the temperatures are still right on that cusp of freezing. Also, one thing to note, the road temperatures there as well. In northwest Georgia, right at I-75 North and Highway 2, it's 34 degrees. So in the next few hours, I'm sure those temperatures will be falling a little bit below freezing. And it's very important to note that even just 1/10 of an inch of ice could cause some really bad impacts. And really, Melissa, looking at that camera, we're not looking at a large accumulation of ice already, but I can't even imagine what that camera's going to look at when we're talking about 1/4 of an inch, because they're going to get it pretty bad there too, or maybe even 1/2 of an inch plus in northeast Georgia.
Absolutely. And that 1/2 an inch of ice is expected in Hall County, in Helen, in Dahlonega as well. That's where the impacts are going to be most extreme. Here in the metro, 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch on the eastern side of the metro. And that will mean road impacts and even some power outages. You can see the temperatures falling. We've dropped another degree here, 2 degrees in the last hour in Charlotte. It's just 16 in Blacksburg. Watch the moisture coming in on forecast track. We're going to see it evolving between now and 10 o'clock. All of North Georgia is getting precipitation. As the temperatures fall, you'll transition from rain into freezing rain, and that freezing rain is lasting through the whole overnight into tomorrow morning. Now, tomorrow afternoon, a couple of us may warm up. We'll talk about that today at 5:30.
Okay, ladies, thanks a lot. We appreciate that. So if you're watching us from Hartsfield-Jackson International right now and you're flying, chances are it has not been smooth today.
Yeah, especially when you think about where you maybe were hoping to go, maybe hoping to get back in, or you're waiting on a loved one. More than 10,000 flights all over the country are already delayed or maybe canceled, and that's leaving a lot of travelers scrambling here at the last minute. Doug Richards, live for us from Atlanta's airport. Doug, what kind of stories are you hearing from people who were there at the airport hoping that they can still get out at this hour or maybe get in?
Yes, certainly we're hearing stories of people who are trying to get to or from destinations or transfer destinations. And but we're also, I mean, really honestly at this moment, the world's busiest airport is not giving off a world's busiest airport vibe. When we looked at the board a minute ago, there were 49 cancellations on the board. A fragment of the large number of flights that are actually scheduled, But almost all of those cancellations that we saw were from cities to the west of here, where the ice storm that we've been talking about has already hit destinations like Shreveport, Louisiana, Dallas, Fort Worth, Memphis, Tennessee, even north of here like Nashville and Lexington, Kentucky, places that aren't really safe to fly into, and therefore the flights from Atlanta to those places have been canceled. We've also, curiously, had some people who chose to come to Atlanta even though they knew the gravity of the weather situation here. We talked with Tamara Robinson about her journey from New York to Atlanta today.
We actually thought that it was going to be nice, because typically it is. And New York is like blistering cold right now. So we're just like, you know what? Atlanta for 24 hours would be nice. And then we booked our tickets and bam, storm out of nowhere. I was like, okay, well, you still want to go? And she was like, I'm still going. I was like, I'm still going too. So I guess we're going no matter what. And this is the no matter what. We made it.
So now all you got to do is find something to do in Atlanta during an ice storm.
Literally. This is a first, but that's the fun part.
She bolted out of the airport moments after we finished talking, after we continued to converse, and I suggested that her window of opportunity was rapidly closing in terms of finding something fun to do in Atlanta in advance of tonight's ice storm. And personally, I'm rooting for her. I hope she found it, as well as all the other people who are going to take advantage of the next couple of hours before it really hits. We are live at the airport tonight. Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Well, Doug, we are rooting for her too. There's tons to do. I don't know how long things are going to be open though for her. So
gotta wrap it up. Yep, they do.
We'll see. Hey, Doug, thank you so much. This has certainly been enlightening on the Atlanta airport escapades.
Absolutely. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Girls. Welcome back. We are here for you live on 11 Alive and streaming on 11 Alive Plus. Thanks so much for being with us.
Yeah, so we need to talk about this because the northeast counties right here in Georgia are expected to get hammered by this winter weather.
And that includes White County, where we find our Angelina Salcido. Angelina, you have been speaking with leaders there and safety professionals out there. What are you learning at this hour as we get closer to this event? And are you already starting to see any of those impacts there?
So I actually heard the meteorologist talking a little bit before the break and before you guys actually came to us now about how we're starting to see that precipitation up in the higher elevations. We are in White County, where we are going to see those developments start to develop pretty soon. But I think because we're at a lower elevation, we're not seeing that precipitation happening right now. I did hear our meteorologist, Danielle Moss, talk about the road temperature of one of the roads here that is close to White County or in White County being around 34 degrees. That's part of the problem that the EOC director was telling me about, is that once this freezing rain comes down and immediately hits the road and freezes over, that's going to make things extremely difficult for people to try and get around and navigate. That's why they're telling people to prepare themselves for a few days, because they could be stuck in their homes for the next 3 days, probably well past Monday, and they're saying maybe Tuesday or Wednesday, but it really just depends what things look like. Now, this safety director says that this is some of the worst forecasts that he has seen for this area in his 30 years of doing public safety. It's really not what they would like to see.
This is a public servant's worst nightmare. And as I said in the meeting, I've been doing this for 30 years, and for once in my career, I hope that the National Weather Service is wrong. I hope that I am wrong. I hope that all the preparation we have done this week to get ready for this event is for nothing. I hope that when the sun comes up tomorrow morning, we have nothing but wet roadways. But science tells us that's not what's about to happen.
So Richard Russell Scenic Highway is actually closed right now. It's one of the first things that they typically do whenever they're going to see some winter weather head this way. So that's already been done. GDOT has treated the main roads in this area of White County. They also have the public works crews for White County, the city of Cleveland, and the city of Helen, making sure that they treat the roads and the bridges, because we know that the bridges freeze first. So then that way people can get around, and hopefully we don't see too much ice. But because this is going to be this is forecasted to be as serious as it is, they are still thinking that we're going to see a significant amount of ice. That, of course, comes with ice on the trees and on the power lines as well, and that leads to power outages. So they really just want people to be careful out here in Northeast Georgia.
All right, Angelina, thanks a lot for the update. We appreciate that.
Yeah, and as we are starting to hear more and more about various communities in our area starting to see those impacts, we want to get you back to our meteorologist, Danielle Moss, with us. But first, we want to send things over to Melissa Nord as you are tracking those impacts that we have already seen in other parts of the country finally make their way here.
And we're about 15 minutes away from sunset. And you're going to see a pretty rapid change in how much we see on radar after sunset. That's a natural time for the atmosphere to cool. So that's going to help a lot of this. Number one, give us rain, and number two, change from rain to freezing rain. Big picture, the moisture, it's on our doorstep. We're seeing it starting to move into northwest Georgia. The radar's starting to moisten up in Alabama as well. So a lot of this is beginning to reach the ground. That includes northwest Georgia. The road temperatures themselves are still in the mid-30s. So I-75 and I-59, the pavement is wet, but the air temperature is now below freezing. And that's where we're seeing that transition from rain to freezing rain. Little rain also moving in towards Calhoun. Zooming in a little closer, you change over before you get to Dalton into that freezing rain. Radar is also picking up on maybe those highest peaks like the Richard Russell Scenic Highway with a little bit of a wintry mix developing. I think we're going to see a lot more of this developing in Helen, in White County, as we get past about 7 o'clock this evening. Ice amounts highest in northeast Georgia, especially this kind of corridor right here from Lumpkin County over to White County, Hall County near Gainesville. That's where we could be well over ½ an inch with ice accumulations. And as we see the sun coming up tomorrow, And then again on Monday, both days in a row, we're going to have gusty winds, and that adds a new level of difficulty to the equation for power outages, as meteorologist Danielle Moss joins me now to talk about.
Exactly, Melissa. That's the one thing that we are continuing to watch as well. It's not just the roads, it is also what's happening above. This is look at our weather impacts. Right now, we are already seeing some gusty winds, but they are going to get worse. Not only do we have that freezing rain threat overnight tonight, but we also see those winds picking up. Here's a look at our current gusts. Over the last few hours, we recorded a 25-mile-an-hour wind gust here in metro Atlanta. Over the next few hours, they are going to increase. Here's a look at 1 a.m. Overnight, we could be getting near 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and this trend will be continuing throughout this event. Once things calm down, unfortunately, that cold air will be sticking for quite some time, and then we're going to be talking about some dangerously cold weather that will be arriving. In fact, Monday, your actual low temperature, when you wake up on Monday morning, temperatures will be into the 20s here in metro Atlanta, maybe near 17 in Blairsville. But when you factor in the wind chill, it could feel anywhere from 0 degrees to maybe 15 degrees. So not only are you talking about this winter weather threat, Melissa, but we also now have this cold weather advisory that's in effect, and it does include metro Atlanta for Monday morning. And that is just the beginning of it. Really, to be honest with you, Tuesday morning looks just as cold, and we could be seeing some really brutally cold temperatures to wake up for the next few mornings as we start next week.
And that's not good news for people who do lose their power, because with colder air moving in, your home temperature drops. That increases the risk of your pipes freezing in your house as well. Okay, let's kind of recap the timing of when all this is going to play out for us over the next 24 hours. First things first this evening, between now and 10 o'clock, precipitation moves in. Initially, this is going to be rain in Atlanta. We are still 44 degrees outside. But as we get closer to 10 o'clock tonight, watch that pink moving down from Gainesville through Gwinnett County into Atlanta. That's that transition to freezing rain. So by midnight tonight, the whole area is dealing with freezing rain through first thing tomorrow morning. There will be windows tonight where it's a little more intense in terms of the rate of it coming down. There will be a break tomorrow morning where it's more like freezing drizzle, but as we go into the afternoon tomorrow, another big slug of moisture is coming in, and it's going to warm the temperatures up in Atlanta above the freezing mark. It's going to move the temperatures up in Marietta above the freezing mark, but there's still ice on the roadways, on the trees, and freezing rain is going to be ongoing for that little section of northeast Georgia. So more heavy rain coming in for the afternoon. This sweeps out tomorrow evening, but then the cold really settles in. So we'll be looking at that threat of the flash freeze that Danielle was talking about first thing on Monday morning. I want to close with this. Okay, while we're tracking an ice storm here, central and southern Georgia is going to be dealing with potentially severe weather tomorrow. And there's actually a couple of counties in our viewing area that are under a level 1 risk of damaging winds, plus a winter weather advisory at the same time. So very powerful system that we're tracking here. And I think that freezing rain threat will be our largest impact in northeast Georgia, where the power outages could be most widespread.
That is not what you want to hear
Not at all.
We know our teams down there will be tracking the conditions, but hopefully everyone up to the north and to the south will remain as safe as possible.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, we want to head back to Cobb County, where we find our Danielle Nottingham. She has been out on Marietta Square.
Yeah, that's right. So, Danielle, I know that you've been speaking with a lot of folks, and they're getting ready for what's taking place, getting ready to take place in Cobb County. But also, you had some folks who are trying to have a good time before this all wraps up, right?
Oh, of course, they're taking things in stride here, and the traffic has slowed down a bit, the foot traffic since earlier, but some of these restaurants and businesses are still open in Marietta Square. We do have a couple of updates on some things happening here. We do know Marietta schools will be closed on Monday, and also the county has opened a warming shelter here in Marietta at the Must Ministries Hope House. It's open now through Tuesday, and they're saying for folks to get there by 8 o'clock this evening, and it's open to men, women, children. They're providing meals and, of course, a warm place to sleep. Now, Cobb County officials have been getting ready for days for this event. The Department of Transportation, they are ready with brine. They can make 10,000 gallons an hour. They have 11 trucks ready to treat roads, and they say they're going to treat about 560 miles of lanes of highway here, the most traveled roads. But again, as you guys mentioned, folks today, they were enjoying their time before they have to be inside for the next few days, but they are being prepared and they're aware of what's coming their way. Are you ready for the storm?
I think we are. Everybody, like I tell, my wife is a little nervous, so that kicks in Murphy's Law, so we better get ready because we have been here through the previous storms and we don't want to get caught, without the proper supply. So yes, I think we're ready.
Are you doing kind of your last walks before all the craziness is happening?
We want to make sure that the dogs get a good walk, even though I think they're excited to see a little ice and snow like we normally don't.
Is it a little funny to you? I'm looking around. It looks like nothing's about to happen here at all. Everyone's
completely, and I keep looking at the phone hour by hour. I'm just not seeing it, but you never know. Maybe we'll have a beautiful winter wonderland tomorrow morning.
And we'll see. And again, Cobb County pretty much closed right now. The offices are about to close in about 20 minutes. The libraries are also closed right now. So they're really getting ready for this to move through the area. Live in Marietta, Danielle Nottingham, 11 Alive News.
Hey, Danielle, I got one quick question for you. I saw a couple of folks walking behind you. There's a few there. Has it kind of thinned out from the time that you first got there until now as they get ready for this winter storm?
It's thinned out, and I'm still surprised. People have on light jackets. They've been wearing shorts here today, but there's one restaurant behind us that's still open, Max Chop House. So people have been walking in there, but it's slowed down a bit, but still some people walking around.
All right, so we see you are bundled up. I cannot believe that people are walking around with shorts and T-shirts in this kind of weather. So, and it looks pretty chilly.
And it's about to get worse with the sun going down.
Yeah.
So we're not sure. Danielle, do you know how long?
And I'm not embarrassed about it all.
Right. Take care of you. Do you know about what time we're expecting? Again, you may have mentioned this already, but at what time are we expecting some of those businesses? Are they closing down early? What are you hearing from folks? Because it is getting closer and closer to that sundown bedtime, or be in the house time, lockdown time that we're hearing from our meteorologists for folks in Metro Atlanta to be back in their place where they can ride this storm out.
Yeah, I think the businesses have been listening to what you guys have been saying all day. A lot of businesses here have signs on their doors saying they've closed today at 4 p.m. or they're going to close early. The owner or one of the bartenders over at Max that I was talking about on the corner, they said they're going to stay open for as long as they can, but they want to make sure their employees are able to get home safely, so they're monitoring the forecast also.
Danielle Nottingham reporting for us from Cobb County. Try to get back into that live truck as quickly as you can to try to get warm. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. We want to get you now to our newsroom and Liza Lucas, who has been speaking with some of you about what you are seeing, what you are doing to get ready ahead of this storm. Liza.
Yes, we've been talking to people from Sewanee to Hiawassee and Douglasville. So many of you tell me that you are safe at home with plenty of supplies. So that is good news to report. And you say you're ready to ride out what may come. Now, as we monitor these changes, we also want to know what's happening in your neighborhood. So text us 404-885-7600. Share your pictures and your videos. But I also want to show you a little scene setter from Hiawassee. Just look at these clouds right here. Take a look at this. Wow, right there. That just wants you to think something is coming. As one of our other viewers said of Ken's photos, look like those clouds are up to something. And I agree. But this photo right here is from Stockbridge. Mel is totally stocked up and I think has the most scenic indoor view I have seen yet. He's got the wood burning stove, which he says is cleaned and inspected every October. He's got his battery radio ready to go, the bread, the batteries, all the good things. And guys, a laser pointer to keep the cat busy. Got to have that too. Got to entertain the pets. Turning now to our next set of pictures. Darlene Burnside, who I think is in Swanee. Sleeping bags ready to go, hand warmers, lap warmers. I did not know that was such a thing. That's good for me to know for the next winter storm. She's got her weather radio. And then this pup right here, this is Annie. How cute, you guys. Out in Douglasville, Stephen and Annie were out trying to find some logs for firewood, and look what Annie did. She had to find a little spot right down there to hunker down from the storm. Shout out to everyone who has been sending those photos. We're working to get those on air, so keep them coming throughout the course of the night. They do my heart good to show that you guys are safe and warm and ready for everything. 404-885-7600. We can chat behind the scenes, text your photos, your videos. Tell me your name and when you took it and where you are and what you're seeing. And of course, as conditions change, let us know how things are in your area in terms of the weather and the roads. Of course, stay safe as you take those photos and videos, but we would love to share them online.
Absolutely, Liza. Thank you. I think we got Cheryl right now. She's in our streaming room.
Cheryl Preheim is joining us now from our 11 Alive Streaming Center.
Yeah.
Cheryl, a lot of folks getting ready to just lock it down and be in their homes. And that's what not only our team of meteorologists, but also local leaders, state leaders have really been asking people to make the preparations all throughout the week so that they could be ready at this time, right about now, to lock things down. Cheryl.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Ron and Jennifer. A lot of it is really bracing for impact, especially when we're talking about power outages. Our meteorologists have been talking us through the impact of ice on power lines and the hundreds and hundreds of pounds of weight just a little bit of ice can put on a line. So we really wanted to talk to Georgia EMC. Let's bring in Kim Brown, the spokesperson for Georgia EMC. Thanks for the time, because I know you and your team are so busy right now. Talk us through this. Is it just a matter of not if, but when, and just how big the impact's going to be?
Well, yes, unfortunately, Fern is upon us. She is coming no matter what we can do. We are kind of braced for impact, as you said. You know, EMCs have been prioritizing their preparation throughout the week and just getting ready for the impact that Fern will bring. It does look like that northeast Georgia area is going to take the hardest hit. We have been able to pre-position crews in those hardest hit areas. We've got extra crews coming in from Florida, thanks to mutual aid agreements, as well as EMC crews from South Georgia coming up to lend a hand in that area as well.
You know, there is this level of anticipation, Kim. I was driving on 85 today, and I saw a few raindrops. I thought, oh boy, here we go. I know your crews are feeling that too. And for you all, Georgia EMC covers a vast majority of our state, 5 million customers. Talk us through just how big this puzzle is that you're trying to put all the pieces in place when you're talking geography and your reach over the state of Georgia.
Absolutely. So EMCs are electric membership corporations. So we are not-for-profit utilities in the state, covering 5 million Georgians, as you said, and 73% of the state's landmass. So when EMCs were first formed back in the 1930s, they were formed to help bring power to those rural areas that were not served previously. So it serves kind of a more rural landscape and a less dense population line. So in city areas where you might have 30 meters per mile of line, EMC service areas can look a little different and have less meters per mile. So yes, we do cover quite a bit of the area of the state, and again, serving 5 million Georgians. So it's a large group that we serve.
So are you kind of looking at the map right now, knowing that this northeast part of our state is sort of the bullseye? Are you already mobilizing more resources to the areas you anticipate will have the biggest power outages?
Yes, we definitely have focused our efforts in that northeast Georgia area, but we definitely don't want to leave our other EMCs hanging, because with these winter storms, you just never know what damage you can see. All it takes is a couple of degrees to really change what those outages look like. So really have crews stationed throughout the state just ready to cover whatever comes our way.
Really good point, because anybody who's been, especially in Metro Atlanta, for any period of time understands how quickly a tree can go down and the impact that can have, just one tree coming down on a neighborhood and power, things like that. Are you all kind of looking at it as phases, like phase 1 is the preparation, phase 2 being just the response on the ground?
Absolutely. So phase 1 of preparation, that's what we've been focusing on throughout the week. EMCs have just been prioritizing being prepared and, getting extra materials on hand, having extra poles and wires stocked in their trucks, getting their vehicles winterized for these winter conditions, and also talking to vendors and having those doors open to bring those extra materials in as needed. And again, they're kind of at the point now they're prepared, and now we're just waiting on that big event, so to speak. And then once it hits, the evaluation will start to see what the damage is and the best place to tackle it.
How important, Kim, is it for people to realize we could be in for a bit of a long haul here? Sometimes the lights flicker or the power goes out, and the expectation is a really fast turnaround to get things back online. But when you look at this system, how big it is, and then the cold temperatures reaching into Tuesday, Wednesday, are you really trying to emphasize the message that this could be a long go?
Unfortunately, in those hardest hit areas, it could be a multi-day event in those areas. Another factor we're facing with this system is the fact that the temperatures are going to drop again on Monday after the storm passes. So in those areas where it does get above freezing, it's going to refreeze again. So it's not uncommon with this ice storm restoration that you have an opportunity to go out there for the EMC linemen to repair these lines, and then the night will fall and your temperature will drop again, and you'll have a refreeze and more ice on lines, more tree limbs on the lines, that sort of thing. So it's kind of an ebb and flow process in restoration from a winter storm.
And quickly before we go, obviously the lineman's response depends on how much ice they're encountering on the roads too.
Oh, absolutely. Safety of our linemen, or the EMC linemen, is number one priority. So EMCs, they will send their linemen out when it is safe to do so. I mean, right during the middle of the storm, they're going to be hunkered down like everyone else is. It's not something we want to put the linemen at risk for. So we just ask for patience. These linemen are people too, and they have prepared for this storm. And believe me, these linemen are dedicated individuals and are ready for their main event. It's kind of like an athlete preparing for a game. They're ready for the game, but they're going to do it safely, and they're going to wait to the right moment to do that.
Well, pass along our thanks, Kim, to everybody on your crews and their family members who are going to be missing them for a couple of days, too, for a big couple of days ahead. We really appreciate the time, Kim Brown with Georgia EMC. Take care. Be safe out there, too.
Thank you.
All right, Jennifer and Ron, I think the takeaway more than anything is just we are on the cusp of what could be a pretty long couple of days. Everybody's going to have to lock it in and be patient for sure.
Yeah, we are prepared. They are prepared. Of course, state officials are prepared. Now it's all about the big event that's going to be with us here in the next few hours.
And hoping for the best. We're hoping for some warming conditions to come into our way once the storm passes. We're going to get you now to our meteorologist, Melissa Nord, standing by. And Melissa, we've been talking about how we are already starting to see some of this weather in some of our area here in Metro Atlanta and North Georgia.
It is, and Kim was talking about that impact of seeing more power outages going up after the freezing rain is even over on Monday because of those gusty winds and more icy roads as well. Okay, freezing rain. It already has started to begin in northwest Georgia. We're going to see that increasing over the metro between now and 10 o'clock. It may initially fall as rain, but as the temperatures fall, it will change to freezing rain. And then that's what we're dealing with overnight through tomorrow morning. Slick roadways. That'll be a widespread impact tomorrow morning. If you're thinking, can I get out to church? Can I get out to the grocery? The answer is no, you shouldn't be doing that. We're going to be dealing with slick roadways everywhere tomorrow morning. And in northeast Georgia, as the winds increase, the outages could start picking up. Tomorrow afternoon, a little warming is expected that may briefly change parts of West Georgia and inner metro Atlanta into rain from freezing rain. Ice storm warning continues. That's going to be areas where at least a quarter of an inch of ice and freezing rain accumulation is expected. And this is a really big winter storm. I mean, it's not just one small section of the country. The alerts on the map go over 2,000 miles across, and that precipitation is increasing and moving east. And remember, with this setup we're seeing, we have deep moisture coming off the Gulf. Deep moisture coming in from the Pacific, and it's working on top of this cold Arctic air, which is nestling its way down from the Appalachian Mountains south and west into our area. So we've got rain evolving across northwest Georgia. The rain's falling right now and increasing across Blue Ridge. We're seeing that coming down in Dalton as well. And then now we're seeing some of that little bit of light wintry mix developing as well as northeast Georgia. So as we go through the overnight, freezing rain becomes widespread and it starts to accumulate. That's when we're going to start to see more significant impacts, especially in northeast Georgia. And it's all going to depend on just how much ice accumulates at your location. Joining me now to talk about that and how we can see the power outage threats varying across the area is meteorologist Danielle Moss.
That's right, Melissa. What we are watching for is even the smallest amount of ice could be having some really major impact. So when we talk about just 1/10 of an inch of ice, that's a light glaze in comparison, but it still could have some really small impacts, right? You're talking about slick spots on the sidewalks and some roadways, and maybe even some ice on the trees or the power lines. That's just with 1/10 of an inch. Then when we raise it just a little bit and start talking about 1/4 of an inch, that's when we start to get into that problematic frame. So that's when we talk about coated windshields and your cars are coated with that ice, dangerous bridges. You want to make sure that if you do have to drive, a lot of people do have to go to work, you might be a first responder, take that ice off your car. You don't want to drive with that ice on it. Make sure that you are being very neighborly and clearing your car off for the next person behind you. Also, we could be seeing some accumulation on the trees or the power lines. Then when we start to get into a higher range, really 1/2 of an inch or greater, that's when we start to see crippling side effects. And unfortunately, we take a look at our ice amounts. What we are projecting right now, northeast Georgia sits in that crippling range. And even here, Metro Atlanta, we can definitely be seeing some power outages and definitely seeing some road impacts as well. And even south of Metro Atlanta, that could be seeing maybe 1/10 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch, Melissa. So this is all very important. And then we're talking about that cold blast of air that's coming in behind it all.
So anything that melts as we briefly warm above freezing tomorrow afternoon, Danielle, becomes a sheet of ice again Monday morning. So it's probably why a lot of school systems are making that early decision to close for Monday. Okay, big picture. Moisture's moving into far north Georgia. It's going to increase across the metro as we head through the next 4 hours this evening. You can see by 11 o'clock tonight, we've got not just rain falling, but freezing rain that first moves into northeast Georgia, then increases from east to west as that cold wedge of air builds in. So freezing rain overnight tonight, tomorrow morning as well. I'm watching in the afternoon, a little warm nose bringing in temperatures just above freezing before they come crashing down again as we push towards Monday morning. 7-day forecast, weather impact alert through Monday. Look at your morning lows, 23 on Monday, 16 on Tuesday. Northeast Georgia will not climb above freezing Monday afternoon. So you're dealing with more than 48 hours probably consecutively below freezing. That increases the threat of pipes bursting if you end up with your house power going off. So big picture, 34 Monday afternoon, 16 on Tuesday morning, and then 40 degrees Tuesday afternoon. And then Wednesday, we're going to be up to a high of 42 degrees. So moving forward, it's really this temperature trend that we're watching the next couple of days that's going to be really something we're talking about. Okay, let's go through tomorrow afternoon's temperatures. You're wondering, is it going to be just freezing rain or am I going to break into rain? Here's the big picture temperature map for us. Cold air coming in overnight tonight. Tomorrow morning, everybody's below freezing. We'll go into tomorrow afternoon. West Georgia will climb above freezing, but northeast Georgia, that wedge is going to be so strong, and that's going to keep the freezing rain game going all the way through the afternoon. Any moisture left on the roads, flash freeze Monday morning. Live coverage continues in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
11 Alive News at 6 p.m. starts now.
Good evening and thanks for joining us here on 11 Alive News and streaming on 11 Alive Plus. I'm Ron Jones.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. If you are just joining us tonight, we continue bringing you wall-to-wall coverage, tracking a winter storm making its way here to Georgia.
Yeah, that's right. So the system could bring us freezing rain, damaging ice as well, causing concern for dangerous roadways and power outages. And tonight, 11 Alive has crews on the ground in counties all across Metro Atlanta and Northeast Georgia, tracking conditions to help you to prepare.
And we are going to check in on those preparations from the airport to Athens and all the way up to Helen. But first, we want to kick things off with our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Chris, a lot of eyes and a lot of interest on this forecast. So what is the very latest here on what we are expecting and seeing?
The changeover is happening now in parts of North Georgia and Northeast Georgia. Even though we're still quiet here in Atlanta and we're watching a little bit of rain over to the east, temperatures here are still above freezing. We were all along thinking that this really wouldn't start kicking in here until during the evening hours and really more overnight into early morning for the metro area. So we're just watching some of these showers coming in right now with temperatures here above freezing. So that's just rain. But up in Northeast Georgia, we're beginning to see the changeover taking place in parts of Rabun County, the northern parts of Lumpkin County. This would kind of line up with those highest elevations in these areas of Fannin County, also Union County, and into Towns County as well. And as we mentioned, in Rabun County. Then in Northwest Georgia, we have confirmation that this is coming down to the ground in the form of raindrops with temperatures that are hovering right around freezing. So we're beginning to see some of that freezing rain in parts of Northwest Georgia. And this is just the beginning of the moisture that's moving in. You see all of this rain back into Alabama and then freezing rain in northern Alabama that changes over into some snow up in parts of Tennessee. And even more of this moisture is going to keep moving in during the nighttime hours tonight. So our temperature profiles right now, very important. We're in the 40s, so no concerns of anything for the next few hours here. It's going to be later tonight when look at Gainesville right now at 38 degrees and then 30 in Clayton. This is the beginning of that wedge, that shallow layer of cool air that's going to move this way down to the south toward us with our temperatures falling tonight. Well, at the same time, that moisture from the west is going to be moving into our area, and that's what's going to give us that freezing rain. We told you about Northwest Georgia. Dalton right now is at 32 degrees. We have some of that rain coming down into that air that is going to be in the form of freezing rain. And then look at Clayton, Northeast Georgia, already below freezing there with that freezing rain that is already occurring. So it is happening. Conditions will deteriorate during the evening hours tonight, especially overnight and into tomorrow morning. Danielle Moss joins us right now. And Danielle, you're watching not only what's happening with these temperatures and what we're going to be watching, but much of the country now is under these winter storm warnings.
Yes, we have been watching this very intently because this storm is coming in from the west. We also have been hearing from so many people who said, we don't think it's going to happen. But if you can tell from the history of the storm, it is happening. It is currently ongoing. It just has not arrived just yet. This is around 2,000 miles worth of alerts. And as you take a closer look in, we are under an ice storm warning here in Metro Atlanta. They do not issue these often. The last time was in 2014. That's more than a decade ago. That gives you a little bit more of an indication of what's been happening. Like I said, look back at the history of the storm. This is currently ongoing. This is look at our satellite radar back off to our west. You can see this wintry mix stretching all the way up into Tennessee. Rain showers coming across central Alabama. And a closer look here into really North Georgia. We're starting to see that rain and that changeover between rain, sleet, and maybe a little bit of freezing rain already. Even closer into the Northwest Georgia. This is a live camera in Lookout Mountain. What you're seeing is it is frozen over the camera lens there. So definitely already seeing some impacts, and it's just going to slowly continue to trickle down into Metro Atlanta and across really most of Georgia. Road temperatures, that's going to play a big part in accumulation on those roads. In fact, in Northwest Georgia, where you saw that frozen camera, the road temperature is around 34 degrees. But even across Northeast Georgia, road temperatures around 42 degrees. So it is definitely very cold. Road temperatures are not the only thing, and hazardous roadways are not the only impacts. Also power outages and closures and delays. We've already been seeing a number of them coming in, not just for Sunday, but even going into Monday. So this is definitely another thing that we're going to continue to watch, and we're going to have another look at our forecast, and we're going to time it all out for you coming up in our full forecast coming up soon.
All right, Chris, Danielle, thanks a lot. You know, the winter weather is leading to school districts. They're making changes to school schedules from Monday.
Yeah, you heard Danielle just mention that. And the latest is Atlanta Public Schools, which says it is moving to a remote learning day. The same goes for Fulton County Schools. The district says that students will shift to remote learning there.
And other districts will be closed completely. So we're talking about the Cobb County, Clayton County, Cobb County, Cherokee, Marietta City School Districts as well. And Gwinnett County will have a digital learning day on Monday. The same with Forsyth County and Rockdale counties.
So to find your district, you can check the rolling list across the bottom of your screen. You can also head to our website, 11alive.com. And also on that rolling list, you'll find any churches that have let us know that their services will be virtual or they will be closed, as well as any other closings we get from around Metro Atlanta as well.
Especially on Sunday. So as you just heard, our northeast counties are expected to get some of the worst of the weather.
And that includes White County. That's where Angelina Salcido is joining us now. And Angelina, you have been all over the place talking with public safety leaders and leaders of the community there. What are you hearing and seeing right now at this hour?
I will tell you guys that it is a lot colder than what it has been throughout the day. So the temperatures have definitely dropped here. And you heard our meteorologist talk about that precipitation starting to fall, and it is definitely starting to fall here. So we have been around Cleveland, Georgia, because the Emergency Operations Center is actually located in Cleveland. But we're currently in Helen right now because this is where our hotel is that we're going to be staying. They have asked people to stay off of the roads starting at 6 o'clock because that is exactly when we're supposed to start seeing these conditions start to pick up. And then a little bit later on, the conditions will deteriorate. The EOC manager really wants to make sure that these roads are clear for any emergency vehicles that may need to pass through. We also have a lot of linemen that have come here to White County as well that need to make sure that they are in the right position so then they can respond quickly to any power outages that we might see. So a little bit earlier today, they had a briefing where they let the different mayors of Cleveland and Helen, also the emergency officials for both of those cities and for the county as well, know what to expect. What I can tell you, though, is that they have activated the EOC officially right now, and they are prepared for the worst that we might see here in this county.
We are prepared to work round the clock to do what we can do. The problem is we're awfully afraid there's going to come a point that we are going to be limited as to what we can do until at least we get debris removed and we get some thawing of the ice on the roadway so that we can travel. But understand that there may come that period of time where we will be at least significantly delayed. And then in some cases, we may not be able to respond at all.
That's something that was extremely hard for the deputy director to say here. The fact that they will have to face some delays when it comes to answering 911 calls. And in some cases, they may not even be able to get to people because there are a lot of rural areas here that once those roads are iced over, it's going to be hard, not just for people to navigate around, but the emergency crews and public safety officials as well that will need to respond to these 911 emergencies. On top of that, they really want people to be careful with calling 911. They want to make sure that when someone uses that number that they're using it for a life-threatening emergency, especially in this situation. They don't want the lines to get clogged, and that's another reason why they've actually set up a Starlink at the Public Safety Center and another method to make sure that when they do endure the power outages here, because of the ice that we're expecting, they will still be able to get 911 calls, but they still want people to just be very careful with the calls that they make, but also careful just in general, of course, up here in Northeast Georgia.
All right, really good advice there. Thanks a lot, Angelina.
Yeah, thank you. We are also tracking conditions tonight in Hall County, where Cody Alcorn has been out and about and among the people. Cody, the last time we checked with you, you were at the Long Street Cafe, where people were hoping for a last hot meal outside of their own home before this winter storm settles in.
Especially for Phil. Phil, right?
That's right, Phil, a lifelong resident here in Gainesville, enjoyed his food. I'll tell you, I actually enjoyed my own plate here as well, getting that last bit of food in before we're likely to lose power at our hotel tonight. I'll tell you, the Longstreet Cafe made the tough choice, though. They just locked the door, and I can tell you the rain just started here. It's very light, but we are starting to see the first precipitation here in the city of Gainesville. And as I mentioned, they were expecting to be open a little bit later today, but Clemente just making that decision here a few minutes ago. And typically the line here wrapped all the way around this building to get in for this buffet line, but tonight's a little bit different, huh?
Oh, yes. Usually, customers rush in and they start doing the line right before we open. Like, I would say 40 minutes before we open, they line up outside. And, we've been so lucky that and so blessed that we got really loyal customers that come here pretty much every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But, today, some of those folks, probably, they're not going to have dinner tonight on Longstreet.
Well, I'll tell you, they're heeding the warnings from our meteorologist, and you guys said it's safety of your employees number one tonight.
Yes, that's the number one reason we are closing today early, because we want all our employees get home safe.
Well, Clemente, thanks so much, and thank you for the dinner. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll tell you, people have been showing up here. The door is locked, unfortunately, but again, the number one focus tonight is you should have been prepared and to stay off the roads, as the sun has set. As I just mentioned, this is the first precipitation we have seen here in Gainesville since we got here yesterday, so the meteorologists are right. They have been on point at this hour that we're going to start to see this precipitation pick up and change over to ice as we go into the late hours. So we'll be having updates here through Gainesville throughout the evening.
All right, Cody, we hope you ate good out there.
Yeah, no, I love those reporter-involved type stories, to give us more what's going on there. Thanks, Cody.
Yeah, we want to send you now back to our chief meteorologist. Cody, thank you. We want to get you to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. And Chris, Cody says they're already starting to see that rain come down there in Hall County.
And it's just the beginning of the changeover that is taking place right now. That rain coming down, the cold air clashing with that, and that leads us to major impacts in northeast Georgia, moderate impacts in metro Atlanta, and minor impacts on the south side. We'll talk more about that and the ice storm warning and the timeline of when the worst of this is going to be through our area. We have more on that coming up.
Welcome back, everyone. You know, as people are hunkering down for this winter storm, some are going out of their way to help their neighbors in need.
And that's really when we need to see people helping and lending a hand the most. Our Savannah Levins is joining us live tonight in Atlanta. So what are we seeing from people in terms of what some are already doing to try to help those who may not have as much as others during this time?
Yeah, well, while state crews are hard at work, the community is really coming together. But before we get to that, I do want to mention I've been standing outside since 11 a.m. and I just now, you guys, am seeing raindrops come down for the first time. So just wanted to mention that here in Atlanta. But yeah, let's talk about that organization I caught up with about an hour ago. It is called Food to Life. They're in an organization that takes food from grocery stores that is imperfect or leftover, and they offer it out to communities in need for free or for a donation. A lot of people coming by today saying ahead of this storm they were particularly interested in that. So the volunteers were out there packing those boxes full of food, drinks, even candles ahead of this winter storm, particularly focusing on folks who are elderly, disabled, things like that, who may be in their home for a few days. Now, if I could get my videographer here, we're going to look at the connector right here. Statewide, the crews have been out really prioritizing brining and pre-treating the highways. You can kind of see that white cast over the roads. Well, starting about 5 minutes ago at 6 o'clock, we know that the state of Georgia has sent out about 300 of those heavy-duty plows and salt trucks. So as of, again, just a few minutes ago, those are officially on the roads laying down the good stuff. But it is really nice, you guys, to see while the state and all these crews are doing what they're doing, the community is coming together to look out for each other as well. Obviously, that food event just wrapped up a little while ago. The founder tells me it's time for him and all their volunteers to go inside and buckle down.
All right, Savannah, thanks a lot. And, you know, this is just as advertised, because Chris has been talking about this for the past couple of days. As soon as the sun goes down, you need to hunker down. You need to make sure you're in a safe place.
Yeah, we are beyond that point for much of our area, Chris.
And, you know, as Savannah said, the raindrops are starting to come down here in the city, but it is as rain. Temperatures are still well above freezing here. We're in the 40s right now, so nothing imminent at this time for the metro area, but we are seeing the changeover taking place in parts of North Georgia. You can see here, as we zoom in a little bit tighter here to the city, Savannah mentioned a couple of raindrops here. There are a few more of those over in Douglas County, South Fulton County, also in Coweta County. So this is going to keep pushing in as rain. But we also have rain in North Georgia, but that is accompanied by temperatures that are around freezing. So we do see some freezing rain happening in spots in Rabun County. And then this lines up with the highest elevations in North Georgia, in the northern parts of Lumpkin County, southern parts of Union County, and the southern parts of Fannin County as well. And then in northwest Georgia, we have confirmation of these raindrops making it to the ground too, with temperatures at or a little bit below freezing. They're in a little break in that action now, but there's more moisture coming out of Alabama. Just look at all that. That has to be moving into our area tonight. Now, the deal different for us than in Alabama, this is a lot of rain in Alabama, but as this moves in, it's going to clash with that wedge of cooler air coming in from the north and also to the east, and that's what's going to form the freezing rain. That's a perfect recipe for that. This is a live camera right now in Blue Ridge where you see the raindrops on the lens. And remember, when we look at these cameras, it's not going to look like snow. We don't expect snow. This is going to look like rain, and that's what freezing rain is. It is raindrops in the air, but when they hit a surface that's at or below freezing, that's what turns into ice. So I wouldn't be surprised pretty soon if we start seeing this camera lens kind of glazing over with ice crystals with these raindrops hitting that lens. So here's the timeline. This is pretty much timing out the way we've been saying over the past few days. The changeover happening now in North Georgia through the evening for Metro Atlanta. We're going to see this rain, freezing rain developing here with that transition taking place. Untreated roads are going to begin to turn slick. The main event, though, is going to be overnight and into tomorrow morning, where we're going to see freezing rain just about all night long. The accumulation will be growing. Temperatures drop into the upper 20s in the morning, and the roads are going to be slick and icy overnight and in the morning. And then more freezing rain in the morning. Heavier rain coming in the afternoon, but with that, we think our temperature will be above freezing, so that would hopefully slow down the expansion of that ice that's out there and the growing of that ice that's going to be on those trees, but we'll still have a power outage threat. So the big thing tomorrow is going to be watching those temperatures that will overtake that wedge and keep us above freezing for a few hours, and just how that will help get rid of some of the ice that developed during the overnight hours. Danielle Moss joins us right now. And Danielle, we not only have the freezing rain potential, but we're going to have to keep an eye on those winds out there too and the trees that could come down.
Exactly. This is a very large system, and there are a lot of moving parts with this same system, even as it stretches all the way back to the west. I keep saying it. If you don't believe it's coming, you can see it on the radar already. That's always a good indication that the storm will be arriving. Here is a live look. This is a look onto 85 and Buford Highway. Here's the deal. People are probably going out right now, preparing to enjoy a nice Saturday evening dinner, maybe preparing to go out to go to the club or something. Here's the deal. You don't want to be outside overnight tonight, because that's when this is going to arrive. You could be thinking, it's just raining right now, no big deal, but this is going to change over. So let's time it out for you. When can you expect this rain to change over to freezing rain and the largest impacts to really take place? Here's a look at our forecast track as we put into motion across northeast Georgia. Right there, Blairsville, you can see Clayton in the North Georgia mountains, Gainesville and Canton. Already we'll start to see that change over around 8 o'clock. Here in metro Atlanta, we will start to see that rain kind of increasing. So between around 8 and 11 p.m., we'll start to see just mostly rain here in metro Atlanta. It's when those temperatures really start to fall. We start to see that rain changing over into that freezing rain. That's around 11:30 for northeast Georgia, and then it becomes a little bit more widespread overnight and into your early Sunday morning. Even around 6 a.m. on Sunday, some of that freezing rain could still be lingering. That's a long freezing rain event. We've been saying it, even a 1/10 of an inch could cause some really large impacts. Then as we continue, this is an updated forecast track for you. Even as we continue to put this into motion for Sunday morning at 11 a.m., we have to watch the system on the backside, because we could be getting some pretty strong thunderstorms to be rolling in here. That all depends on the temperatures, but you see temperatures are still right there on that freezing point, maybe even seeing some thunder a little bit south of here, south of Thomaston, really near Macon. Then Sunday evening, we start to see those temperatures drop once again. So anything that falls throughout the day on Sunday will refreeze. So that's a secondary threat that we're looking at. And here is a look at it. Some people are under a severe weather threat, and then we're going to keep our eye on it, because we will be seeing some cooler temperatures behind it. In fact, the National Weather Service has a cold weather advisory in place for your Monday for those brutally cold temperatures. A quick look at that 7-day forecast for you. Very cold for your Monday, even after the system passes through. Make sure you are prepared. Hey, keep it right here. We'll have another check with our team of reporters right after this break.
Hey, welcome back to 11 Alive News and, of course, 11 Alive streaming as well. So a lot of folks out there, they're trying to figure out, how do I stay warm if they can't stay warm at home?
That's right. And we've been getting a lot of information from counties and cities across Metro Atlanta about warming shelters opening up. And our Gilad Malamed is in Gwinnett County right now at one of those warming shelter locations. Gilad, thanks for being with us. Let us know what we're talking about here and what you're hearing from the folks there.
This warming center location is in Lawrenceville. It's the Gwinnett Justice and Administration Center. And when people come in, they're first going to check in here. And then there's a whole big pile of supplies that they can grab from. Those white boxes or sleeping bags. There's blankets and even games and activity books for children. And this is a large space. It's actually not typically a county warming center. They opened it up specifically for this storm because they think they're going to need more space for people. There are hundreds of seats here. They have food, water, and outlets, anything that you may need to stay warm, especially if you lose power. You can also bring your pets. That's something interesting. You know, in addition to personal items, you're allowed to bring pets, and they have some pet supplies and crates for pets as well. One of the interesting questions that, Ron, you actually asked earlier was, does this center have a generator if this area loses power? The answer to that was yes, but I also asked the county's community services director about the other locations if they have generators too.
No, this is the only location that's on generator. So should one of our stations go down, loses power, and if we can safely move those residents and employees, this is the contingency plan to bring them to this site.
Those other locations are Best Friend Park Gymnasium in Norcross, Buford Senior Center, Lawrenceville Senior Center, Shorty Howell Park Activity Building in Duluth, and Community Resource Center at Bethany Church Road in Snellville. And right now here, I just peeked out the window. It's not raining yet, no precipitation. And county leaders, the community services director I spoke to, she said, now is really the time to try to get somewhere warm and safe. That's the key. By the time you lose power, it might be too late to get to a warming center because they don't want people out on the roads if it's not safe. So it's really kind of a delicate balancing act here for people deciding what they want to do. These warming centers are open until Monday morning. The county, though, is prepared to keep them open until Tuesday morning if necessary. Live in Gwinnett County, Gilad Malamed, 11 Alive News.
All right, Gilad, thank you. And that's a good idea. Maybe if you know your home or apartment has a history of losing power during weather events, that may be a very good option for some of those people. And we do want to mention that we are very grateful and thankful for all of those who are helping to run and man these warming centers across our area. They don't have to do that, so we're glad for them.
Yeah. Well, leaders in Cobb County are keeping a very close eye on the weather conditions tonight as well.
And we have seen folks trying to get out and enjoy the last bit of freedom, if you will, before these winter weather conditions come in. Danielle Nottingham has been live for us from Marietta, speaking with people who are out and about, hanging out, walking the dog, trying to get a meal in at a restaurant before the rain comes.
Yeah, and they have not stopped yet. We just ran into, I think, a girls' night trying to have some fun before this storm starts. But some information that everyone should have here. They did open a warming center here in Cobb County in Marietta. It's at the Must Ministries Hope House. It's open tonight through Tuesday, and they're saying everyone get there by 8 o'clock tonight if you want to get in. They'll provide meals, a warm shelter. It's for men, women, and children. But getting back to what's happening here on Marietta Square, people are getting prepared. They've been spending the day, enjoying the day before they have to stay inside for the next 3 days. And Cobb County has also been working. They're going to be treating the roads for 560 miles of lanes that they're going to treat during this storm. So everybody's ready. But again, here tonight, they still have not gone home just yet. So I heard you guys laughing and being happy through the streets. You know a storm is coming, right?
Yes.
But
we're going home when it starts raining.
Okay, but where are you headed to right now?
We're enjoying the square for the night. Yes.
So you knew the storm was coming, but you were like, let's get out here before
the storm comes. We're watching the weather.
Inside for 2 days.
And that too.
We also live like a mile away, so that helps.
Yeah. So we're just out enjoying it before the storm comes, but we're watching the weather closely.
We're having fun. We know that the storm is coming, but we know we're going to be stuck in the house for a while, so we want to have fun before it happens.
We can also walk home.
We're very responsible. we're going to go inside before the storm happens. Do a little.
So I can only assume that the fun is going to end soon because the weather is going to come through. And again, Cobb County already closed its offices. The libraries are closed. Marietta schools are closed on Mondays. So everyone is really getting ready for this storm. Live in Marietta, Danielle Nottingham, 11 Alive News.
All right, Danielle, thank you. Appreciate it.
We've had conversations about girls' trips, girls' night.
Girls' night out.
Well, hopefully they'll be back home as they see that rain, as they said, because we have been telling folks that sundown in Metro Atlanta was the time to get back. That's the word from our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, and he's joining us now. Chris, we have already started to see reports of people starting to see the rain. When we heard from Savannah in Fulton County on the 17th Street Bridge, she said she was starting to see rain for the first time today.
Yeah, and that's the rain coming down right now. Temperatures in Atlanta still in the 40s, but these temperatures are going to be falling tonight as this rain moves into that wedge of cooler air, and it's going to be later on tonight when that rain is going to change over into freezing rain, and some of that already happening in North Georgia. We'll talk more about that and the timeline and what to expect tomorrow and into the first part of next week coming up.
Welcome back, everyone. Right now at 6:30, we're going to continue to track that winter storm system expected to bring impacts not only in Metro Atlanta, but North Georgia as well.
Our team of meteorologists have been working around the clock for you, and our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, is here with us now. Chris, are some areas already starting to see that freezing rain?
The changeover is taking place in parts of northwest Georgia and northeast Georgia. That's where the temperatures are coldest right now, at or near freezing, a little bit below freezing in some spots. In Atlanta, we're still in the 40s as the rain's moving in, and that's what we were expecting to still be general rain here as we get to the sunset hour, but it's now going to be after sunset and through the evening hours when those temperatures are going to start falling, and this rain continues to feed in from the south and also to the west. So what we're seeing now in Atlanta, you see the green color here, that's where we have some rain coming in. Savannah Levin's confirmed just a few moments ago, a few raindrops coming down. There's probably a few more than just a few coming down right now there on the 17th Bridge where she was reporting from. Additional showers going down into South Fulton, also into areas of Gwinnett County. It's North Georgia where we're seeing that changeover, mainly in the highest elevations right now. Rabun County into parts of White County, Lumpkin County, Fannin County, northern parts of Dawson County, a little bit of a changeover happening there too. And we were watching the changeover happening in northwest Georgia. They're in a little bit of a break right now, but an additional wave of moisture is pushing into northwest Georgia. That's going to be some more freezing rain. Now, this back in Alabama is all rain here, but then you've got some freezing rain in North Alabama. So what's interesting with that, it is warmer over in Alabama, and this rain, though, is going to move in and hit this wedge, which is that shallow layer of cool air coming in from the north and east. And those two systems will collide. The rain moves in, rides up and over that shallow layer of air, and that's what gives us the freezing rain. So we continue with this ice storm warning for all of North Georgia, down to Atlanta, along I-20 and south of Atlanta here in Clayton County and also in Henry County, and then also these areas up into parts of northwest Georgia where we have this ice storm warning, where we're going to see some ice accumulations in spots tonight, overnight, and into tomorrow morning, with some dangerous travel and also some power outages are possible. The main part we're watching for the most impacts will be in northeast Georgia, where they're going to have major impacts there, moderate impacts for Atlanta over to the east of us along I-20 and in northwest Georgia, and then minor impacts to the south of us. And to the south, that's where they're going to have a glazing to around 1/4 inch. For Atlanta, 1/4 inch to in some spots around 1/2 inch. And then north and east of the city, 1/2 inch plus possible in many of those areas there. And that would cause some major impacts with trees coming down. The weight of that ice on the trees and on the limbs and on the power lines would be causing a lot of power outages, as well as the dangerous to almost impossible travel there in parts of northeast Georgia. Danielle Moss joins us now live, and these temperatures are going to be very important here through not only the nighttime hours tomorrow, but also if we're able to warm up a little bit tomorrow afternoon.
Exactly. The temperatures are critical, a very critical part of this forecast. And you can see there was a number of winter storm warnings across that map that Chris just showed. And you can see the temperatures. Washington around 17 degrees right now. St. Louis is 9 degrees. We're still 44 here in Metro Atlanta, but that is going to be changing. We are going to see our temperatures start to fall. Here's a look at some more current temperatures. Dalton now 32 degrees. Clayton is 30 degrees. So now you're really going to have to start watching that rainfall switching over into that freezing rain once you drop below that 32-degree mark. Here's another thing. Savannah and Angelina both said it. It has gotten so cold outside. You can see the difference. You can kind of see they're getting a little bit cold out there. In Gainesville and Athens, the temperatures have dropped 11 degrees in the last 24 hours. Dalton's around 14 degrees colder. And then that kind of plays into our road temperatures as well. So the colder it gets outside and the more those winds keep blowing, our temperatures are going to drop on those roadways, which means that any kind of freezing rain that falls and accumulates, it's going to be sticking. So make sure that you are prepared for that. Hazardous road conditions are probably one of our top concerns. Secondary to that, power outages. And power outages become a really big problem as we look forward into the forecast going towards your Monday. That's why we extended that weather impacts alert to Monday yesterday, because the temperatures will be falling. Not only will the temperatures be falling, but there's a cold weather advisory in place because it could feel like 0 to maybe 15 degrees when you factor in that wind chill. So there's a number of layers with this system, and we are tracking them all. We're bringing you a full look at that 7-day forecast coming up a little bit later on in this newscast.
Okay, Danielle, Chris, we really appreciate that. And if you're going to be flying out today, I'm telling you, it's probably going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, more than 10,000 flights across the country have already been delayed or canceled, and that is leaving a lot of travelers scrambling. We've heard of some folks maybe trying to shift their flights around, and it leaves a lot of questions about when will we be able to resume normal operations. Our Doug Richards is live from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Doug, it's usually the world's busiest, but maybe not so much today.
Well, it's getting busier now, and we're seeing also some evidence that additional flights are being canceled. About the number on the boards has ticked up about 10% or so in the last hour. And again, the cancellations, the destinations we're talking about are typically cities to the west of here, to the north of here as well, that are all affected by this weather event that we have spent all day talking about. One of the people that we've talked about here who's kind of camping out in the airport today was a woman named Melody Patterson, who showed up here in Atlanta intending to celebrate her birthday. And then now she's having trouble getting back home to Houston. Here's what we talked about.
I'm waiting until then, so I'll be spending the night.
And this is for your birthday, you say?
It is.
Wow, that's some birthday.
Some birthday.
Did you have any fun celebrating your birthday in Atlanta?
I did, actually. I had a great time.
Okay.
I had a great time, so I appreciate the hospitality. However, traveling and trying to get back home is not so fun.
And the plane that she aims to get on doesn't leave for Houston until tomorrow afternoon. She's planning to stay here in the airport, just sort of seated in a chair, because she says she's afraid that if she leaves the airport and finds lodging somewhere in Atlanta, that the road conditions will prevent her from getting back to the airport to catch her plane. So rather than risk that, she's going to get well acquainted with some of the seating here in the public spaces here at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. We are live at the airport tonight. Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Yeah, I really hate that this is the end, but I'm glad she had a good time, and I'm thinking she probably has the right idea with at least just sticking it out.
Yeah.
Better be safe than sorry so she can get to her destination.
And Doug, if you see her again, tell her we said happy birthday.
For sure. Thank you.
All right, Doug, thanks a lot. You know, we've been warning you all day, folks, about the ice is on the way, bringing slippery and dangerous conditions out there.
Yeah, we want to get you over to our Cheryl Preheim from our 11 Alive Streaming Center. Cheryl, you are hearing more about GDOT strategy and ways to keep the roadways safe.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Remember this saying, snow slows you down, ice shuts things down. So it's really go time in terms of roads for much of the state right now. And by go time, we mean stay at home time. So we want to check in with Joe Schoolman with the Georgia Department of Transportation, as they have been working around the clock for a couple days here. Joe, thanks for the time. I know you guys are busy. We really appreciate the updates.
Sure, thank you for having me.
So I read a statistic that 18,000 miles of roadway have been treated at this point. Now, you're up in District 6, so that's in Rome, Dalton, Dallas, that part of our state. Talk about the efforts there. You said you've hit a major milestone in terms of the ground you've covered literally at this point.
Yeah, we have 17 counties up here in a little less than 24 hours. We started last night around 7 o'clock. We have brined all of the state routes here in Northwest Georgia. So our crews work really hard. Really want to thank them for all the hours and work they've put in to make sure that we are staying ahead of this storm the best that we can.
Yeah, they've already put in long hours and we're just getting started. What have you seen there in terms of weather? Have you seen any of this rain starting to fall or freezing rain at all?
We've seen a little bit. Some of the higher elevation counties, we've seen some. This morning we had some freezing rain, and it felt like it was just kind of a taste of what was going to be coming soon.
All right, when you talk about the brine, that is essentially salt on the road that then allows it to repel a little bit of that freezing that will happen. You said you might make a second pass. Talk to us about the efforts beyond covering all that ground where you go back and maybe do some more.
It's important to understand that the brine is really, it's our best defense against freezing ice on the roadways, but it's not perfect. If we get a system that dumps a lot of freezing rain, snow and things like that, the brine really can't compete with it. That's why we tell people just to stay home. Yes, we're treating the roads, doing our best to keep them clear and dry, but it's not a perfect system. There's a lot of weather coming through, so we suggest they stay home.
A lot of people may not realize that you don't just wait for the forecast to come in to tell you that a big system like this is coming. You do dress rehearsals knowing that at some point you're going to have to activate your plan. So this is something, in some ways, you prepared for months ago, right?
Yeah, when it was a hot Georgia summer, August and September, the last thing we were thinking about, a lot of us, was winter weather. And GDOT, we were going through all of our preparations. We checked every single vehicle, every piece of equipment. We went over everything with our crews, made sure they were prepared. So when this thing comes through like this, we're already ready. We're at the point where, okay, we've got all of our equipment, all of our crews, everybody knows what to do. We're just waiting on the specifics of the system to find out what we need to do to tailor it towards that storm as it comes through.
Oh, the memories of heat and humidity. Doesn't that sound nice just about now? But I'm glad you had. Yeah, wouldn't that be great? So when I first introduced you, we talked about the difference of snow and ice. Snow might slow you down, but ice really just brings things to a halt. Does that also lend for some of your equipment? Is there a point where you might have to hold your drivers back because of ice before you sort of have that phase 2 of a response?
There's a couple of aspects when you think of ice, because we talk all the time about the roads, make sure the roads are clear because of the ice. But with the winds and the amount of ice, we're also worried about trees coming down and falling limbs. So all of our crews also have chainsaws, and we've prepped them for that as well. So if there are a lot of trees coming down, a lot of limbs, we can also work to make sure those are cleared off of the roadways, not just that ice.
That's a good point about trees, and that made me think about power lines, because we're also talking about the weight of ice bringing down power lines as well. Do you work in coordination with power companies as well to make sure in terms of hot lines down or just safety? Are you coordinating between the different departments?
We work really with everybody. It's not just GDOT when a storm like this comes through. Of course, we have GMA and all the local EMAs. We have the utilities, first responders, police, fire, EMS. We're all working together to make sure that we can keep the citizens of Georgia as safe as possible. The big way to do that, of course, is to keep people off the roads, but everybody works together to make sure we can be successful.
If you're just joining us, this is Joe Schoolman with the Georgia Department of Transportation in District 6, which is that northern part of our state, talking about Rome, Dalton, Dallas, and unfortunately, that's part of this bullseye. You all may take the brunt of it. What is your expectation, let's say, for the next 12 hours?
We expect to be working hard. All of our crews are out here. We've brought crews up from South Georgia. You know, we think of Northwest Georgia or Northeast Georgia or even Metro Atlanta as these locations, but the truth of it is GDOT's a statewide organization, and we help each other. When there's a storm in South Georgia, our crews go down there to help them. Winter things like this, crews from South Georgia come up to help us. We all want to help each other to make sure that we can keep everybody safe, keep those roads clear the best possible.
You know, I'm thinking about the logistics, Joe. We've got here at 11 Alive News a lot of air mattresses and snacks piled away because people will be here for many days and nights, probably consecutively. Are you having to logistically take care of your crews in the same way? Because it's probably not safe for many of them to go home intermittently as they're trying to respond for what could be many days in a row.
Exactly. And you know, that safety aspect, our crews will be out there working the roads. But when it becomes unsafe for them to be out there, they're going to return back to our shops and wait it out until they can go back out there to continue treating the roads. So we all are the same. All of us have those boxes and bags of snacks, blankets. We're ready. And as this storm progresses through and our strategy needs to change, everybody here is ready and waiting just to see what they need to do next.
Yeah, thanks to everybody working so hard on your teams. A final thought from you, if you could stress to people who are at home who may say, I just don't know that it's that big of a deal. When we're talking about ice, from black ice, very thin layer, to what we're talking about could potentially be an inch thick in some places, what would you like people to keep in mind over the next 24, 36 hours as our state recovers from what we expect to be a major impact ice storm?
The best thing I can suggest is to, NFL playoffs are tomorrow. Stay at home, watch those. Catch up on shows and movies you haven't seen yet. Just stay home, stay off the roads. K-pop Demon Hunters, my family loves it. I'm sure we'll probably be watching that. There's things like that. Just stay home. Even if you think it's not going to be bad, just stay home.
You know, my kids at home are like, Mom, he just gave me the green light. We're going to binge watch it all. So you make sure everything's charged in case the power goes out. I think that's what the kids are thinking about. Mom, is the iPad charged? That's the key point. That's the key point.
Important things, of course.
Yeah, so 17 counties you all are taking care of there. Are you doing 12 hours on, 12 hours out, off? What does that look like for your teams?
Yeah, our crews right now are doing those 12 hours on, 12 hours off. We're cycling through. We've got groups coming up from South Georgia to come help out, relieve teams. And, you know, all of that's going to change as we see how the system comes through, what the weather looks like with this freezing rain that's possible tomorrow as well, and into Monday with those cold temperatures. So we're evaluating pretty often what we should be doing for that next stage.
All right, well, stay safe out there. And again, thanks to everybody working so hard. Really appreciate the time, Joe.
Thank you.
All right. Jennifer, Ron, you heard it. I personally would say binge watch 11 Alive Plus, but I know I'm not objective.
I agree. I would agree with you.
Just keep us on. We'll ride through the storm together all through the night and into tomorrow.
And if you're streaming other programs, you can watch those later, but you can watch us live.
They'll always be there. Live programming is once in a moment.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Cheryl, thank you so much. We want to continue our coverage around Metro Atlanta and North Georgia. We want to head up to Athens, a classic city where our Zach Merchant has been checking in on the conditions there on the UGA campus.
That's right, and the students as well, because I know there was a lot of talk earlier this week about should they go home, should they stay there. Give us an update, sir.
There was a lot of talk, you're right, Ron, at the beginning of the kind of midway point of the week, really in the last 1 to 2 days. Should the students stay here? Should they go home? The school put out a notice in that time window urging students to go home if they can. Of course, allowing them to remain in the dorms if they have to, if they choose to, but with the caveat that, look, if you stay, there's a chance if you lose power, you're going to have to move to kind of a consolidated residence hall where there's generators to keep the heat and the power on. That window to make up your mind whether it was time to go or to stay, that's over now. The sun has set, it got dark here, and just like clockwork, the wind started to pick up. You can just feel the early little bits of rain coming our way. It is noticeably colder now. We also just in the last 5 or 10 minutes or so saw a road crew, actually 2 of them from UGA itself, rolled just beyond our camera position here, treating the roads on campus again. And of course, school is closed on Monday. The university today announcing the classes are canceled on Monday. That doesn't mean everybody has left here, though. We did bump into some folks earlier today who came down to get a look at the field. You can't see much of it right now at Sanford Stadium right here. They were from up north. One was from Chicago, and he was good-natured about it, but he said, you know, I don't know how stressed everybody should be about this. Earlier today, we were over in Oconee County. We talked to the EMA director over there, CJ Warden, and he addressed exactly that kind of comment.
There are a lot of folks out there that may not have experienced this in the past or experienced it in the South. Folks from up north might tell us that this is nothing, but the reality is this: the weather's different here. The same temperature here provides different circumstances and different realities that we have to contend with.
And look, I know that feeling. I spent a lot of time growing up in Boston. And when I moved here years ago, I also had those thoughts. Look, I've been here for years now. We are taking this seriously. We're going to be streaming 11 Alive Plus, just like Ron, you said we should. We'll just be kind of streaming it in real time here and doing it. But it's a good advice. Hunker down, stay safe. We're going to try to do the same out here, guys.
Okay.
All right, we know dog fans love to hunker down, so this is a good reason to do it outside of football season. Zach, thank you so much.
I think we're going to Chris right now with our weather impact alert. Chris?
Yeah, I was just kind of setting up my show here of radar where we see the rain in Atlanta. Temperatures right now are in the 40s here, and this is just rain, and it's a nice rain that's coming down here in the city. And we're expecting this to change over really later tonight. We have more of the rain that's going to be coming in from Alabama, but as this does move up to the north and east, that's going to clash with that shallow layer of cool air that's going to be coming in from the northeast here. That's what's called the wedge. We're already seeing that changeover taking place in some spots there in northeast Georgia, mainly in the highest elevation. So we have rainy conditions here, and then look up to the north and you can see some of those spots of pink indicating where we've got some freezing rain or a little bit of a mix there coming in with that. And that lines up pretty much with those higher elevations in North Georgia. We had some light freezing rain in northwest Georgia a little earlier and then a break. Now, as this next bit of moisture comes in, it's clashing with some of that colder air in the northern parts of Walker County and Dade County and also Catoosa County into Whitfield County too. That's changing over as temperatures there are around 31, 32 degrees. But down in Rome, this is mainly in the form of rain. Temperatures there are still well above the freezing mark. So this is the rain coming in from Alabama. Look back in North Alabama, and there is a winter mix that's going on there, but that's going to keep moving in. It's going to hit this cooler air that's pushing in from the north and east, and what you've seen coming in from Alabama as rain will be freezing rain later tonight, overnight, and into those early morning hours tomorrow. So we have the warm air over us right now, with temperatures that are over 40 degrees, right? We have the cooler air trying to move into northwest Georgia now, and where we showed you there in North Georgia, some pockets in those higher elevation with temperatures that are at or below freezing. So you're thinking, Chris, it's 44 degrees. Why are y'all talking about freezing rain? Look what happens during the overnight hours. We're going to see those temperatures staying mild for the next few hours, and then going into the late night hours, this is at 10 o'clock. This is the wedge, that northeast flow coming down here, spreading that colder air into our area, and see how it keeps moving down to the south end of the east. This is going to be at about 4:30 in the morning. And while this cold air is in place and that rain coming from the south and west is moving up and over that, it's going to fall through that shallow layer of cold air where temperatures are going to be at or below freezing on the surface, and those raindrops in the air are going to become ice when they hit that cold surface, and that's what's going to make it slick. Now, here's the better news for tomorrow afternoon. This next system that's coming through with the heavier rain later on Sunday afternoon will help to kind of scour out that wedge, and that colder air is going to start retreating up to the north by the afternoon hours tomorrow. And when the next wave of rain moves in, those temperatures are going to move back up above freezing and maybe even into the 40s for a bit during the evening hours. So we could have multiple hours tomorrow with temperatures above freezing, which will hopefully help to get rid of some of that ice on the ground. And it will even curtail that ice from continuing to thicken up even more. And then the precip is going to move out, but then whatever is left on the ground Sunday night is going to freeze again Monday morning as another surge of cold air moves in, with temperatures Monday morning down into the mid-20s, and then even colder air coming in after that. We'll talk more about that in our outlook coming up in our next half hour right here on 11 Alive and streaming on 11 Alive Plus.
Hey, welcome back, everyone, to 11 Alive News and on the 11 Alive Plus. I guess this is a restart. I'm Ron Jones.
And I'm Cheryl Preheim. Glad you're with us for our continuing coverage as this major ice event is approaching our state.
Yeah.
We were talking to some GDOT folks in North Georgia, Dalton, up in that area, said they've already seen a little bit of freezing rain. So here we go. Let's take it out now to DeKalb County. Savannah Levins is there at North Lake Mall. Savannah, power crews there already?
Yes, they are. And you know, it feels like the atmosphere has really changed, I think, both literally and figuratively. You can probably see right now that very cold rain is coming down, and we've got these power and tree crews behind me. This is just one of many locations all across the metro area where these crews are standing by. I just spoke with one of the workers, and he said they are just waiting on the word to go ahead and hit the road and respond to downed trees, any issues with power lines. I actually just the first truck out to what seemed to be perhaps their first assignment. Probably a couple dozen vehicles here right now. And if you're wondering if all of these vehicles belong to Tucker, Georgia, no, the answer is no. We heard from Gima earlier that these crews were being called in not only from Georgia, particularly South Georgia moving up this way, but even Florida. So lots of different areas of the state and even other states coming on up to help us here. So again, as I mentioned, the temperature is definitely dipping right now. I have this little infrared thermometer. We're definitely wanting to keep an eye on the temperatures of the ground. So let's see where we're at right now. If you can see that, looks like the ground's about 41 degrees. So not far off from where we are outside. But as Chris Holcomb mentioned earlier, those temperatures outside are dipping quickly now that the sun is down. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, hood up, Savannah.
Yeah.
That takes it to a whole nother level. Hey, quick question for you. I was thinking about the fact, you know, in hurricanes, you see response from kind of around the region.
Yeah.
And you're talking about other parts of Georgia, but this system is impacting so many states. We've got crews in many states having to kind of deal with this. I wonder how much of a challenge that might be for the overall response, Savannah.
You know, I think that's a really good point, Cheryl. I've covered previous storms where we were getting help from other states like, you know, Texas, Tennessee, and hundreds of trucks coming from those states. The fact that we can only really call on Florida, to be honest, right now is definitely not typical, and definitely South Georgia, where they were in place there for a while. But as of this morning, we were told they were kind of called up to come to the metro area and more north of that. It's also an issue of, you know, items like food, water, blankets. Where do those go? As of this afternoon, those were also making their way kind of up north of Atlanta. But they also have, you know, helicopters, things like that standing by. We heard earlier that there were 500 National Guards standing by, ready to be deployed in Georgia specifically. As of this afternoon, Governor Kemp called in 120 of those to go ahead and deploy. So we know that thankfully we knew all of this was coming in many ways. And so there have been preparations made, although certainly to your point, Cheryl, probably not as many accessible as in past years or past storms just because of the wide impact of this weather system.
You were mentioning the 500 National Guard members. You know, when you tick down some of the facts about the manpower and how much effort it's taking, even in the preparation, and then we're going to have phase 2 of the response. At one point, I heard you talking about the number of miles that crews have had to cover in our state, and it gives you the idea how massive this kind of preparation has been. Can you talk us through those numbers?
Yeah, so 10,000 crew members from across Georgia and Florida, like I mentioned, have come up to help do that, and 1,800 of those on the roads helping do that brining. So that started midnight last night. Up to now, they have been kind of pre-treating and brining the roads, 18,000 miles. They're pretty much doing metro Atlanta and north all the way to South Carolina, all the way to Tennessee, doing that pre-treatment. But as of 6 p.m., which was not too long ago, they broke out the big guns, right? They had those big plows, 300 of them, big plows doing that really heavy duty salt mixture. So those are going out as we speak. And again, these crews behind me, these power and tree crews, they've really just been kind of sitting and waiting all day. But it does seem like I mentioned in the beginning of when I came to you that the atmosphere has changed and people are moving now and getting ready for a long night.
It really helps to have mutual aid. You had mentioned the fact that you have crews coming up from Florida, different parts of the region. That mutual aid makes all the difference. So knowing that we're not alone in this fight against this winter storm.
No bet.
All right, thanks a lot. Appreciate
Savannah,
that.
thanks so much. So I think that 18,000 miles is good for all of us to keep in mind when you think about perspective, because you're thinking about your little area, your little neighborhood, and that's important too. But the response is really over much of the state. But as we're talking about what you need to do for your home, we want to check in with Liza Lucas. Liza, you keeping a check on what people are doing across the metro as we've had a couple of days to prepare, but that window has almost closed now. And how are people doing out there as you're watching around?
Well, we're hearing from so many people, which I absolutely love, because I know we're going to reach a point in the evening when things get a lot quieter and my job will pivot to those power outages. But right now on the power outage front, it's reassuring because I haven't seen much so far. I'm going to keep you guys posted. In the meantime, what we're getting and hearing from you guys are the great photos, whether you're in Suwanee or Douglasville. Right, this one from Lawrenceville. How precious is this right there? Some of you already getting sleepy from the storm. Debbie shared a photo of her grandson, who she said woke up super early, hopeful for snow. And now he's needed a little nap, and that's Max by his side, snuggling with him. Hopefully they're getting some rest. And another precious one right here, memories made in Flowery Branch, collecting firewood. They're being super careful, I think, with that axe right there, but that's Uncle David and baby August, I'm told. Finally, we've got one more little pup picture to show you up in North Forsyth. Lily is also hunkered down. I think hunkered down is kind of our theme that we've had throughout the course of the night. Can't tell you how many times I've said it, let alone other reporters, but people are clearly doing it and heeding the advice. Also want to kind of show you the landscape. Jasper, Georgia right here, another ominous sky. Viewer Brindley took this picture earlier this afternoon, texted it to us. And then we want to also pivot because we're watching what our agencies are doing locally. Rome Police sharing such an important reminder, highlighting the dedication of the Floyd County 911 dispatch team. We've got our air mattresses here. They've got theirs as well as they prepare to shelter and serve the community. These professionals, they say, are preparing to stay on duty, sleeping on cots and air mattresses to ensure there's no break in emergency services for the community. And I know that this goes without saying that that's the case across the metro and North Georgia. So many people working together. So shout out to all of you who've been sending them in. We've had fun talking behind the scenes. 404-885-7600. You can share your photos and your videos and what you're dealing with at home. We've got some people that have been showing us how they're going to stay warm throughout the course of the night. Keep those coming. We'd love to hear from you. And then as conditions change, whether it's road conditions or what you're seeing in terms of precipitation, let us know that as well. 404-885-7600. And as we kind of get more and more into the storm, if you can safely take those photos and videos, please do so. But we love hearing about the crews and the first responders and the community helpers that are all about in the scene. I know I was talking to my daughter about those community helpers and how this is really important time for all of us that do various types of work to step up and make sure everybody's safe.
Yeah, make sure all your neighbors are safe. Make sure your family is safe as well. And we love those pictures and see that they're interacting with us. Little Max, he's asleep there. The grandson sleep too.
You know, it makes me think like we're all just in like this big old group chat.
Exactly.
You know, I got my mom group chat. You know, keep sharing pictures. It's fun. We're all in it together, and this way we can see it all. And listen, Debbie's grandson.
Yeah.
That is what every kid's thinking right now. Like, okay, if we're going to be stuck at home, we want snowflakes.
I know.
Sorry, kids, not this time around.
I know. We'll stay hopeful for later this year.
All right, Liza. You know who we should also include in this chat? What do you got?
In our group text?
In our group text right now is our very own Chief Meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, to talk about that. Chris?
You are leading the group chat.
I don't know about that.
Yes,
trying
you
to get
are,
out
my friend.
the information in any way that we can about what to expect with the changing conditions coming in for tonight. Now, our temperatures have started coming down a little bit. We were at 45 earlier. Now we're at 43 and 42 degrees here in the Atlanta area. And we have rain over us. And it's just that, rain right now, as temperatures are still well above freezing. But we're seeing that changeover taking place in parts of North Georgia. Here you can see some of the raindrops coming down inside the city, going up into parts of Gwinnett County. But still, here those temperatures are in the 40s. But what we're watching is to the north and east. We're seeing that changeover that's actually been taking place here for a while in parts of Towns County, Union County, the northern parts of White County, into Lumpkin County, coming out of Gilmer and Fannin counties. This is making it to the ground. Temperatures there are at or a little bit below freezing. So the changeover is taking place there. We have also been watching in northwest Georgia. Temperatures there are close to freezing or even a little bit below. And that mix is just starting to happen. That changeover from rain to freezing rain is beginning to happen there, where some exposed surfaces and the higher treetops are starting to see some of that ice that's going to be coming in. Now look at this additional moisture that's coming in from Alabama. This still is rain with temperatures above freezing. That's moving into Rome right now. And as that continues moving in, what's going to happen is we've got that cold, shallow layer of air coming in from the north and east. And all of this moisture you see back here in Alabama is going to push up into and over that shallow layer of cold air, and that is a perfect recipe for freezing rain, and that's what we're expecting later tonight. I think in Atlanta we'll be okay for the next couple of hours here, a few hours, until that temperature falls, and then it's going to change over to freezing rain, and then we'll have freezing rain pretty much all night long and into tomorrow morning. So that's why we have this ice storm warning in effect for North Georgia down to Atlanta, along I-20 here, also there in northwest Georgia. These are the areas that are going to get impacted the most with that potential for the icy conditions. Now we're going to have some ice accumulations in North Georgia. Those accumulations are going to be greater, meaning thicker ice there. That means heavier ice, which is going to cause an issue with trees and power lines and power outages, and even some long power outages that could last for days there. For Atlanta, it's not going to be as impactful here as it's going to be in northeast Georgia, but we're still going to have some impacts here with slick conditions and also the potential for some power outages and also the dangerous travel. So the timeline is working pretty well with what we've been saying over the past couple of days here. It's going to be tonight, right now, Saturday evening, through the evening, and especially later on tonight in Atlanta is when we're going to see that rain changing over to freezing rain. That transition period will be happening as that colder air comes in from the north and east. And untreated roads are going to start turning slick later on tonight. And then the main event is overnight tonight, as we'll have freezing rain pretty much all night long. The accumulation will begin to grow and thicken a little bit more. The temperatures are going to drop into the upper 20s here tomorrow morning, so the roads are going to be slick and icy overnight tonight and in the morning. We'll have freezing rain trying to taper off a little bit early tomorrow morning, and then we may have a little break in the precip as those temperatures get back above freezing for potentially multiple hours tomorrow. Whether or not that's going to be long enough to get rid of some of the ice that is left behind, we're going to have to wait and see about that. And then we're going to have heavier rain coming in later in the afternoon, but when that happens, temperatures are going to be above freezing. So we'll still watch the power outage threat through the day tomorrow and just keep an eye on those temperatures, trying to warm and to overtake that wedge. And Melissa, right now, the models are favoring that opportunity for that to happen for multiple hours in the afternoon. Whether or not it's going to be a long enough time to help kind of, get rid of some of that ice that is going to be here for Sunday night. And then the thing after that, we have to watch whatever's left because it's going to be even colder here on Monday morning.
And Chris, anything that is still left on the trees, on the power lines, that's going to be susceptible to the cold temperatures and wind gusts as we head into early next week. So that could cause even more power outages even after this freezing rain event has been done for more than 12 hours. Here are the numbers. Now, we've looked at a lot of data today, and here's the bottom line. We still expect a very significant ice storm in northeast Georgia, but some of the time frame for the number of hours below freezing with icing on the southwest side of the metro, that's been kind of cut down. So we've changed this to a glaze to 1/4 inch with that 1/4 inch threshold probably right in here. We still expect 1/4 to 1/2 inch in the metro and northeast Georgia, over 1/2 inch with a significant ice storm. So here in the metro, what can you expect? Well, icy roads. As we go through the overnight, those roads are going to turn icy. Tomorrow morning, not a good idea to drive because we will be below freezing. The road temperatures will be below freezing. That means the roads will be icy. Now, in some of those cases, tree limbs are going to get weighed down. That could start to break some tree limbs, and power outages will increase as the winds pick up tomorrow morning as well. Now, for areas in northeast Georgia where we expect 1/2 inch or more of ice accumulation, roads will be impassable in many cases from the ice and tree limbs that are going to be breaking. Power outage threats are also going to significantly increase in northeast Georgia because of the weight that ice adds. Did you know if you add just 1/2 inch of ice on a power line, which doesn't seem like a lot, that's going to add 500 pounds of weight in one single segment of power lines, weighing that down. And the way that this ice forms, it actually makes like a teardrop shape. This right here, that's the power line. If we were looking at it and we cut it like a piece of cake. Well, that ice forms into a teardrop shape. And as we introduce gusty winds, that picks it up and it gallops it around. It kind of wobbles in those gusty winds. Look at these winds tomorrow morning, gusting at times 20 to 30 miles an hour. We'll head into the afternoon. We keep those gusty winds around. Then Monday, a deep refreeze expected. Any ice left on those lines is once again going to be wobbling around because of those strong wind gusts on Monday. So that could mean the power outages in northeast Georgia actually increase as we head throughout the day on Monday. Now, coming up next on 11 Alive, we're going to go to northeast Georgia to White County, where crews have been preparing for what could be a pretty significant storm up there. We'll have a live reporter coming up right after this.
All right, welcome back, everyone. You know, Melissa was talking about this before the break about what's taking place up there in the northeast counties, and they're expected to get the worst of this weather.
Yeah, they're really in the bullseye. We want to check in with 11 Alive's Angelina Salcido in Helen tonight. Are you feeling a shift in the weather start there?
Yes, we have definitely started to feel the shift in the weather here, you guys. And as we did our last live hit at around 6 o'clock, it had started to rain, but that drizzle was very, very small. Now the drizzle has picked up, and I will tell you that that little drizzle actually feels like tiny little ice pellets, so you can hear them falling on the ground. I want you to take a look so that you can see kind of what it looks like. My photographer, Sean, is actually going to pan up to the tree so that way you guys can see the precipitation that has been coming down here. So this precipitation will start kind of at the top of our trees because those are some of the things that are the highest elevated. When it touches those trees, if they're cold enough, then it will freeze. And overnight, as these temperatures fall, that's probably likely what we are going to see, is that things will freeze from the top down. Now, eventually, it's going to end up coming down to the roads, and that's what the emergency managers are really concerned about. We did speak to people throughout the day who had been preparing. Really, this was their very last day to prepare, or final hours for them to prepare before deciding to hunker down and choosing which spot it is that they're going to be in before the impacts really ramp up here. But there are some people who are visiting as well. Right now, we're in the city of Helen. We know that people visit Helen, Georgia quite often. Earlier, we were in Cleveland, and there is a family that is actually visiting from Colorado. They're actually kind of excited because they haven't seen any winter weather in Colorado, but they are heeding the warnings as well.
Well, we're kind of excited. We haven't had any weather in Denver. It's been very mild and warm, so we're kind of excited for this storm. Sounds like everyone is very concerned about the ice here. Sounds like there's salt, but from where I come from, there's plows, so we don't have to worry about any of that. So it sounds like a little bit different preparation here.
A little bit of different preparation would be correct. I can tell you that a lot of the roads that the Public Works crews could get to and the main roads for GDOT have been pre-treated before we start to see the impacts continue to ramp up. Right now, what we're currently seeing is sleet. So that is obviously going to change over, and that will end up, when it hits the roads, it will end up freezing overnight as well because the temperatures are going to drop here so quickly. When we talk about the emergency management team, they have finally finished their preparations and what they were going to do. Right now, they're currently in condition monitoring mode. So basically what that means is that they will monitor the conditions from now until the end of this situation, and then they will also be putting out a report in the morning to let people know what this looks like when the sun comes up, because by then they are anticipating that we will see some downed trees, down power lines, but they're hoping that the ice isn't as bad as forecasted. We'll just have to see in the morning what that looks like.
You know, Angelina, you did a great job kind of showing us the visual when you and your photographer showed us that tree. And I said to Ron, here we go. Yeah. Here we go. You know, the kind of this first wave of a little bit of sleet. We talked to GDOT up in Dallas, Dalton, Rome, the area. They are seeing some of this sleet and freezing rain. And Angelina, we know how quickly that can accumulate on the trees and the power lines. And the weight of that is what we're all kind of waiting to see what happens next, right?
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, when they're talking about what the impacts could look like here when it comes to the ice, they're talking about probably 3/4 of an inch or an inch or more of ice. That weight on a power line is really could be something that could be destructive. We actually have linemen that are staying at our hotel here in Helen, and they are scattered all throughout White County as well. But there are a whole bunch of them that are staying here. And I heard that we were speaking to someone with lineman crews as well, who says that the manpower is really coming from even different states. So the crews that are here, we have some that are coming from Florida, South Carolina, South Georgia as well, and they're all staying here kind of waiting and monitoring what this is going to look like. If it doesn't get too bad, once we get closer to around 12 a.m., they'll probably take a quick little nap, kind of similar to what we do, and then they'll get back out on the road, figure out where it is that they need to do, figure out where it is that they need to go, and then restore power as quickly as possible.
All right, and just for context, Angelina, you're about 90 miles from us here in Atlanta as this system is moving from the north down
here. Yeah, absolutely. Angelina, thanks a lot for the update there. We really appreciate it. Now, there's a lot of folks down here in Metro Atlanta, well, throughout the entire state. They're trying to stay warm. Maybe they can't stay warm at their home. Maybe they need to find a place to go to stay warm. And that's where we find 11 Alive's Galat Malamed. She's in Gwinnett County, talking about how they have warming centers there to keep people warm.
This is one of the 6 warming centers in Gwinnett County, the Gwinnett Justice and Administration Center. People come in, they check in here, and then there's a ton of supplies that they have to offer people. There's books and games for children, blankets, a whole stack of sleeping bags in case people need to spend the night here. And then the room they go into is quite large. They actually have the capacity to fit hundreds of people just in this warming center alone. And of course, a big reason why these warming centers are so important are in case people lose power. All day today and yesterday, Gwinnett transportation crews have been working to pre-treat roads with 9 brine trucks out at a time so that roads can be as safe and passable as possible once the storm hits. Of course, for first responders, they need to be able to respond to emergencies, but also so power crews can respond to any outages. Gwinnett County Chairwoman Nicole Hendrickson wants to make sure people stay safe if they do lose power.
In the event of power loss, know that utility providers will be working as quickly and safely as possible to restore electricity and warmth to our homes. If you do lose power, be mindful not to use generators, grills, or camp stoves indoors. This is about your safety.
That's why these warming centers are so important. Those other locations are Best Friend Park Gymnasium in Norcross, Buford Senior Center, Lawrenceville Senior Center, Shorty Howell Park Activity Building in Duluth, and the Community Resource Center at Bethany Church Road in Snellville. Now, there's one person here, I believe, so far who's checked in. We've also seen some county employees coming in here as well. These centers are open until Monday morning, and they will be open if they need to be longer than that. The county's prepared to have them open until Tuesday. Live in Gwinnett County, Galat Malamed, 11 Alive News.
Okay, Galat, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great point Galat just made, because I know our weather impact team's talking about cold temperatures into Tuesday. So I think it'll be interesting to see what adjustments might
Yeah.
be made as we get closer to Tuesday.
And you know, following that timeline right now is our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. So Chris, what can you tell us about what we can expect over the next few hours or days?
And that's when things are going to be changing here, really, over the next few hours. It's rain in Atlanta right now. Temperatures are still above freezing. We're in the lower 40s right now, but the temperatures are beginning to come down now that the sun has set, and those temperatures will keep coming down for the rest of the evening hours thanks to the wedge that's going to be pushing in from the north and also to the east. So if you are out and about right now, I know, excuse me, I know we were telling people to try to be in at sunset. We were just trying to give everybody a cushion there of a time frame of being in their place and not be cutting it too close before this starts to change over. But it is generally rain right now. That will be changing over really within the next few hours from the northeast down into the metro Atlanta area. And that changeover is already taking place in northeast Georgia in Rabun County, Habersham County. We have some of that changeover in White County, also Lumpkin County, with some of this light rain that is beginning to freeze on contact with those temperatures that are right around and just under the freezing mark. Also coming into Gilmer County here, Murray County, Whitfield County, Dade, Walker County, also into Catoosa County. South of that, down into Chattooga and Floyd County. I just checked the tower cam in Rome, and we're not seeing anything actually hitting the ground yet, but this is going to be rain coming in from Alabama. And all this moisture is going to be feeding in, and when that does move in, it's going to collide with that shallow layer of cold air at the surface that is growing, coming out of the north and east, moving into our area. And in fact, you can kind of see this. Before I overlay these temperatures on here, notice in northeast Georgia, the colors are darker blue, and up into parts of the upstate of South Carolina and into North Carolina. This northern tier of counties here in Georgia, also with that coldest air, that lines up with where I just showed you the changeover that's taking place. So it's this. This is the wedge, the beginnings of it, and this dark blue color, that coldest air, is just going to kind of slide down to the south and west, eventually making it into our area within the next few hours. And then as that rain moves into that, that's when it's going to change over to freezing rain. But like I said, we're still at 42 right now. How about 46 in LaGrange, 42 in Carrollton? But go just up 85. It drops from 42 in Atlanta to 48 in Gainesville. 38 in Gainesville. It's already 38 in Athens, 38 in the Canton area. And then look at Dalton, where I showed you some of that pink on the map, 32. That's freezing in Dalton. And Clayton right now is 4 degrees below freezing. They're at 28. So that's the core of that colder air that's sliding down into our area, and that's what is going to give us that freezing rain. In fact, watch these temperatures here tonight, going to 38 most likely our next hour, 34 at 10, freezing at midnight. That's when the freezing rain is going to be with us, most likely beginning at 11, midnight, and then overnight, temperatures are going to be just below freezing as that rain moves in it. And that's when we're going to see freezing rain, really from 11 o'clock midnight here to the morning hours tomorrow. 8 o'clock in the morning, still below freezing at 31. And we're watching these temperatures very closely because they may come up a little bit tomorrow above freezing, and that might slow down the development of some of that ice here in the metro area. But it looks like, Melissa, northeast Georgia is going to hold on to that cold core of air a lot longer than we are here in the metro area.
Absolutely, Chris. And you are talking about the wedge. I wanted to help people visualize that. We have this cold air and the winds around it go clockwise. So what happens here is it pushes that cold air down east of the Appalachians and it settles into northeast Georgia here. Now, at the same time, we have this warm, moist air coming on top of it. So this is how we end up with this wintry mix of precipitation. Here's another vantage point. If we're looking at the atmosphere, and I'm actually take this back one step so we can try to get this in and not have it advance. There we go. If we took a slice of a cake and we're looking from where we're standing all the way to the jet planes are at cruising altitude, we're looking at what are the temperatures doing. If it is all cold from where we are here all the way up to cruising altitude, it's below freezing. You start with a snowflake, you finish with a snowflake. But when we get warm air that's trying to push its way up over that cold, dense air, we end up with this wintry mix. Where Angelina was in White County, she was talking about those little balls of ice. Those are sleet pellets. They start as snowflakes, they enter the warm air, they melt, and then they enter that cold air and they refreeze into the little balls of ice. They look like those gel inserts you get when you buy a new pair of shoes at the store. Well, What it's going to transition to tonight, and what is the nastiest type of wintry weather, is freezing rain. It falls through that warm air, the snowflake melts, and then it doesn't have any time to refreeze into a ball of ice. So it is falling as a super cooled water droplet, meaning it's liquid, but it's below freezing, and then it freezes into ice when it reaches the ground. So that is what is coming overnight tonight for Metro Atlanta. And freezing rain is so dangerous because it's hard to really see it as it becomes black ice or a glaze of ice on bridges and overpasses. So those will be the first places we watch to become slick overnight. And then we will see trees and the power lines and everything becoming really treacherous tomorrow as well. This is a really big storm. You know, Chris has been telling you about just how big the alerts are on the map. I've actually put a measure tape on here so you can see there's over 2,000 miles of alerts. And Chris, we're on the eastern side of those. We're at the very beginning of the system. We've got a very long night and day ahead of us, especially in northeast Georgia.
And a lot of those alerts that we see are alerts for snow, but our alert is for ice. So really, our alert is the worst kind that we have out there. And we continue with this weather impact alert that's going to be through Monday. And this is extended through Monday, number one, because we have the freezing rain coming in for tonight and early tomorrow. And then the precip ends tomorrow night. And then whatever is left behind Sunday into Monday is going to freeze again Monday morning because temperatures are going to drop down to 25 degrees on Monday morning. So we want you to be prepared. We've been telling you about this all week. Try not to travel during that main time frame of tonight and early tomorrow morning. And then it'll be tentative for travel in the afternoon tomorrow, depending on how warm these temperatures get. A lot of folks have their generators ready to go in case we see the widespread power outages. I think those are going to be more likely to be widespread in parts of northeast Georgia. Stay with us. We're going to keep watching this storm. Have a live report for you coming up from Hartsfield-Jackson in just a few minutes.
So many leaders around the state say what's happening right now and through the weekend is a storm, an ice storm that we will probably be talking about for many years to come. And I just wanted to let you know, as we're watching minute by minute new information coming in, we're seeing more and more closures, school closures, local government closures. So obviously, don't go anywhere right now. Stay put as the sleet is starting to fly a little bit in northern parts of Georgia, but we're looking at closures even into Monday. So we'll be communicating all of that information as it comes in real time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, before the break, Chris had talked about this, about traveling. You should not be traveling in your car And it's probably going to be difficult to try to travel on a plane, especially if you're leaving from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
Yeah, more than 10,000 flights across the country are already delayed or canceled, and it's leaving a lot of travelers scrambling. Doug Richards has been, I think I should call you the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport Bureau right now, Doug, at this point. You've been locked down there for a couple of days now, and you're hearing all kinds of stories from people trying to get in and trying to get out, because it's not just what we're dealing with here in Georgia, but a winter weather system that's spanning a lot of states.
Yes, and it is certainly impacting folks who are trying to get out of Atlanta and go home. As we've seen on the message boards that indicate, really during the course of the day, scores of flights that were supposed to leave Atlanta for destinations that have already been impacted by this storm. Places where those airports were not accepting the flights from Atlanta. And we talked to one passenger a little while ago who was unable to get on her plane to go home to Houston after she'd spent her birthday here in Atlanta. And she is afraid to leave the airport now to catch the next flight to Houston. The next flight to Houston would be tomorrow. She's planning on staying here overnight because she doesn't think that she will be able to get back to the airport if she leaves and goes to a hotel. Let's hear from her now.
So I can get a hotel or somewhere to stay. However, I don't want to miss my flight if there is an issue trying to travel or get back here to the airport. So I'd rather come to the airport and stay versus staying away from the airport and then having an issue or a delay trying to get here.
So when we saw Melody Patterson, she was trying to find a place to get comfortable for the evening. Such places don't really exist in abundance here at the airport, but we do see a number of people, as you frequently do when you go to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, folks biding their time trying to wait for the next flight that they can get out. We are live at the airport tonight. Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
And I'm sure they're using those devices right now to keep themselves entertained for the next few hours as well. Doug, thank you.
So ahead of this winter storm, Governor Brian Kemp declared a state of emergency across Georgia. It does not mean panic. It means pre-positioning help before conditions get worse. Here's what's involved. The order activates the State Operations Center, putting GDOT, Emergency Management, State Patrol, and utilities under one coordinated command. It gets access more quickly. It allows aggressive pre-treatment of interstates, bridges, overpasses, and shifts resources to the most dangerous spots first. This authorizes the governor to deploy the National Guard for transportation, rescue, supply, delivery, or welfare checks as needed. 500 Georgia National Guard soldiers have already been called into service. The order temporarily waives some trucking restrictions, so we're talking about fuel, food, medical supplies, and power restoration equipment. All of that can move faster to where it needs to go as soon as it can get there. It also triggers consumer protections, making it illegal to price gouge. So really protects what you're going to pay for gas, food, water, lodging, and emergency supplies, as so many people across our state ride this out together. And that order takes effect. Governor Kemp is urging people just to stay off the roads as conditions start to deteriorate. We're hearing of sleet already in parts of Georgia, Helen, Dallas, Dalton, and Rome already within just the last 45 minutes. The governor says the best thing you can do to help first responders do their job and keep everyone safe is for you to stay home.
Folks need to start getting off the roads on Saturday night. If it's bad where you are, on Sunday, just do us a favor, do the State Patrol, DOT, all the other folks, utility crews, if they're out working, if you can just stay off the roads, that would be a big favor to us and help keep everybody safe.
Yeah, it keeps you safe too, as we're talking about a widespread ice event. The governor says if we can all stay off the roads, it helps road crews, state troopers, utility workers, first responders, ambulances, fire trucks, they can all get to where they need to go faster and safer as well.
That's right. You know, we're going to head out to Hall County right now to get out there to 11 Alive's Cody Alcorn. Are you still at the Longstreet Cafe? Looks like you're outside the Longstreet Cafe right now. What can you give us on the latest update on what the crews are doing and what you're seeing and learning?
So we actually had dinner over at Longstreet Cafe. They locked the doors around 6 o'clock to make sure staff got home safe. We're back over at our hotel off Browns Bridge Road in the city of Gainesville. We're here with a lot of linemen. Pike continues to show up here. These folks are from Orlando. We have tree service companies also still pulling in, some from Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. They are all getting in here just before this storm hits this northeast Georgia area, Gainesville right in the bullseye. When we're talking about the amount of ice, we're hearing 3/4, ½ inch, an inch. This is basically just over an inch. That's how much ice we're talking, how little ice we're talking. That will create havoc here across northeast Georgia. If we get this much ice, 1 inch, we're talking prolonged power outages. Trees will come down, power lines will come down. We are expecting that here. So is the emergency management director as well. That's why they have staggered out their employees. They are hunkering down at EMA headquarters. I can tell you this as well. Everyone in Hall County prepared. Many of the restaurants are starting to close right now. The grocery stores are closing at this hour. I actually reached out to Waffle House because we know how that goes to see if they are closing, because I know some Waffle Houses up 85 are actually closing tonight and not reopening, which that shows you how big of a deal this storm is when the Waffle Houses are not going to open. But I've not yet heard back about any of these in northeast Georgia. I know some way up in North Georgia are going to stay open. Crews are there, but I've been checking here across the Hall County area. But as of precipitation, we saw some rain falling over at Longstreet Cafe around 6:30. I can tell you there is stuff blowing around in the air here. You probably hard to see on camera. It's not really rain, so it does look like some type of sleet, maybe some freezing rain coming down. Not hard at all at this point, but it's getting colder. The wind is picking up, and right now, as we've been talking all day long, we're just kind of hurry up and waiting at this point to see when this storm starts to bring itself here to Hall County and to Gainesville, because we are expecting quite a bit of ice in this region.
Cody, as soon as you said Waffle House, I said, oh, you have my attention, because that Waffle House index is very famous. And we laugh, but it is a true indicator about the severity, potential severity of a situation. So really interesting that you've noticed that already.
And someone who's an expert when it comes to Waffle Houses is our very own Cody Alcorn. Believe me, he would know. All right, Cody, thanks a lot.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true. We can verify it. Hey, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Right now, we got a live look at Shreveport, Louisiana, where the winter weather is shutting down the interstates there. Look at that. I mean, a blanket of snow.
Ghost town.
Yeah, it is a ghost town. A live traffic camera showing the icy, untouched Interstate 20 at Interstate 49 in the northwest corner of the state. This is just miles away from the Texas border. The Louisiana Department of Transportation urging all the drivers to stay off the roadways if travel is not absolutely necessary. And when winter weather threatens Metro Atlanta, history really matters for us, right? So over the last 15 years, just a few storms have completely changed how this region prepares, commutes, and responds. So here's a look at the 4 winter events that still shape how we handle what's coming next. Remember, this is January 2011 is remembered as Popcalypse, and it was the ice that broke the region. Freezing rain turned the roads into sheets of glass, closing schools for days and stranding drivers, temperatures staying below freezing. So what fell stayed, and recovery took nearly a week to get out of that. January 2019 or 2014 wasn't just about how much snow, it was about when it fell. So when the snow hit the middle of the afternoon commute, trapping thousands of drivers for hours and some of them overnight. And that's what gave us this moniker, Snow Jam. It exposed major gaps in communication, timing, and road prep, and changed how the state approaches closure. And then December of 2017 delivered one of the heaviest early season snows in years. Tree damage, downed power lines left thousands of folks in the dark without electricity. It reinforced a hard lesson for Georgia. Ice and weighted trees can be more damaging than the snow totals themselves. And 12 months ago, 2 winter storms struck in just 11 days. The first brought snow and ice, setting a record for 24-hour snowfall at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. The second was smaller but colder, causing rapid refreezing and dangerous roads, even the light accumulation as well. So the common thread of all of these is timing, is temperature, and it's ice, is the ice word, right? And that's why officials say even a little bit of winter weather can have a huge impact here.
And we learned so much from those events. We've been hearing from so many in positions of leadership, from the mayor of Atlanta to the head of GDOT, saying technology's changed, the way they bring in equipment has changed. They lease equipment now at the airport when they know a system's coming. So hopefully all of those things will help in the response that we know is coming. We want to go back to Savannah Levins, who's at North Lake Mall in DeKalb, as you've been sort of our gauge to see what weather is like. Been about 45 minutes since we saw you last. How are things now?
Yeah, you know, still a few raindrops coming down. It seems to kind of come and go as far as how heavy it is, but definitely you can feel those temperatures dipping. I've been all over Metro Atlanta today, and really the vibe today has just been prepare, prepare, prepare. Starting at midnight, GDOT crews were out on 18,000 miles of Georgia roads from the Metro northwards up to South Carolina, up to Tennessee, treating those roads with brine, that mixture, that preset mixture. And then starting at 6 o'clock tonight, so just a couple hours ago, they launched 300 plows that are going in now with that heavy duty salt to make sure that those major roads, those highways, don't ice over. They've also kind of been on some back roads that are high priority, for instance, ones that go to hospitals, to fire departments, to police stations. But here at the mall, and really at many locations all across the city, you've got this picture right here. Lots of these tree and power line crews just standing by, ready to go. You see a lot of these folks kind of standing out here debriefing with each other. I spoke with a couple of these crew members earlier. They said they have been sleeping all day and they are ready for overnight assistance. They're just kind of waiting on the call. I haven't seen too many deployed yet. Maybe 1 or 2 took off from here, but more are gathering. And you can see they are definitely ready to do that. I have this little handy dandy temperature check too, this thermometer. Last time I checked with you guys, I think it was about 40 something degrees the surface temps were. And I'm checking again. It's looking like it's about that same temperature now. So about equivalent to what it is outside is what these surface temperatures are looking like. Obviously, as the temperatures drop, we're expecting those surface temperatures to drop as well, and that's when we're really going to start seeing concerns. We know this ice event is very likely to bring down trees. At the GEMA Emergency Management presser earlier at 11 today, we heard actually from some environmental experts who talked about the arborist side of things and how Georgia's beautiful trees are simply not made for a once-in-a-decade ice event like this. And so they say they have no doubt that trees are going to come down, but that's why we have these crews here. And these are not just Georgia crews, by the way. I think I've counted maybe 4 or 5 different companies, and they're from not only all over Georgia, but we've called some up from Florida as well, since Florida's not going to be in the path of this ice storm. So definitely a lot of cross-coordination, a lot of planning, and a lot of folks ready to go here tonight.
We're so lucky to live in a place with beautiful trees, but it also adds a really big challenge at this point. You know, Savannah, it was interesting that an interview we did just a little bit ago with GDOT saying that their GDOT crews will have chainsaws with them, knowing that some of what they're going to have to deal with are trees and limbs down. So I think that's on everybody's kind of top of mind at this point.
Yeah, chainsaw response team crews, I think they said it was. Sounds very intense. But yeah, I mean, they have tons of those folks just ready to deploy and start cutting those trees out of roads, off power lines, things like that. You know, they did bring up, and I think it's important to note, that as many people as we have standing by ready to respond, they will pull back these crews if the conditions warrant it. For instance, they're saying that the wind gusts could get pretty bad overnight into tomorrow, and they're not going to make their crews work in that because it could be so dangerous. So yes, even though there are crews working around the clock and stationed all across the city, really all over Georgia, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be working every second. They even admitted this morning and this afternoon that that could cause some delays in things like power restoration. So everyone watching right now, you know, you just really need to be prepared and certainly be patient.
All right, Savannah Levins, thanks so much. Really appreciate that. That's a very important point because it doesn't matter what vehicle you're driving. When it's ice, it's very difficult to stop. And we see the trucks behind Savannah there, and those are massive and heavy pieces of equipment. And if they get on an icy road, that can be extraordinarily dangerous.
Yeah, they sure can. I was in the military many years ago. We would drive in these little, they're called APCs, Armored Personnel Carriers, very heavy. Right, but they're made for the ice, they're made for the snow. But a regular vehicle, a common vehicle, they cannot navigate the same way. So we got to be careful.
Yeah, let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb. Chris, I heard you sharing an analogy about it's not whether you can go, but whether you can stop.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people say, oh, I can drive on ice, but you probably can't stop on ice. That's the problem that a lot of people would have. And what Savannah brought up about those emergency crews also having to stay safe, I want to apply that to you and your family as well. Now, I know a lot of the kids want to get out and they see the ice and it's slippery. They can go out and have fun on it, but that fun could turn into injuries. If you're out sledding on snow and you fall over, that's pretty powdery snow there. But if you're out and you're trying to slide down hills on ice and you fall, you could crack your head open, you could break a bone, an arm or a leg, and you may not be able to go to the hospital for treatment if the roads are bad. So I want to just folks to hesitate from letting your kids going out and playing in it. I know they're going to want to get outside and do something to get out of the house, but just know that you may have some injuries with that and you won't get to the hospital. Another thing is with that wind blowing tomorrow, and if you're out in the backyard and trees above you have a lot of ice in them, those pieces of ice are going to be falling down on your head, or even tree limbs or trees could be falling on you too. So definitely try to stay in during the brunt of the storm. We have the rain over us now. Temperatures are still in the 40s here at this hour, so this is rain. We don't expect a change over here really for the next couple of hours, maybe closer to 11 o'clock or midnight here in Atlanta. But the changeover is already taking place in parts of northeast Georgia and far north Georgia, where these temperatures are already around freezing. You see some of the pink mixing in. This colder air is coming from the north and east. We have some there in northwest Georgia, but as this colder air comes in from the north and east, all of this moisture is going to come in from the south and also to the west, and that's going to just collide and ride up and over that shallow layer of air, and that's a perfect recipe for some freezing rain that is going to be moving into our area. Melissa Nord joins us right now, and Melissa, we've been talking about all of those different levels of ice and how thick it could be, and you've got some good advice on how to accurately measure that.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to wake up tomorrow morning, you're going to see ice on the trees, ice on the power lines, ice on the pretty leaves of the flowers, the camellias that may be blooming. Here's how you actually measure it, though. First, you need something to measure it with. So a ruler, it could be measuring tape, fabric measuring tape. You know, if you've got tape that you measure to put up pictures, you can use any of that. You want to measure the thickest part of the ice, then the thinnest part of the ice, and you take the average. If you remember from math class back in school, the averages, you add them together, you divide by 2. So that's the easiest way to measure how thick your ice is. If you are measuring your ice, we would love your pictures tomorrow as the ice is accumulating, only if it is safe for you to do so. So that way we can give truth to the National Weather Service and over the air of what are we actually seeing out there. Now, the impacts of how much ice you see greatly vary depending on how much ice you're actually getting. Little light glazing of ice, 1/10 of an inch, get some slick sidewalks. We really don't see power outages at that point. We start to see the outages as the weight of that ice increases. So around 1/4 of an inch, roads become very difficult, and we start to see some of those scattered power outages. Those outages infinitely increase when you get above 1/2 inch of ice. That becomes a really significant to crippling ice storm, and we do think that could happen in parts of northeast Georgia with over 1/2 inch of ice. We're talking not just the power out, but trees blocking you in. So it could be a couple of days before a lot of people can get out of their house back into the, the cities themselves or out of the mountains based on how many trees might come down and power outages we expect there in northeast Georgia. Chris?
And even those small differences in the thickness of that ice makes a huge difference in the weight on the tree, too. So here's the timeline we're watching. Colder air coming in from the northeast. There's that moisture. Temperatures at 39 next hour, we think, and then continuing to move up toward the north with that moisture as, look at that, the cold air coming back down. By midnight, we'll be around freezing. We'll start seeing that freezing rain overnight and into tomorrow morning. Some breaks in the rain in the morning hours, and then we start warming up back above freezing around lunchtime and after. And the big question is, will be above freezing long enough, and will it get warm enough to hopefully get rid of some of that ice that's on the ground before this next area of rain moves in? We'll talk about that coming up in our next half hour as we continue our coverage here on 11 Alive and streaming on 11 Alive Plus.
solutions to make your life better on 11 Alive News.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
As folks are making their plans, you need to know this, folks.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive.
The 11 Alive Plus TV app, streaming 24/7. Local news from the team you trust on your time. Track how the weather will impact your day.
We have a flood watch that's in effect.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 11 Alive Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more. When news breaks, watch 11 Alive Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 11 Alive Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Atlanta, we see you grinding it out every day to keep your family safe, your bills paid, and your community strong.
Welcome back to 11 Alive News. It is just coming on 8 o'clock, and we are continuing to track this incoming winter storm. We have been getting you prepared all week long, letting you know that this was on the way. And Cobb County is one of the areas we are keeping on a close eye on for you tonight.
Yeah, the window of opportunity to be out and about is closing very quickly, but some people have been running final errands. Let's check in with 11 Alive's Danielle Nottingham live for us in Kennesaw. You've been talking to people throughout the day. What are you hearing, and what are the conditions like where you are?
Well, we heard from a lot of people today that were trying to enjoy their day. They were out and about because they knew that they were going to have to be inside for the next couple of days. We moved from Marietta here to Kennesaw, and I hate to report that we still see a lot of people out, and I hope that they're doing exactly what you just said, Cheryl, trying to run some last-minute errands, because it isn't raining here yet, but we've definitely noticed the temperature dip, and it's gotten a lot windier here. So Cobb County has opened a warming center in Marietta. They were asking people to get there by 8 o'clock, so hopefully there still may be time to get over there, but they're providing warm meals and, of course, a warm place to sleep for the next few days. It will be open through Tuesday. Now, yesterday, we spoke with Cobb County's Department of Transportation. They briefed us, and the message pretty much was stay off the roads for the weekend. They have their equipment and their supplies ready. They have their brine ready. They have a fleet of trucks to treat the roads, but they're asking the public to stay off the roads this weekend so they can definitely do that work. Now, here where we're staying at our hotel happens to also be a home base here for a utility company. It seems like they're from North Carolina, and we just spoke to some power line crews from here in Cobb County who are here to spend the night. They're going to try to get some rest before they are ready to go early in the morning. So I think everybody's in the same mode now. We're hunkering down. We're waiting for the weather to come through, and everybody's being prepared to respond to whatever issues there will be tomorrow. And they do want me to note this. If you do see a down power line or a tree down, stay away from it. Live in Kennesaw, Danielle Nottingham, 11 Alive News.
Yeah, always a good reminder, because you want to get out there, you want to take care of it. Some folks may have tools at their disposal,
right,
and so they want to, try to get things back to normal, at least make a road passable, but it's always a good idea to call the government, call the company, let the professionals handle it.
All right, Danielle, thanks so much. Stay safe out there. We're hearing more and more reports of people starting to see sleet and some of that freezing rain. We're hearing that from Rabun County. County, Dallas, Dalton, Rome. Savannah Levens even saw a little bit of that at North Lake Mall and DeKalb at some point. So we've been talking so much about preparation, but really here we are on the verge of really seeing a lot of this come. So during this winter storm, there are thousands across Metro Atlanta struggling to afford basic necessities. Right now, 11 Alive and Georgia Natural Gas are teaming up to raise money to help families stay warm. You can scan the QR code here on your screen to make a donation. You can do that through next Saturday, January 31st.
Always a good time to give back at any time.
Got to take care of each other.
We sure do, and we will be seeing a lot of that as we see the impacts of this storm after it finally leaves us, because we know that some folks will need some additional help too when we start to see the impacts. So always good to keep that in mind. We want to head now to Athens, where our Zach Merchant is. And Zach has been speaking with students out there who have been preparing to hunker down and ride the storm out with friends.
Yeah, I guess they won't be alone in it. We're all in this together, and on a campus is one way to do it.
Yeah.
On a campus is one way to do it. It's a festive way, for lack of a better word. We're here in the heart of downtown Athens, Athens City Hall. Behind me here, the campus proper is just a block or two down the way. And I don't know if the microphone's going to pick up on it or not. You can hear some music from a bar just across the corner here. Probably not as full as it would be on a typical Saturday night here in Athens, but there are still some students walking through downtown here. Of course, the school has canceled classes on Monday, and for the last couple of days, it's been urging students to leave campus if they were able. That window to do so, it's really closed now. So if you're on campus, like some of these students that we're still seeing are, you're going to want to stay put and hunker down. And as we've been talking about all throughout the night, this weather is going to be coming our way. Danielle and Chris and Melissa, everybody's been telling us it's moving across the country. Well, it's been moving across Georgia. Let me be the human weather gauge here. It has now reached Athens. I think you can see the raindrops coming here now. Reggie Chapman, who is usually in front of the camera, is doing a phenomenal, incredible job behind the camera today and deserves a big shout out. He is right off screen holding the trash bag that we have that's over a light panel here. If he wasn't, you'd be able to hear the wind fluttering there too. The conditions still very gentle right now, but they're starting to pick up. Athens Clark County government has also opened up a couple warming centers here. You can find them on the Athens Clark County government website. If you are here on campus too, UGA says you can stay in your dorm, of course, but be ready. And we've been saying this throughout the night, but we're going to keep saying it because somebody may, and we hope not, but somebody may find this information very helpful a few hours down the road here tonight. If you lose power, the school may get to a point where students who are still on campus are encouraged to go to a few dorms, a few res halls that have generator power so you can be safe, have power, have heat, and try to stay dry. We're going to do our best to do the same here, but guys, I think this rain is coming our way.
Here we go. It's starting. I think we should add human weather gauge to his business card. I think that would be a
put
good
it on
idea.
the LinkedIn profile.
Yeah. Hey, Reggie Chapman, if you're listening, thank you so much. Hey, Zach, I was just thinking about there's two things here, right? You've got in-state students and out-of-state students. In-state students, if they had that opportunity, hopefully some of them were able to go home. I'm sure some staying with friends, but those on campus, you know, hope they're safe, because I'm just thinking from the parents' perspective, when you're not with someone you love and an ice storm's coming your way, you just hope everybody's going to be safe. And I know the campus is going to have what they need to try to keep everybody safe.
It's bad enough for them to be off in college, but not with a storm. And what's interesting, Zach, I know that we have heard from the school that they have gone ahead and canceled classes for Monday, but when we spoke with some students streaming on 11 Live Plus earlier this week, the concern for some of the students was we don't want to be in a position where we can't get back to campus for class on Monday. And so we were saying earlier in the day that there was a little window of opportunity for people to head back home in some directions if they lived in state. And then you also have to think about international students as well who may not have that option. So we're certainly glad that the school's making those contingency plans that Zach mentioned there to help take care of those who didn't have an option.
Zach, from your perspective, the weather you're experiencing, you're gauging around yourself right now, would you say the window has closed now for kids to make that decision, students, I should say, students to make the decision, those who are on campus probably locked in now for the weekend?
I would say so. You know, I would always defer the final word to our meteorologists, of course. But if you were asking me personally, me and Reggie, we're a team out here, I would not neither of us would want to get on the road tonight and make the drive back to Atlanta. You talk about ice. This is ground that has been covered already throughout the course of our coverage, but it's worth repeating. Ice is dangerous on its own right. It's particularly difficult to see, and it is particularly difficult to see at night. The last thing you want to be doing is being on the road somewhere between here and your destination, get in a situation where you lose traction, and you know, I don't want to spin that scenario out too much, but when you hear public officials, when you hear emergency responders echo that message again and again and again, just be safe. The Cobb County EMA director earlier, he summed it up like this. He said, make good decisions. Make good decisions. Use common sense. If you don't have to be on the roads, don't do it. And you know, hunker down. In a place like Athens, you could be in a much worse place to be. It's going to be, we hope, the kind of night where the students who are still on campus, families who are here, parents who maybe are visiting, they look back a year now and they say, you know, we were here for that big weather event. We wanted that kind of story. You're the wind coming, not one where we're talking about some more serious stuff.
Yeah, and Zach, as you said, in the city of Athens, no better place to hunker down for the dogs.
Yeah.
Zach, thank you so much.
All right. Warm up, Zach. Thanks to you and Reggie again. We want to go back to DeKalb now. Savannah Levins is reporting at North Lake Mall, where there is a huge response. And Savannah, when I look at the response behind you, it looks like hurricane response, a similar, everybody congregating in one area, ready to deploy when the need arises. And we are really starting to be on the front end now, as in different locations report more and more of this moisture and dropping temperatures.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you probably recognize those Georgia Power trucks, but you may notice these trucks behind me are not Georgia Power trucks. In fact, there's probably 4 or 5, to my count, different companies, tree companies out here in this parking lot ready to deploy. I talked to a couple of these workers, Kendall over here, where these guys are standing outside of the truck. They're based in Atlanta. They said they've been on since 6 a.m. They are contracted by Georgia Power, as are all of these crews, to help with the response. So they've been on since 6 a.m. and they said, you know, even though obviously they weren't responding to down trees, they were doing preventative measures. So they were going to areas where they knew, you know, trees could come down, areas where there were concerns that trees might be old or decaying and more likely to come down with the weight of that ice. So they have been working all day long, and those crews who have been on since 6 a.m. are going to be on for about 5 more hours before they take a little bit of a rest and are reprieved by more crews. But that is just an explanation of why we need so much response. And these are not just companies from Georgia, by the way. South Georgia, we definitely called a lot up from today, but even Florida, we're calling crews from Florida to come up and assist, just because the breadth of this storm is so wide, and this winter weather is so wide, that it's really taking a coordinated effort from so many different agencies. I mentioned earlier that GDOT has been, since midnight, pre-treating the roads with brine. 18,000 miles of roads starting in the metro Atlanta area, those major highways, all the way up to South Carolina and Tennessee. And around 6 p.m., so a few hours ago, they broke out those plows with the heavy-duty salt, and they're working on that right now. That 18,000 mile loop I was mentioning, kind of from the metro all the way north, takes about 12 hours for them to do one run of it. So they've just been doing it in 12-hour shifts since midnight. And they were really encouraging, as of this morning, people to stay off the roads, because they said, hey, that'll really help us out a lot if people don't get on the roads. And they said they've seen up to a 40% reduction in traffic today. So that has helped in a huge way. They actually thought it would take about 14 hours for that loop. They've been able to do it in 12. So really good news that they're able to really get ahead of schedule as far as the roads are concerned. And these crews are just standing by, waiting for the call to go out to any down trees or power lines.
Savannah, you bring up a good point, because typically we could draw from a number of different states when we have a massive event, but this storm system is over 2,000 miles, 34 states, like 230 million people impacted. So other than Georgia, we're kind of on our own, and you think about what it will take when the time comes to divide and conquer. Have you been hearing from anyone you're talking to on the ground about a timeline? You know, when we talk about being on the cusp of this starting, when you talk about lines coming down, trees coming down, the response to get power back on, have they talked about how many days they think this could bleed into?
You know, not really. This crew right here said that they're going to be kind of they're on call through this entire storm system, but they're going to be here responding to calls for the next few hours. But then they said they're going to be waking up kind of in the early morning hours of tomorrow, and that's when they expect to get the most calls, kind of, you know, the Sunday into Monday morning hours, especially Monday, as we kind of accumulate the weight of that ice. But Cheryl, you bring up a really good point about the response. I think, you know, state leaders faced a really unique situation and difficult situation. I've covered hurricanes on the coast, for example, where, you know, it's just affecting the Georgia coast or maybe a couple other states, but we were able to call on Tennessee, Texas, Mississippi, you know, all these other states to come and help. Not the case this time, because those states are also in the path of this winter weather system. They need their own assistance. So Florida, really the only state that we have cited as friends that we were able to call up to assist, but definitely seems like, you know, Georgia Power has enlisted the help of, at least, again, to my count, 4 or 5 different companies just sitting here in the mall parking lot. We know there are multiple staging locations across the metro right now.
Fortunately, we know that they were able to call on some of the crews from South Georgia as well.
Right.
And when you talk about Florida, our Cody Alcorn says that's who he has seen up in Hall County. Representatives from agencies and companies down there who have been called in, pressed into service, if you will, to be on standby to help us. So we are very grateful for everyone who is taking time away from their families, whether they live in Georgia or not.
No doubt. All right, Savannah Levins, thanks so much for the update. Go warm up a little bit.
We want to get you now to our meteorologist, Melissa Nord, who has been tracking this for days now. And we know that these models are still coming in, and we're watching it as we have started to see these conditions not only move in from the other states that we've been talking about, but people starting to report these conditions across our area in North Georgia as well.
Yeah, and so we're starting to see a little bit of rain, and in some cases, some sleet pellets falling. The temperatures in far North Georgia are starting to fall, so we're going to start seeing that transition over to freezing rain. Big system. Cheryl mentioned it earlier, but I wanted to show you the map. 2,000 miles across, over 2,000 of winter weather alerts on the boards. This is a big storm system, and that's why we're pulling in a lot of resources to help us from Florida. It's because there's no other surrounding states not being touched by this storm. So the moisture is moving in. We're seeing the atmosphere saturate. Where our temperatures are, though, right now in Metro Atlanta are still in the 40s. So we're still above freezing. But where we are starting to get to that freezing point is in far North Georgia. So we're beginning to see freezing rain mixing in and accreting in far North Georgia. The road temperature in Dalton is still 33 degrees, so it's still above freezing. But untreated road surfaces at this point are probably dropping below freezing. So we'd start to watch this evening the first of those slick roads developing there. Northeast Georgia, I've also been watching that the road temperatures have been dropping down around the freezing mark. And in particular, Highway 19 coming up here between Dahlonega and driving up to Suches, you drive into the Chattahoochee National Forest, and the road temperature there is 31. So freezing rain is beginning to fall there, and as it sticks to the roadway, those roads will become icy. Still just rain showers, but nuisance rain showers here in Atlanta. We're at 41. The temperatures are dropping by the hour. 36 in Gainesville, 28 in Clayton, 32 in Dalton. So we have cold air coming in from the west, but also cold air from that wedge coming in from the east. You can see the temperatures dropping as you drive up into Charlotte. It's 27, 22 in Raleigh. That's the cold air that's going to keep surging in overnight tonight and set the stage for freezing rain, which will last through the overnight, through tomorrow morning, and for Northeast Georgia through the afternoon. Now, they're going to see the highest amounts there. The impacts will greatly vary depending on which part of the state you're in. For more on that, meteorologist Danielle Moss.
Exactly. Impacts are going to be huge. We're talking about hazardous roads, power outages, and maybe some closures and delays. That has definitely been something that we have continued to be watching. Here's a look at how much ice accumulation can really make a big impact. When we talk about 1/10 of an inch of ice, this means that it's just a light glaze. And there are several places that we're seeing a light glaze, just like Melissa just showed you. That's south of Metro Atlanta. However, most of us could be seeing a 1/4 of an inch or greater. When you talk about a 1/4 of an inch of ice, you're talking about very icy roads. The tree limbs have to start to sag, and then we start to see some really big power outage concerns as well. We take a look at our winter storm severity index. This is a look at what we've been continuing to watch. This is another indicator that we use to see how much ice accumulations are we really concerned about. This is specifically for ice because that is our only winter precipitation that we're really anticipating over the next few hours. And it does show that northeast Georgia gets the worst of it, unfortunately. And as we zoom in, there is a chance for us, especially into Gainesville, to really be in that red. That deep red is the highest level right next to that purple of what you can expect as far as your impacts are concerned. So if you are in northeast Georgia, you might start to see something change over very, very shortly. And even as we take a look into Helen and Dahlonega, you can see those little patchy purple spots on your screen. That is the worst of it all. So we're still continuing to watch this. All of this information is continuing to update. And Melissa, impacts on the roadways are probably one of the top concerns, as well as on those power lines, because the temperatures are going to continue to drop as we head into Monday of next week as well.
And not to mention, Danielle, you have strong wind gusts tomorrow, strong wind gusts Monday. So any ice that's still stuck to those power lines will be swaying those power lines around. And that could mean that some of us maybe don't lose power tomorrow morning, and maybe don't lose power until Monday when the temperatures are even at their coldest of this stretch. Okay, so let's talk about the timeline of all this. I know some of you have been really waiting and anticipating all this arriving. It slowed down a little bit today, but the moisture's finally moving in. So we're seeing rain developing right now and freezing rain where it's cold enough. That transition from rain to freezing rain will continue between now and midnight tonight. Then once you turn to freezing rain at your house, it's going to be freezing rain the whole night. It's going to be freezing rain tomorrow morning. As we go into tomorrow morning and you're wondering, should I go to the grocery store? Should I try to make it to church? The answer should be no. And the reason why is if your neighborhood is not treated, which it's probably not, you can't even get out of your neighborhood to the main highway to travel where you need to go. So slick roads likely tomorrow morning. With winds increasing, we could already see some power outages tomorrow morning with ice accumulations in northeast Georgia already getting above a 1/4 of an inch at that point. So there could be some outages developing already by first thing tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon, we're warming up here in Atlanta. In fact, above freezing briefly for a few hours. But northeast Georgia, that wedge is going to hold, and I still expect ice to continue tomorrow afternoon there. So here's putting everything in motion. We're starting to see the showers here. The temperatures are dropping. Watch the transition from green to pink as we head between now and midnight. Watch the transition. You see green here at 11 o'clock. Pink up to the north and east, then it really envelops all of North Georgia for the overnight. So a pretty steady and consistent freezing rain for a good 6-hour chunk of the overnight. As we go into tomorrow morning, we're going to see the rates of that freezing rain kind of lighten up a little bit more to like freezing drizzle. But don't let your guard down. Everything's still going to be icy out there. We're still below freezing at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. As we get into the afternoon, though, here comes the warm air trying to bring us over to a rain setup for Sunday afternoon. Now, we're watching some pockets of heavy rain here, but to the south, we've actually got our guard up for some stronger thunderstorms across southwestern Georgia, where there's a level 2 threat of severe weather. Some heavy rain producing showers could even lead to some gusty winds on the south side of the metro where it's just warm enough in the 40s. There's actually a level 1 threat from about Pike County southward tomorrow afternoon. So that would be just some heavy rain producing showers. I don't think we're going to see much thunder, but look at this. It could be heavy rain or heavy freezing rain in northeast Georgia still. So 2 o'clock tomorrow, the last push of rain is moving in. That will exit tomorrow evening. And as the skies clear, the cold temperatures come crashing in. So Monday morning, we have gusty winds, we have ice on the trees and the power lines, and we have temperatures in the 20s. So anything that melts tomorrow is going to refreeze overnight into Monday morning. So I think that's why a lot of school districts are taking that into consideration when canceling so early for schools on Monday. We are just getting started here at 11 Alive. Coming up next, we have a live report from northeast Georgia talking to business owners, our Angelina Salcido, about what they're doing to prepare for this ice storm.
Sleet and freezing rain has started in parts of North Georgia as we continue our coverage here of this ice storm moving into the state. We want to mention meteorologist Melissa Nord was talking about some school districts who've already made the decision for Monday ahead of this system. So we want to just mention a few of those. APS, City of Decatur, and Gwinnett all will be remote on Monday. Marietta City Schools, Henry County, Clayton County, DeKalb, Cobb, Fayette, Barrow, Bartow, all are already closed along with Cherokee. So we have all that for you on 11alive.com as you're making plans, not just for the event that starts right now tonight, but also heading into Monday morning as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting because a lot of these districts are taking in consideration not only their students and the roads that the buses will have to maneuver and get through to get those students to class, but also their faculty and staff, because sometimes our educators don't live in the district where they work, and so sometimes they have to consider them actually being able to make it to the schools as well. And so those are some of the factors that are going into some of those decisions, giving the parents and the teachers as much notice as possible here.
Planning is certainly a key. We want to talk more about businesses tonight. Business owners watching the winter weather, having to make decisions as well about what happens tonight, tomorrow, and in the days to come.
Yeah, we want to head out to White County, where our Angelina Salcido has been speaking with business owners in Helen, a very popular tourist place, a very beautiful destination there. What are they saying to you tonight, Angelina?
It is a beautiful destination, whether you are in Helen or you are in the city of Cleveland as well. Either way, you will have a beautiful time coming up here. But coming up here now is a little bit of a different situation than if you were to come maybe a few weeks ago or during the summertime when a lot of people love to visit the city of Helen as well. So the EOC manager today was basically saying actually that we are lucky that we don't have the grand majority of visitors that typically come to this area here right now because they are out of harm's way. They already have 36,000 people in White County just in general. They're doing their best to try and keep those people as safe as possible. Now, Cheryl actually said that planning is key. Planning has been key, not just for county management here, but also for businesses in the city of Helen, but also in the city of Cleveland as well. They have done everything that they can to try and make sure that they get through this storm and that they will also be able to save the food items that they might have if they own a business that sells food after the storm passes through.
We're moving all of our refrigerated product out of house and into an outdoor walk-in cooler. That way, if we lose power, at least we've got it refrigerated outside. Basically, that's the only way.
Part of the reason why we came in today, in case we lose power, my freezers will hold for about 2 days, so we'll get all that ice cream from the front back in the deep freeze. It'll come down to -20 and just hope that it stays cold enough. So there's really no way to prepare. I don't have generators or anything. It's just, we'll ride it out.
So that woman that you heard from right there is actually the owner of a small ice cream shop that also sells trinkets and some gifts as well. And right across from her was that gentleman that you guys heard from as well. He owns a bar and restaurant that is in the downtown area of the city of Cleveland. Now, the grand majority of the businesses there actually do not have a generator. I am told, though, that they happen to be in some sort of part of the power grid where they end up being lucky and they don't lose power, or they don't lose power for very long if they end up losing power. So they're hoping that the situation here will be very similar. And by putting those food items outdoors, especially the ice cream, she's hoping that it doesn't melt. In this situation, obviously, we don't have to worry about something like that. But for the gentleman that owns the bar and the restaurant as well, he's just hoping that if for some reason they lose power for several days, keeping the food outside in those freezers or in those fridges will help them get through this. And they also did the same thing at home. They also have a lot of deep freezers that they have at their home as well to try and save any food items if they do lose power for a significant amount of time. Again, the ice that we're expecting up here is going to be 3/4 of an inch or more than an inch of ice. That could cause for a pretty catastrophic situation here if this pans out the way that we're expecting for it to pan out. The county manager says that it's something that they have never seen in this county, so they're hoping that they can get power restored pretty quickly, but it's going to be hard to navigate up here in the Northeast Georgia.
Yeah, and those are considerations that a lot of people may not think about. So, Angelina, thank you so much for bringing us that perspective. Well, after a major winter storm, utility companies don't restore power house by house. They have to follow a priority system. So the first thing that comes is with crews having to focus on critical facilities, things like hospitals, emergency services, and water systems. Following that, they repair major transmission lines and substations that bring electricity to the largest numbers of people. From there, they then work down to the neighborhood lines and finally those individual homes. So if you lose power, crews may still be working to fix those larger lines, those emergency and hospital lines, before they get to you working to knock down the largest number for some of those things that contributed people who have thousands. So there is that little hierarchy there with that priority list of what they're going to do first.
Which is why so much of the conversation in the last couple of days is be prepared for a couple of days.
Yes.
Because it might take a couple of days for that to be restored. And it might take a couple of days to really know the full impact because as more and more ice accumulates, you know, not all the power lines will be affected at one time or trees down at one time. So just know that this is going to be very fluid, maybe for the next 48 hours.
Yeah, and a lot of people, you know your surroundings, you know your home, you know if it may take longer if there's some sort of weather event, maybe a hurricane or a tornado, you know when your home may be a little lower on the priority list, you know when your property may be susceptible to losing power, for example. And so it's really important to kind of take those things into consideration. We've been talking a lot about people staying warm and all of the different warming shelters that have been opened up across Metro Atlanta and North Georgia for families who may be in need. So we want to get you out now to our Gilat Malamed. She's in Gwinnett County. And Gilat, you had a chance to visit one of those warming shelters earlier in the day. What are you heading to and what are you doing right now?
Yeah, I did. I was at that warming center, and it would be a great place for people to start heading to right now because we wanted to step outside just to see how the conditions were changing here in Lawrenceville. And I could say in the last 15 minutes or so is when things really started to change. It's the first time we're seeing a consistent rain, though it is a very light rain. It is consistent and quite windy. But we're here at our hotel, actually, in Gwinnett County in Lawrenceville, and the power crews are here as well. These are not local crews. We've been hearing all day about power crews coming from across the country, you know, Florida, Ohio, to help us. And these crews, this might shock you. It definitely shocked me. They're from Maine. These trucks here, 6 or 7 power trucks. It's a power company that came from Maine. It's a 27-hour drive, according to one of the linemen that I spoke to. I would never personally think that such a cold state would have their power crews come down here to help us, but of course this is weather that these workers are very used to, and they're actually not the only power company from out of state that are here in this lot. On the other side of the lot, I saw about 3 power trucks from a different company. That company also is from Maine. I know that these crews tell me they're contracting with Georgia Power. I also last night saw a third company, about 3 trucks from them that are also contracting with Georgia Power. So really, a lot of crews are down here to help us out because we know it takes such a little bit of ice, about ½ an inch, to put 500 pounds of weight down on a power line. And the lineman that I spoke to here, he told me, you know, right now you see these trucks are off. That's because they're inside sleeping because they're hoping to get to work tomorrow. Of course, the road conditions have to warrant that. And that's why we were out earlier today watching the transportation crews fill up on brine and hit the roads to try and make sure that the roads are as safe and passable as possible so that when these crews need to fix any power outages, they're able to get there safely, guys.
Gilat, it sure speaks to the size of this system when you've got to go 2,000 miles to Maine to find a power team that isn't directly impacted.
And talk about a road trip. Gosh. Gilat, thank you so much. As we keep saying, we are very grateful to all of these visitors coming in to help because we know that we are certainly going to need them as this event continues on. And we are hearing from our meteorologists, again, it's not just what we're experiencing right now. It's what we're going to see as that ice lingers, especially with those colder temperatures expected to stick around as well.
Yeah, so they'll be away from their families for a long time. The other thing our meteorologists have done such a great job doing is helping us get ready for the very cold temperatures that are still to come in those overnight hours between Monday and Tuesday. Some people will see temperatures in the teens, and cold is also something it's important to be prepared for. From hypothermia to heart strain, dangerously cold weather can create serious health risks. With freezing rain, ice, and bitter cold expected in the coming days, American Medical Response into Cobb County is urging residents to stay vigilant. It says extreme cold forces blood vessels to tighten, raising blood pressure, puts added stress on your heart. Breathing cold air can also worsen asthma and other respiratory conditions. AMR says older adults, young children, anybody without reliable heat face the greatest risk. In those cases, it recommends you limit time outdoors, dress in warm layers. Layers are such a key. Avoid alcohol because it can increase heat loss. And if you have vulnerable neighbors and loved ones, please check on them. We've also been talking about warming centers available. We have the full list for you on 11alive.com. Our coverage will continue right after the break.
Welcome back to 11 Alive and our continuing coverage of this incoming winter storm. Icy conditions on the way, and this is not the normal that we're seeing. This is something we haven't seen in a little over a decade now. We usually, maybe not even usually, more recently we're seeing snow a lot more frequently, but this is not the case. The ice is what we are concerned about today.
From the governor to many different mayors to head of GEMA say this could be an event that all of us talk about for many years to come. And in the last hour, we're really starting to see a shift in the weather. More and more of our crews that are scattered over from Atlanta through North Georgia saying they're starting to see freezing rain, some sleet, and feeling a drop in the temperature. Zach Merchant is in downtown Athens, where students are kind of, we keep saying hunkering down because it's UGA and that's what we need to say. And you're talking to students and hearing more about the plan there as the weather really starts to shift.
Yeah, Cheryl, and we should point out here too, you guys, I don't know if it's the good luck charm or the bad luck charm, every time we step back out here to join you, the rain picks back up a little bit. It's a little spotty, but it has been pretty consistent every time we join you here. These drops are getting a little thicker here, really the big difference that we've noticed over the certainly last couple hours and even the last 30, 45 minutes or so is that the temperature continues to drop. You know, if I took my glove off, which I have here, and you put your hand down on the asphalt, you can feel how cold it is. And as we've been listening to our meteorologist, you know, that's one of the ingredients for the ice that we want to not see develop both here in the heart of downtown Athens. It's Athens City Hall behind me, but also all across that big stretch of the northern chunk of our state. For the students, the staff, faculty, you know, parents who may have been in town visiting their students here at the University of Georgia, there was a window where you could have packed up and left campus. The school for a bit of time was encouraging students to do that. That window's closed. You're going to want to stay where you are. Classes are closed on Monday. And you know, this is an active scene here in a way because there are still some kids, still some students who are on campus. There's a bar right across the street. You might have heard those kids walking out there. The kids who are staying on campus, some of them are going to be partaking in that, others staying in their dorm rooms tonight. And this is a situation where people didn't know that the weather was going to be coming potentially when they made plans. We bumped into a family earlier, a bunch of aunts and uncles who had came to Athens to visit Bill Martin. He's a senior at UGA. He's a hockey player. We caught up with him and his uncle. Bill says he's staying on campus. Here's why.
I know a lot of people went home, but most of my friends, we're all staying put. And if it gets snowed in, we'll stick it out and we'll have some fun. We don't have class Monday, so we're looking forward to that.
So always a fun time in Athens. No school for students at University of Georgia on Monday. Of course, there's also K through 12 school here in Clark County. The Clark County School District saying in their most recent announcement, which was yesterday on Friday, they haven't made an official call on school on Monday, but they said they will make that decision no later than early Sunday evening. We, of course, are going to keep a very close eye, as I'm sure all of the students in that school district will be keeping a close eye on that.
Yeah, they're like, the big kids aren't going. We want to stay home too. Hey, Zach, you mentioned a bar nearby where you can actually hear the music. Are you actually seeing people downtown in Athens?
Yeah, and I think the noise may be overplaying how many people are actually here because it's, it's 8:45 or so. So if you've been out at the bars, not saying you have been, but if you have been, this is maybe part of the night where you're getting a little more revved up. But if you look through the windows here, they're pretty sparsely attended right now. I expect that'll stay the case. Nothing puts a damper, to be cliche, but nothing puts a damper on a night out in Athens like this weather, right?
Exactly. And only you, Zach Merchant, would find a hockey player to interview for an ice event. So if we see Bill Martin just skating down the street, we'll know. We'll know the backstory on that one.
Thanks, guys.
Zach, thanks, you.
Zach.
We want to get you to the experts in the building. Melissa Nord standing by. And Melissa, we have been talking with our reporters across North Georgia. The report is that it's getting colder out there and that precipitation in various forms is already starting to fall.
Yeah, the rain is definitely falling. I expect by tomorrow morning, though, our Galat Malamed out in Gwinnett County, I believe we need to get the Atlanta Gladiators on. Right? Because Zach found an ice skater. Let's get the Gladiators and Grace in her figure skates as well. That would make for some interesting TV. Okay, the temperatures are dropping, though. It's 38 in Athens. Gainesville's now down to 36. That's a 2-degree drop in the last hour. Look at Clayton, down at 28. Blairsville now at 32 as well. But we're still at 41 here in Atlanta. So that wedge is in training in Northeast Georgia. It's nestling its way in. It's pushing its way down. This rain over us now will transition to freezing rain before midnight tonight. Far north Georgia, though, it already is at freezing. So any liquid that's falling is falling as liquid. It's freezing on contact. So some light freezing rain up in Dade, Walker, Catoosa County up there. There might be a little bit of freezing drizzle that the radar can't pick up falling throughout Northeast Georgia, but it's mostly the metro where we're seeing everything moisten up. We're in the low 40s here all across the I-20 corridor, and the rain is going to increase from here. It's a big system. Look at all the moisture heading in our direction. That is a lot of moisture to come. In fact, total precipitation is going to be over an inch, but how much of it's freezing, how much of it is plain rain depends on your particular location. So what to expect this evening? Freezing rain begins. The transition from rain to freezing rain going to get underway as well. Tomorrow morning, it's freezing rain area wide. So that means that roadways will be slick if they were untreated. We will also start to see tomorrow as freezing rain ice accumulations pick up and the wind gusts pick up. Some of those first outages will be coming in. There will be a little nose tomorrow afternoon where some of us warm up above freezing. Coming up, we'll talk about who could warm up above freezing, how long that could be, and also how much ice we'll end up with. That's still ahead.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. And as we mentioned, we do have crews that have been spread out across northeast Georgia and across metro Atlanta as well. We want to head out to Cobb County, where our Danielle Nottingham has been speaking with a lot of folks lately.
Yeah, Danielle, how are the conditions there in Kennesaw?
Well, we're finally starting to get a little drizzle, and I'll be honest, I was feeling a little left out listening to everybody else's reports, but it's starting to happen here. And here in Cobb County, they're definitely ready. They opened a warming center tonight in Marietta for men, women, and children, a place for people to get a warm meal, a warm place to stay. And yesterday, the Cobb County Department of Transportation briefed the public, and their main message was, please stay off the roads. They have a fleet of trucks, they have their brine, they have everything to treat the roads, and they want their crews to be able to work. And they said they will notify the public when they do treat those major roads in the county.
Our priority is those major thoroughfares to make sure not just that first responders as a priority are able to get to calls for service, but also that Georgia Power, we're anticipating wind gusts and down trees. And being able to keep those roads open is especially important, and being able to allow those power crews to be able to get to those incidents to respond and repair is very important.
And speaking of friends, I've met a lot of friends here at our hotel from power companies who are staying the night. Some are out of state, rather, but a lot of them are local, and they're right here to help treat or respond to whatever emergency happens here in Cobb County. And they want me to let the public know what's really important when they're doing that work. If you see a down power line, if you see a down tree, don't touch it, don't go near it, especially don't try to drive over it. Just do what you can to keep safe. But we are definitely seeing some changes here in Cobb County as we get later into the night.
Really important reminder there, Danielle. And I was just want to say thank you to all the essential workers, first responders. I was thinking, very rarely do you have the number of adults having slumber parties as you will find all over Georgia tonight. I mean, it's epic, right? Epic.
Well, Cheryl, can I tell you, they're literally having a pizza party inside, and I was like, this is kind of funny.
Pizza is the go-to.
I think I would like to also thank the other workers, like the hotel staff. The manager came running out of here right before our live hit, and he came back from his car with a pillow and a blanket. And I said, what's going on? You're staying in a hotel. He's like, no, I have to be here all night long, all morning long for people who might need to be here.
Also essential workers. Yeah, thanks to everybody out there doing their part so we can all get through this together, Danielle.
Work that can certainly go unnoticed. So thank you so much for pointing that out there. And when we talk about the folks who are working so hard to keep everything running now, during, and after the storm, Cheryl, you had a chance to speak with someone who is intricately involved in the work that's being done.
Yeah, specifically, Joe Schoolman is working through District 6 through GDOT. So this is the bullseye of the storm in the northern part of the state, and he was stressing the importance of everybody staying off the roads.
The brine is really, it's our best defense against freezing ice on the roadways, but it's not perfect. If we get a system that dumps a lot of freezing rain, snow and things like that, the brine really can't compete with it. That's why we tell people just to stay home. We talk all the time about the roads, make sure the roads are clear because of the ice. But with the winds and the amount of ice, we're also worried about trees coming down and falling limbs. So all of our crews also have chainsaws, and we've prepped them for that as well. So if there are a lot of trees coming down, a lot of limbs, we can also work to make sure those are cleared off of the roadways, not just that ice.
Joe was talking about, it's not a matter of if, but when and how much of an impact they expect to see. And really, he was stressing if everyone can be patient, because you think about, they have a lot of people working many hours. They will divide and conquer, but each stop that either GDOT or a power team makes, that takes time, and they expect to have a long list that they need to get to. So just, he wanted everyone to know that it's going to take some time for response on roadways and power, and just keep that in mind as we get into day 2, maybe day 3 as we go.
Yeah, and as frustrating as it is for the different conditions that people will see across the state, we want to keep in mind that somebody else may have it worse. We are talking about the impacts that North Georgia and Northeast Georgia are going to be seeing, and those are going to be vastly significant from people a little closer down south of the city. So we want to bear that in mind, that they are working as hard as they can and in the best manner that they can to get everybody back up and running as quickly as possible.
Yeah, our meteorologists have talked about how massive this storm system is, impacting 34 different states. So when that happens, the dominoes start to fall in terms of airports, flights. So we've been tracking cancellations and delays for you this evening as well.
Yeah, our Doug Richards is live from Hartsfield Jackson. We know some folks have been playing some Tetris, trying to move things around, trying to either get out in time or get in time. And Doug, you have had the opportunity to speak with so many people who were hoping for some fun here in Atlanta, and maybe that's gone their way. Maybe it's ended a little badly, but I mean, there's a story. There's several stories to be told out there from the airport.
It does seem that way, although the number seems to be dwindling, given the fact that the number of human beings that we're seeing in the airport is dwindling markedly. And one possible reason could be found on the boards. As we look at them, I've counted 130 cancellations on the boards. That's almost 3 times as many as there were when we got here this afternoon. And typically they are in destinations that are affected by this ice storm that has, or this weather event, however it's manifesting itself across the country, mostly mostly cities south of the proverbial Mason-Dixon line. However, we did have we had a plane land just a few minutes ago, and the passengers on board the plane picked up their baggage over here in baggage carousel number 1 on the south side of the on the north side of the airport. They had left from Newark, and a couple of passengers described the thrills of getting out of Newark.
We had 3 plane tickets to get here.
Really?
3 separate airlines.
Yes. 3 airlines. Because the others...
Because they canceled, yeah. Everything was canceled. I'm pretty sure we're one of the last flights to get in here tonight.
We're just trying to get out of there.
Yeah.
And not get stuck there the rest of the week.
Yeah, it was packed. I've never seen the Newark airport that packed in my life. Everybody's freaking out. Everything's getting canceled. It was a circus. And I'm glad we made it here.
And the fun part, or perhaps the part to give you pause, rather, is to know that those 2 women, Julie Marr and Destiny Cameron, were going to leave Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, get in a car, and try to drive to Chattanooga tonight. They are hopeful that at least there will not be a lot of traffic on the roads. We are live at the airport tonight. Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Oh boy, I am hoping for the best for them.
I know. I was just looking at pictures in Nashville anyway, and there's quite a bit of snow on the ground already. So hopefully they make it there safely, but wow.
Definitely. And, you know, that's just, unfortunately, the situation we can all run into at any given weekend when you're dealing with the airport, and then a snow or ice or winter weather event like this starts to happen. So,
all right. Well, in the last hour, we see conditions changing and things really starting to ramp up. So we're going to have more continuous coverage for you coming up right after the break. Welcome back here to 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus for our special coverage of an ice event I think we'll all be talking about for maybe many years to come.
Yeah, we want to get you now to our meteorologist, Melissa Nord, standing by, and we are watching this in real time start to happen in our area, Melissa.
And it's the temperatures falling. That's what we're waiting on. So the moisture's been moving in. It's the temperatures falling to freezing. That's going to change us in the metro over from just a cold rain to freezing rain. And you can see that cold air coming down east of the mountains. We're now to 40 in Atlanta, 36 in Athens, 36 in Gainesville. Clayton just dropped another degree to 27. So there is, as the moisture falls, this window of already freezing rain, a possibility. Right now we're seeing just cold showers here in Atlanta. Roads are just wet. But the next 2 hours, we're going to see those numbers dropping considerably more, closer to that freezing mark. Here's the radar right now in northwest Georgia. We've got freezing rain falling in far north Georgia already. Our camera on top of Lookout Mountain, it's been iced over the last couple of hours with those colder temperatures moving in. Just a little freezing drizzle possibly falling in northeast Georgia and light rain showers here over the metro. But you look to our west, there is a lot of moisture to come. We are just at the beginning of this. We've got moisture through the whole overnight with freezing rain and more rain likely as we head into tomorrow afternoon. So big picture, what to expect in terms of the timing. Freezing rains beginning this evening. It's going to continue overnight. Tomorrow morning, roads are going to be slick. It's freezing rain everywhere. Temperatures are below freezing at sunrise across all of metro Atlanta and northeast Georgia. We could start to see some outages as we introduce gusty winds tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow afternoon, there is going to be a little window that we could warm up here in metro Atlanta above freezing, but that freezing rain will continue north and east. That's where we expect over a ½ inch of ice with the most significant impacts. And as we bring in those gusty winds after we introduce ice, that's when we could see more power outages, Danielle. And those power outages could even increase into Monday.
Exactly, and that's going to be very bad because it's going to get very cold as you head into your Monday, and that's going to linger until your Tuesday. When you talk about those winds, they're already taking some impacts here. In fact, this is a look into Cherokee County. The Cherokee County emergency manager posted this tree down on the power lines there. This just happened less than 30 minutes ago. Good news, no one was hurt, but you can see it on those power lines. That's just from the high winds. We also have a report that trees are down in Pickens County. So winds are gusty. They're not very high. They're not meeting the criteria for a wind advisory, but they are still very high. In fact, here in Metro Atlanta recently, we had a 23-mile-an-hour wind gust, and this is going to continue. In fact, they're going to get a little bit higher as we head overnight, and when really the main leading edge of that front pushes through here, we could really see those winds really start to get a little bit gusty. And as you head into your Sunday morning, what's going to happen is those winds will get really high before they start to settle, and then really cold air will be sinking in, and then we'll see them pick back up just in time for Monday morning. And that is going to provide us with a wind chill factor that we're really going to have to pay close attention to. In fact, your actual temperatures on Monday morning will be near 23 degrees here in Metro Atlanta. But because the wind chills are going to be so brutal, the National Weather Service has already issued a cold weather advisory for Monday for most of us. So that's going to be another impact that we'll have to continue to watch. So you're talking about trees already falling before the storm arrives, and then if we add ice onto that, plus the cold weather, this can be very impactful for people if they are without power starting Monday morning.
And Danielle, the ice is still yet to come. We've barely seen any freezing rain falling. That transition from rain to freezing rain is going to move from northeast to southwest through the overnight. So you can see here on forecast track, we'll see that increase of freezing rain on the north side of the metro the next 2 hours, then increasing on the south side of the metro the subsequent 2 hours after that. Look at this, tomorrow morning, everybody's seeing freezing rain. Now, for the overnight, it will be fairly steady. We will see the rate of that freezing rain, the intensity of it, lightening up a bit as we head into early Sunday morning. Don't let your guard down. Things are still going to be slick out there. Now, tomorrow afternoon, warm air tries to push in. That's going to briefly change us over into rain here from Atlanta and points west and points south. But even though we get above freezing here, places like Gainesville are likely still below freezing the whole afternoon. That means as more heavy rain comes in, it could be heavier freezing rain there in northeast Georgia. The last of the moisture is clearing out as we get into Sunday evening. And then, as Danielle alluded to, Cold air moves in, and that means a flash freeze is likely as we head into Monday morning. So any moisture that may have melted is going to refreeze into ice on the roadway. You can see here we've extended our weather impact alert through Monday because of those very cold temperatures moving in behind the freezing rain event. Monday afternoon, 34 here, below freezing in northeast Georgia, and even colder first thing Tuesday. We've got continuing coverage continuing right after this here on 11 Alive.
All right, we will take it from here. And as we've been saying, this system is not just here in Georgia. We are seeing this across the country. And FEMA is, of course, keeping a close eye on this winter storm.
Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem says it's expected to impact about 250 million people in our country, covering about 40 states. She talked about what the Trump administration is doing just moments ago.
We've been working together here at the FEMA headquarters and have opened our National Response Coordination Center and are working with local and state authorities to make sure that we're getting individuals and communities pre-deployed resources that they may need and also preparing them for the upcoming days, which will significantly impact them and their citizens. The Trump administration and FEMA are working closely with them to get them information, to get them resources, and to help them be prepared and well equipped for the road ahead as we go through this next week.
And of course, this is going to be affecting people all over the country, the families as well.
Yeah, so that could slow response times down. NBC's Ryan Chandler has a look.
Tonight, the Arctic blast's frigid introduction, slamming the country with snow, sleet, and freezing rain, set to impact more than half of all Americans. In Arkansas, roads littered with jackknife semis and cars skidding off the road. Chaos in Tennessee as crews rescue stranded drivers. At least 17 states declaring a state of emergency as 196 million Americans from Arizona to New England are under winter weather alerts. This morning, wind chills crashing to the negative 20s and 30s across the plains and upper Midwest. In hard-hit North Texas, we saw highways typically packed with traffic nearly empty as Texans stay home. For those who can't, volunteers run life-saving warming centers.
It is deadly cold out, and it's going to get even colder.
Serving nearly 1,000 people with a warm meal and a place to ride out the storm. What are the greatest needs you're seeing from people as they come in?
So people are coming in real cold, and thankfully the building is a warm place. People are hungry, so we're trying to get as much food as possible to them.
Farther north in Oklahoma City, people could get snow they haven't seen in years. Candace Sweat from our Dallas station is there.
The state of Oklahoma blanketed in snow today. People ventured out for tools they desperately needed. We even spoke to a man who snagged the very last shovel for his house.
How lucky did you feel?
Lucky. The storm is a shock to the system for the South, ill-equipped to handle the worst of winter.
Please stay off the roadways. They're starting to cover back over.
This Transportation Nerve Center in Tennessee watches the roads. Kathy Park is there.
How do residents typically react when there is winter weather moving this way?
It's a snow apocalypse, basically. It's mayhem. It's panic mode around here, but we always end up surviving and working together and cooperating as a community, and that's what we expect during this storm, too.
Thousands of power outages reported in Texas, Louisiana, and New Mexico. George Solis is tracking them from North Carolina.
A massive mobilization of resources has been deployed. Utility Duke Energy has more than 18,000 workers at the ready at sites just like this one, as everyone braces for an ice storm not seen in 2 decades.
Officials continuing to urge, staying safe means staying home.
Not only does staying off the roads ensure your safety, it ensures everybody's safety.
Staying safe by staying home. That's what you want to do. This system is not just impacting us here in Georgia, but there are thousands, millions of people that are under the target area for this, getting a lot of heavy rain showers, and even talking about portions of severe weather down in South Georgia, even stretching into Alabama for tomorrow. As you take a closer look at our current radar here in Metro Atlanta, we are just seeing some rain showers, but up in Northwest Georgia, you're seeing that rain switch over into freezing rain because the temperatures have already met that freezing level or gotten a little bit below it. So you're seeing those cameras like we were showing you earlier this evening in
Lookout Mountain that were already frozen over. Here in Metro Atlanta, we're just looking at some pretty heavy rain showers that are still pushing through, light at times. This is a look into Murfreesboro in Tennessee. So I know we're all waiting on it. One thing that we always watch with all of these storm systems is the history. We track this all the time, whether we're talking about winter weather or severe weather. And we see that this storm has a history of producing that freezing rain. It's cooling the temperatures off. It's cooling all of those surface temperatures, and we're starting to see that ice really start to accumulate, something that we're going to continue to track this evening and all the way into the overnight hours. Keep it right here. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with another look at our team of reporters.
Well, we are staying on top of this incoming winter weather that we are expecting to see across Metro Atlanta and north and eastern Georgia. And that's where we find our Cody Alcorn. He has been in Hall County for us.
Cody, how's it going out there? Any conditions changing? Are you talking to a lot of people out there?
I'll tell you, it's getting colder. It has been all day long. The wind has picked up, and every once in a while we'll see some precipitation falling. But right now, things are dry here. We're in Gainesville at the Hilton Garden Inn. Basically, at our hotel, it's mostly these guys. Pike here from Orlando, Florida area. We have some Jackson EMS crew or Jackson electric crews. We have some tree service crews who've been pulling in from Ohio. So it's basically who's taking up this hotel along with the entire staff, because as we still have power, they are doing breakfast, they're doing dinners, there's a bar inside. So people who are staying here are getting all of those things. But I'll tell you, very interesting, because we're in the elevator, we talked to some of these linemen. There's one young man that says they've already been out to repair a couple of poles. So when you see these trucks go out, they're actually working right now. Some of these wind gusts are bringing down some power lines here across Hall County. Nothing major, but they are working. And I was in the elevator, and one thing that was interesting is, as I mentioned, they're from Lake Placid. He's like, yeah, I've never seen snow. And you kind of forget about that, because some of these people from Florida have never experienced snow. Unfortunately, he's going to experience the worst type of winter storm in the south, which is ice and no snow. But it's pretty interesting. You kind of forget about that. I'm from the Midwest, so it's really nothing new to me. But even for some of these linemen who are coming up from the south, as far as Florida, as I'm talking about, some of those guys have never seen some of this weather. So they are going to be out here in these conditions they never worked in. So really got to give them props. They are just kind of standing by right now, because what you have to remember, we talk about this, is they cannot go out and even start once this storm hits until Public Works gets these crews cleared out, these roads. They get the lines pulled away, and these crews can go out and work on them. But right now, as far as Gainesville goes, we're right here next to Longhorn. It's still open. People are still, I guess, out and about. Not nearly as much traffic as we saw last night, as people, I think, are starting to go home as they know this storm is inching closer here to northeast Georgia, but right now we have nothing falling from the skies, just a little bit of wind, and it's definitely, the temperature is dropping.
Grabbing a steak before the ice hits. There you go.
Why not? You may not be able to have something that hot and fresh
For sure.
for the next few days here. So, Cody, thank you so much.
Hey, Cody, before you go, can I ask you a quick question? I just noticed these massive trucks behind you, all that equipment, and there is a lot of power in those trucks, but it doesn't matter how big a tire is. At some point, ice is not passable. And I just wanted to mention that, and whatever context you could add to that, as people maybe wonder once the ice is on the roads about the timing of a response.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because like these trucks here, I mean, they're heavy, so they will get around a little bit better, but these things will slide off in ice just as a light car. But not here, but we did see some equipment yesterday when we came in. It's kind of like a bulldozer, the entire chain that goes around. It's not really a tire, so we have seen them bring those up here, which those things will get around in this weather. So they have brought in equipment that will get through these areas, even if there is ice on the roadways. But as far as these trucks go, they're not gonna be able to get really anywhere unless they go really slow, and they can still slide off. So as we talked about, you know, chains work in snow and chains maybe work a little bit in ice, but if we get more than a half an inch here in Gainesville, everybody is going to be stuck until we see some thawing going on the roadways throughout this area.
All right, Cody, thanks so much. I think, hey, Cody, we'll buy you a steak. If you pop in, you just send me and Jennifer the bill.
Enjoy something on our behalf, Cody.
Yeah.
Hey, we have been also talking about business owners and the things that they are having to do in order to get ready for these conditions. It's not just them, it's not just their customers, it's their workers and their staff members as well.
No doubt, as we're telling people to stay home, businesses are having to make the decision, do they stay open? How are they going to navigate the next couple of days? Angelina Salcido has been in Helen, about 90 miles north of Atlanta, talking to businesses in Helen and Cleveland, Georgia. And what's the update at what are we, 9:12 in the evening?
9:12 in the evening, you guys, and it is very similar to the weather that Cody's experiencing right now. So no precipitation that is falling, but the temperature has significantly dropped. And I will tell you, a few gusts of wind will come every once in a while, and those will definitely make you feel a lot colder. We're experiencing one right now. We talk about business owners and preparing for the day, just in general, making the tough decision on whether or not they're going to be open or whether they close early today or not. A lot of businesses in downtown Cleveland and in Helen as well decided to close their doors early, or they just didn't open today, to give their staff and them some time to be able to prepare not just their business for whatever impacts we're going to experience here, but their homes and their families as well. A lot of them that we've spoken to today do not plan on opening tomorrow. Ironically, a lot of the people that work here in White County actually happen to live in areas like Gainesville or areas that may be 30 minutes away from here, so they do not want to take the chance and get on the roads and have to make their way here in order to open up their business. So that's some of the planning that they have made in order to make sure that they keep themselves and their staff safe as well. I do have to say that the Waffle House that is here will remain open. We know that Waffle House is notorious for staying open. They have actually put up some of their employees in a hotel that is right by the Waffle House, so then that way they're able to do that. We will see. We'll probably check tomorrow after we see what the impacts are like in White County to see if Waffle House actually does stay open. We spoke to a few people about how they have been preparing throughout the day. Take a listen to what they had to say.
We will be at least significantly delayed, and then in some cases we may not be able to respond at all.
How difficult is it for you to think about that and say that as someone who has done public safety for so long?
It almost brings me to tears, to be honest with you, because this is a public servant's worst nightmare. And as I said in the meeting, I've been doing this for 30 years, and for once in my career, I hope that the National Weather Service is wrong. I hope that I am wrong. I hope that all the preparation we have done this week to get ready for this event is for nothing.
So that was the deputy director here of the public safety EOC here. And he and I had that conversation after he basically had a conversation with his staff after they got the briefing from the National Weather Service today at 2 p.m. about what conditions could look like here based off of what they have been forecasting. It was a tough conversation for him to have with the staff, also a tough one for him to have for me. He's been in this for over 30 years, making sure that he helps people throughout some of the toughest times. And this, of course, if it pans out to be as we have forecasted, which we've seen the timeline line up as our meteorologists continue to tell you guys what's going to happen hour by hour. If it turns out to be as forecasted, it could be a very, very difficult situation once we wake up in the morning. But again, the emergency management staff here in Gwinnett County has prepared to the maximum of what they can do. And as soon as they can get to people and try to help them, they'll be doing so tomorrow morning.
That is a really important interview you just shared with us, because it just puts us into their shoes to understand that what they do and feel called to do every day is to help people as quickly as possible, Angelina. And to hear him say, brings tears to his eyes, knowing that the likelihood of them not being able to reach someone because of this ice event, I think really underscores how serious this is and why we are in continuous coverage and why there have been days of messages about preparation, Angelina. And I imagine that's what he's reinforcing tonight too.
He definitely has been reinforcing that. And I think the other thing that he wanted to mention is that a lot of people that live here in Gwinnett County have lived here for a number of years. They're used to living in the mountains. They're used to dealing with different storms, maybe some snow, some winter impacts as well. But something that we have not seen in Gwinnett County is what's been forecasted as these sheets of ice, or the 3/4 of an inch or more than an inch of ice that we could potentially see here. It's something that not even the deputy director has seen himself. So when you put yourself in their shoes, realize that as public safety officials, they haven't seen something like this. They know how to try to respond to it, but at the end of the day, they won't know what it's really going to look like. It definitely creates a difficult situation, not just for them, but the community here in Gwinnett County.
Yeah, very, very interesting perspective there. Angelina, thank you so much. And when you think about what you're hearing, that's also important for other people not in that community to hear and understand as well, because this is why our meteorologists have been sounding the alarm about these incoming conditions for so long. This is why we have been in continuous coverage, because sometimes it may not be your community, but it is someone else's, and that information is direly important for them.
Yeah, Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb joining us now. Chris, this is really the moment of truth in some ways as we see the temperatures start to fall.
And this is the timeline that we've been talking about, that late in the evening hours is when things are going to start changing over. Still rain here in Atlanta. We're still above freezing, but we're going to be dropping below freezing pretty soon, 11 o'clock, midnight, and then overnight while we're sleeping. That's when this is going to be changing over into freezing rain. We're going to wake up to those conditions showing ice in many areas. Some spots will be thicker than others, though. And the other thing about that is, though, during the overnight hours, there aren't going to be a lot of people driving on the roads. And so without any traffic on the roads, that's going to really enhance the buildup of some of the ice that we're going to be watching out there. And you had mentioned that's why we're on the air. We have the luxury here at 11 Alive to have 2 TV stations, and we know that you're hungry for weather information, so that's why we're on to give you that information. And we've been able to move our NBC programming over to WATL Channel 36. So if you're looking for programs there, that's where it is. Now, right now, we have the rain that is over us. Temperatures are at about 40 degrees, so we're still above freezing right now. This is rain. We were expecting this to be rain, and then changing over late tonight, overnight, and into tomorrow morning. So the moisture is here now. We're just waiting for the colder air, and that's coming from up here, coming from the north and east. It is the wedge that's sliding down this way. Already some of those colder temperatures coming into parts of northern Hall County. Over into Lumpkin County, we have that moisture mixing in north of Dahlonega into Union County, Towns County, also in Fannin County, some mixture going in there with some freezing rain. And we've had a pretty consistent area of freezing rain in far northwest Georgia out there too. But you can see this additional moisture in the form of rain coming in from Alabama, crossing over the state line. That's also as rain, but what we're waiting for is that clash moving into that northeast flow here, that shallow layer of cool air at the surface. And you can see there is a lot more moisture that's going to be moving in by the time that cold air gets here. This is a live look right now up in Blue Ridge, this is still mainly just wet. Temperatures there close to freezing. We have seen some raindrops on the lens that are still just drops. They haven't frozen yet. So keeping an eye on that to see if any of that turns slick anytime soon. Now, this is a look at the temperatures over the past 20 hours. Generally in the 40s today. 47 degrees was our high temperature. Then we were at 46. And then now we're in this downward slide, seeing those temperatures going from the mid 40s now to the lower 40s. And that slide is going to continue overnight, eventually getting down to below freezing. So in town, we're at 40. Warmer outside of that wedge at 45 right now in LaGrange, 45 in Thomaston. But take a little drive up 85 and you go from 40 degrees in Atlanta to 35 in Gainesville and then 26 in Clayton. This blue color here is the indicator of that colder air that's coming in, and it's pushing down into this direction. So we're at 40 now. Next hour, we're going to be in the upper 30s, and then getting to 11, 12 o'clock tonight, that's where we're going to be closer to the freezing mark. So you can see that here on our day planner for the next 12 hours. Potentially even mid-30s maybe by next hour. We'll wait and see if we drop that far, but 32 closer to midnight, and then lower 30s, even some upper 20s here tomorrow morning with that rain still around before we then hopefully start getting back above freezing late morning to around lunchtime. And depending on how long we can stay above freezing here through the noontime hour to the evening hours will really help determine how much ice is going to be able to get kind of worked away as that next band of heavy rain comes in later on in the afternoon hours. Danielle Moss is joining us now. Danielle's been kind of tracking all these intricacies and about how to explain everything that's going on out there. Danielle, we know that cold air is on the way, and that's why we still have that ice storm warning.
Exactly, and that is another key to this story. We always tell people, if we weren't expecting this to happen, we wouldn't be on TV this long. The emergency managers would not be so bothered by what could happen here. And the National Weather Service wouldn't issue an ice storm warning that they haven't issued in 14 years. So it's very imperative that you heed all the warnings and prepare yourself now, because that is going to continue to be a concern. Here's a look at our ice amounts. How much ice are you expected to accumulate where you live? Northeast Georgia could be seeing maybe greater than ½ an inch of ice. And while that number relatively sounds small, when we talk about ½ an inch of rain, that's way different than ½ an inch of ice. That's definitely going to be causing some major impacts. And even here in Metro Atlanta, we could be seeing 1/4 to ½ an inch of ice. The only thing that we're missing right now are those cooler temperatures. The rain is in place. We just need those temperatures to really drop below freezing just a little bit. Really, that 31-degree mark, that's the sweet spot for that freezing rain. Here's a look at that freezing rain impacts. We talk about just a light glaze. It could be on some of those trees and some of your roadways. But when we start talking about 1/4 of an inch, that's when we start to see some really problem areas with that ice accumulation. I'm talking about really slick roads, definitely a weight on those power lines. In fact, it really only takes 1/10 of an inch of ice to encapsulate a power cord. And that's huge when you're talking about really cold temperatures that's going to be sticking around until at least Monday. Here's another look. Even if you're getting greater than 1/4 of an inch of ice, that could be crippling for us. This is a live look into Truist Park. We zoomed in the camera really, really close. These are the Peach Pass lanes. This is another indicator that things could get bad. First of all, this is a flyover, so there's a bridge underneath. You know how high it goes there in Cobb County. But 511 GDOT, they said, you know what, we're going to close the Peach Pass lanes until we feel that they are safe for people to travel on. A lot of people are not going to be on the roadways, but in case you are, you should not be driving on these Peach Pass lanes. So they already have closed those. That's another indicator, Chris, that things could be getting really bad. And we're looking at really cold temperatures. Those bridges, they always ice over before the roadways because of the temperatures underneath them and that air flowing up under the bridges and the overpasses. So that's another warning that people need to remember if they have to drive in the next few days.
And Danielle, I noticed when I was driving in today from Gwinnett County, the Peach Pass lane is the one over, by the median there. That's on the same level as everything else. But I could tell which lanes were treated, but the Peach Pass lane was not. So it's just like you don't want to get in that lane. Number one, you don't need to because there shouldn't be any traffic tomorrow. But at the same time, they're really trying to focus on the main lanes for that treatment rather than, all the way over to the median. So that's why some of those lanes are closed that you might notice there too. Here's the forecast track about what to expect for the rest of the nighttime hours. This is our forecast track beginning at 10 o'clock. Still rain here, still above freezing. See all this moisture coming in from the south and west, but then here you see the pink color. That's where we see that freezing rain that's going to be beginning north and east of the city. 30 degrees potentially at 10 o'clock in Gainesville, 26 in Clayton. That's the cooler air that's pushing our way. You can see here as we go through the nighttime hours at midnight, 30 in Duluth, 33 in Atlanta. So the cooler air making its way down to the south. And so the main event really is going to be from midnight, after midnight, into early tomorrow morning. We're going to have an entire night of freezing rain coming down into those cold temperatures where we'll see those ice accumulations kind of building up. By 7 o'clock, we'll be at 31, still below freezing, but we may see a break in the precip then at 7 o'clock in the morning. And then we're going to watch those temperatures hold, we think, below freezing through 9 o'clock, but still not as much precip around here in the metro Atlanta area. Then getting above freezing as we get to late morning to around lunchtime before this band of heavy rain moves in. Now notice metro Atlanta and the south side is above freezing at that hour, but still the cold air below freezing temperatures from Duluth, Gainesville northward at midnight. Not at midnight, but at noontime. And then this is going to be pushing in during the day. Hopefully these temperatures are going to warm up as the models are showing here, maybe even 50 degrees in Peachtree City, but 39 in Atlanta. That's just the difference in where that wedge is going to be. But still, Gainesville, Northeast Georgia may not get above freezing when this band of heavy rain comes through. So that would just add to that thick ice. Now, once the precip ends, by late afternoon, early evening on Sunday, we'll still be on the warmer side. Maybe we'll see some good melting there. But then whatever is going to be left Sunday night on the ground is going to be frozen again by Monday morning with temperatures that are going to go down into the mid-20s. So we've got a lot more to come here as we track the temperatures and that clash of moisture on the way tonight.
Welcome back to 11 Alive News and streaming here on 11 Alive Plus. It is 9:30 and we continue to track this incoming winter storm.
Yeah, let's get to 11 Alive's Galat Malamed. She's in Gwinnett County. You just spoke with a lineman about the challenges they face responding to these outages. What are they saying?
Yeah, big challenge, of course, is the ice, and the ice is why they're here in the first place. So that lineman I spoke to, he is part of a crew that came down from Maine. You could see some of their trucks here. So they came down, it's 2 companies from Maine. They came down with about a dozen of these big power trucks, about 24 linemen, and some additional pickup trucks and supervisors. It's a 27-hour journey. So it's funny because earlier you heard Cody talk about a power crew from Florida who's never seen snow before. Well, we have the exact opposite stationed at this hotel in Lawrenceville, about 24 people down here from Maine. There's also this yellow power truck that just came here a few minutes ago. So a third power company stationed here on this lot. I'm not sure where they're from yet. I haven't gotten a chance to speak to them. But that lineman who I did speak to, you know, he said they are really prepared to respond to anything and everything. But of course, I did ask him, what is the biggest challenge you're going to face?
Biggest challenges for us would be getting to the destination, wherever the outage or incident may be. A lot of ice causes a lot of weight on the lines, and from that, you know, it could cause holes breaking or any line sagging low enough to cause an outage.
And you notice most of the trucks are off right now. That's because the linemen, of course, are inside the hotel trying to get their rest right now to be prepared to respond to any issues tomorrow. Last night, I also saw what is now a 4th power company. They were parked on the other side of this lot. So really just a microcosm example here at this hotel of the large-scale response from power crews across the country coming over here to help us, guys.
Yeah, it shows the mutual aid in action. Folks from all over the region coming together to help us out. Galat, thank you.
We are so grateful for that.
Yeah.
And of course, when a winter storm causes significant ice accumulation, it can take a pretty long time to restore power following those outages. So here's a little bit of information on why. Ice doesn't just coat the roads, it coats power lines and tree limbs as well. And the extra weight can snap lines, break those poles, and send trees crashing down onto lines and homes even, causing widespread damage. Now, crews first have to assess the situation, see what's broken, clear out any debris, and make roads passable before those repair efforts can really begin. And then they fix major transmission lines before working down to neighborhood lines and then individual homes, a process that can take hours or even days, depending on the extent and the severity of the damage here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things they have to think about as they try to keep all of us safe. We're going to get out to Savannah Levens right now. She's at the North Lake Mall in Cobb County. Now, you spoke with Jima, you spoke with some of those representatives there. What are they telling you about their response to these emergencies?
Well, they're saying it's really a response that's calling on agencies all across not only Georgia, but other states like Florida as well. This is one of many staging locations for tree companies that are set to respond to any downed trees and power lines. Now, you'll notice in my last couple of live hits, there were several dozen trucks right now, maybe 7. We are in the middle of a shift change right now. The crews I was speaking with earlier said they were on at 6 a.m. this morning out here, and they were responding, even though that weather system hadn't really moved in yet. They were responding to kind of concerning trees, but now they're going to get a few hours of sleep before they are back on. Now, we do expect probably any minute a cavalry to come in of their replacements, because there's not going to be any second of the day here through Monday at least where there are not crews standing by at the ready. I went to this press conference 11 a.m. today with the Emergency Management Division, and they were talking about just how much they are calling on help from other parts of the state and the country, and why this is such a group effort. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Vehicles have been winterized and emergency equipment has been loaded onto trucks. 10,000 plus personnel, including crews from Florida, are positioning in the areas forecasted to be most heavily impacted. Crews from southern Georgia will also be assisting in power restoration. Coordination efforts will continue as the storm's exact path is determined, and crews from unaffected areas will will quickly mobilize to the hardest hit regions.
Okay, so I have this infrared thermometer here, right? I have been taking kind of surface temperatures of the pavement here, and I have been cross-referencing it with GDOT data to make sure it's accurate, and it has been. So let's take a look. A couple hours ago, it was still in the 40s. Even earlier this afternoon, it was in the 50s. Oh, wow. Oh. Just under 30 degrees, you guys. This is the first time I'm seeing it dip below freezing right here, right now.
You know what, Savannah, when we spoke with you, I think I was out here with Cheryl maybe a couple of hours ago, and it was 41 degrees. That was the surface temperature, and you're saying that it's already dropped below 30 degrees. Man, that's really telling, especially when we're talking about freeze.
And that's exactly what we've been hearing from our meteorologists, that these conditions
Thanks,
are, yes, thank you, Savannah. These conditions are ripening to that point that we can see the freezing that they've been talking about with this rain. We do want to get you now to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, standing by. And Chris, this is what you've been telling us was about to take place here.
We might have to calibrate that thermometer. The air temperature isn't even to 32 yet in DeKalb County, so we'll have to figure out what's wrong with it. I don't think that the surface temperature in DeKalb County is below 32 yet. So,
but it is getting colder.
But it is,
that part is.
Those temperatures are coming down, and that's going to be the process really for the rest of the nighttime hours tonight, where we're going to see those temperatures continuing to fall and going below freezing. That's going to be occurring a little bit later on here. So you can see these temperatures in the 40s right now, and I know a lot of folks are like, Chris, nothing's happening yet. What's the deal? What's the deal? We're still waiting for that colder air to come in, and it's going to be that wedge. So let me show you how that's going to be happening here over the next few hours. Look at this. We're going to watch this cold air that's going to be diving down into our area. It's already coming into areas near Hall County, just north of Athens. Temperatures are falling, and that's going to keep pushing our way here, continuing through the overnight hours. And so those temperatures below freezing are going to be with us overnight as that rain is coming in, riding up and over that shallow layer of cooler air at the surface, or colder air at the surface. And that's the perfect recipe for freezing rain. It's going to be liquid in the air as it's falling down, but it doesn't become ice until it hits a cold surface that's at or below freezing. It could be an outside deck, an exposed surface there. The trees, you'll notice the ice collecting in the tops of the trees first, and then it starts coming down to the mid-level of the trees, and then eventually to the ground as that cold air kind of saturates our area. And then tomorrow, we're going to stay cold in the morning, and then by mid-morning and lunchtime, we're going to be back above freezing, and we're going to see some warmer air coming in, trying to scour out that wedge there up in parts of North Georgia. And that's going to be when the next wave of heavy rain comes in that will hopefully work away at any of the ice that forms out there during the overnight hours. The precip ends, but whatever doesn't dry out on Sunday night is going to freeze again by Monday morning, because then here we go. Another surge of really cold air is going to be diving down into our area. That is going to bring us down into those mid-20s by Monday, so we can still see some slick stuff around. But you know, Danielle, the thing that we're watching with this is going to be just how long and how high over the freezing mark those temperatures are going to be with us tomorrow, and that's going to be the big determining factor as to how that helps get rid of any of the ice that is going to be here overnight and also in the morning. And in fact, those temperatures in northeast Georgia in the middle of the afternoon, when we get up to the lower, 39, 40 degrees here tomorrow for a high, in northeast Georgia, they may not even get above freezing when that next round of heavy rain comes in. So that would just be additional layers of ice there.
Yep, that's right, Chris. And one other thing that I'm monitoring are the wind gusts. We are already seeing very high winds, and we've seen multiple trees down already before really the peak of the storm. This is a look into Cherokee County. This is a tree I showed you a little bit earlier. This was Cherokee County Emergency Manager. They posted this on their Facebook page. They said, hey, do not touch live wires. And you can see why. This tree is literally already laying on the power lines. Once again, this is pre-ice and pre any rainfall. This is just from the high winds. Also in Pickens County, there was a tree down. This was from Pickens County Sheriff's Office. You can see that tree just laying across the middle of the road. Good news in Pickens County, they said that this road is reopened. However, you're already seeing those winds really start to get gusty and really starting to cause damage ahead of the storm. And right now, current wind gusts, 23-mile-an-hour wind gusts recorded here in Metro Atlanta recently, a 25-mile-an-hour wind gust in Canton recorded recently. And even as we put our forecast gusts on a track for you so you can see what could happen in the next few hours. It still shows really high wind gusts. Check out 1:30 in the morning. This is in Canton, and what's really interesting about that is that around 1:30 in the morning, that is when we're going to really get into peak freezing rain time, because those temperatures will be below freezing. So you're going to have high winds, you're going to have ice accumulations, and it's definitely going to be kind of a bad situation and a tricky situation for people who are trying to be out there. A lot of power companies and a lot of power crews are prepared to help with this, but it's going to be a long time before we really start to see things really clearing back up.
All right, Danielle, Chris, we really appreciate your perspective tonight.
All right, we want to head up to Athens. We want to check in with our Zach Merchant once again. And Zach, when we've checked in with you the last few times here, you said the rain would come up more every time we came to you. What are the conditions right there? And are you still seeing anybody around about moving downtown or on campus?
Well, these two things, Jennifer, they may be related. The rain has let off a little bit, at least for right now. And because of that, it feels just a touch warmer than it has over the last hour or two. We have also, maybe because it is not raining anymore, maybe also because we're pushing on 10 o'clock right now in a college town here in the middle of downtown Athens. We're starting to see a lot's a judgment word. We're seeing more Ubers dropping what look like college students off at some of the bars around here. Let's give you a look at what downtown Athens looks like right now. We're at the corner of Washington and College here. Athens City Hall is right behind me. It's all relative here. Of course, it's a Saturday night in the classic city. Things much quieter on a night like tonight, much less busy on a night like tonight than they would be on a typical SEC Saturday night. But it's not a ghost town by any means either. Some of the students we've talked to who are on campus still, they have noted, and rightly so, that school is out on Monday. University officials today made that announcement that they'd been hinting at for a little bit of time leading up to today. Today they made it official, said school is out on Monday. They urged for the last day or two for students who could get off of campus this weekend ahead of the winter weather to do so. The window to do that closed probably around the time that the sun set today. So if the students are on campus, a lot of public service officials, emergency responders, university officials generally suggesting stay here, stay safe, stay hunkered down. We talked with one of the students who is staying on campus here. He was in town. He's a senior on the Georgia hockey team. He had a lot of family from out of town visiting him. He said he's staying on campus, but we also asked him what his message would be to other students. This is what he said.
Just be careful, don't drive. I feel like I grew up in Minnesota, so I feel like I know how to drive a little better than other people on the ice, so I get worried when everybody gets out there on the car in these ice storms, so probably don't drive would be my advice.
Stay off the roads.
Stay off the roads,
but
yeah.
Off the roads.
Lock in and stay at home.
Lock in and stay safe and stay home. Wise words from Bill Martin, the Georgia senior. He's on the hockey team here. He's in the middle of his season and looking forward to more of his senior season here at Georgia to come. And obviously, Chris, as you've pointed all night long to this, this weather system is coming our way. I say at this moment, the rain isn't quite as bad and the temperature doesn't feel quite as bad, but you can feel it in the air, so to speak, out here. Everybody is aware of the weather and bracing for what is to come, whatever that may be in the next few hours, guys.
Yeah, it is on the way, and we've got the radar to prove it, Zach. Thanks a lot. We really appreciate that, sir. Cobb County's Department of Transportation, of course, just like many counties across our state, they're really hard at work.
We want to get you now to our Danielle Nottingham in Cobb County. She's been in Kennesaw for us tonight, Danielle.
Yeah, we're continuing to see the changes here. As you guys were talking about earlier, the wind has really picked up here, and we're seeing on and off precipitation. But the main thing that Cobb County is trying to get out to the public tonight is to stay off the roads. They briefed the public yesterday, and they talked about the need to leave space for first responders. And not only that, utility companies, especially Georgia Power, giving them the room to work when they need to.
We recently upgraded our brine unit where we were able to make about 3,500 gallons an hour, and now we can make about 10,000 gallons an hour. And that's really in just anticipation of these types of ice storms that may come. so that we can make sure that we're out there and effective with our equipment and our larger pieces of equipment that handle the salt and the sand. We have 11 of those trucks that have been prepared to be on those major thoroughfare routes.
And so we wanted to show you the trucks from the power companies that are staying at this hotel, but people are starting to arrive. They keep arriving here steadily through the night while we've been out here, and it's getting rather crowded. But they are here. They are ready to address any needs that come over the next couple of days. And again, they're stressing, stay off the roads. And if you see power crews, let them do their work. And especially if you see down trees, down power lines, do not drive over them, do not touch them, stay out of the way, and just report them to the necessary companies, report them to local authorities. Live in Kennesaw, Danielle Nottingham, 11 Alive News.
Okay, Danielle, very, very good advice to keep everyone safe. Thank you.
All right, and we are going to take a quick break. On the other side, we're going to be hearing from Georgia's Department of Transportation. That's just ahead.
Welcome back, everyone. You know, we've been keeping a very close eye on the roadways out there as the crews are out there making sure that we all stay safe because the conditions are shifting and changing by the hour. They're making sure that the interstates and the state roads are clear for us.
Yeah, we have been speaking with a lot of people over the last few days here, and the information has been updating. And we just had a chance earlier in the day, our Cheryl Preheim, to speak with Joe Schulman, who is the head of GDOT's Northwestern region, about all of the preparation works that it takes to get us here and beyond.
It's really go time in terms of roads for much of the state right now. And by go time, we mean stay at home time. So we want to check in with Joe Schulman with the Georgia Department of Transportation as they have been working around the clock for a couple days here. Joe, thanks for the time. I know you guys are busy. We really appreciate the updates.
Sure. Thank you for having me.
So I read a statistic that 18,000 miles of roadway have been treated at this point. Now, you're up in District 6, so that's in Rome, Dalton, Dallas, that part of our state. Talk about the efforts there. You said you've hit a major milestone in terms of the ground you've covered literally at this point.
Yeah, we have 17 counties up here in a little less than 24 hours. We started last night around 7 o'clock. We have brined all of the state routes here in Northwest Georgia. So our crews work really hard. Really want to thank them for all the hours and work they've put in to make sure that we are staying ahead of this storm the best that we can.
Yeah, they've already put in long hours and we're just getting started. What have you seen there in terms of weather? Have you seen any of this rain starting to fall or freezing rain at all?
We've seen a little bit. Some of the higher elevation counties, we've seen some. This morning we had some freezing rain, and it felt like it was just kind of a taste of what was going to be coming soon.
All right, when you talk about the brine, that is essentially salt on the road that then allows it to repel a little bit of that freezing that will happen. You said you might make a second pass. Talk to us about the efforts beyond covering all that ground where you go back and maybe do some more.
It's important to understand that the brine is really, it's our best defense against freezing ice on the roadways, but it's not perfect. If we get a system that dumps a lot of freezing rain, snow and things like that, the brine really can't compete with it. That's why we tell people just to stay home. Yes, we're treating the roads, doing our best to keep them clear and dry, but it's not a perfect system. There's a lot of weather coming through, so we suggest they stay home.
You know, a lot of people may not realize that you don't just wait for the forecast to come in to tell you that a big system like this is coming. You do dress rehearsals knowing that at some point you're going to have to activate your plan. So this is something, in some ways, you prepared for months ago, right?
Yeah, when it was a hot Georgia summer, August and September, the last thing we were thinking about, a lot of us, was winter weather. And GDOT, we were going through all of our preparations. We checked every single vehicle, every piece of equipment. We went over everything with our crews, made sure they were prepared. So when this thing comes through like this, we're already ready. We're at the point where, okay, we've got all of our equipment, all of our crews, everybody knows what to do. We're just waiting on the specifics of the system to find out what we need to do to tailor it towards that storm as it comes through.
Oh, the memories of heat and humidity. Doesn't that sound nice just about now? But I'm glad you had. Yeah, wouldn't that be great? So when I first introduced you, we talked about the difference of snow and ice. Snow might slow you down, but ice really just brings things to a halt. Does that also lend for some of your equipment? Is there a point where you might have to hold your drivers back because of ice before you sort of have that phase 2 of a response?
There's a couple of aspects when you think of ice, because we talk all the time about the roads, make sure the roads are clear because of the ice. But with the winds and the amount of ice, we're also worried about trees coming down and falling limbs. So all of our crews also have chainsaws, and we've prepped them for that as well. So if there are a lot of trees coming down, a lot of limbs, we can also work to make sure those are cleared off of the roadways, not just that ice.
That's a good point about trees, and that made me think about power lines, because we're also talking about the weight of ice bringing down power lines as well. Do you work in coordination with power companies as well to make sure, in terms of hot lines down or just safety, are you coordinating between the different departments?
We work really with everybody. It's not just GDOT when a storm like this comes through. Of course, we have GMA and all the local EMAs. We have the utilities, first responders, police, fire, EMS. We're all working together to make sure that we can keep the citizens of Georgia as safe as possible. The big way to do that, of course, is to keep people off the roads, but everybody works together to make sure we can be successful.
If you're just joining us, this is Joe Schoolman with the Georgia Department of Transportation in District 6, which is that northern part of our state, talking about Rome, Dalton, Dallas, and unfortunately, that's part of this bullseye. You all may take the brunt of it. What is your expectation, let's say, for the next 12 hours?
We expect to be working hard. All of our crews are out here. We've brought crews up from South Georgia. You know, we think of Northwest Georgia or Northeast Georgia or even Metro Atlanta as these locations, but the truth of it is GDOT's a statewide organization, and we help each other. When there's a storm in South Georgia, our crews go down there to help them. Winter things like this, crews from South Georgia come up to help us. We all want to help each other to make sure that we can keep everybody safe, keep those roads clear the best possible.
You know, I'm thinking about the logistics, Joe. We've got here at 11 Alive News a lot of air mattresses and snacks piled away because people will be here for many days and nights, probably consecutively. Are you having to logistically take care of your crews in the same way? Because it's probably not safe for many of them to go home intermittently as they're trying to respond for what could be many days in a row.
Exactly. And you know, that safety aspect, our crews will be out there working the roads, but when it becomes unsafe for them to be out there, they're going to return back to our shops and wait it out until they can go back out there to continue treating the roads. So we all are the same. All of us have those boxes and bags of snacks, blankets. We're ready. And as this storm progresses through and our strategy needs to change, everybody here is ready and waiting just to see what they need to do next.
Yeah, thanks to everybody working so hard on your teams. A final thought from you, if you could stress to people who are at home who may say, I just don't know that it's that big of a deal. When we're talking about ice, from black ice, very thin layer, to what we're talking about could potentially be an inch thick in some places, what would you like people to keep in mind over the next 24, 36 hours as our state recovers from what we expect to be a major impact ice storm?
The best thing I can suggest is to, NFL playoffs are tomorrow. Stay at home, watch those. Catch up on shows and movies you haven't seen yet. Just stay home, stay off the roads. You know, K-pop Demon Hunters, my family loves it. I'm sure we'll probably be watching that. You know, there's things like that. Just stay home. Even if you think it's not going to be bad, just stay home.
You know, my kids at home are like, Mom, he just gave me the green light. We're going to binge watch it all. So you make sure everything's charged in case the power goes out. I think that's what the kids are thinking about. Mom, is iPad charged? That's the key point. That's the key point.
Important things, of course.
Yeah. So 17 counties you all are taking care of there. Are you doing 12 hours on, 12 hours out, off? What does that look like for your teams?
Yeah, our crews right now are doing those 12 hours on, 12 hours off. We're cycling through. We've got groups coming up from South Georgia to come help out, relieve teams. And, you know, all of that's going to change as we see how the system comes through, what the weather looks like with this freezing rain that's possible tomorrow as well, and into Monday with those cold temperatures. So we're evaluating pretty often what we should be doing for that next stage.
All right. Well, stay safe out there. And again, thanks to everybody working so hard. Really appreciate the time, Joe.
Thank you.
All right, so right now it's all about hurry up and wait, but they are ready to roll. GDOT is.
And we are already starting to see some of the impacts in some of our areas. We want to get you to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb.
We have confirmation of freezing rain now up in North Georgia in Murray County. That's near Dalton here, the Murray County right up there. We also have reports of icicles developing in Towns County up here. And then in Dahlonega, we also have some freezing rain that's occurring in Lumpkin County. So it's this cold air coming our way with the moisture riding in up and over that. Stay with us. We're going to continue watching these temperatures fall and the moisture moving in as we continue our live coverage on 11 Alive and 11 Alive Plus.
Hey, welcome back to 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus. You know, it's 10 o'clock, of course, as we track the winter weather moving into North Georgia. We're also tracking flight cancellations and delays at the world's busiest airport.
Yes, this weather system is impacting states all over the country. And of course, that always has a trickle-down effect to the airport. We want to get you live now to our Doug Richards from Hartsfield-Jackson. And Doug, a lot of people dealing with very different situations out there about how they're trying to either get into Atlanta or maybe get out or maybe get somewhere else by way of Atlanta.
Yes, all those scenarios are certainly falling into place and also falling apart here at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. About half of the flights on the departure screens behind me are now in cancellation mode, and they're not just cities that are affected by the storm. We're seeing cancellations for places like San Francisco and Phoenix and Salt Lake City, and you know, there's just sort of a domino effect when lots of flights get canceled, and then there's an equipment problem that causes additional flights to get canceled. So when flights succeed now, under these circumstances, it becomes kind of a eureka moment, as we saw when we met some people who had landed just a short while ago from Newark.
It's feeling great.
Oh, yeah.
Until we get in the car and then drive through all of this.
We're going to Chattanooga.
You're driving
Of course I'm driving.
tonight?
Yes.
And here you are celebrating that you got into Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yes, so those two ladies are got in a car and said they were going to drive to Chattanooga tonight. After having spent all day trying to get here from Newark, you can sort of understand the emotion and the feeling of momentum, like, hey, we finally made it. We made it from Newark to Atlanta. Surely we can make it from Atlanta to Chattanooga in an automobile in an ice storm. It could be that some clarity has come to them since they got on the road. We are live at the airport tonight. Doug Richards, 11 Alive.
You were so diplomatic in the way that you handle all of that.
We're hoping that they reach wherever destination they get to very safely. As we have been saying, Doug, thank you so much for that report. We hope they get there safely because, as we've been saying, the temperatures are falling. Yeah. And we are already getting reports from North Georgia of the precipitation and the conditions that our meteorologists have been talking about already starting to be experienced in those areas. We do want to get you to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. And Chris, we're starting to see it. That's just what it is right now.
And this has been, you know, our coverage today has been talking about how things are going to change and how we're going to see this moisture coming in from the south and west, how it's going to clash with the cold air coming in from the north and east. And this colder air in the northeast is getting closer and closer and closer to us. So we're going to have that transition time really midnight and after, overnight into tomorrow morning. We're expecting freezing rain pretty much all night long because there's a lot more moisture that's going to be pushing into our area. As you can see here, Atlanta has a lot of green over it, and that is rain that is coming down right now. Our temperatures are still above freezing here, so we're not concerned about freezing rain really for the next hour or so. It's going to be generally around midnight or after when we see the colder air come in. So if you recall, if you've been watching us, we were really just concentrating on far North Georgia, where we were seeing the pink. Now this pink is coming down into North Hall County. Just north of Gainesville is where we're seeing that mixing, some of that freezing rain that is beginning there now as those temperatures are coming in. So this is pretty much the freezing line right now, going from North Hall into Dawson County. And that's going to keep pushing down closer to the Atlanta area, and that's going to be happening here for a while. We have reports, confirmation of reports up in Murray County here. That's just to the east of Whitfield there in east of Dalton, of some freezing rain. Towns County is seeing icicles developing on some gutters and overhangs there as well. So those temperatures are below freezing too. Still this rain coming in from Alabama, a lot more of it's going to be feeding in. And when we get these surges of moisture coming in, that's going to move into that air that is already going to be at freezing. Now, let me take you back here. I want to show you what we have here in Lumpkin County. This is at the University of North Georgia. We have confirmation as well of some freezing rain up in Dahlonega right now too. Now, look at these temperatures, all right? We have been in the 40s for a big part of the afternoon. But then we told you that these temperatures would be falling during the evening hours. And look at this decline here. We went from 47 at 1 o'clock, held at 46 for a while, 45, and then watch. Each hour, those temperatures keep coming down. And right now, we're at 38 in Atlanta. And it's that downhill trend that's going to keep going until we get to freezing and below freezing, maybe even some upper 20s in spots here early tomorrow morning. Before I overlay these temperatures on here, I want you to see the darker blue in northeast Georgia. That's that wedge effect. That darker blue is that colder air. It's stretching up into South Carolina and North Carolina. That's draining down into our area. The meteorological, we call it the wedge, but the meteorological term is cold air damming. And what happens is that flow from the east kind of gets dammed up here. You see that by the Appalachian Mountains, and that colder air just slides down into our area. While at the same time, we're getting the moisture coming in from the south and west. That's riding up and over that shallow, cool layer of air, and that's what causes freezing rain. So now you see the temperatures. We're at 38, but it's 45 in LaGrange and Thomaston. So watch as you come up to Atlanta, it's 38, and then drive up 85, and progressively at 985, it gets colder here. At 33 in Gainesville, move up more to Rabun County and Clayton, where it's 25. We have reports of freezing rain in Clayton as well, and up in Rabun County. It's 35 right now in Athens, colder than it is in Atlanta, since they're over to the east. So that's going to keep pushing over into our area tonight, and those temperatures will continue to fall. So here's the progression of those temperatures. This model is showing 32 by 11. It may still be 33 or 34 at 11 o'clock, but we do think we'll be around freezing or below at midnight, and then dropping down into the lower 30s in the morning with that rain coming in. So all night long, we're going to see a buildup of the freezing rain. Now, here's the thing. Mid-morning into late morning, still around 32. By lunchtime, we may be above freezing. And then the big question is, will we be above freezing around lunchtime and after for multiple hours? And how far above freezing will we get to give us some improvements here tomorrow afternoon without additional freezing rain forming there, with those temperatures being above freezing here for a while. Now, Melissa Nord joins us, and with these temperature profiles that we're seeing, especially in northeast Georgia, Melissa, the issue is going to be the air will be colder in northeast Georgia, and it's going to be colder for a longer period of time. That's why those impacts are going to be more intense there.
And as they drop below freezing first and stay below freezing the longest, you have a longer window for that freezing rain to accumulate, and we will see the highest totals there. And that's why the impacts will be most extreme. It all comes down to just how much ice is going to be coating the trees and the power lines and the road surfaces as well. And it's easily going to be over a ½ an inch in this kind of corridor in northeast Georgia, especially between Gainesville and Helen and Dahlonega. We're going to have over a ½ an inch by probably a long shot in some of those locations. Okay, in the inner metro, it doesn't mean it's not an impactful storm. It absolutely is. We're just not going to see as high of that ice accumulation giving as many power outages here in the metro, but a ½ an inch to a ½ an inch. Southwest side is only going to be below freezing for a small window tomorrow morning and overnight. So the glazed ½ an inch will be how much ice you see before your temperatures warm above freezing. And when we go from a ½ an inch to a ½ an inch of ice, that really significantly increases how many power outages we're talking about. And it's because the weight. I mean, a ½ an inch of ice on the power lines adds about 150 to 200 pounds. When you increase that to a ½ an inch of ice, 500 pounds of weight weighing down like a dumbbell, one single line segment between the power poles. So that adds a lot of weight. And the way that that ice accretes or forms on those little power lines is that it forms like a teardrop shape. Do you see this over here? Because the freezing rain is cooling, it's falling as liquid, then freezing on contact, we get a little gravity involved. So it makes more of a teardrop shape, and that catches in gusty winds a lot different. So it increases the risk of power outages pretty substantially as you climb to that ½ inch threshold. So again, just to recap, that southwest side of the metro, the main impact is roadways and sidewalks and bridges. Those could be slick. Here in the metro, icy roads, we'll start to see some of those smaller tree limbs that could be snapping, and then some power outages, scattered power outages, especially on the northeast side of the metro. Power outages are more widespread. Tree damage is more widespread on that northeast side of northeast Georgia. And that's when we can also see impassable roadways, because we've not just got icy roads, but trees down the roads as well. So Chris, we are at the very beginning of this, seeing those numbers fall. That we've been waiting for this for a few hours. It's finally happening, and buckle up, because the next 12 hours, it's going to be a lot.
I know a lot of folks have been sitting around saying nothing's happened yet, but we're seeing it happening in northeast Georgia, and that progression is going to continue. In fact, I can show you that progression here. This is the forecast track taking us into next hour at 11 o'clock. And remember, north and east of the city, we're thinking by 11 o'clock, Duluth may be around 32. That freezing line coming closer into maybe into North DeKalb and North Fulton, approaching Atlanta. And then that continues here overnight with those colder temperatures diving down through our area at midnight, maybe 34 here. But all around the surrounding area, at 29 in Duluth at midnight there. That colder air keeps moving down to the south. Peachtree City by 3 in the morning will be around 32. Carrollton 32, Covington 29, Atlanta 29 at 3 in the morning. So while nobody's out driving on the roads during the overnight hours and the roads aren't going to be, beat up or anything, this ice is going to be building up for hours during the overnight hours. Now, we do think the moisture is going to start tapering off early tomorrow morning by 7 o'clock. Instead of solid freezing rain coming down, or just, I want to say continuous freezing rain, it's going to be more spotty, but still at 31 degrees. Still a couple of spotty showers at 9 o'clock at 31 degrees. That would be more freezing rain. Then we're thinking by lunchtime we'll be above freezing. And as I told Melissa earlier, the big question is going to be how far above freezing we can go and how long we can stay above freezing. It will determine if that will work away at the ice that has been left behind. Now, I want you to notice a couple of things. While we're celebrating being above freezing here at lunchtime tomorrow, still Duluth is barely above freezing and Gainesville is still below freezing. Now, this is the important thing. This band of rain coming in the afternoon will be some heavy rain. And if we're above freezing, that's fine. It's going to be just rain, and it may help to work away at some of the ice that's on the ground. But here's where the problem comes in. If that band of heavy rain comes in, like look at Gainesville and Clayton at 32 degrees, and northeast Georgia spots that could be freezing rain there, that would be heavy freezing rain that would add a lot more ice there in that concentrated area in northeast Georgia. But if we could get to 39, and then look at this. If down the road, just outside of the wedge, it's 54 in Peachtree City, 55 in LaGrange, there is the potential. Southwest of the city and into South Georgia, there's a level 1 risk for severe storms there tomorrow. So could you imagine, what if we had a severe thunderstorm warning, let's say in Meriwether County, while we're dealing with ice in Hall County or up in Rabun County? That would just be crazy to think that we could have that much of a difference in instability to the south and then freezing conditions up to the north. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but there is a level 1 risk for those areas in Meriwether County and also near LaGrange, and then a level 2 risk down in southwest Georgia. Now, we think the precip is going to be ending here later on Sunday, late afternoon into early evening, with those temperatures still above freezing. Then look what happens. By midnight, it's going to be around 33 degrees. Look at the 20s. And then overnight, Sunday into Monday, much colder air is going to be moving in. 28 at about 2 in the morning, and then mid-20s here once we get into those afternoon hours. Or actually, yeah, mid-20s once we get into the early morning hours on Monday. So whatever is left behind from Sunday night is going to freeze again once we get into Monday morning. And then we have just even colder air coming in for this week too. So yeah, it's definitely wintertime, definitely January type weather here in Georgia.
Well, Chris, people were complaining not too long ago about the warm weather, and now look what we have.
Yeah, we got some really downright extremely
frigid,
cold weather right now.
yes.
Yeah, it's frigid right now. But I know we've been talking about the impact that's going to be on the streets and all that good stuff. But there's a huge impact on business owners throughout Metro Atlanta and even up there in North Georgia.
Yeah, our Angelina Salcido is in Helen, which is a tourist area.
Yeah.
They depend on people being able to come and visit. So, Angelina, what are you hearing from folks up there?
Yeah, they definitely do, you guys, but they really wanted to make sure that people were heeding the warning and preparing, of course. That is the most important thing. We heard Chris talk about that precipitation that is starting to fall, the freezing rain that's happening here again. So we're going to take you up to the trees so that you guys can see what this looks like. This is happening in combination with some heavy wind gusts that we've been getting up here to the north as well. And like we've talked before, things that are tall, like the trees, they will freeze from the top to the bottom. Another example of that we actually just noticed ourselves is our news car. So our news car is covered in drip in rain right now. This is actually still wet, but as you continue to go up, you can see that the ice starts to form, and the whole top of our car right here is actually all ice. So that effects that we were planning to see from this freezing rain, I think that we can actually, yeah, if we scrape it here, then you can see that that is ice right there. So this is what is going to be layering the streets here in White County. Stuff like this is extremely dangerous. We actually saw some of the crews coming around here currently right now. There's a bridge that's not too far away from us. They treated that bridge one more time to make sure that it's been treated since the bridges freeze over quick. And then they're also treating the roads here, the easy roads that they can get to make sure that those have been pre-treated. That will help the linemen that are here, but then also the emergency crews that will need to get to people tomorrow in order for them to be able to exit in and out of our hotels and navigate through White County. That'll help them a lot. So when it comes to people here in White County, a lot of them say that they have been prepared. A lot of them have been through winter weather before. I want you to hear what they have to say.
Make sure that you have backup plans, make sure you have blankets, make sure you have a backup generator, anything that'll keep you nice and warm and cozy. And wine, we gotta have our wine. Just make sure that you're definitely prepared for a storm, that there's not gonna be any power.
Normally the winter weather comes with snow. So lots of people out on the roads playing, sledding down the hills. It's like a winter wonderland. Everybody comes out and just enjoys the snow. With this threat, with ice, I'm not sure how it's going to be.
So again, this is what people are going to be waking up to. But keep in mind, this is just a thin layer of ice that's forming on the top of our car. We're talking about 3/4 of an inch to an inch or more of ice here along the roads, along the trees, and along the power lines. We have a ton of linemen that are staying here, and their management is also here as well. They were talking to us about the most recent storms that they have actually been in. One of them was actually the ice storm that happened in Michigan last year. They told us that when they showed up to Michigan to try and restore power there, it looked like a Category 5 hurricane had actually come through. Mind you, in that area, they had not even had wind come through to knock those trees down. It was the weight of the ice that they experienced in Michigan that brought those trees and the power lines down. It took them probably about a month to make sure that everything was restored there. So here, the emergency management director says that if things go as planned and as forecasted, it could look like a Cat 2, Cat 3 hurricane. That's exactly why they wanted people to be safe and also make sure that they were prepared to hunker down as well.
You know, that was a great example of the ice on top of your vehicle because, Angelina, as you know, if that can end up on the surface on the streets, that could be very dangerous for motorists out there.
And I think it's a good explanation as well in visual of it coming from the top down, because that's exactly how we've been talking about seeing it. And so for those who may not be experiencing that just yet in their area, it shows what's on the way and what will likely continue to accumulate as we go through the evening here.
It's coming.
We appreciate that. We're going to take a quick pause here, and we'll be right back with more coverage from Gwinnett County as we continue to cover this incoming winter storm. We continue our continuing coverage here of this incoming winter storm as we watch the conditions already starting to unfold here in our area. A big concern as a result of the ice that we are expecting here is power outages, and we have been talking a lot about what people are doing to get ready.
Yeah, that's right. So we're going to head up to Gwinnett County. That's where we find Gwinnett Malamed there right now. So Gwinnett, I know that earlier you were talking about what's taking place in the warming centers. Now you are speaking with linemen as they get ready for tonight's winter storm.
And the linemen keep arriving to this hotel in Lawrenceville. We've seen probably at least 6 or so more trucks arrive since I spoke to you less than an hour ago. This is what the parking lot looks like right now. This is one part of it just filled with these power companies. I know that at least 2 of these companies actually came down from Maine. That was a 27-hour trip for them. And just between those 2 companies alone, they brought down 12 trucks and 24 linemen. They also have some pickup trucks and supervisors. You can just imagine how that multiplies as more and more companies keep arriving here. I spoke to a lineman from one of those companies in Maine, and he says that the biggest challenge for them when it comes to responding to any outages is safely getting to a job, but they are prepared to do that the best they can.
If we can safely get the truck, we can get the job done, but we do have tire chains to help get down icy roads or whatever we need to get the job done.
And when it comes to these crews safely getting to jobs, that's another reason why it's so important for people to stay off the roads during this storm, something county leaders here in Gwinnett County and first responders are really trying to hammer home to people. Live in Lawrenceville, Gwinnett Malamed, 11 Alive News.
Okay, Gwinnett, yeah, that's right. Let them do what they do so they can do it well. Gwinnett, thank you.
And we want to move now up north a little bit to Hall County, where our Cody Alcorn has been standing by for us, keeping an eye on conditions there in Gainesville. So, Cody, what are you seeing right now?
Well, thankfully, the Hilton Garden Inn where we are staying for the weekend has a canopy, so we are under that right now because we have seen precipitation start up here just in the last 10 to 15 minutes, heavy at times, but right now it's kind of let up at this point. The wind definitely picking up. And as I mentioned throughout my earlier hits, the temperature's been dropping pretty steadily throughout the evening once the sun went down. But right now, just check the cars, nothing icing on the vehicles right now. So just a very cold rain, if it's not a freezing rain at some point across Hall County. But here we are at the Hilton Garden Inn off of Browns Bridge Road. And this is where most of the linemen are. You can probably see behind me in the very far back, those are actually tree services that are coming from out of state to help with the trees that will go down after the storm moves through, because there's several different layers here. So you're gonna have the storm coming through. They've already brined the roads, which we'll see if that can help much with ice. It doesn't do a whole lot, especially when you have some of the wet weather coming through to kind of wash that off at first. Then you'll have these trees coming down, power lines coming down. Public Works is going to have to go out, clear all of that debris before any of these linemen can even get out to those areas and start repairing the power poles. Now I can tell you, the Pike group that's here, they're from South Florida. They've already been called out to help Jackson Electric with some down power poles from trees coming down with some of these gusts of wind. So even some of these dead trees that are coming down right now kind of shows you what we could see over